216 Porsche is going very nicely, and you would expect that to be the case with Benny driving it. But they will have to cherish these moments where the semi-pro is at the wheel, because their other combination of drivers are all AMs for Francis Tyre and John Chen and Christian Kia, the latter two of Canada, Canadian flagged. In a couple more minutes, we're going to have another race hour under our belts and be at 1/4 distance, in fact. So rattling through these opening hours, only been affected by the 7 minutes and 30 seconds of code 60. There was at least one local yellow, but didn't need to be increased by any point. Still a big question mark as to whether we do get any rain, but actually the ominous cloud above us about an hour or so ago has disappeared to bright blue sky now.
Yeah, in the space of the last half hour since I returned to the commentary box and thought, oh, that's grey ahead. I know it's worse behind, but it's actually opened out very nicely. Live at Motorsport Lamborghini into the pit lane, and it's never dignified, is it? Getting out of a car from down low. When you come out, you're fired backwards. Next driver goes, thank you very much, out of my way, if you will. That's Thomas Carlson getting out. I think it's probably Axel Benton who's going to get in next, because we started with Marcus Ericsson. Remember, he hung on in there with that rear wing flapping around, and that got sorted. It's dropped, and they're still down in 14th position, but they'll just have to keep chipping away. There's nothing more you can do, but to have a problem at any stage in the race, it's just very dispiriting if it's right at the start, because I think they'd be top 6 or so. But the Lamborghini hasn't shown ultimate pace this weekend relative to the Porsches and the Mercedes that look most comfortable around here. Anyhow, with a wonderful roar, and hopefully staying down below the 40km/h pit limit, goes the Lamborghini back down towards the far end of the pit lane, and of course a splash of refueling. Well, a full tank, please, if you will.
Should be, with this pit stop held under green. We're at a minute to 1 o'clock. And nice to have a couple of V10s in the entry. It's pretty much the same engine that powers the Audi R8 of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, so 5.2 litre V10 for Audi and Lamborghinis still in GT3. V8s courtesy of the Mercedes AMGs, 3 of those in the entry, and quite a lot of Porsches this weekend, sold really just in GT3, not even including the 992 class, which has to be a Porsche, of course. But it's a Porsche that leads with its rear engine flat 6. Patrick Niederhauser, so Absolute Racing burning through their quicker drivers than the opening hours, and focusing, by the sounds of what Loic Hartog said, focusing the Antares Au racing hours in the middle of the race, so prior to darkness is the suggestion.
One thing I absolutely love is the visceral element of being at a circuit and getting the engine notes coming past you. You can pick it up on television, but once you're sitting in a grandstand or standing on a spectator bank, it comes out. Ferrari, possibly the least exciting sound of the field. I mean, the car looks fabulous. Porsche fans have that, they love that hard engine note, but to me, the V8 rumble of the Mercedes coming past stands out. V10 Audis and Lamborghini, very good sound too, but you know, for me, the Vortex V8, when it's going around, love that. There's a bit of a theme here, and the V8 engine Mercedes, it's just such a wonderful grumble, and certainly Vyajic Kumar fans, that's their new favourite engine note, because that's what's propelling their man out around the circuit. Ajit is running in 8th place overall. Let's take a little look at his lap times at the moment. 2 minutes and 13. He's starting to pick up the pace, but he's just settling in. He'll have an hour or so in the car. I presume he'll do a single stint, because that, apart from the superstars so far, that tends to be what people are doing. And I tell you what, if I was running a team here, gosh, help people if I was. That's how I do my drivers. You know, when you've got hot cockpit temperatures and it's a 12-hour race, you may lose a few seconds by rotating a driver through all that, but I think you gain it back. You know, some drivers, they certainly would flag if they did a double stint.
And we haven't necessarily got direct sunlight shining straight into the cockpit. It's just that overall warmth that we have. It's very pleasant indeed to be walking around in it if you're a spectator or if you're John in the pit lane. But once you're enclosed in a hot race car, particularly those where the engine is directly in front or directly behind you, in a mid-engine Ferrari, for instance, you can certainly know that you're in that closed greenhouse environment where temperatures will be being closely observed by the runners of this race, that the officials, because cockpit temperature.
But the enormous Malaysian flag in the tower at the end of the back straight, turn 14, sorry, into turn 15, is now blowing accurately down the pit lane, because sometimes you get the fluky winds coming into a pit lane, acting like a vortex. But the flag, it's a classic Malaysian flag, the red and white stripes, is blowing down the pit straight. As I say, the paper flying through the air is blown in, so it's actually quite gusty. So that means one thing, two things: A, it's windy; B, change of weather on the way.
It also means that you're going to have the wind behind you down the start-finish straight, and therefore being in the draft of a car coming from 14 to 15 is that much more of a performance gain, because the wind in your face is suddenly stopped by, for instance, that Porsche number 87 that just pulled off a great overtake. Lu Wei on the Ferrari of Shigekazu Wakisaka and the LM Corsa Ferrari. Couldn't do a great deal about that, so had to just kind of clench the teeth and allow the Porsche through. Slight advantage maybe coming back down the straight with the Ferrari then in the wheel tracks of the Porsche, but the overtake was already done, and coming out of turns 1 and 2 and now through the open expanses of turn 3, the right-hander, that move done and dusted, and I don't think the Ferrari's going to be close enough into Langkawi curve to repay the favour. So Lu Wei to the inside of the Japanese racer in the LM Corsa Ferrari, and that a change for 6th position.
Yeah, one important element in that, as the Vipanese Mercedes comes in to make its pit stop, is Lu Wei's tyres 10 laps fresher, and I think that really does tell its own tale.
Yep. Yeah, Wakisaka was trying to turn in at the usual point, but that does seem to be a place where, as all the weight is on the front tyres as the car's slow, you're then looking for any sort of grip to prevent the car from understeering, but it's made very obvious into turn 15. I seem to remember that always being an issue in a Grand Prix when it was held here as well. Cars just running a tad wide into 15, naturally opening the door, and the chasing car could sneak through.
But how good's that in the closing lap of a Grand Prix when there is more than likely going to be a lead change? I think it always provided fantastic racing here. Whether you're in a GT, but certainly for Formula One, and I can't remember which year it was, where they had to bring the cars, it felt as though night had fallen. They had to bring the cars in torrential conditions to stand on the start-finish straight, and they waited a very, very long time before the race started again. And other races here, other Grand Prix here, where people just guessed right on the weather, and it came in. And people, you know, that awful moment where you put on another set of slicks, you go out and you haven't even got around to turn 4. Stair-rod rain coming down, so pit crews, they couldn't go, yeah, we've done the pit stop, we're off for a coffee at the back of the garage. No way, sir. You know, it's always interesting.
Well, I was told, I think by Ben Constanduras, that last weekend's 1,000 kilometres was held in pretty much constant rain and storms. Thankfully, this weekend, so far, we've done okay. There's been the passing thunderstorm, but it's really been done and dusted within about 20 minutes, half an hour. Still the scope for something to strike in the next just less than 9 hours, but we've done okay to this point. Great livery on the 216 Porsche of Benny Simonsen currently for Modena Motorsports. It's like a half and half, blue on one side and the fireballs on the right hand side, or the kind of orangey yellow colour scheme which Modena Motorsports are sporting this weekend. I'm not sure whether that's the first time we've seen this, but I wouldn't be surprised that this livery is making its debut perhaps this weekend. Maybe a constant for the Middle East segment of the season. 2 more races to come after this. The Abu Dhabi 6 hours over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of January, so second weekend of Jan, and then just 7 days on from that, the 2026 version of the Dubai 24 hours. OK, this is a bit of a big leap. For those of you with long memories of Formula One, think Jan Lammers, think the Samson Shadow he used to drive. That was dark blue, so slightly darker than the metallic blue on the flank of the Modena Motorsports Porsche, but with a lion as it's made all the way up the
from nose up to the cockpit.
Okay.
So it is a big stretch. But anyhow, for my mind, in these temperatures, that is what it echoes. It doesn't look anything like it at all, by the way.
It's rekindling something, clearly. And whether that was inspiration or a long way away from it, but certainly not going to miss that car. I keep thinking there's an extra car in the race, though, when I see it from
either side,
another
left or
side.
right. Yeah, I know.
So maybe there's scope to have two cars moving forward for Modena Motorsports and a complete livery for one and the dark blue for the other.
Rather cleverly, and I'm sure you can get this on the 24H website, they've got a spotter guide. And they show one flank of each of the cars, but at least for Modena Motorsport, they have a smaller version showing the other flank, because otherwise a quick glance, oh yeah, it's a dark blue one, quite like the dark blue number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche that's leading the way, but no, very different indeed. So another good job by the Creventic crew to get that so well represented. Oh, 3 abreast, yes please, 3 GT3 cars, Mercedes, Porsche and Audi. What a fantastic mix, and side by side they go, and the B-Quick Absolute Racing car with Vincenzo Sospiri. What am I thinking? Vincenzo Ricci. It's actually Chinese driver, not Italian. Sort of the meat in the sandwich, if you will. The Audi was trying to go past, hasn't made its past yet, but for the 999, the Climax Racing entry, Li Chao, yep, he made the move nicely. But just for a moment, there was that little vignette, 3 abreast. Oh, yes. Yes,
the Mercedes of Li Chao now up to 3rd position, having overtaken Vasily Vladikin in the Continental Racing Audi. 999 now 3rd, 4th position for the 69 Audi. And as you say, complicating matters a little bit because it's not on the same lap, but Vincenzo Ricci still going well in 9th position and chasing Dominic Ang, who's now on an out lap. So a couple of moments ago. Okay, so Vincenzo Ricci did have a part in it because they're both also trying to overtake to lap the orange Porsche. And using the slipstream was the Audi to the outside line, but in the meantime, the 999 Mercedes of Li Chao was perfectly placed. Then, though, its progress was compromised a tad by the Porsche. Through goes the Mercedes on the Audi. That was the key overtake. Then they both have to go pretty wide. Well, certainly the Mercedes goes wide, one side of the Porsche. The Audi nearly made it 3 abreast then as well. This is great racing. Yeah, it was sort of into the dip at turn 2, but coming out of 15, Paul Vasily Vladikin, he thought, I'll go the grandstand side, and I think the Porsche's going to stay in the middle. And it looks like it was, and it kept coming every time he thought I'll go past, he couldn't. So he definitely would have had to lift a little bit, and that was all the Climax Racing Mercedes needed. But it still needed to work all the way through 1, 2, and only into really effectively almost in turn 3 did the Climax Racing Mercedes get ahead. And Vincenzo Ricci, sometimes you go, yeah, you've got to be able to put your car somewhere, but he managed to frustrate both of them, unfortunately. But hey-ho, shared it out. Yeah, and well, that's just the nature of sports car racing and catching cars that are in your same class but have not had as clean a run to this point. So a lap down, no, it's more than that, isn't it, for the orange Porsche? 2 laps down compared to the race leader. Just a lap, though, separates the 26 Porsche from Li Chao's Mercedes. I'm not quite sure why the Mercedes, the 999 and the 69 Audi have lost so much ground on Patrick Niederhauser and Konstantin Dresler. That might just be testament to how hard in the early stages Robert Renaud was pushing in the 91 Porsche, and Loic Hartog was pushing in the number 10 car, not least Patrick Niederhauser. Now he's taken over as well. So it's just the cut above that some of those drivers have compared to the rest of the field, perhaps. Yeah, it is. And also the Herbeth Motorsport car, remember, it started 9th in class, having not done any. It got put to the back of the GT3 field because it didn't do any qualifying. And the early, almost first dozen laps of the race, Robert Renaud was constantly trying to get past other people, but he not all the progress was easy, so he'd have been losing ground that he probably certainly wouldn't have lost if they'd gone out in qualifying. However, they did mean they had 3 fresh sets of Michelin rubber to go racing with, which he used one set very well indeed, but again, it's where you find the traffic when you're coming forward. But he had to work hard, but he was very clean, very tidy. And right now, Konstantin Dresler, who's the, let's do the numbers on this, he's the 4th driver into that car. Yeah, he's the 4th in the cycle after Alfred Renaud and Ralph Bone, or Ralph Bone and Alfred Renaud, to get them in that order, who took on after Robert Renaud. But for the Herbeth Motorsport car, it's in a pretty good position, all things considered. Especially because Dresler is one of the bronze drivers to be driving the 91
He's
Porsche.
lapping well.
He is. because, you know, of kind of high-level motorsport, I reckon he didn't do a great deal in 2024. He's barely done any racing in 2025. I think he's new to the Herbert camp, although might have done some racing in the European campaign. Do you remember the Dresler name from earlier on in the year?
No, I tend to remember him from about 20 years ago.
Right.
Just double-checking, yeah. VW Polo champion in 2007, but
Excellent.
you know, he basically had a hiatus after he raced in the SEAT Championship in 2008 in Germany until about 2021. Probably went home, had family life, business life, and back racing. But yeah, he's really, really impressed me. I've been looking at his last few laps, clean, tidy, and quick.
And only 22 seconds away from Patrick Niederhauser, and at certain times, including the previous lap.
Yeah, he's closed in.
Quicker than Niederhauser, yeah, who may be dealing with some traffic here and there. He might also be in fuel save mode, because Loic Hartog from the same car said he was conserving fuel pretty much from the off in his double stint to open things up.
Yeah, and again, just checking this fantastic graphic tells us how many laps they've done on the tyre. The chasing Herbert Motorsport car, Konstantin Dressler, 9 laps on his tyres, 21 laps for the race-leading Patrick Niederhauser, and it does make a difference.
So there's Niederhauser, and he does have company in the form of Lu Wei, who is lapping at a decent pace, but probably not as quick as Patrick would be in clear air. So that's the other difficulty for Niederhauser. He's got to try and fashion an opportunity to get by, even though he's the race leader. There should, I suppose, be some blue flags being waved here and there. The framework on the cars is so tight that it's not allowing us to see the marshal posts. But I'm sure some blue flags are being waved, and if they're not, then Absolute Racing could go are now saying to Graventic, please, to the race director, please make sure that those drivers that Patrick needs to get by, as it's very close indeed, just ahead of them.
Yeah.
And that's the fight for third and fourth again.
Yeah, it is. And Li Chao has just lost out to a very forceful but very direct and positive Audi driver, Vasily Vladikin. So he was the one that lost out in the Audi on this very stretch of track about 2-3 laps ago, getting past the Be Quick Racing Porsche. I'm trying to guess it right. But so third and fourth, very close. It's the Audi, number 69, then the 999 Mercedes of Climax. Then it should have been the Origin car, but Patrick Niederhauser, a lap ahead, is coming on through.
Yeah, so Niederhauser's now cleared Lu Wei, but Lu Wei's on the same lap as the two cars ahead of Niederhauser, so he doesn't want to waste any time either. Audi and Mercedes side by side. That was Vladikin trying to get the place back again then from Li Chao. Did eventually do that, but it was down the inside, so the two cars in the foreground, the ones to focus on, even though at the same point, the number 10 car of Patrick Niederhauser is putting the lap on Lu Wei in 87. So all things happening at once there, and that does go some way to explain why Patrick Niederhauser's lap times are suffering compared to Konstantin Dressler, who again eats just a little bit further away, a little bit more into that distance by only half a second. Lu Wei now down the inside of the treble 9 of Li Chao, and Lu Wei was ahead at turn 9, the Bajaya Tiaman corner, through the double right-hander at 10 and 11 for Kenya Lake corner, and some curb being taken there as well as they head to the really fast sweepers now that approach turn 14 at Sunway Lagoon. But the third position is still in the hands of the Audi, but in behind, fourth and fifth switch around again, with Origin now ahead of Climax Racing. Shame this isn't actually on the lead lap, but that's testament to the speed of Absolute Racing Porsche and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Far from decided, and I know nothing's decided really this far out from the race finish at 10 o'clock tonight, but third, fourth and fifth could be a fight that just goes on and on for many hours yet.
Yeah, it could, but just in the last lap and a half, not only has he lost 2 positions, but Li Chao is actually, he isn't on the pace of the others. That's why they've been able to come past. Sometimes when you're in an overtaking manoeuvre and you're losing out, you lose a little bit of momentum. But he has fallen back, and certainly Lu Wei able to catch him, go past. But maybe it'll settle down again. Again, we keep talking about the different amount of tyre life they have. In fact, the 3 cars fighting over third place, very similar number of laps on their rubber, so nobody's got a clear benefit. But the one who does appear to have the benefit and doesn't even seem to need it is our race leader, Patrick Niederhauser. He's just lapping metronomically A few cars behind, maybe slightly faster, but his tyres are rather older, so he's just the Swiss driver doing just a stormingly good job. But right now, he's bottled up behind a car he's about to lap, Vasily Vladikin, but Vasily's not making it at all easy. John, down to you.
We've got a couple of cars in the fueling area at the moment, but other than that, the pit lane is mercifully clear. A couple of points I want to make about the weather conditions here. It's clouded over again, and again it's quite dark and very threatening, but the last time I said that, it blew straight over. The wind is now blowing all the way down from behind the cars going down the front straight. So behind the cars into the first corner, onto the nose of the car in turn 15. So that's 180 degrees opposite to what we had on Friday, just around about and through qualifying. But the other thing that's, I think, really important for the teams now is at 18 minutes past 1 local time, the sun has gone over its zenith. We've had solar noon about 2 or 3 minutes ago. About 15 minutes past the hour, the sun was absolutely overhead. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get really cold really quickly, but what it does mean is that the pit lane now gradually is getting it more and more into shadow as the sun goes over the top, because the front straight basically is west to east. So the sun's going to now go down behind the pit lane. It's good news for you guys as well, because that means that the sun isn't shining straight in through the untinted part of the top of your commentary box, and it should be getting slightly less like a greenhouse.
Very comfortable indeed. We are in no position to complain at all. A great place to view some of the cars going past us as well, particularly when they're embroiled in pretty stout fights. Third, fourth and fifth has drawn our attention. Now Patrick Niederhauser trying not to hemorrhage any time at all behind the rapid Vasily Vladikin Audi, and he has now finally cleared the Cypriot, but it's taken him quite a number of laps in order to do that. And Patrick Niederhauser finally into some clear air on lap 89. Gap to Konstantin Dresler has dropped to 20 seconds, but that should open back up again now, with the greatest of respect to Konstantin, because you've got a pro driver, one of 4 pro drivers listed so on the entry list, and Niederhauser showed how quick he can be in qualifying yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it was quite robust defence, wasn't it, for quite a while for Vladikin, but bear in mind he was about to be lapped. Again, I was looking for the flags, but you know what, Patrick Niederhauser almost doesn't need any extra assistance or normal assistance, because he's just, I've watched his career for years, he's just super smooth, and he's metronomic in reading out his laps. And certainly your comments, or the comments that Luke Hartog produced when he came out of the car about what he was trying to do to save tyre life and save fuel as well, because of course we had that initial adjustment. When you have a code 60 during the open hour, it always throws people out of their race strategy. They know at some point it's going to happen, but of course we had 2 cars that didn't come in for a very long time. They didn't bother coming in during code 60, and that set them clear. And one of them, what's it doing now? It's leading the race. It's Absolute Racing. And the other one that was out there has just fallen back with Wei Lu into 4th place, but actually running very close to the pace of Vasily Vladikin, who's holding down 3rd in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. But right now, nobody has got an answer to the pace of the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche. Again, a little bit of traffic here or there, but even though he's on slightly older tyres than his rivals, by about 3 or 4 laps, Patrick Niederhauser just doing what you need to do in a long-distance race. Keep it as smooth as you can, clear as you can, and he's doing that very well indeed.
Yeah, so treble 9, as you've mentioned, was one that didn't make use of the code 60. The Ferrari as well was able to stay out for a little bit longer and was therefore able to make a stop of almost 3 minutes of fuel going in. We did mention at the time that the 60 Ferrari of Kei Nakanishi might be in a good position, but then they got smacked with a penalty, and that meant that the next time Dominic Schwager came in, even though it wasn't his error, he had to serve the penalty for his teammate, and that's put them a little further back as well. They're 5th in GT3 Pro-Am. They are 10th when you combine everybody into one entry. And that means that the Michelin Motorsport Porsche that now leads the 992 class has cleared a couple of GT3 cars as well. And Bailey Hall up as high as 9th overall. A fair bit clear of the Red Camel Jordans.nl car of Ivo Breukers now in 909.
One thing I really like about the Michelin Motorsport car, 921, being treated to images at the moment, Bailey Hall, Australian driver, pressing around in that, is the fact they've kept that livery for a very long time. You know, I like extravagant, glamorous liveries, striking liveries, but I'm also a big fan of traditional liveries that it's not just because I'm a commentator, I'm confused, oh, I know that team. It's more than that. I think it lays down a lovely historical layer, and bear in mind a lot of the entries that Michelin Motorsport would have had in multi-class racing over the years. You're bringing in lots of different drivers, bringing in different money, but you know, you look at it and it's ostensibly Michelin Motorsport, clear and plain. So you know, I'll wave the flag for them for the moment, not just because they're leading their class.
When Bailey Hall came in with that car, the number 921, it didn't fuel for anywhere near as long as I would have expected, and compared to the 909 car, just 2 minutes in the fueling area. I can't always believe these figures, I suppose, and I've got to remember that, but it's more like 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which is a decent fuel fill. So I don't necessarily know why that appears to be a shorter stop for Bailey Hall in 921. He pitted almost an hour ago. Peter Mackay was suggesting that these Cup cars might be able to last an hour and a half during green flag running. Their fuel tank is roughly the same size, but they don't burn as readily as a GT3 car.
Well, look, you think about over the years when we've watched them at a race like Dubai 24 Hours, almost on the stroke of the opening hour, in come the GT3 runners and cars that were leading the Porsche Cup class. It's their moment of glory. They go to the top and they would come in 10-15 minutes later, and all it takes is a code 60 to stretch it out to an hour and a half. But you know, good backbone of racing, the 992 class.
Entirely so, and not really designed as an endurance car initially, but they have certainly been turned into that. You get big numbers around the Nürburgring for an NLS race, and certainly for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring there every year. And like you say, the Dubai turnout for the 992 class is always very impressive as well. But great to have them here this far east, if you like, for the first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia. And the first of a few. We have the feeling, although that's still to be confirmed, for a 12 months' time or thereabouts.
But you know, we often focus on what immediately is happening on the track, as our colleague Peter Mackay brings us in. Oh, coffee, how wonderful. Thank you, kind sir. But it's the fact you have other teams and drivers who are coming to see how this is running and going, you know, who may not be accustomed to the 992 Cup class. Local teams from Japan, from China, they'll be looking at this, and I'm sure the numbers are going to go up, because there are many different ways you can go endurance racing, and certainly with such a strong Asian Porsche series, of which Peter Mackay has long been a commentator, there's a lot of brand loyalty too. So it's not just the drivers up and down the pit lane, it's a lot of team chiefs looking at this and going, you know what, I think I could get a gang together for this one going forward.
Yeah, the fan base for Porsche particularly is huge in this part of the world. So those spectators that are here will be very happy to see so many GT3 Porsches on the entry list. But you've got the dedicated Porsche class as well in the 992 format, and Michelin Motorsports Bailey Hall continuing to lead that. Liu Wei looking to try and settle things down a touch. It was Li Li Chao in the Mercedes that we reckon was struggling. And yes, indeed, there's now 11 seconds that separate those two Chinese drivers, but in different types of car. And the rear engine Porsche heading out of turn 14 now down this long back straight.
You know, one thing that's really good, Johnny, I was just looking at the nations involved in this. At the moment, we've got a Swiss driver leading a German, from a driver who's racing under the Cypriot flag. We've got two Chinese drivers, we've got an Indian driver. So we go down through the top six. Top Malaysian home team, Dominic Ang in 8th place overall. So it really is cosmopolitan. But then again, you get also teams entered, you know, under different flags from different countries as well. And it really is super cosmopolitan.
Yeah, a good mixture of teams based in this part of the world meets Western and Central Europe, I suppose. But also there's the aspect from North America as well, with the two guys in the BMW from Cherney Motorsport. Let's go back to John in the pit lane.
Yeah, just a quick audio update for you. A little bit of movement has caught my eye, so I've walked down to 610 Racing, and the 666 car is due on the lane any second now. It's a brand new set of Michelin Cup GT H2s. I think everybody has cycled through their used, the roaded tyres. It's Zhou Yang. He's going to get into the car when it comes to a halt. At least that's what it says on the helmet, so I can only presume that unless he's nicked someone else's helmet, that is Joe getting ready to go. New drinks bottle to go in. Race engineer Terry, extremely experienced on Porsches. Huber and Herbeth is on her CV. And here is that creme anglaise coloured car, as Bruce was describing it this morning. Late turn in, slow down, spot on the marks, and there's the rattle guns. Right front, somewhat recalcitrant, but there's time to get this done. It's not going to be a Formula One style pit stop, so it's going to be the right front, slow them down a bit, so the left front will be the one that goes on last, I reckon. Single wheel nut for the GT3 cars, clean of the windscreen. Tyres are on, just have to make sure that we don't trip anybody up with the air hoses, and the driver is still being bolted into the car, so they've lost no time at all with that tyre change. You might think that, you know, they're taking too much time with these drivers getting in, but you have to be comfortable. If the belts aren't in the right place and are rubbing the wrong place, if you haven't got them on your hands device, then it's going to be another call back into the pit lane. Far better to take 5 seconds longer there, as Joe goes out with a nice roar of that raucous flat six that Bruce was talking about a few moments ago, and he'll head into the pit stop bay. So 610 Racing, another pit stop down, and that's about time for me to hand back to Ben Constanduros, so he'll be the next voice that you hear from down here in the pit lane.
That sounds like, John, that Yang Haojie, or Zhou Yang, as he has on his suit or his helmet, taking that car over, and it will head to fuel, as you say. Patrick Niederhauser crossing the line for the 93rd time, at least the car does. Patrick taking that car over a couple of stints ago from Loic Hartog, and he continues to lead by about 20 seconds. It's crept out to 21.3, but I'm still impressed by Konstantin Dresler's speed in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche to be keeping someone of the calibre of Patrick Niederhauser fairly honest, actually, out front. And Niederhauser would have been pressurised by the timing screen pressure to not waste too much time at all through traffic, considering they were the three strongest cars that he would have encountered in traffic, i.e. third and fourth and fifth, who were all nose to tail in battle, which is a terrific scrap. Unfortunately now, Peter Mackay's fallen off the lead lap, but Vasily Vladikin and Liu Wei and Li Chao look to be very evenly matched.
Yeah, and it's still wide open. A long way to go in this race with just under 8.5 hours to go. But Konstantin Dressler, is maybe a little bit of his pace is coming from the fact that it's his 37th birthday today. So he can't hear us right now, of course.
I wasn't quick on my 37th birthday.
I don't think I will be when I get to it. I'll be just as slow as I am now, maybe even slower. Konstantin Dressler, happy birthday. Well, we might need to get him a cake sent down to Herbert, maybe slow him down a bit, because he's driving beautifully today. The 2007 ADAC Polo Cup champion.
Indeed, we were just commentating on that earlier, but yeah, so his birthday, send the cake up to us, actually, I think, up in the commentary
booth. We can always do with more cake.
Can we ever?
Ajit Kumar, a couple of laps ago, he must have had a spin or something, because in the middle sector lost about 14 seconds on his usual time, but luckily no harm, no foul, and back now into his rhythm, and seems to be gelling more with this GT3 Mercedes than he was with the Porsche Cup car. And of course, as he gets more and more miles under his belt, it seems to be really starting to click, and he's on a par with a lot of his fellow AM drivers, and that's the main thing he's got to do, get that driving time out the way, no mistakes, and clearly the driver aids and the ABS and all those kinds of things, the car seems to be a little bit more kind to drive than the Porsche Cup car, which has a bit of a reputation of being a bit more hard-edged and a bit more raw.
Yeah, well, again, this is part of the sort of knitted-in reason as why GT3 has become a sort of global category. But what I've been impressed, it's not just his speed, it's just how consistent Constantin Dressler is. So he's learned, I mean, he has the basis of a long-standing racing career, albeit with about a 13-year gap in the middle, but to learn from anybody, the Renauer brothers, what can't they tell you about racing a 911 at the top level in GT3? So good work.
Very strong work also from Vasily Vladikin in that Continental Racing Audi. Penalty being served at the moment for the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche, which has just been brought into the pits by Vincenzo Ricci.
Okay, there was a 10-second penalty to serve. This was issued quite a while ago for not respecting event rules of contact. It's not contact, conduct, I beg your pardon. This coffee's stronger than I realised. 10 seconds, that's about all it was at a standstill for, because other than that, they've picked up another warning, but no, an offence, but not a warning. Remember, you get 3 offences for track limits, and then you start to get the warning, and then after that, it goes 3 strikes at a corner, a warning, and then the next one you get a 10-second penalty. So you're not going to get many in the opening hour unless you're unlucky, but they will build up through the course of the race.
Very interesting. Okay, well, it's served now. It's out the way, so served it on the way into the pits. Tyres were 35 laps old, so he'd be definitely looking to get those new Michelin tyres on, and because we've talked about it all day about how much of a drop off in lap time there is compared to the brand new tyre, and a tyre towards the end of the stint, you're talking several seconds, 3 to 4 seconds maybe.
Yep, absolutely so. Right, Vasily Vladikin into slightly brighter entrance to turn 1. He's gone past the red Camel Jordan's Cup class Porsche, but tucked in behind. Third in that battle is the driver running in 4th at the moment, but it's Origin Motorsport Louvet getting closer and closer. Vasily Vladikin's driven hard constantly, but remember, at the start of his stint, he was fighting with Climax Racing's Li Chao. That's silver livery car has dropped right back, and now Louvet has got his way past the red Camels Jordan Porsche Cup class car, now got clean line of sight. So his pink and white, almost pastel pink and white Porsche has now got a clear run at Vasily Vladikin in the sort of largely blue and white Audi up ahead with the red nose. And in terms of pace, but what we've seen here, there are various points around the lap. We can have a little feint up the inside, look to the outside, but in terms of overtaking, the turn 1 and 2 combination, fantastic place to try it. Also, of course, if you're trying to keep it easy, get a good exit from turn 14, get the drag going up to the final corner of the lap, and turn 15. There are other places, but there's not much point taking too much of a risk at the moment.
Vladikin starting to pull away. Vladikin is still graded as an AM+ driver, which does open up a lot of advantages for the team, but he's driving, I would say, at the grade above. He's driving at semi-pro pace right now, and very, very racy indeed in that big V10 Audi. They had a great season actually at Continental Racing by Simpson, several class wins and some really good overall results as well over the course of the year.
I thought you about driving suits, their overalls, very good overall results. I do remember one of our colleagues, Diana Binks, went into their garage at Abu Dhabi at the 6 Hours and said, I've never come out of a more fragrant smelling garage. So clearly a bit of aftershave and perfume wafted around. So
they keep themselves right, don't they? Yeah, definitely. That almost sounds like a detergent advert. Great overall results. As in, yes. If you're washing your overalls, they will look sparklier and whiter than ever.
Well, all good, but the Audi is being hunted now, and the gap is coming down and down, and actually just looking at the behaviour of the Audi at the moment under Vasily Vladikin, you feel the tyres are starting to go, please, what are you doing to me? But his tyres are only 1 lap older, but of course what we don't know, was it a U set? One that had been used in qualifying that's been put onto him, so the very nose taken out.
They'll still count it though.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Count it. Yeah. So if it says 31, that's what it's done. Even if it's some of those were qualifying laps.
So they're on equal tyres. So at the moment, in that case, Louvet is the faster of the drivers on merit, one would suggest at this point. But they're quite deep into their. Didn't come in under the code 60, so they sort of pitted a little bit later, but you could almost ignore all that if you choose, what's absolutely clear is that he is the hunter, and the hunted is Vasily Vladikin in his Audi, just about a second up the track in front of him.
So Vladikin leading then in GT3 AM, just gone past the Origin Porsche, opening the gap up to a second, but it can't be long before they will need to come into the pits. Vladikin is an hour and 7 minutes into his stint. We saw about an hour and 15 was the kind of maximum you could get from a GT3 car earlier on, so it won't be long before he needs to come in, and I think he'll be delighted to get some new boots on there. At the front, Patrick Niederhauser just taking a couple of tenths of a second out of Konstantin Dressler last time by. I mean, Dressler doing an amazing job, but it's worth mentioning that Niederhauser is on 12 lap older tyres.
Yeah, what I would comment at this stage, the Audi's looking very loose. There, turn 14, Sunway Lagoon, and the chasing Porsche in fourth place with Louet is pushing harder, but he has more performance in that car at the moment because the Audi's looking looser and looser. It could be just the tyres are gone. It could be the driver is getting tired. Why not in these temperatures? You've gone more than an hour in this, or it could be a combination of the two, or just a loss of concentration. Again, we just reiterate, and it'll be the same in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. These are hot cockpits to be in, and you can forgive a driver from maybe just slightly missing their braking point, the turning point, as they get hot and tired. Now it seems to settle down. And in fact, Louvet trying his best not to go anywhere near the edge of the circuit. Doesn't want to pick up track limit warnings, and plenty of those. Up into turn 4 they go. Wonderful little climb. 90-degree right-hander, but you can't see the track as you come up the hill. It's a bit like, what's it called now? The corner at the top, the highest point of Donington Park, when I used to make a dreadful fist of trying to race Formula 4 cars around there. You got the slope, and all you see is sky, grey sky normally, because it's the Midlands, and then the track, you have to have faith where the track is after, when you've taken the corner, when you've come past the turning point.
Sheen curve is a bit like that as well at Brands Hatch Grand Prix track. Is it right-hander before the left at Stirling's, I think it is, or Moss?
Well,
right.
So many newer names, but certainly, and I'll tell you what, another one, if you go to the highest point of the Algarve International Circuit, there's a point, if you go around learning the track in your road car, you cannot see the track. It drops away so steeply, I think it's turn 10. Then you go into the compression, rise up the other side, and you see a lot of sky.
Going over the chicane at Knock Hill's a bit like that as well. You're taking a bit of a leap of faith, so to speak, sometimes literally. That's where that muscle memory comes in. But right now we're into the real heat of the day. It's just coming up to 20 to 2 local time here at Sepang, and the cloud cover that was sort of threatening earlier on is starting to clear a little bit. I just stepped outside of the commentary building, and the air is warm outside, but it's thick. It's
okay, because it
really
wasn't
heavy.
That hot earlier, but the important thing is you came in having snaffled some lunch, we hope. You can see the area behind the pit building. That's the direction the weather normally comes from. It's actually swung round about 45 degrees, but how dark was the sky? Because when looking across the pit straight, it's brightening. There's still cloud, but it seems to be higher level than it was.
Crystal clear the other side at the moment.
Okay, we'll go with that.
So we're looking good.
Look at it, 71% humidity, air temperature 31 degrees. And I must say, this is the coolest I've ever felt this circuit. I've been here at other times in the year, and it's been, crank on another 5 degrees air temperature, and it's a different ball game. So if you're going to race at Sepang, January, I would reckon. December to January, absolutely spot on.
It's always tough. Always tough. They have the MotoGP is normally around the beginning of November, late October, beginning of November, and the riders there, they work for their corn that day.
Yeah, I know, for sure.
MotoGP bike round here.
And if you think about when this first had a Grand Prix, Formula 1 Grand Prix in 1999, the race for the first couple of years was held in October, and then they swung it round to largely being about the second or third round of the year in March. And both of those seasons, these interchangeable seasons in many ways, the threat of rain was enormous. Effectively, their spring and autumn seasons start off.
Ajit Kumar racing under a bit of pressure now. Now, this isn't for position because Ajit Red Ant Racing at the moment are sitting in 6th, 1 lap behind Continental Racing by Simpson. Audi, and they just go through. But in terms of fuel on board, there cannot be much fuel left on board of that Audi at the moment for Continental Racing by Simpson.
Yeah, well, the little battle we've been watching a while ago, I thought Vasily Vladikin's time in third place was numbered. He's just moved ahead, put a lap on Ajit Kumar, but Louet, having got to within a second of him, has sort of slightly fallen back. Not by a lot, maybe about another half second, but certainly I thought Vasily Vladikhin was starting to struggle. A man who's not struggling, his name is Ben Constantiouris.
Well, you guys were totally right. Simpson Motorsport by Continental Racing getting themselves ready to welcome Vasily into pit lane. And I sort of thought I queued that up perfectly for him to arrive at my feet. I've just walked out the garage. He isn't coming in. He's obviously very happy with where he is right now. There are brand new slicks waiting for him. The team have got their helmets on waiting for him. And he just drove past the pit. So if we could do that in another minute and a half, that would work perfectly. But it didn't work
Thanks,
well
Ben.
this
I think
time.
it was simply that he'd just got a bit of overtaking done and just, you know, the wrong side of a car you're trying to lap, and he wanted to get past, but you never know. But really, it's all eyes on a driver called Alessandro Giretti. Get used to his name. He's just popped in to the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. It's yellow and it's black and it's car 26. And he is starting to absolutely move around. He just set the fastest first sector of that anyone has managed in the course of the race this far. The car is, you know, not where they wanted. It's down in 10th place overall. It's had that one penalty as well. But right now, he's going to be closing in on everyone else. But they're some way back, and all he can do is show that sort of form that's led to Porsche Carrera Cup success for him around the world.
And lots of it, yeah. He was the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion this year and Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, won the Carrera Cup Asia last year and the Carrera Cup France. So yeah, that's a lot of silverware to pick up, and he's been picked up as a Porsche contracted driver for 2026. A fantastic signing, you have to say. But what Alessandro Giretti is proving here is what the difference on the new tyre is, because he's only on the third lap of these Michelin tyres, and he's lapping consistently, and that's the thing, consistently in the mid to low 205s. The rest of the field, I mean, even Patrick Niederhauser, who's just coming into the pits right now, he was lapping consistently in the 207s on 35-lap-old tyres. So that gives us a very good light-for-light comparison. So you're talking, well, in that case, only sort of 2-second drop-off for that.
Yeah, I think, P-Mac, the most interesting thing as Patrick Niederhauser comes to a stop is how many laps it can be before the pace starts to fall away for Giretti's tyres. But 205s, he'll certainly be gaining a couple of seconds over the fastest drivers in the field, but a handful of seconds over everyone else.
Patrick Niederhauser staying on board then for the Porsche contracted driver, the Swiss.
They're very kindly letting Antares Zhao have a full lunch with coffee and biscuits and everything.
Quite right. Maybe some ice cream as well. Cool off. So Niederhauser, yeah, new tyres on, and then now into fuel. So this is where we will see what is the number 10 Absolute Porsche capable of with new tyres on at this point in the race. We mentioned it's a little bit hotter than when the race started at 10 o'clock. It's now 1:45. And in qualifying yesterday, Alessandro Giretti, Patrick Niederhauser and Luke Hortag, all in identically prepared machinery, same team, same car, same everything, new tyres on the run, and they were all three of them within a tenth. So who's got the pace in the heat of the day?
I mean, this is one of the elements, you know, it's hot but not hyper hot. That's in the cockpit, but it's what you can do on a track that's definitely on the hot side of warm, and intriguing. And for a lot of the drivers, you know, Porsche Cup success around the world for Giretti and Super Cup, but it's very unusual to race on track temperatures that are at the high end. By doing the Asian series, he's got a big lead ahead of those who race largely in the British, the German and the Super Cup series. Huge advantage there. That experience of racing in Carrera Cup Asia, and the standard in that championship was very, very high as well, because you know, Dylan Pereira, he won it again this year. He's actually here coaching Ajit Kumar. So he's a really strong driver. But yeah, that experience of how the tarmac works on these Asian circuits, how it can be really greasy and slippy at points. Giretti really pushing on. He's got a bit of work to do at the moment in time, because he's really a little bit further down the order. That car is a little bit further down the order.
He's working hard at the moment to try and make up for lost time. Let's get down to Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Yeah, and as you may guess, I have Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing in front of me. Brand new set of Michelin Pilot Sport Cup H2 tyres, which were used over here and part of the mid-season onwards in Europe as well. That car has also had a driver change. We get to see James Winslow aboard that car for the first time during the race, I think. And he then sets off very, very good stint from Vladikin, who's got Alex Acker here training him this weekend. We do see Alex sometimes driving as part of the lineup in Barcelona last time, I think. But this weekend, he's just here to train Vladikin, and right at the end with those really, really worn tyres, did a very, very good job.
So Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche still in the refueling area at the moment. It's a good couple of minutes to get the car filled up. The mechanic now giving that universal twirling sign, which means fire her up.
Yeah, one thing that's actually great if you're in the big grandstand here opposite the pits at Sepang is the fact that often our refueling area is tucked away around the corner, but this one, it's in the pit straight. You could see them in front with the little sort of canopies in front of the final few pit garages. So particularly for all the Ajit Kumar fans who are halfway down the straight, opposite their man's garage, they can see exactly where the car is at all times when it's doing the refueling. And of course, it's not a case of just, as we've discussed earlier in the race, PMAC, just going down and having, a quick splash and dash will do. It's all incredibly orchestrated, but it's lovely for them to be able to see it. It just adds to the show. So and of course, if we had about 50 cars in this race, there'd be far more pressure on making sure you got to the pumps at times, because certainly you can imagine over the years, various races, when suddenly there's a desire for people to get all their fueling in. If someone else is in the pump when you want the pump, you can undo all the advantage you've gained by just squeaking a corner a little bit tighter many, many times over.
We see that at Dubai a lot with the big entry we get there, and we often see queues at the pumps like you would see at your local supermarket. So Niederhauser back on the go then. So he's going to do the same stint plan, it would appear, as Luke Hartog did. So 2 full stints right up to the 2.5 hour maximum drive time, which pretty much nestles in nicely with 2 full green flag stints, it would appear, 1 hour and 15 or so for under green flag for a full fuel tank. So now it's up to Niederhauser to put in that pace, and we're going to watch the difference between him and Alessandro Gueretti, who's all the way down in 9th right now, but he is a real reference point in terms of pace now that he's on board that car, and already he's now on the 6th lap of those tyres, and he's now already straight into the mid 206s. So there's a second gone straight away. So it's like you get this initial peak, bit of a drop, and then it just gradually stays there, and then at that last maybe 5 laps or so, then you get a bit more of a tail off. Yeah,
not off the cliff. Do you remember a handful of years ago when they changed the Formula 1 regs in terms of tyres? They got it so comprehensively wrong that it was night and day, wasn't it? Going fine, going nowhere. But right now, again, for teams coming out to race in the warmer climates over the winter, the first thing they have to do in practice is just get a feel for the circuit, and then very much straight after that, how long do the tyres last? Where does it? What number of laps does it plateau? And we saw one set of tyres coming in really rather tired earlier today. Don't push too hard too soon. Seems to be something, particularly on a warmer circuit. It's the sort of thing you gain experience, particularly if you race in Asia. You understand that a little bit more. But keep it smooth. Do not strain your tyres. Do not stress your tyres. Riding on board now with Alessandro Gueretti. He's got no one else to see. Running up from Sunway Lagoon, that's turn 14, up to turn 15, the left-hand hairpin on the start-finish straight. I think he was all on his own at that point. Once he turns around turn 15, he may see a couple of cars just going down towards the first corner, down the start straight. But let's go around a full lap. 15 turns of glory with one of the drivers the driver who is at this point in the race fastest of all on a relatively fresh set of tyres. It's the Be Quick Racing Porsche run by Absolute Racing into turn 1. Looks quite a simple corner. Not so simple. Well, in fact, unfortunately, we've got the LM Corsa Ferrari sitting side on at turn 1, or just on the exit of turn 1, because we saw Gueretti going past. Oh, dearie me. So, luckily, doing a sort of rather lumpy 3-point turn, the Ferrari gets going again just as the Viper needs a Mercedes come through. I don't know. There were 2 cars that went through past us in the pit lane just as the Giretti's car was going through the final corner. That may have been one of the pair, and maybe that led to the little rotation for the LM Corsa Ferrari. But no damage done. But those tyres might say, oh, I can't give you much performance now. You probably flat spotted me.
Probably, yeah. And for Kai Nakanishi, there doesn't appear to be any damage on the car, so it looks like it was on his own. But yeah, you're right, Bruce. Those tyres will be really badly damaged now after that screeching to a halt sideways and backwards.
Yeah, sideways and backwards. And again, we keep talking about track temperature. If you're doing it on a really hot track, there's even more reason to take pain. Sounds though a mic is open the pit lane. So Ben.
Yeah, curious things happening down at Mulner Motorsport. It doesn't look as though this is a particularly panicked stop, but it's on its dollies and it's being wheeled into the garage. Now, I'm just wondering whether we are looking at a brake change here. Driver already in the car, so we've had that exchange, and it's Jiaitong Liang who is aboard the car, but it's now in the garage. Wheels are off. Now I'm just going to see what they are doing. I can't see anything that's being prepared, so it's not as though, you know, sometimes you have the pads and discs ready to go. They are in the corner of the room, but yeah, at the moment, nothing particularly happening. So once we get our cameraman back, you'll have a chance to see. But as I say, car is in the box. New driver is in the car. But for the moment, there isn't any obvious evidence as to what they are actually doing. Brakes maybe now being prepared. But yeah, I was hoping to be able to give you a bit more information there, but I've come on too early
Ben,
again.
fear not, because we might have one for you, a situation for you to investigate. We just talked about the number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari going for a spin. I wondered if it took 2 to tango, and the message on our screen says incident involving car number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari and the number 93 Ajit Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Ajit Kumar at the wheel at turn 1 under investigation. So did push turn to shove, or did the cars hit side by side? Anyhow, we'll keep an eye on that, but you may need to look up towards the penalty box at some point. That's all I'm saying. But I'll keep an eye on the messages screen so I can give you the tip of the nod on that one.
We'll keep a close watch to see. Yeah, that's it. It does seem unusual for Milner to push the car back in to do the brake change. That's unusual. Normally it's done on the pit apron.
You know what? They might just want to get out of it. Though it's slightly cloudy, it's still sunny down there. Any just slightly cooler, you get more mechanics working on the car when it's back in the garage. But I know what you're saying. I try to be the counterbalance.
How much time do you give away putting it in and out of the garage? 25 seconds, 30 seconds? Which makes it's a longer process than it maybe needs to be, as we're already approaching 1/3 race distance. 4 minutes to go until the top of the racing hour.
I would have thought that was quite early for a brake change, but
then
again, they take a lot of punishment in these in warmer weather.
We've seen a lot of rear brake changes required on the 992s this season, particularly in Misano, where it was pretty warm.
It was off the clock warm, let's be honest. About 40 degrees air temperature, wasn't it?
In Misano? No, not quite as bad as that, but it was warm enough, and they were going through a lot of rear brakes there. So there could be. Let's get Ben. You can put us out of our misery here and see what's going on.
So pads on the front of the car, but no discs, but discs on the rear. Discs and pads. So is this something that, you know, we've done so many hours already here through the days of testing on Thursday and Friday, and I wonder whether they didn't prepare the car for like a fresh set at the start, knowing that they'd have to do one change anyway, and it's just happened early. But as I say, the front pads definitely worn down, but I'm surprised to see discs as well as pads on the rear.
I'd be amazed if a team would go into the race without new brakes and pads and discs. I would. Into the garage. I just think that's unnecessary time lost.
They need to come and talk to you, B-Mac.
No, they don't.
get it running. But yeah, I'm surprised about the discs at this point. I think Ben's on it there. But anyhow, whether rightly or wrongly, those have been changed. And you know, but if you've done it after 4 hours of race, does that mean you have to do it after another 4 hours? Therefore, 2 in a race. I'm just trying to simply divide 12 by 4. And that could be the answer there. But anyhow, so Kei Nakanishi back on board with him at the moment. He was the one who had the spin. Was he helped? Did he jump? Was he pushed down at turn 1? That is still under investigation. Quick check on the penalty screen. Nothing to do with that yet. So it's still under investigation anyhow, the contact that led to the Ferrari having its spin.
Okay. So the reason as to why the rear disc has come off is because they've got an issue with the hub. So the disc had to come off to access the issue with the hub, and they've taken the opportunity to change the front pads at the same time. So they've actually got... they're actually tightening up the rear left hub. So that is your main reason is why they're in the garage, and then the byproduct was, well, we might as well do the discs, do the pads whilst we can. Not a problem with the disc at all.
Thanks, Ben.
With the hub instead.
We thought that was way too early. So let's treat ourselves to some highlights, what's happened in the first 4 hours out of the 12. But first, we're going to take a look at where they're ranking just as we get those 4 hours onto the clock.
So at the moment, you have Konstantin Dressler leading the way, a 2:08.512 last time by for him, setting very strong pace for Herberth Motorsport, leading the way right now, but will be due into the pit lane fairly soon, as will the second place car, the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche, sitting there on the podium. And third, it's Absolute Racing number 10, Patrick Niederhauser, who have just pitted. So you could argue they are our net race leader at the moment. In fourth place, it's Ajith Kumar for Ajith Red Ant Racing, 30 laps into that stint at the moment. In fifth place, it's Viper Niza Racing, the first of the Malaysian teams at their home race, number 65. They round out your top 5. Simpson Audi Continental Racing, they have just done a pit stop. They sit in 6th at the moment, so running strongly right now. 7th overall is the number 999 of Tanar Satyan Turko for Climax Racing and their AMG Mercedes, just out the pit as well. So again, they're in a stronger place than what they look on the order as things stand. Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche sit in 8th with Alessandro Guerretti putting in strong pace at the moment. He's lapping in the low 206s as things stand. Then in 9th, it's the LM Corsa Ferrari with the Japanese driver of Kei Nakanishi on board right now. In the top 10 overall and leading in 992 is Ivo Breukers for Red Camel Jordans. It was Milner Motorsport, but at the moment they are in the pits dealing with a wheel hub issue. Modena Motorsports number 216, Christian Chab, one of the team owners, driving right now and sitting in a strong place in 992, second overall and leading the AM class. Axel Bengtsson for Leipert Motorsport sits in 12th overall and 10th in GT3. Then Milner Motorsport, unfortunately in the pits right now. They're being classified as third in class, but they're likely to drop back more time as that repair goes on. 8.5 minutes and counting, unfortunately. The 666 610 Racing sit 4th at 992, followed by Cherny Motorsport, the car in GT4 with Bryce Fullwood driving. Sebastian Schemann, it's driving for Aspesh Racing right now in the TCE class in 16th and 17th overall, back out on track after some earlier problems. It's the number 701 Vortex V8. So all excitement on the grid earlier on with a traditional Malaysian dance display for us to enjoy a little bit of atmosphere and culture as the drivers were strapped in, ready for action, with Marcus Ericsson, the 2022 Indy 500 winner, taking the opening step for Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini. But it was Luke Hartog who made the moves early on to move on into the lead at turn 1 and start to pull away. Robert Renner for Herberth Motorsport making moves forward, having to start at the back. A little issue for Be Quick Absolute Racing as well. A spin for Henk Keeks just delayed them for a moment. Unfortunately for the Vortex, mechanical issues required being towed back to the pit lane, but also issues for Leipert Motorsport with their Lamborghini, with the rear wing actually detaching on one of its mountings as Marcus Ericsson was at the wheel. Not really the way to welcome him to GT3 racing anyway, that is for sure. Red Camel Jordans leading the way right now for the 992 category. going through their driver lineup, as they always do. It's always such a formidable force. But the action is fierce, it's tough out there, and the heat is only going to ramp up through the course of the afternoon. 8 hours to go here at Sepang in the Michelin 24-hour series, the first round of the 2025-2026 Middle East Trophy season. And we have all of the coverage here for you, live and free, completely uninterrupted, with Herbert Motorsport out top right now. So you're tuned in to Creventic Motorsport TV on YouTube, and if you're listening live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1, a warm welcome to you. Just after 2 o'clock local time, so in Central Europe, that makes, quick maths, that makes it...
The morning.
The morning, yes, quite early. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So if you've got up early to see the action, we will reward you with action, I can promise you that.
Yeah, winter sunshine for you, but 2 cars in the refuelling area at the moment, and it's Herbert Motorsport, and keeping the Porsche theme going alongside Origin Motorsport, white and pink car. Of course, they'll be losing positions on the track, but Herbert Motorsport, such a strong stint there from Konstantin Dressler. Fans of Michelin Motorsport, we heard from Ben Constantiouris talking about a loose left hub, or certainly not as tight as they wanted it. And while that's being repaired, they decided to do a brake change, at least at the front end, because that would have been way early in a 12-hour race to be making a change. But Michelin Motorsport, the next driver, is already strapped in, waiting until they'll be released. And that's Alex Liang Jiatong, just waiting to have his go. But the main thing is, when you're working on the car, you already want the driver strapped in. If you know it's a fairly standard... If it's a standard brake change, you'd be doing it, anyhow, putting the driver in. But this time, they're still working on that rear hub.
Not the first time we've seen that. It's of course the engine, the flat 6 engine that's in these Porsche 992 Cup cars is behind the rear axle, and of course that recipe of a racing Porsche 911 has been developed since the 1960s, and it evolves every single time. But the sheer physics of where the engine is, you can't get around that, and they do seem to wear out the rear of the car more than, say, a front engine car would, for example.
You know, but that's the beauty of motor racing, particularly GT and sports car racing. You can go about things in different ways, and I like something where one car has an advantage at one point on a circuit and another has another at a different point. And with balance of performance, of course, they're all balanced, so they should theoretically produce an identical lap time. This is for all sorts of other championships as well. But then that doesn't mean they have to be the same pace at every corner around that single lap. No, definitely not. And of course, that was the 992 GT3R in the GT3 class is exactly this. Is exactly that. It has that same attribute to it. But the Cup car also. But of course, if you're going to have a slight disadvantage, what's the advantage? And the advantage is there's nothing better than a 911 out of the corner in terms of traction, because the weight of the engine over the rear tyres gives it fantastic traction. That's why before four-wheel drive came into rallying, and 911 was such a good tarmac rally car, particularly because it had so much out the corner traction. Now, driver change going on. The Lippert Lamborghini, the delayed Lippert Lamborghini, that's just been brought in by Axel Bengtsson in 12th position. He hops out with the all-black carbon fibre helmet, and I think it's Hampus Eriksson getting in, because blue and yellow helmet, and Swedes do like them. But I noticed when he was changing places with brother Marcus Eriksson, the Indy 500 winner from just a handful of years ago, they do have slightly different helmets. But certainly Hampus Eriksson just won the Lamborghini World Finals we were talking about Misano, that's where it was a few weeks ago, but also winning the North American Lamborghini Championship this year with Danny Formal, so you don't feel he's going to be slowing the car.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Ralph Bohn now taking over the Herbert Motorsport Porsche from Konstantin Dressler after a superb stint for him. And now Bohn taking the wheel. Has only done 35 minutes or so of driving so far in this race. Had a fairly short stint, the way it worked out with tyres and fuel, etc. earlier on, but I think we'll maybe see more of a typical Ralph Bohn double stint now. He's an incredibly fit man, and very match fit as well. Does a lot of racing, and that makes all the difference.
It makes more difference than a lot of people realise. If you're an absolutely tip-top driver, you should be able to pretty much get yourself in anywhere and get dialed in within a couple of laps. Okay, a bit longer if you're having your first move from single-seaters to a GT car, and many people think getting a GT4 car up to pace is almost more physical and harder than a GT3. You've got far less downforce and so on and so forth. Right, who's taken over? Just waiting for the graphic to flick around on the screen. Is Ajit Kumar? Yeah, I didn't think it's Yannick Redon has taken over the Mercedes number 93 that Ajit had been driving, and that's the Ajit Redon car. It's coming out of the pits in 7th place overall, and Yannick Redon, well, the Redon brothers have been very good, but they have been given a time penalty now for causing a collision. 15 second is a penalty that has just been issued, so presumably they have to come round and serve that as soon as they possibly can, because they wouldn't have served that during the pit stop, would they?
They'll serve it at the next pit
at the next pit stop. So it's only just been issued. So as Yannick goes out of the track, he'll report back, all's fine. They'll go, not quite as fine as you've been hoping. On your way in next round, could you see your way clear to stopping for an extra 15 seconds? And the penalty box, by the way, is at pit in, right opposite the gantry, the little tower from which the checkered flag is waved. Just on the pit wall side of that is the penalty box. I had a few penalties, nothing too serious yet, but causing a collision. And the collision with what, you might ask? And it was the number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari that was turned around down at the first corner.
So Patrick Niederhauser leads the race then for Absolute Racing, the Asian-based team who have one of their bases here at the Sepang International Circuit. And heading towards halfway through this tyre stint then for Niederhauser, but he interestingly started this set of tyres that he's got on right now must be a set from qualifying, because there were a couple of laps old when they went on the car. So Absolute Racing deciding to get rid of those tyres now, try and get through those throughout the race. Of course, their AM driver has not, Antara Zhao has not driven yet. So they're very much front-loading their hot drivers early, with Luke Hartog doing a double stint, and Niederhauser also. He's an hour and 34 minutes into his driving time, so has theoretically about 55 minutes left on that. Let's go down to the pits for some more thoughts with Ben Constanduros, who's caught up with Lu Wei.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the very best drivers over here in Asia, Lu Wei, teaming up with the GT World Challenge Asia champions, who you fought so hard with this year. Great to be back here in Sepang, where it all starts the season, and you can end it now here.
Yeah, I really enjoy driving with my teammate in a endurance race like this. You know, we don't have to fight all the time head to head. So it's a good time to enjoy. Like, I'm really happy to be here. And I think this is a perfect way to end a year. And yeah, next one is Christmas. So Happy New Year, everyone.
Tell me about racing as part of the Creventic series, obviously a new promoter for this 12-hour race.
I hope you guys come back again. I really enjoy it. I think it's a new start. I'm hoping there's definitely more people join us next year, because it's relevant new to here. And it's like a new experience for this year. So it will be better in the future for sure. And I'm just so happy to be here with everyone. And yeah, so what a way to finish the season.
How has the team adapted to all of the regulations that are different to the things we're used to?
It's very different. It's like play a different video game. You need to remember all the different rules. And especially the driver change is tougher than any other series. Some of the other series. Because there's no base time for driver change. You need to go as quick as you can, like the pro cars in some of the other areas. So it's challenging. And the BOP here is really big. Like, everyone have a super fast car, so it's fun to drive.
And of course, I guess you're not used to the Michelin tyre either. That's very different to what you're used to.
Sorry?
The Michelin tyre?
Yes, it's a brand new set of tyre. It's my first time driving it. We're still learning on it. Even the setup, we're struggling the whole weekend, trying to find a perfect setup. But we are almost there. Yeah, we learned a lot.
And I'm sure you know the legendary status that someone like Herbert Motorsport have. So being out there on circuit, chasing down the Herbert Porsche, same car, that must have been good fun for you.
It was. Like, all the drivers on the track, they're super gentlemen, they're clean, they do their job perfectly. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Lou Wei there for the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche team. Their beautiful white and pink car almost looks a little bit like a strawberry cornetto when you're about halfway through it. So the strawberry cornetto starts off red and white, and then as you get it then goes more pink and white. I'll show you one day.
That's good, and it works on radio as well, doesn't it? You know, the colour breakdown of an ice cream. We can all imagine. I quite want an ice cream.
I really want an ice cream now. Yes, please. Yeah, and at the moment, Bob Yuan, well, he's earning an ice cream because he's just done 2 personal best laps of the race for this car, 2:06 flat, and now a 2:05.7. So he's by far the fastest driver on track right now, making full use of those new Michelin tyres. So the GT World Challenge Asia Class Champion of 2024, Bob Yuan, is doing a superb job right now.
But, you know, we just heard from Wei-Lu talking about learning the rules and stuff. This car could be right at the sharp end come the end. You know, what have we got left? We've got 7 3/4 hours still to play with, but they're learning as they go. But I really picked up on the comments there about how clean everyone is out on the circuit. You know, there's a very different mindset for an endurance race versus, you know, a lot of these drivers are accustomed to 1 hour blasts. And, you know, with the driver change partway through, so you get maximum of half an hour pretty much. But here they've got time to stretch their legs, but also there isn't the need for every single corner to be a battleground. And I think that's a different mindset as well that you have to bring to this. And I think a lot of drivers really enjoy that. They might have done 10 years racing in sprint races, but suddenly, and you can just see the fields growing all around the world in endurance racing. There's a very good reason for that.
Totally different skill set required here in the Michelin 24-hour series. Avoid those penalties, keep it clean. As into the pits comes the Vortex, number 701. That's about on time. Just over an hour of driving time for Lionel Amrouche. Preparing to jump in is, looks like Philippe Bonnell going to jump back in to the Vortex V8. That carbon fibre space frame machine with the big V8 engine in the middle.
I think it's Victor Moutinho who's about to jump in, actually, having a very quick look as the mechanics. Oh, no, it is Philippe Bonnell. OK, they both have a similar build. I just want to point out, we wondered how Hampus Eriksson would get on in the Lamborghini when he took it over. OK, he normally races in the Super Trofeo, so it's not the same car, but he's very close to the car's fastest pace thus far. So he's early in the stint, but do expect him to go well. But he needs to, because they lost so much time with that rear wing being detached and rear fixed and even just limping in. So they're down in 13th place out of 17 runners, but his pace, 2 minutes 6 seconds laps, that's just as fast as race leader Patrick Niederhauser.
Who's, a little bit of a tyre offset, but on this lap though, he's putting the personal best sector of the car. So again, he can boast to brother Marcus about that. But Marcus, of course, looked to be really struggling in the first couple of laps, and then as we discovered, as the wing popped off one of the brackets, we thought, that maybe makes more sense. And that's always, as a driver, if you've got the credentials behind you, must give so much more of a comfort when things do go wrong that you go, actually, no, I know that this isn't me, this has got to be something else. What great story I heard from Andy Wallace. He was driving at St. Petersburg in the American Le Mans Series in a Porsche RS Spider, and the team were about to get their first podium on only the second race to beat the Penske factory cars, and they were behind a full course yellow, behind the safety car, and he said he was just warming the tyres up and trying to make sure he got rid of all the clag, the pickup of the tyres. And he said the rear of the car was just waving about all over the place, and he's thinking, it almost feels like you've got a puncture, or just feels like pickup. And he's like, it doesn't feel exactly like that. So he gets on the radio saying, I think something's wrong with the car, guys, I need to get in. And they're like, no, stay out, it's pickup, we're going to get a podium, it's just pickup. And it kept doing it, and it got worse. And he said, I don't know. Now, bear in mind, this was 20 years after he'd won Le Mans. He was a seriously experienced guy, Andy Wallace, to say the least. And he said, I had to then make a call. I had to go, because if I was wrong and I cost the team a podium, I was going to look really, really silly. Sure enough, into the pits he came, lost the podium. They took the cover off at the back. It turned out a bolt had come out the wishbone. so he was like, phew. Thankfully, but again, that experience, so my point is, Marcus earlier on, he's probably thinking, there's something not right here. I mean, I've not driven this car much before, but thinking, something not right. Sure enough, when the rear wing popped off, that certainly would have caught his attention.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. But Hampus Eriksson looking, really very comfortable as expected. Just waiting for him to complete this lap 2:06.809. Yeah, he's lapping almost within a tenth of a second, lap after lap. So the pace is good, but he's got a long way to go to even catch the car sitting in 12th place overall, which is a 610 Racing Porsche Cup class car. 17 seconds behind. In fact, he should gain that in 2 laps. Last lap around, he was 14 seconds faster than the car that he was chasing. Different class of car, but Hampus, second year of racing Lamborghinis, has been a hit of those ever since he got into them. But don't know what his plans are for 2026. Maybe they'll continue into the 2026 season in the next 2 rounds, the remaining 2 rounds of the 24H Michelin Middle East Series in Abu Dhabi and Dubai in January. Pit action one feels because a microphone is open. Ben. No, maybe.
Hello, Bruce. Yes. Just give me 1 second. I need to be calm down.
It's a long race. It's a long race.
Yes, exactly, a 12-hour race, and I'm taking it like a sprint. Just waiting for the camera to fire up, because I'd like to introduce you to the star of the show, kinda, if you ignore Ajit Kumar, because we have an F1 and IndyCar driver in our midst. Marcus Ericsson, it is a pleasure to have you as part of Creventic. How are you enjoying being here in Malaysia?
I've loved it so far. It's been a lot of fun, and everything has been really well done, from the series, and from my team, Leipert Motorsports, has done a really good job. It's my first ever time in a GT3 car, believe it or not, so it's a lot for me to learn, but such a fun car to drive. Like, the car is amazing, and also this track, obviously I know that from back in Formula 1. Very different in a GT3 car, but still so much fun, so yeah, had a great time so far.
And how has this sort of transpired? Because obviously you're racing with your brother. Have you got most of the family here as well, it looks like?
Yeah, I got my wife here, and probably mom and dad is watching on TV back home. But no, it's always been a dream of mine and my brother to race together at some point, and it sort of worked out here. Hampus raced with Leipert a little bit in Super Trofeo this year, so we talked about it, and then this opportunity came up, and it fits very well into my schedule as well, since we're in the off-season in IndyCar. So I love racing race cars, and to get this opportunity to go here, it was a no-brainer, and definitely a dream come true to race with Hampus.
I imagine the exchange of information is a bit different to usual, because he almost has more experience of this type of car, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's driven this car a lot, but not the GT3 one, the Super Trofeo. So even though it's the same car, it's a very different spec with the Super Trofeo. So it's still been a learning curve for him, but he's been super fast. Like, he was really fast in qualifying yesterday. Unfortunately, he was track limits, so he got a lap time delete, and otherwise he would have been super impressive. So I've learned a lot from younger brother, which has been fun. But we're pushing each other, and also Axel and Thomas, who is also in our car, has done a really good job. Actually, all of us have very, very limited GT3 experience, if any, before this week. So it's been a huge learning curve there, but it's been, like I said, it's been so much fun. The track is amazing, the car is amazing, so it's been a pleasure.
The team were a bit annoyed about what happened to you at the start of the race. Did you have much of a feeling of what was going on?
No, I went through turn, 13, the quick left-hander, and had like a massive oversteer, and thought, oh, that was strange. I usually have understeer here. And then like a lap later, they're on the radio screaming, rear wing is off, it's slow down, slow down. So then had to limp around and get to the pits, and of course frustrating, because I think we were looking pretty good. I was catching the sort of lead pack, so the pace was actually really, really strong. We've been, struggling a little bit in practice, but car was coming to us in the race. So it was a shame to lose, 5-6 laps with that issue. But still, we're here to learn, we're here to do the laps, so yeah, it would have been great to be on the lead lap, but we're still gonna race hard for 12 hours, we're still gonna learn a lot, and there's still so many battles out there. Even if we're a couple of laps down, we're gonna battle it out and have fun.
Have you done much endurance racing at all?
I've done Daytona twice, but in a hypercar, so it's quite a different experience this, but it's cool. I was in the car for 1 hour, 45 minutes. It was hot, sticky. I was super, super hot getting out of the car, and then, get some food and drinks, and ready to go here again in an hour or so.
We're going to see much more of this from you into 2026?
I mean, I would like to. It's, like I said, first time in a GT3 car for me, but the way the IndyCar schedule is, it's very compact for 6 months, so like really February to September, it's super busy for me, but after that, I have quite a bit of an opportunity to do other stuff, and I've definitely got you know, I really like doing this, so I definitely, I wouldn't be surprised to see me here again in the next winter or something like that. I would really like to do that.
We can see it on your face. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Marcus Ericsson, their IndyCar superstar, Indy 500 winner in 2022. And of course, multiple years in Formula One. But great insight there to, even with that pedigree behind, how a new race car is always a discovery point. But yeah, turn 13, looking at nearly 200 kilometers an hour, right-hander there, and you get a big oversteer moment. Guess that's where the Indy experience becomes very valuable.
Right, this is where things can get busy. What we've had is James Winslow in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi being monstered by Bob Yuan, and Bob ran out of track but eventually got the move done. But turn 2, such an opportunity to overtake, and I'd expect now Bob Yuan's got in front of James that he ought to pull away, because in terms of the pace we've seen thus far from the Origin Motorsport Porsche, it seems to have a little bit more than the Audi. But James, fourth driver in the cycle there, just settling down. He's only about half a second down as they come down the start-finish straight. But the thing that's, as Bob Yuan goes across the line up into fourth place, James Winslow back down to fifth, but fairly tidy lap for the two of them, bearing in mind that both of them were off the track at some point there. One thing I have noticed is that car number 10, does it ring a bell? Is it leading the race or anything? Oh, yes, so it is. 10-second time penalty when they come in for their next pit stop, not respecting pit stop regulations. So there we are. We talked about the rules, having to learn them and not transgress, but at the moment sitting on a margin of 41 seconds. I think they can just take that without too much pain, but you know, tell a racing driver he's got to lose 10 seconds, and I don't think they put their thumbs up to that one.
Well, I'd have to say, in a battle as close as it's been between them and Herbert, who are on two different strategies, so they're a lot closer than the timing screen gives credit for right now. And if your little penalties like that could make all the difference at the end of the day. Both, of course, with the same equipment. It appears from the practice form, the qualifying form, that the Porsche seems to be a very strong package, and we've got some good teams running them, that they're both with that same equipment. So with the little penalties that are niggly, they're frustrating, very frustrating. So yeah, James Winslow, we mentioned there a moment, getting nudged aside by Bo Yuan. Different tyre strategy again, because Winslow 15 laps on his tyre, just 8 for Bo Yuan, but a good example, a great kind of demonstration of just how much of a drop-off there is today here at Sepang, as the track temperature is really high, it's greasy, it's slippy. I mean, Alessandro Gueretti, who's been one of the fastest drivers all week, his tyres are now 22 laps old, and he's now nearly into the 208s. He's in the high 207s now. 2 seconds and more after
big drop-off. The end of the stint. Right, yeah. The Red Camel Jordan's car just having a little bit of a tidying up at the front end. The front splitter clearly has either come loose or they've taken it off, might have got damaged, but that one's being put back on. But in terms of things you need to fix on a car, that's probably one of the easier one. You have access to all of that. Mechanic just lying underneath, getting the fixing done on the right-hand flank of the car. It looks like it's relatively square, but again, at this moment, if you have to have repairs on a car, you do other repairs at the same time, because any car, even if it stays on the track throughout, is going to get some scars of battle. So other mechanics tidying up the other extraneous elements of the car, but it's going to be back on terra firma shortly and pit stop completed. But in that 992 Cup class, they are the class leaders. Ivo Breuker's brought it in. Modena Motorsports second in class with Christian Tjia on board his as the 909 gets going again, but I presume we'll run down to the pits, to the pit exit, and get some fuel on board before going out. So
Ivo Breuker staying in the car, looking like he'll crack on for a second stint, get his driver time done. Patrick Lederhauser now race leader, 22 laps on his tyres, now starting to just slip and slide around a little bit. His lap time's now, much like Alessandro Gueretti, heading into the higher 207s now. So tyre management, we've talked about it all day for good reason. It's going to be a big factor in who wins this Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
Now, just noticing there were no rivals immediately in front of Patrick Niederhauser, but he was flashing his lights furiously because the car that he saw going out the back straight he needed to pass was the Asbest Racing Cupra, running in its own in the TCE TCX class car. Just to let you know, that was on its out lap, but its normal fastest lap is what's that car managed in the race? 2 minutes 26. sorry, best lap is wrong car there. So 2:24 is its best lap in the race. That's no disrespect to the driver, totally different class car, but at this moment, maybe having not long ago been given news that he'd have to serve a 10-second penalty coming in, Patrick Niederhauser is not in a driver in a mood to lose any more than a nanosecond. He's got the vortex tucked across his nose, and the 666 entry from 610 Racing, the team from Shenzhen in China with their Porsche just up in front, so he wants to keep it flowing. Chance to consider the TCE TCX entry. There were due to be 2 Asbest Coopers. They couldn't quite get the second one, get the driver line up, but so they're out on their own in a class of their own, but there'll be more cars in their class when they go to Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But people having to be very aware of this as they come up in their GT3 cars. They're coming in a lot faster, they've got more performance through the corners, but it's their job, not the drivers in the Cupra, to make sure that they get past without any damage.
You're talking 6 or 7 seconds a sector.
Indeed.
Difference. So it's well over a second a corner, about a second and a half per corner. So that gives you an idea just how different a closing speed there are between the GT3 and the TCE car. That last lap for Patrick Niederhauser with that big slide, it's actually pushing on 207 flat, so he's now actually got the pace a little bit back under control now, has race leader Patrick Niederhauser. Now with that pit stop for Red Camel Jordan's a little bit of a delay in for the former 992 leader to sort out that front splitter, which is such an important part of the aerodynamic package of the car. But that means that Modena Motorsports now are up into the lead. They're an AM car and they're the lead of all the 992 cars right now. Fantastic stuff with Christian Chia in that machine at the moment. Again, due to take a pit stop though, probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. But they lead the race in category.
Yeah, a very, very good, clean run for them. Christian, again, driver with a long history, sort of dabbled with single-seaters 20-plus years ago, running in Formula Renault in Asia. But so many of these drivers, they just found their form when they hit the Asian Porsche series and gained experience over a lot of tracks. And a lot of the tracks, as you've been covering the championship over the course of the past 2 years, PMAC, they're sort of quite new, a lot of them. You know, a lot of them you don't have a years of going to some of them, and they're opening up all the time. And certainly on the Chinese racing scene, circuits seem to be being built almost by the year.
But somewhere like here at Sepang, this is home ground. This is really familiar ground. I mean, you don't have to even be from Malaysia or live in Malaysia to come to Sepang a lot. If you know, this is one of the focal points of Asian motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's funny to think that Australian drivers like Daniel Ricciardo, they came from the west of Australia. It was closer for them to come and compete in the Asian series, particularly at Sepang, than it was to go to the east coast of Australia.
Well, but look at, I think El Bamber's the perfect example of where this circuit played such a pivotal point in his career, when his career had effectively come to a grinding halt, and was here working as an instructor and was working with a local driver called Adrian De Silva. And Adrian said, well, I've got he's asking his story, and he said, well, I've run out of money, any more opportunities? I think that's it. And he said, well, I've got an older Cup car, Porsche Cup car. Come and have a go in it. And Adrian said as soon as he got into it, he was so quick, straight away here at Sepang. And he said, okay, I need to help you. And Adrian did, and they put together a shoestring program to do Carrera Cup Asia. Earl won it, then the next year won it again, also won the Super Cup, and 6 months after that he
won a race in France.
He won a pretty big race in France, yes, with Nick Tandy and Nico Hülkenberg. Won Le Mans overall, and then he's been on the stratospheric rise to stardom ever since. But that all happened here at Sepang.
Yeah, incredible story. So perseverance pays. But yes, again, the role of driver coaching. You were hearing earlier that Alex Arca was here to help Vasily Vladikin. You mentioned, did you spot Dylan Pereira here as well?
I did. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. I was looking at our footage in the Global Broadcast Centre earlier, and I'm going, I think that's Dylan Pereira. I'm sure if it's not, it's just like him. Turns out it was Dylan Pereira, so my eyes did not deceive me. He's here coaching Ajit Kumar. So there we go. Current Carrera Cup Asia champion is Dylan Pereira, many times a driver in this championship, usually in Porsche 992 machinery. 992 machinery being driven at the moment by Zhao Qi-Quan. Third in 992 at the moment in the number 666 610 Racing machine. Meanwhile, Alessandro Gueretti up to 7th now. He's just bit by bit dragging that car back up into the conversation, doing his job, but he's now into the 208. So he was the low 205s at the start of the stint. He's got, how many laps has he got in his tyres? 26. So still probably another 10 to go. And he's now into the 208. So that's how much of a drop-off there is. Quite remarkable. Johnny Palmer rejoins us.
I can say we're back to the full complement now in the main commentary box, aren't we?
Don't worry, I'll leave shortly.
No, please don't, because, well, we're all fed and watered expertly by the catering crew here at the circuit, who've welcomed us again at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit for the first time as part of a Creventic Championship. And the first ever 12 hours of Malaysia taking place here at this wonderful circuit. Patrick Niederhauser still charging hard. He's in the lead of the race by nearly 45 seconds now. He's not been out of that car and then back in it again since I've been away, has he? No, still there.
But he has got that car has a 10-second penalty to serve when it comes in at its next pit stop. So that's why he's continuing to try and squeak every corner, find an advantage. But yeah, 40 seconds clear, 43 seconds clear now of the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. But PMAC, they're running on different strategies, aren't they?
A little bit, yeah, because that all started at the beginning of the race. The one and only Code 60 we've had. We saw two cars not pitting under that, which was the number 10 Absolute Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser's car, and the 999 AMG, the Climax Racing machine. That happened around an hour into the race, whereas Herbert, they did take the opportunity to pit, or did have the opportunity to pit more accurately, and took a 15% loaded fuel on. So that is why there's just a little stagger to play out over the course of the day, which could continue unwinding until we take the last pit stops before heading into the checkered flag at 10 o'clock tonight. So also you've got to think there's a stagger involved with tyres as well, because Patrick Niederhauser, pro-graded gold driver, 26 laps on his tyre. He's now into the mid 208s, whereas Ralph Bowen, bronze-graded driver, but on 13 lap-old tyres, he's in the low 207s. Meanwhile, Rick Broikers, who's just jumped in, so he took over from Father Evo. New tyres, bang, fastest lap of the race for that car, 2:10.2. So it's where you are in terms of the life of the tyre is critical to the pace that's been unleashed by the car at that moment.
Yeah, and that is why we kind of pushed, I suppose, as a commentary team and journalists as well, to get that extra column on our timing screen, which is new for me. I think, have you had it all year in the European Championship?
Yeah, but we've had it where it's only scanned the front left or the front right, and we were having times where they were mixing tyres.
Yes.
Now that is an all-four scan.
But that's not an average number, though, is it? Is it the youngest tyre or the oldest tyre?
Johnny, you're getting greedy again.
I'm sorry. But the thing is, 27 laps old for one of the tyres on that car, but that doesn't necessarily tell us the whole story of all four corners. However, it's slightly easier in a championship like this because you get a new set every single time, apart from the qualifying tyres. And I have assumed up until this point that nobody has split those qualifying sets. So once you use one qualifying tyre, you're using all four of them. I think that's been the measure of the day. And generally, they're paired up with whoever used them yesterday as well. So at least you know.
Talking about a different class of car, and brand new sticky tyres makes a big difference.
If you start, Ralph Bowen is about to be caught by Bob Yuan. Yes, he is. Bob should go past. He's lapping 2.5. Well, last time around, in fact, he gained a little bit, but he's a lap down, so he's got to unlap himself. The driver in third place, car number 87, Bob Yuan, the pale pink and white. Porsche is going to pass the black and gold one at some point, and Ralph Bowen doesn't need to try and fight him. There's a lap advantage at the moment, but if you just happen to be looking at a screen or you've wandered trackside and you see that, you go, oh, it's a battle for second and third place. It is, but it's got a lot further to go until track position really matters that much. But certainly Bob Yuan's been going very well. We saw him pick his way past James Winslow's Audi a while ago, and then since then has built the best part of 6 and a bit seconds advantage. So the writing was on the wall. We can see that, couldn't we, Peter? The way that that Bob was going, but since then he's continued to fly.
Well, Ralph Bode's been in this situation so many times before when he's got a quicker driver looking to try and unlap themselves that he just knows not to get drawn into a scrap like that because it's ultimately futile. You're going to lose way more time than you could potentially gain. Just allow that car through because they're still in a great position in the 91 team with a slight change to their driver lineup, welcoming Konstantin Dresler in, I think, for the first time. Has Dresler driven with Herbert before? I'm not sure. He has
a couple of times, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, this season he's mostly been driving with the Proton Huber competition crew.
Yes.
Throughout the European season. He also did one round where he was named in two different cars. He was named in the Proton Huber car. My memory serves, it was a Ferrari. I cannot remember which Ferrari it was, but has seemed to have settled on the Porsche. But yeah, Proton Huber have been doing a good job for them all year. But he's been brought into the fold. I think at the behest of Ralph Bone, not Herbert the team. So Ralph, of course, the kind of driving force behind that project, and he's so competitive, Ralph. He's gone, right, if we need to fit in the Pro-Am class, we need an AM-graded driver. Who's the best AM-graded driver that we've seen this season? And it's sort of the, if you can't beat them, join them kind of thing. Let's take him and put them in, take him from their crew and put him in our crew.
I'm going to attempt to answer my own question because he was apparently in a Kessel Racing Ferrari at Spa.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
But he was also entered into the Proton Huber competition Porsche at Spa, and raced both of them because he finished 6th for Proton Huber and 9th for Kessel.
That's the one, yeah.
And then the following time out, which was Misano, he was back with Proton Huber, where they finished 2nd. Now, that was that in category or overall?
No,
Overall, okay. So a great effort from Dresler, who was joined by Manuel Lauck and Jörg Dreisler and Klaus Bachler, who will have helped them, no doubt, to 2nd position it was GT3 Pro-Am. No, 2nd place overall and a win in the Pro-Am, I think that is.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So he's driven Porsches before. I'll still maintain he's not driven with Herbert, therefore, before.
Certainly not this year.
Okay.
But he's... did he do Ricard? I don't think he did Ricard because...
Can't see it.
No, so that was the race he couldn't do. And a driver who works as a World Rally Championship tyre technician, but who's also a German rally champion, Mark Vollenwein, he stepped into the team for that one race and actually had to take the car to the finish, and they won the race overall as a Pro-Am car. So Mark, he was the super sub for that race, and he didn't have a radio for the last hour. Because when I saw him at the next rally, I said, "Oh, so that was a great win, well done." And he said, "Well, I didn't really know where I was because I didn't have a radio." I said, maybe better that way, that you don't know what was going on.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
That's generally our strategy, isn't it, Bruce?
Absolutely so. It's a lifelong policy. But another driver scored a famous win at Spa-Francorchamps, didn't know anything about whether he'd won or not, was Bruce McLaren in 1968 when they took their first win, because a lot of cars dropped out on the final lap. But bear in mind, the final lap was a long lap. All the laps are long laps in those days when the circuit went over into the neighbouring valley through the Master Kink and then back up. But a little bit of a while ago, that one. But bear in mind, it could be a big weekend this weekend. McLaren, they've got the constructors' title in the bag, just not a million miles from here, but certainly Abu Dhabi, all eyes going to be on that. We would have finished our race and probably even had a shower and be heading for the airport tomorrow night when that racing comes on, but we'll take a look. But right now, this is a different form of racing.
Well, it's almost as if the 24-hour series knew that it was going to be a grandstand finish in Formula 1, so they put a Saturday race on here for the 12 hours of Malaysia.
Yeah, it's all in the planning, you know.
Too right.
So I'm told.
Yep. So Patrick Niederhauser continuing on, but we're in a similar situation now as we were towards the end of Loic Hartog's stint, as in, it's all eyes on that 4th column. And the stint length, which is now 2 hours and 7 minutes. Remember, you can't go over 2.5 hours of track time. As long as he makes it into the pits before that time reaches 2 hours 30, he will be fine, and the team will have all that in hand.
Just had a change of place. Rick Breukers has lost the position, not in class, but that's the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini has finally caught and passed him. So Hampus Eriksson goes up into 11th. Rick Breukers down to... still 2nd in the 992 Cup class, but he's now down to 12th position overall. But I mean, that was coming for a while, and Hampus has beat, again, a bit like Alessandro Giretti. He's got in, got comfortable, got going. And but all the time lost how many? They said it was about 20. How long was? I'm trying to remember how many minutes were lost by the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini when it had to limp in with the rear wing only attached at one. So it's about 6 minutes. Okay, 6 minutes. But anyhow, that dropped them down to 14th place out of the 17th, and it's gradually working way forward. Next target, quite some distance up the track, best part of minute and 12 seconds. It'd be the Modena Motorsport car that leads the 992 Cup class in 10th place overall. Christian Tjia, the driver at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, it was a 7-minute stop, just north of 7 minutes. But as you say, there was a delay on at least the in lap, and possibly laps before that as well, because it had broken for quite some time before Marcus was convinced by the team perhaps to come in. But it was interesting that he didn't know a huge amount about it. It was only the snap of oversteer, which I assume was the point that it actually broke. The warning prior to that was minimal.
Did you gather where it broke?
Turn 13.
Turn 13, you've got a lot of load in the car. You're going down the slope towards one of the trickiest corners on the circuit, Sunway Lagoon, turn 14, where you want to get it right. But at that point, you're eyeing up your turning point. You're thinking, how late can I brake? And then suddenly, if you're not getting the downforce, that must have been a woohoo, wide awake moment.
I liked his terminology. We went, oh, that's strange, because I normally get understeered. And I'm now facing the inside of the track. But that's all right, I'll deal with it, no problem.
That is where you can imagine if your natural environment, Marcus' natural environment, Indy 500 winner, they're tipping into turn one. What are they turning into turn one now? 240 miles an hour? They're swapping into turn one at Indy?
240 miles an hour.
Yeah. Because the average is like over 230 now.
Yeah, they do like their wings to stay attached in IndyCar racing.
Yeah, but even an ever so slight movement it is huge at Indy. So therefore, if he gets a bit of a slide on, he's probably as adept as a world rally driver to catching that when it tries to get away from.
The size of your window for adjustment is remarkably small, isn't it? There?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so managed to gather that one up pretty well. But younger brother Hampus showing his credentials and how good a proving ground the Super Trofeo is to then step into the GT3 still with work to do, of course, to learn the car, etc. But it shows you that it definitely gives a good pathway for drivers to come through.
Right, just
their career goals.
Absolutely so. Just hearing a message actually WhatsApped up from the pit lane from Ben saying there's a splitter online on the approach to turn 4, and I wonder if that came off the 909, the Red Camels Jordan car, because we saw that having one bolted into position. But turn 4, again, uphill approach, very tricky right-hander. The last thing you want is someone else's splitter getting under your front tyres.
The 909 Red Camel Jordan's car had a splitter issue, and they tried to replace it. And we're going to go code 60 in the next 20 seconds. That will be to grab that piece of debris. Now, the last lap, Rick Breukers was 2 seconds slower than he was, a handful of laps ago. So that would be. And that would maybe be a clue, the fact that it might be his splitter, because they had to reattach it. We do go code 60 the 999 AMG not down to 60k. They could well pick up a penalty there. Now down to 60k an hour.
5th place at the moment.
Yes, that was former front-running car. But yeah, coming back to the Red Camel Jordans, that when you lose that splitter, you're going to lose a lot of lap time. So maybe it's theirs. We'll try and keep an eye on it. We'll at least it will go by nice and slowly, so we'll be able to see. But then if that is them, pitting under code 60 will at least reduce the damages. Into the pits now. The first pit caller, Yannick Redant for Ajith Redant Racing.
The flags come out, they're physical flags, but there's also the LED boards that on our side, it's a relatively small LED square, but much larger and therefore brighter to traffic running towards that board on the left-hand side. There's also then a repeating screen that sits on the dashboard, my understanding, in GT3 cars. It's very difficult to provide an excuse that you didn't know it was going code 60. Sometimes the pictures and the real-time action don't always sync up from our perspective, so let's give Tanit and Terricola the benefit of the doubt, but that will be looked at, I'm sure, as it will for everybody in this race, to make sure that they were down to 60 kph at the right time.
Patrick Niederhauser not taking fuel for Absolute Racing race leader. He's got 18 minutes left of his stint time. That that's strange. 32 laps on the tyre. It was pretty well timed, but he decided not to take service.
Ben's watching a lot of these stops.
That surprises me, PMAC, that he hasn't come in at all. Missing pit lane in, driving straight through. Red Camel's Jordan is the car that's missing that splitter, and they haven't come to pit lane. They haven't come to the box. They've gone straight down to refueling. I'm with Modena. I want to have a chat with Christian in just a few moments because he's just done 42 laps on his tyres. And this has worked out well because I'm sure they needed a pit stop. But didn't Patrick Niederhauser need a pit stop? We've gone green already. So it was a very, very short Code 60 as expected. But perhaps it wasn't. It was going to be too short to take advantage of it.
I think it would have been perfect, to be honest, because you could have come into the pits, do a driver change, or to take a driver change, replace tyres, and by the time you've replaced tyres, you're back to green again, and then you can go into the fuel and then take your 100% of fuel in. Strange.
Well. So a moment or two ago, the 909 Porsche drives through the fueling area but didn't stop for fuel. Thought about it, edged towards where there was a free pump just in front of the Mercedes, but yeah, 909 Red Camel Jordans.nl car back into the race.
Back in the race without a front splitter. So obviously not, we gathered they didn't get a new one. It was visual confirmation. But the confusing thing for the trio of us up here and Ben Constanduros in the pit lane was why Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche. It didn't come in the first Code 60 at the end of the opening hour, and maybe it's just a tactic, but bear in mind it's also got a 10-second penalty to serve at some point as well.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Can't do that during a Code 60, but I'm just thinking
which is
that one fell closer to when they ought to naturally have come in. Maybe they simply got the gen and thought, it's going to be a short Code 60. Is it worth it? Is it not? But all three of us reckon it probably would have been for race leader Patrick Niederhauser to come in during Code 60, make the stop and go out. But maybe it's a policy they've decided not to go for.
The penalty has been cleared off the screen. So maybe it's been rescinded, possibly, or cancelled. Yes, it's been cancelled, so their penalty has been cancelled. Now, Modena Motorsport are leading the 992 category, and they may be about to strengthen that position because Red Camel Jordan surely are going to have to go and put that new splitter on at some stage. So let's hear some more from them with Ben Constanduros in the pits.
The car felt great, and it's great to be back in Sepang.
I mean, you were looking at the timing screens and shaking your head, so you obviously got high expectations of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to play with these tires. It's the first time for this team to be on these new tires. So we're just still working on them and working on the strategy and the setup, and we haven't just quite got it right yet.
And you're in a very competitive field because you've got Red Camels Jordan and Michelin Motorsport that come from the European Series and know this championship well.
Well, I think we're aiming for a podium, and there's some tough competition, but we're going to make it. We're going to make it work.
Now, you normally do Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, is that correct? So that is a Michelin shod series, but are these tyres quite different?
Very, very different. Yeah, completely different. So the other Cup tires were specifically made for the 992, and these are more enduro tires, and it's been it's taking some time to get used to, but they're great, and the deck is good. But just the overall pace, we're not quite there yet.
And tell me about driving here at Sepang. It does seem like it's one of Helmut Tilke's best.
I mean, for us, it's really great to come back to Sepang. We consider it one of our home tracks, having been brought up in Jakarta, so not far away. So it's always great to see the fans and the track.
And you've got a new home track now for Indonesian fans.
We do, yeah. That's we're looking forward to racing there as well.
And Creventic, racing here as a part of a Creventic race, obviously a new promoter for the 12 hours here. It seems like a positive step.
I think so. We love Creventic. We're going to be racing with Creventic in Dubai in a couple of weeks. So I think it's going to be a great change for Sepang 12 hours.
Thank you very much for your time, Christian.
Thank you very much.
Christian Chia, who, is from originally not that far away, although racing with the Canadian flag next to his name this weekend, joining compatriot John Shen. A big smile on his face, mind you, and clearly loving the action around here. They fancy a podium, might be slightly better than that, as in either a second or maybe a win that they're up for grabs for, but they'll have to push a little bit harder, and they've set themselves certainly a target that they can reach think they have great respect for the European racers in this weekend's race, who have more experience of the meat of the European season, of which will be 5 races again in 2026, by the way. A couple of visits to... No, sorry, just the one visit to Italy, Mugello, and then Belgium, the south of France, Germany for the first time, and Spain for the only 24-hour race on the bill for 2026. It'd be great to have some of the teams that are local to here being drawn to a Central Europe campaign as well, if they can find that working logistically.
Well, the weather wasn't brilliant when we were in Italy at Mugello at the start of this year, but it's such a magnificent circuit, and it's something that has always been the essence of the 24H series. Go to great circuits. People want to race on them.
Yeah.
And, you know, any series that has a round at Spa gets my vote, but I think it's the other ones in the mix as well. Paul Ricard in summer, well, what a wonderful place to be. Can be a little bit warm, but great track. But it's the diversity, you know, and this time, and again, like you, I honestly scratched my head when I realised it was the first time the Creventic Series, 24H Series, were going to the Nürburgring. Hop, skip and a jump from their base in the Netherlands, but great to have. And do you think every 5 laps you're allowed to turn left and go through the Sabine Schmidt curves and do a quick lap of the Nordschleife? You might lose a bit of track position, but you've got to have fun.
That's like a joker lap that is not a joke at all. You know,
far from a joke.
Exactly. It will increase your lap time tenfold, but everyone will be tempted to do it, no doubt. And there'll be a lot of teams actually that are in for the 12 hours of the Nürburgring at the start of July, whose main base is the Nürburgring. You know, think about the number of laps that Mühlner have done around there. I know they're Belgian, but their second home is the Nürburgring. Proton Huber, we were just talking about as well.
Now, at the moment, we have the timing screen lighting up with the Ajit Red Ant Racing, number 93 Mercedes, personal best sectors on both Sector 1 and Sector 2 right now for Yannick Redon, and best lap of the race for that car on the previous lap. However, I looked at it and I thought, Yannick Redon's got 45 minutes of driving time, so less than 50 minutes. The importance of that is it will come out in a moment. But they did put on new tyres because he's only got 3 laps on his tyres at the moment. Now, under code 60, if the tyres have less than 50 minutes on them, you cannot change them. Now, whether that included the time from they were used in qualifying, hard to say, but they've just been given a penalty, 10-second time penalty, for not respecting the pit stop regulations. So, is that because they've put tyres on when they weren't supposed to, or is it something else? An assignment for our Cub reporter, Ben Coston.
The Cub
reporter.
We've all gone silent because I think we're thinking the same thing. He's reached another round figure, you know, less of a cub.
A cub with candles on his cake, that's what we'll say. I'm one to speak, obviously. But
Ben now wants to defend his position, and who can blame him? Go on.
To point out who was fastest.
Well, that's got nothing to do with age, has it? It's more to do with experience, surely. Someone who's been round the block a few times.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in which case, there we go. Yes, I'm no spring chicken. I just have a young face.
I'd just like to point out I wasn't on the kart track, thank goodness.
True.
I'm saying nothing. You see, I'm covered by a cloak of invisibility. It's all fine.
Bruce has got nothing to prove. That was the line you gave us anyway, I think, ahead of stepping out of competition. Probably the safer place to be. Patrick Niederhauser leads on a lap at 132 and leads by, well, 40-odd seconds, 45. I think as our last check, Ralph Bone might be losing a little bit here and there in comparison to his fellow Porsche runner. And Bob Yuan for Origin Motorsport make it an all-Porsche top 3, and that's, Peter Mackay, rather what you were suggesting as far as the sector times were concerned, out of free practice and night practice as well. Porsche, you were telling me, and that's not really a surprise now. The one surprise might actually be the Audi, because the Audi had been being outperformed by the AMGs for a lot of, Thursday and Friday running, and they dominated in the grid positions as well. But every credit to the drivers in car number 69. James Winslow now at the wheel of that, but we've had a spell of Damien Shosek. Alex Bukantsov began the race, Vasily Vladikin as well. So they've been through all 4 of their drivers. They all look pretty strong.
They do, and I would say that we haven't really, I don't think we saw the true performance of that. And remember, it's the only Audi in the field. Yesterday they had problems with gearbox change, etc., didn't do qualifying, what have you. But the balance of performance in Barcelona, the last round of the European season for the Michelin 24-hour series, the Audi was a really, really strong package in the race across all 3 sectors of that circuit. And since then, it has only been given more performance because it has 2 of the 2 air restrictors on the engine. Each of those restrictors has been given 2 millimeters more, which allows more air into the engine, therefore more power. So it's not a surprise to see the Audi going well at the moment, but of course it's the only one, so it's the only kind of reference that we have, whereas we've got a whole slew of Porsches in GT3. But again, the pace that they've shown not only this week in practice and in qualifying, but also in GT World Challenge Asia the last 4 years at Sepang, it's been the fastest car in the race. So it's clearly a package that works, as just right on cue, that one of those Porsches, the race-leading Absolute Racing machine driven by Patrick Niederhauser, into the pits.
And just to reiterate, we were talking of a 10-second time penalty. I just want to point out the bit that I didn't notice for a moment. That was rescinded. That's why Patrick's been able to drive down the pit lane and just looking to... Is that Antares out? Have they allowed him out of the garage? Yes, they have, because, of course, the hard work was done by, right from the start of the race, in the number 10 Porsche, Loic Hartog doing a double stint, Patrick Niederhauser echoing that. But, of course, again, 12-hour race, and you have to do some racing in each half of that, do you not? In each 6 hours.
Say again, sorry?
The 6-hour split, I'm trying to dive through my notes about... you have to do no more than 4 hours in the first 6.
In any 6.
In any 6. Yeah, in any 6. Any 6, that makes more sense, doesn't it? Okay, we'll unravel that one.
I know what you're trying
I've got it backwards.
I know what you're saying, but I don't think you have to, as any single driver, you don't have to feature in the first half of the race and the second half of the race. You can front load it.
So you could front load it.
And that makes it more difficult potentially on the strategy. But it's already quite difficult. This is a rule from Le Mans as well, mind you. It's a kind of conveyor belt of 6 hours, which creeps forward and creeps... The front of it creeps forward at the same speed as the back of it. And it's, imagine this sliding scale. And with any snapshot of the 6 hours, you can't have driven for more than 4. But the 2 hours and 30 minutes driver limit is useful in that. Is there still a rule whereby if you've been in it for 2.5 hours, you then have to take 50% as a rest period before you get back on board? So
which you would need to anyway, because you're always going to cycle it through. You cycle it through the drivers, and also...
But it's mandated that way. So if you did 2 hours, you have to take an hour's break before you get back on board.
Which you would do anyway. Well, one driver who put in some red-hot pace in the previous stint was the Be Quick Racing Porsche of Alessandro Gueretti, a driver very much on the up at the moment, and he's caught up with Ben Constanduros.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to have the likes of Alessandro and the quality that you bring to Asian motorsport with us this weekend. How are you enjoying your first 24H series experience?
Yeah, first of all, I'm super happy to be here. I'm thankful to Be Quick Absolute Racing Team for the opportunity, and also to Porsche. So yeah, it's my second GT3 race ever, and it's my first big endurance 12 hours, so I'm really happy to compete. As you can see on my face, it's really hot. I did my first stint, which was really good. I had a strong pace from what I just saw, so I'm happy.
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of experience with big, long races.
No, I'm a sprint driver because I used to be Super Cup and Carrera Cup. And I think I need to also work on this because I need also to manage the tiredness because it's really demanding physically because it's really hot. So yeah, it's part of learning, and super happy.
But more than just being inside the car and pacing yourself, I was in the chill out zone earlier, so hyped and so excited in the early part of the race to see what was going on.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of cars on track, some overtaking, great moment. At the end was a bit challenging with the tires, but still is really, really cool.
Lots of sweat going into your eyes. Apologies for that. The experience of the GT3 car, you got a little bit of that. Obviously, Carrera Cup tends to not be in the GT3 car itself.
Yeah, I cannot open the eye. I have sweat in the eye, sorry. Yeah, it's quite different, but I raced here in Caracas Asia last year, so I had some experience on this track, and also I was used to drive here in Formula 4 SAA and F3 Winter Series, so I know the track well.
I will let you go and bathe your eyes. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, that's a horrible situation. I had similar actually after our karting exploit, and I know that is nothing in comparison, but we feel his pain. And honestly, from a conditioning point of view, if you've got a Porsche champion there, double champion this year, but he's only in the car for 40, 45 minutes, and it's kind of psych yourself up for one race, you do your stint. I mean, it's frenetic stuff, but it's a stint, and then you get out, and then you're often got, you know, lots of team members there with a towel, and you're the focus when you got out of the car. You're not necessarily the focus here because the ingoing driver is then where all the team are looking at, and you don't necessarily get the attention. So this is, you know, kind of culturally, from a conditioning point of view, he might not be as experienced as someone like a Ralph Bone, who's not as quick, but knows what a 24-hour and a 12-hour race is far more.
It's a brilliant learning ground, isn't it? Only second ever GT3 race, which is mind-blowing. You think of the pace that he's putting in for Alessandro Guerretti. But you think of like a running races, 100 metres, if you put a 100-metre racer, even in an 800-metre event, they're not going to be attuned to it.
Different.
It's totally different, a totally different set of athletes. And then you take that again, an 800-metre racer going into a half marathon.
Yeah.
Again, different. So don't get me wrong, they're still quite handy at running fast. But it's, conditioning to those very specific conditions. But it's also, you look at the pathway of Alessandro Guerretti's career. I mean, the Carrera Cups are a great way of proving his natural speed and the way of finding every last detail in performance. He's proven that. He's got the ink to paper on the contract. Now Porsche will be taking him to the next step, as they've done with so many drivers in the past. They're going, okay, now we're going to start placing you with the customer teams, and you're going to race all over the world, and then if that all goes well, a couple of years later, you get lifted up and into the full works team. It's a conveyor belt that's been running for at least 25 years. When they had the UPS junior team, they ran cars in Carrera Cup Germany and brought drivers through there, guys like Rockenfeller, Lucas Luhr, Mark Lieb was a good one, Timo Bernhard, etc., Jörg Bergmeister, and on, and they all got brought through that junior team and put up through all the way towards the works team.
And they've all learnt probably the awkward way as well, that the one thing you need in a post-stint interview is a towel in hand, so that you can just stick that on the eye. You know, that's something that Alessandro will remember moving forward, I'm sure. But great to have him again as one of the 4 pro drivers here this weekend. The others being Robert Renauer, Marcus Ericsson, and Patrick Niederhauser. And we've been speaking quite a bit about those 4 drivers whenever they've been in the cars, but that is not to overshadow the talent of all of the other semi-pros, the AM pluses, the AMs, who were part and parcel of qualifying yesterday. And great that a few years ago now, the 24-hour series adopted the current qualifying format, which does incorporate all, if not 3/4 of your driving talent as a combination to get your car a good grid position, and done on a 3-lap average. But the AM, who has to do the opening session, is therefore a huge part of that success if you end up on the front row, and even better on pole position within your category. Rick Broikers leading the 992 class.
But he's losing 2 seconds a lap, I'd say, without that front splitter.
Rick, yes, okay. So that's an interesting area to be looking at, to see how quickly the 992 AM cars are catching. Unfortunately, Mulner Motorsport remaining in the pit lane at this time. That's a pit stop that's only just started. Remember, the Mulner Motorsport car had the difficulties with the hub not too long ago. I know we're doing a change down at pit lane level with Ben Constanduras heading out to cool down a little bit, maybe wipe some sweat from his eyes. And we welcome back to pit lane John Hindhaugh. Hello.
Ben was stemming away there, and I'm just taking on the task. It's still as warm as it was in the past. That overcast just keeping the heat here on the pit lane, but one car only in the fueling area, and we've got the 610 Porsche back in again. The what was it you called it? The half-eaten cornetto?
No, that's the Origin car. Yes, the strawberry
car,
cornetto,
yes.
very
Okay.
important. Which
Strawberry
goes,
cornetto.
it starts red and white, and then as you consume, the top deep red layer comes off, and it's kind of pink and white underneath.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've never.
Yes.
Whereas the 610 car, Bruce likened to the bread and butter pudding he had for his breakfast.
Or the vanilla sauce.
Well, no, to the
Oh, the vanilla
sauce that
sauce,
goes with
yeah.
it. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's the key part. It's a very sort of thin creme anglaise, isn't it? That comes with that. Nick Damon would be delighted at the selection of pastries and sweet goods available for breakfast. I think he just like him walking around.
No profiteroles for breakfast though, so Nick would be disappointed by that, I think.
Well, that is very true.
It's interesting that a couple of
indeed.
Porsche teams though have favoured the dessert shades, whereas we've had the pink pig before, haven't we? Going back a long, long way. That's definitely a main course.
Yes. I feel you got
Yeah. The words rabbit disappearing and whole spring to mind here.
Let's keep going. I've got my pink pig socks on today.
There you go. Perfect.
Oh, you had your Mazda winning socks, 1991 winning socks on yesterday, didn't you? I noticed those peeking under your blue trews.
Did. I love my racing themed socks.
Just noticed a couple of cars that have switched position, but they're too far apart now. So one of them pit. That's the Melvin Moe Vipanizza Racing Mercedes, which has got ahead now of Mike Joe's Climax Racing Mercedes, and therefore treble 9. Yeah, it did come into the pits, didn't it? I'm just confused why it wasn't being shown as being on an out lap, but he might have already started his next flying lap. But that is a position change to Mercedes, who've been matching one another stride for stride since quite early on, actually. And the three AMGs in the race are now together on the timing screen, 5th, 6th and 7th places.
Really impressive first flying lap from Antares Aus, the AM-graded driver, alongside two superstars in Luke Hartog and Patrick Niederhauser. Yes, it's on fresh tyres. He's just done a 2:07 flat.
Wow.
That's a quick lap for an AM-graded driver. That's the kind of pace we've seen from Ralph Bond. I mean, at the moment, Ralph's on 29-lap-old tyres, and he's done a 2:08.5. You think, oh, he's a second and a half off. No, if you're a second and a half off with tyres that are over 25 laps older, that's really, really good. So, but Antares now doing his job. Now, he has 2 hours of minimum driver time. Is he going to do all of that in one go, or is he going to do a single and then do another single later? I mean, at the moment, Absolute Racing, they've put their 2 hours for Luke Hartog, then 2 hours for, in fact, slightly longer than that, nearly 2.5 for Luke Hartog, and then nearly 2.5 for Patrick Niederhauser. So will they do that with Antares as the AM-graded driver? Pit stop for Czerny Motorsport with their BMW, a team that got started in BMW racing in Germany with the 316 Cup, and they've effectively become the go-to team to build those cars and run those cars in that championship. So that's why I presume that's why they've got a BMW GT4 car.
Would make sense.
Yes, it would.
Certainly. And it's beautifully turned out, despite the problems last night in night practice. And Damien Hamilton, I seem to remember, was at the wheel of the 445 when it left the circuit at turn 15. Not sure to the extent of what the problem was there, whether that was something failing on the car or a genuine error from Damien Hamilton, but it did do some damage to BMW number 445. They were up till 4:30 this morning fixing it, but it does look great now. It had an impact on how night practice was run, though, as well, with red flags being shown for 15 minutes, but that extended the session to, what, 8:45 last night. It was all done by, yes, 8:46 to be exact.
Guys, and I think he stayed in the car, didn't he?
They were doing some work on the tyres, which prevented us from seeing whether there was a driver change or not, but we will confirm that in a moment, John, as to whether Bryce Fullwood stayed at the wheel.
I think the Aussie supercar star has stayed on board. Interesting chat with him earlier on, if you weren't with us, quite clearly, although he's staying in supercars next year, in the enduro part of supercars, which comes towards the end of their supercar season, so August, September, October time, including the great race at the Bathurst 1000. My pick, by the way, for the race of the year in the Midweek Motorsport Awards show, which will be on Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK, and you've still got opportunity to vote on that. www.radiolemans.com or radio-show.co.uk, and you'll see the Midweek Motorsports Series 20 episode 47, and if you go to that, there's a voting page there, including for the listener award. No, Bryce got out of the car, because I can now see him in the back of the garage. He's just going in the chill out area. We'll get a chat with him in a wee moment's time. But it's very clear from what he said to us earlier on, gentlemen, that he wants a new challenge. He wants to come GT racing. GT4 at the moment. He's tested a GT3. He's not raced one yet. And I'd be surprised not to see him at Abu Dhabi and Dubai in something. And talking to Aaron, his representative, for a little while this morning, there's an opportunity for him at Bathurst as well, a circuit he knows very, very well. So let's see where Bryce Fullwood turns up next. We know, do we not, Mr. Mackay, with Shane van Gisbergen, with Chazzy Mostert, he's just won the Supercars Championship, that the skills from Supercars, which is a unique formula, are clearly transferable into GT3 racing, because they've come out and raced at the very highest
even
level.
More transferable than even beyond that. Look at what Scott McLaughlin's done in IndyCar, and it didn't take long to get up to speed, which was great to see with Team Penske, and still remains part of the championship. So yeah, if you can win in V8 Supercars, you can win pretty much anywhere. Into turn one, race leader number 91, Herbert, Porsche, Ralph Bohn. I feel like if you've got a bingo card watching a Michelin 24-hour series race, Herbert into the lead is probably one that's an easy one to tick off. If you've not got that, you're not winning the hand, because it's gonna happen at some point. They're just such a, and this is probably the best compliment you could give a race team. They're metronomic.
Yeah. They're almost boring, to be honest. The rhythm is it's a striking word, but
yeah.
But yeah, their consistency to go to the top of the pile quite often in a 12-hour race and then a 24-hour race as well. You kind of go, oh, they're at it again, and they do it. I mean, even more so with this black liveried car, stealth-like. That they didn't show any form in qualifying, because they weren't even in qualifying yesterday. But it didn't. I wasn't concerned for Herbert Motorsport fans. I thought, just relax, it's fine. They can come from the back of the whole grid if they wanted to. I know they started 9th, I think, because remember that the cars were grouped within their categories. But you just knew. But Robert Renault in for an opening stint. They were one of the ones that pitted, I think, just after the Code 60. So they didn't stay out like Hartog did in the Absolute Racing Car. But again, their strategy clearly has been within team. Let's get all 4 drivers through as quickly as possible, just so everyone has a feel for the track conditions, how the car's going to possibly fade through a stint, how the tyres and their performance might trail off very slightly. Although generally the comments about the Michelin tyre used this weekend is that, yes, the peak performance disappears, but then it just plateaus to a very predictable level, which is perfectly manageable as long as you've looked after your tyres in the opening, I don't know, quarter of the stint. Then the performance, once it's edged off a little bit, just stays there all the way to the end of just beyond the 1 hour marker. So Ralph Bone leads Bob Yuan in a similar Porsche for Origin Motorsport. It's a top three of Porsches because Antares O's doing well in the number 10 car as we head back to John in the pits.
Well, we were speculating whether he had got out. He has got out of the car. Bryce Fullwood being the he. Single stint there. Was that? I mean, you look fresh. You look fresh when you got out of the car. How was that?
I've never driven a car with aircon before. So, yeah, it's not. I'm good. Ready to do it again.
Hang on, supercars don't have aircon.
No, race cars have aircon? I didn't know that was a thing until this weekend. No, we have a cool suit and a helmet fan. But this weekend we have aircon in the car and no cool suit. And there's a helmet fan, but it doesn't connect to my helmet, so just aircon. But yeah, it's good.
How did the balance of the car change throughout the stint? You probably were in there at around or at the hottest time of the day in terms certainly of the heat from the circuit surface itself.
Yeah, definitely. Just probably the last lap, it started to really fall away. It's hurting the rear tyre a little bit, but nothing I wasn't able to manage with some brake bias and trying to drive around it a little bit. But the balance was pretty good, pretty happy, I think. As the track cools down, as we go into the night, the car will get stronger.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? We're going to have about 3 hours of nighttime driving tonight. We always say at the 12 hours of Sebring for the American series that you've got to set your car up because it's 3 or 4 hours at the night. That's when you've got to be good. All right, it's a small competition for you in GT4, but you obviously want to get as far up the overall as possible as well.
I think, you know, for us, unfortunately, we're the only car in the category, but we are this weekend. But we're still executing it as if we're trying to win, you know, with 20 cars behind us. So the team here have done a really good job. You know, the way we've set the car up and the way we've approached this weekend is as if we've had someone pushing us the whole way. So, and I think that's it's good for the team to operate that way and try and drag the most out of ourselves.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was good fun. I mean, obviously, I'm flat out in the mirrors watching the GT cars catch me.
They come up quick, don't they?
Yeah, I got a little bit of time to sing some songs and stuff down the straight. It's quite a big track, and the car's not the fastest, but it's still really good fun. The track's amazing. I mean, how grand is it, you know? Had a really good time.
Thanks, mate. Go well.
No worries, thank you.
Bryce Fullwood, if we just step outside, we've got a pit stop down to our left, and it is Herbert, so perfect timing. So stay with me for a second. Ralph Bone getting out of that car. In fact, he's already out of the car. The 001 on the Lumi rank, and that car is down and away. Now let's have a look at these tyres. I was having a look at another set of Porsche tyres a moment or two ago. 32 laps on these tyres, and it's the inside shoulders that everybody's been worried about. There's absolutely nothing wrong with those. They have done a cracking job for 32 laps. Just starting to see a little bit of wear on the inside shoulder, but nothing like the Porsche that I was looking at before, where there was evidence of a little bit of wear. That's pretty decent across all of that. Very experienced team, and we'll try and grab a word with Ralph once he's cooled down and got out of his suit a little bit. He's just in the back of the garage.
I'm thinking that was a full stint rather than the 37 minutes or so that he did earlier on in the piece, and that was just because the 37 minutes originally was just where the A code 60 fell, and then a convenient time to switch drivers, but that was just more than an hour, was it?
Yeah.
But again, they're not keeping Ralph in on a double. They've chosen to switch drivers again. So I think at every possible opportunity, in every pit stop, they've done a driver change at Herbert. And from a refreshing your driver talent point of view, that's maybe not a bad move.
think it's a really strong move. Yeah.
Especially in the, it is warm today. It's pleasant outside the car, as we've said. Conditions pretty much perfect from a spectating point of view, but in the car it is slightly more uncomfortable at times.
And when you've got 4 drivers in a 12-hour race, you kind of need to keep cycling people through. In a way, you don't really need to do a double. Whereas for Absolute Racing number 10, which it seems like it is building towards a head-to-head between Absolute Racing number 10 and 91 Herberth. But Absolute Racing, they've only got 3 drivers, of course. So maybe that's why they decided with Luke Hartog and then Patrick Niederhauser to do doubles with both of them. Also, both top professionals who have got that fitness level to do it. I mean, to do a 2.5-hour run in a GT3 car in this heat, you need to be a professional athlete or do a huge amount of personal training.
Yeah.
Because the demand on the body is enormous in that heat.
Yeah, and some of these cars, as Bryce Fullwood was just explaining to John, have some creature comforts. There is some aircon in most of them, but that only goes so far. And with a circuit, particularly here at Sepang, which is changing direction almost constantly, and it's a left-hander followed by a right-hander, left and right again. So your body's never sort of comfortably in one position, apart from maybe down the back straight and the start-finish straight, the Penang straight and the Kuala Lumpur straight. And then otherwise, you're just either on a short straight preparing for the next corner, or you are mid-corner, and the car's constantly wanting to throw you out of the seat, despite the 6-point harness.
You're really getting put through the ringer. Particularly, you think the aero that a GT3 car has now.
Yes,
it's massive. You look at the lap times that they can do with relatively restricted straight line speed too. I mean, they all have to be balanced around. Some could go much quicker in a straight line if you really open them up. But in order for them all to be balanced together, some have to be turned back a little. So yeah, it's the aero where they make their time. In fact, whenever I do my track map for each race, I love watching onboards and seeing where each car is, what they're doing in each part of the circuit. And always when you get to the end of a long straight, a Porsche 992 Cup car is as quick as a GT3. Now, power-wise, they're similar-ish, but the 992 is a little bit less draggy, of course.
Yep.
Therefore, it's got good top line. But then, as soon as you hit the brakes, and particularly mid-corner in a high-speed corner, the differences are huge. And of course, that's just all aero, isn't it? And I guess tyre too. It's probably got more rubber on the ground than a 992.
In terms of the tyre footprint.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay. I haven't investigated tyre sizes this weekend. I suppose they've not changed in a few years, actually. A 992 Cup car versus the GT3 car. So are you therefore braking quite a bit earlier into, let's say, turn 4 or turn 9 in a Cup car compared to the GT3?
Big time.
Because you can't carry the mid-corner speed through, because the car's just not going to stick as well. 6 hours and 36 minutes still to go, so we're actually not that far away from half distance now on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Let's go back to John in the pit lane.
I'm just waiting, guys, for the Porsche of Origin Motorsport to come in. Leo Ye is getting ready to get in, and he's resplendent in his sort of linen and dark green coloured race suit and the yellow and black helmet with accents of orange on it. They have been out in the pit lane for quite a while, but the car still isn't showing, and they're only about a third of the way down. Hopefully it hasn't had a problem on the way in. It will be a full 4-tyre stop, of course, with a brand new set of the Cup 3, Cup GT rather, H2 tyres. And here comes the car, pink and white, braking down to 40 kilometres an hour. Very late braking. Who's the driver bringing it in, chaps?
Yuan.
Ah, yes. So I'm rather stupidly standing right in front in the line of fire behind the stop board, but he pulled it up perfectly. An awful lot of brake dust coming off the front discs. Juan Port is out of the car and striding away, and the 87 machine. And I see what Peter means now about the lines on the side. They've got some dark chocolate sprinkles on there now, Peter, because the rubber coming up from the front wheels onto the front door and also onto the front part of the rear, the front leading edge, if you will, of the rear wheel arch extensions on that
That's
GT3R.
more Napolitana then, isn't it, with the vanilla, strawberry and chocolate?
Yes, I think so. I think we've moved on. Now let me have a look again at these tyres. It's rear and generally speaking rear left that has been the issue. That's one of the hardest working tyres that we'll see this year. But I think they're all right as well. What's interesting to me as well is that some of these teams have chosen, there's a tiny little bit more on the inside of that front left, but that's all. That looks pretty good. Interesting to me that the variety of colours of wheels that are used. This is a team that favour black wheels, but there's silver and various others. Now, I know in some forms of motor racing, they prefer a lighter colour wheel to try and dissipate the heat. But right down here at Origine, the black rims are working well for them with the Michelin
black
tyres.
ones are quite popular. I mean, the Herbert Motorsport, of course, they're running a black car. But earlier in the week, Absolute Racing were running silver wheels. I thought the car looked absolutely superb. I mean, on road cars, I'm not a fan of black wheels. I like the shiny silver. I like shiny things, obviously.
Okay.
But the Absolute car,
like a Magpie.
It did. It's silver wheels, but then it's race day. It's had black wheels on. I would have thought having a black wheel, of course, absorbing more heat would have been good for tyre warm-up. Maybe.
Do you know, I never even considered it might alter performance, but yeah, I can see your theory there.
Minute difference, but there's a point for John to follow up in the pits. That would be the most alternative pit lane question we've had in a while.
What I'm going to have to need to do now is borrow one of the Michelin tyre technicians' pyrometers and take the temperature of the wheels as they come off rather than the tyres and see if there's any difference between a light coloured wheel and a darker coloured wheel. Our sold TCE, TCR, TCX competitor is in, another team that are battling against themselves, but that is often the case for Asbest. The Cupra is in, and they are putting a set of rear tyres on. Now, as we know from Barcelona, that's quite a rarity. I think they went through Barcelona with just two changes of rear tyres, so 6 tyres on the rear for 24 hours. And I think it was only about four or five pairs of front tyres. They were superb as far as their economy was concerned on the round black things at each corner. There's a little bit of an issue on the right rear. Somebody underneath the back there. Somebody's run into them, haven't they? And they've bent the exhaust or something. Oh no! No. It is round the exhaust. I was in the right area. They are taking out absolutely loads of tyre clag. There's an end of a long spanner or something like that being used for basically a big porky thing, he says, using technical terms aplenty. And all the way around the exhaust outlets on the right-hand side, he's taken out an absolute heap. There's got to be getting on for probably 1 kilo of rubber he's taken out of the right-hand side. Now he's going to do the left. Of course, it's really important because that's right next to the two exhausts, the exhausts either side. And, I mean, there's 2, 3 cricket balls. If you pulled all that together, from each side. I have never seen anything like that. That's obviously coming up, being thrown up from the rear wheels on this Cupra. They're taking their time to do it, and rightly so, because we have seen with other cars in the past, it used to be the AMGs actually were the early AMGs, or the SLSs actually, were really susceptible to getting tyre clag on the sills, and then that catching fire with the heat of the exhaust. So this is going to be a bit of a longer stop to get the wheels and tyres back on, but essential and safety concerned maintenance on this Cupra.
Whilst you were talking, John, Peter Mackay has just been saying to me, watch the Antares Hour lap times because they are very consistent. It's almost as if he's identified a delta that he's very comfortable with, P-Mac. 208, the occasional 206. He just dipped into a 207 on lap 144. But it's like the team and he have decided that's the speed you need to go at without creating any risk. And actually, it's keeping the number 10 car consistently in front of,
Should have some
well,
pictures
Robert
of the
Renau
track.
for the time being. But what we really need to do is compare the lap times with Ralph Bone, who's just stepped out of that car. More info from John. Still watching this pit stop for the Cupra.
Right, so it's all been done now, but we couldn't show you this on camera before. I've described it for those of you on radio on RS1. But as this Cupra pulls away, I want you to see up in the booth so that you can describe it as well, how much has come. This was all from around the two exhausts that poke out under the back of the Valence. Actually, they've stopped the car again. It may not be going out, but you can probably already see, for those of you watching the pictures, just how much tyre debris, and it's left now on the ground of the pit stop. I mean, look, 1, 2, 3 from the left-hand side, cricket ball handfuls. 1, 2, 3, I think 4, because I think there's 2 handfuls over here. That is extraordinary. I have seen pickup before. I have never seen anything like this. You can make a desk ornament out of that. Somebody will be sculpting that later on into some kind of art project. Extraordinary stuff, and really important, essential safety-derived maintenance on that Cupra, which is now...
You can't even fit it into one entire dustpan.
No, I know. That's, yes, exactly. One of the asbest mechanics there, coming out with a fairly large-sized dustpan and brush, and he's coming back to finish that off so that it's not sitting on the apron of the pit lane. That's a good 1.5 dustpans full, and that's not your small dustpan either. That's industrial.
There's almost so much
sized
there that Michelin might demand it back as a full tyre. You know, you said they have to check everything back in again.
Well, you know, race tyres for Michelin are getting bigger and bigger percentages of recycled material within them. They're working in about 30% in the on the tyres that are running in the American Le Mans Series at the moment. Sorry, the American Le Mans Series. How many years have I just stepped back? In the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, they want to move that up over 60, over 50%, and then up towards 80% in the future. I'll send them down to asbest that can start doing some recycling on that. Extraordinary stuff. I've never seen anything like it, and we're not even halfway through,
It's going to get worse, isn't it? As more tyre chunks are thrown out offline onto the circuit. Now, the circuit is, I think, in one of the quickest states it's been for a while, because Marcus Ericsson has just put in the fastest lap in the Leipzig Motorsport Cars race, 206.1, 205.1 for Bo Yuan, so only 3 tenths of a second off the fastest lap of the race, and he was absolute best in the middle sector. So the track is definitely in a good state. Robert Renauer is just on a 205.8, which is only 3 tenths off that car's best. So right now, the track is in the best state we've seen it since, I would say, since the beginning of the race.
Just hearing from Ben Constanduras that even though our screen number 87 has Bob Yuan shown he reckons it's actually Leo Yeh who has now taken over that car.
Okay.
So that might have been the case for a little while, actually. And Leo is the semi-pro in 87, I think I'm right in saying. Yeah, so we have a couple of AMs, being Bob Yuan and Lu Wei, with Leo Hung Chung as the AM Plus, and Leo Yeh should be the quickest, being the only semi-pro in that car.
Yeah, and multiple race winner in Carrera Cup Asia. So yeah, knows this circuit well, and quick in a Porsche. And he's pushing on. They've changed that around now on our graphics. Still on the timing screen is showing us Bob Yuan, so they've obviously left the driver ID switch on, so they need to turn that around. As best, certainly having a bit of clean-up to do after all that tyre clag. John's got some more for us.
Well, I've managed to grab the driver who, I think you were out first, Sebastian, when Sebastian Schemmer is with me now. Out of the car relatively recently. Incredible amount of rubber that was coming out of the back there. Describe for me an hour and 10 minutes in that Cupra.
Yeah, it is very hard to drive here. The conditions very hot, 35 degrees outside, 80% humidity. It's crazy. Yeah, and the tire getting overheating. Sometimes it's a front-wheel drive car. It's very bad track for this car. Yeah, we need to hold the positions and stay on track, but it's a lot of pickup on the track, and the front-wheel drive car with the rear to pick it up on the back straight. You hear it clap, clap, and it goes inside the wheel housing, and yeah. After 2-3 split stops, we need to change it to put it away so that it don't go a big bottom on the tire, and we have.
Now, this car is very good on its rear tyres. At Barcelona, at the end of the European season, I think you only changed the rear tyres maybe 3 or 4 times for the whole 24-hour race. Is it the same here for the rears? You're not using too many rears?
The rears a little bit more, but about the track is like sandpaper, and you have big issues with the temperature. I think we need 2 sets more for the rear. And yeah, the front rear tire is, after one stint, we can put it in the waste. It's over.
It's the front left, I take it, that's taking the battering because it's a clockwise circuit.
Yeah, the front left is the biggest problem. Yeah, you need to push. You can push 1-2 laps, and then you need to cool down the tire, or you drive a little bit slower and hold the position. And
can you feel that as a driver? So you're coming into, let's say, the first corner, which is a right-hander, so you're leaning on that right front, so you get a couple of laps, you go, yeah, this is good, and then you come in and it's like, oh, what, understeer? It just starts to push the car, it won't turn?
Yeah, you have many understeering at this moment, and you can see you cannot roll in the car, but the car goes understeering, and normally you want a little bit oversteering, that the rear runs around and you can going early on the throttle.
Well, you're doing a great job, and we really love seeing you here. Are you coming to Dubai and Abu Dhabi with the car?
Of course. With 4 cars, we come to Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
That's what I want to hear. Excellent. Sebastian, thank you very much. Asbest Racing, flying the flag for front-wheel drive of the TCR, TCX category.
Great to have them, and yeah, they're very much looking forward to having some cars to race for 24 hours worth throughout the Dubai 24 hours, which is next year, the 3rd weekend of January, so a week later than normal. And those wanting to compete in Dubai and then the Daytona 24 hours the following week, it's rather been condensed, that gap to get from one to the other. It's perfectly possible to do that, and I'm sure there are several drivers wanting to do the first 2 24-hour races of the new year. There was an extra driver actually called up for Asbest Racing late on, and I'm just trying to remind myself now who's in that TCE car as the addition. Bear with me. Oh, Sebastian himself, Sebastian Schemann, who wasn't on the original entry list, but joining Junichi Yamamoto and Pia Olsen and Lutz Obermann, who are regulars within Asbest Racing too.
Yeah, they are. Junichi's a class winner at the Nürburgring 24-hour as well, and if you can finish the Nürburgring 24-hour, you are a serious endurance racer, but to win your class at that race is a mighty, mighty achievement. And yeah, the Japanese driver at the wheel at the moment in that number 102 Asbest car, and great insight there of how the front wheels are doing so much around on a front-wheel drive car around the circuit, and then throwing the tyre clag back into the rear wheel arches, and then just everything just getting totally clogged up. Now Rick Broiker's still splitterless, so he'll be desperate to get back to the pit lane at the moment, lapping in the 2-minute 13s. So actually it's now sort of steadied a bit, but I still think he's a couple of seconds a lap he's losing without that splitter. Coming around the part of the circuit now where you would really want it, trying to get the aerodynamic force on the front to try and give the grip, but it's a part that you can sometimes see in Carrera Cup races where there's a little bit more contact, where they lose that performance, and then particularly in a Carrera Cup race where you're looking for thousandths of a second, losing the splitter can make a big difference. And at the moment, Rick Broiker's coming down into turn 9, trying to manage it. And actually, right now, Rick's their most experienced driver in terms. Well, actually, Ivo's the most experienced in terms of miles, but Rick is their top driver.
Yeah.
And actually, that's who you want in the car when things like this happen, I would imagine.
Yeah, true. But what I don't understand is the car's been into the pits at least once and they didn't refit a new splitter. Now, whether they didn't have a spare in the right place at the right time, or they wanted a bit more time to assess precisely how it's broken and therefore how easily a new piece will fit again. I remember many iterations ago of the Carrera Cup car, the big problem for frontal impact was that it would pop the radiator every time, and that would put a car out of the sprint race straight away. And they played with all sorts of different ways of solving that, including splitting the radiator. So instead of one single unit, it used to be in the front left and the front right corners. Now it's much further back in the car, I think. So even if you do get quite a big hit on the first corner of the opening lap, it shouldn't put you out of the race, is the theory.
It's much further back, and it's at an angle as well, which is really helpful for the aerodynamics.
A look at the splitter.
As well. And the new GT3 RS road car, up to the last generation, the GT3 RS, which is the track version, if you like, still a road car, but track focused, you would still have the frunk that you get in any 911, but this current GT3 RS of 992 generation doesn't have a frunk at all, because that's where they've got the radiators with that same angle as the race car. Again, it's all to do with aero. So, wow, it's a big slide for one of the other 992s of Mulder Motorsport, Jiatong Liang. So, yeah, that front aero, really, really important. John, you're the expert on all things 911. Talk us through it.
Hardly. Well, I think you've summed it up pretty well there, but what I wanted to do was give you an idea of how small, in some respects, the part that you're talking about in terms of what it does, the massive effect that it has for what is actually quite, in terms of how it looks, an insignificant part. It is an interference fit on the front of the bottom of the substantive bumper bar and therefore front air dam, that a sort of plasticized rubber fits over the top. There's little catches that then fit in, and on either end, if I just move this one carefully, see, that's a bit more plasticky than they used to be, and on either end there's a little fixing spot that then fastens on underneath that with a little hole on a spigot there. Now, this one's had a little bit of damage to it, I can see that, but that is the bit that we're talking about. Visually, fairly unimpressive, but in terms of the frontal downforce and the balance of the car, absolutely crucial to manage the air under and around the front of the car. So let's ask, here's Ivo over here. Ivo Broikers. I was looking there at the bit of the splitter, the very small bit of the splitter that's been broken for a little while. The car's come in twice. Why have you not tried to change it? Are you not losing enough time? What is it?
We placed the splitter one time, but it got off again. And then when the wick is coming in, I think the code 60 was ending. Yeah. So we decided to keep it out, and the next stop we will fit the splitter again.
I was trying to explain, and having seen a lot of Carrera Cup racing down through the years, how important that is. How does it feel as a driver when that's gone?
I immediately noticed when I lost it. I touched a little bit on the back of Bu Quick car. He was overtaking me, and I touched a little bit, not too much. Then I noticed a little bump, and I think the splitter was gone. But then when I was braking, I was overshooting, and especially I was already on tires of about 30 laps. He had some understeer, and I was losing quite some time. And then we decided to come. I decided to come in earlier than planned to replace the splitter and because Rick is also gaining time with it to catch up.
Yeah. How long does it take to fit a new one?
It took a little bit too long.
every time lost in the pits is too many.
I guess it should 1 minute, 1 minute and a half, more or less. So preferably you would like to do it under code 60. But we will put it back again.
So you will put another one on? You've got another spare?
Yes, we have that one, I think.
Yeah, that looks like it
was a damage. You told me.
I can see a little bit of damage on the right hand side. Some of the little fixings look like.
Then I need to check that if we have the white splitter there.
Okay. Wish you luck, mate. Fantastic to be out here for the first time. Great experience for everybody. How are you enjoying it?
Wow, very much. But it's very, very tough. It's very, very tough. You're counting the laps. We do not have any air conditioning at all in the car, but the track is great. The atmosphere is great. It's nice to be around in Malaysia. No, I love it here. It's fantastic.
And you've trained specifically for this, haven't you? When I saw you the other day, I went, whoa, look at you.
Yes, I did. I'm trying to get my fitness back in order again.
Do you notice the difference behind the wheel? Because people say, you're just driving a car, all you've got to do is sit there.
No, I noticed before my condition was a little bit less, and now I feel better. It's more easy to keep concentrated for a longer while. But still, I would like to train a little bit more because it was still hard. It was still hard.
Yeah, do you training in the sauna for any the races like this now?
That would be a good idea to put in the sauna the bicycle.
And we've got a driver getting set up behind. So how many laps before Rick comes in?
I guess how many he's done?
He's got about 15 minutes.
Yeah, about 6 laps, I think.
6 laps, 15 minutes. Yeah, thereabouts. We'll watch with interest how that gets. We better go and have a look at that. Make sure I haven't sold you a pup on that one. Make sure that's a nice one that will fit on. So there you go. It's visually pretty unimpressive, as I said. A little bit of plasticized, rubber plasticized. But that, as you heard from Ivo, overshooting when you hit your normal braking spots, understeer on the car, destroying the front tyres, lap time ebbing away. That'll get changed next time.
Nose to tail for the race lead, and we're always going to get into this position, I feel, because you have an AM race leader in the form of Antares Au, the driver from Hong Kong for Absolute Racing, being chased down by Robert Renauer, who's the pro in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Remember, Renauer many hours ago began the race. He only did a single stint, but he made short work of a 9th place start to come up to something like 4th or 5th, and he's now trying to pressurize Antares Au into maybe a mistake. Just sit in his wheel tracks. There's a quick blast of the headlights there as well. I mean, Antares will know full well that there's a Porsche right on his tail. He might do well not to fight this too much for risk of contact more than anything else, because we still think, Peter Mackay, that Absolute Racing are in a great position. Even if they relinquish the race lead, that's fine, because we're not yet at half distance, and this is a bit of a mismatch in terms of driving talent.
It is, and this is all part of the stagger unwinding as well. Is that, you know, this is where Antares Au is just got to do his job, keep it smooth, run to his pace, and if Robert Renauer goes by him, we're 6 hours 11 minutes to go. He's just got to think about delivering his part, and he can't deliver that part if he tries to defend super hard, unless the team say we need to hold him up because he's got fresher tyres, which he does. Antares Au is on 21 lap old tyres, Robert Renauer is on 12, so possibly the team could be saying running a really defensive line through the double right-hander there through turn 7 and 8. So perhaps the team are saying actually defend as hard as you can so that Herbert can't then use the good part of their tyres. But down into turn 9, not really anything Antares could do. Robert Renauer goes up the inside hard on the brakes. Antares tucking in behind him nicely now. Antares has got to get into his rhythm. Remember, he's the arm driver in this car. Get into his rhythm and just settle in for the rest of his stint. He's doing a superb job, as we touched upon a few moments ago. His pace has been super consistent, and not only is Robert is a full professional driver, he also has much. His tyres are half the age, so let him go.
So we have a new race leader in the first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia. Herbert Motorsport back to the top of the pile. Robert Renauer wanting to get there as quick as possible, and now to try and extend the gap on the younger tyres. So all important for the German racer to make good use of that fresher set of Michelins. The German flag is fluttering away there somewhere, but many different flags being displayed to drivers left on the Kuala Lumpur straight. And now that will leave Antares Au to continue to churn out, he hopes, the 2-minute 08, 2-minute 08. But there's an indication of how much time he lost in defensive mode, a 2:10.7. Might not sound much, but if he was defending for a few more laps and losing 2 seconds a lap, that could be huge when it all ripples through to the end of the race at 10 o'clock tonight.
The previous lap was back down in the 2:08s, but the lap before that was a 2:10 as well. So is Antares Au now struggling with the tyre? It could be. I mean, he's been showing really consistent pace up to now, but now 22 laps on the tyres, around 35 for a stint. They may well want to pull him in a touch early, maybe just on the hour of his stint. He's done 48 minutes of driving time. Maybe they might want to pull him in and then put a single stint in a little bit later on, or bring him in and give him some new tyres. Yes, it compromises a little bit the fuel strategy, but he's only got to do 2 hours of minimum driving time. So let's see what Absolute Racing decide to do.
Well, the last lap around was a 2:10, as we've explained, because of having to defend. You're right that lap 153 was a 2:10.6, but then a lap later, 154, he was back on the pace 2 seconds quicker. So it could have even just been an error in isolation for that other 2 minutes 10. If they start to come through more frequently, more regularly, then yes, that will be a concern for Absolute Racing, and they might think about pitting him ahead of time, as long as that doesn't impact where the car is for the rest of the race. Then there's a question as to whether Antares Au is happy to do another stint straight off the back of this one, keeping him in the car. The indication from Loic Hartog earlier on when he spoke to John was that the sort of middle hours, so hour 6 and hour 7, would be Antares's and no one else. But that's probably going to have to be a discussion in real time during the race, in that, how do you feel, Antares? Could you push on for another 60 minutes? And he might change his mind. Therefore, Patrick Niederhauser or Loic Hartog himself will be waiting in the wings to do just a single hour before they get Au back in again.
That's the tricky point for Antares Au as well, because you can say, how are you feeling? You feel that the tyre obviously is giving you less performance than what it did when new, and the car's moving around more. And then are you thinking, am I fading, or is it the tyre that's fading? And that's then you've got to really make a clear call and be honest at that point with yourself, and maybe thinking, no, I need to probably Luke Hartog in, because he's got no maximum time or minimum time to worry about. So maybe you put him in for a quick single, possibly. Or Antares, I might say, no, I'm absolutely fine. Once I get those new tyres on, I'll be dandy. They may well, like I say, that's where the option. You might bring in a slightly shortened stint and do 2 hours, or do one at the full tank at an hour and 15, and then just do a quick 45-minute sprint on the tyres after that. So let's watch that closely, because each of these strategical waypoints can put you one way or the other in this race. And when you're up against Herbert, strategical waypoints, you can't afford to get any of them wrong, because you know they're not going to get them wrong.
I stumbled upon what seemed like, I didn't have time to watch it all, but a cracking little documentary on, I think, a season of Antares Au's racing. May well have been with Absolute. He's massively self-critical. And sort of beats himself up when he doesn't perform on a day, arguably a little too much. But I hope that that's going to sort of mellow as he realises quite how good he is, because he's one of the best AM drivers in this field. And Antares Au might be kicking himself towards the end of this stint as well. But I think that's, again, unfair. 209.0. there or thereabouts in terms of the delta time that he's either set for himself or his engineer has suggested as a good time to go for. He's back in the 2:08 again, so there's still quite a bit of life left in those tyres, I'm going to say, and he's only still 5.4 seconds away. But I know what you say, you can start to be swayed in the wrong direction because the car or the tyre is fading, and you might start to think, hang on, I've lost this now, I need to get out of the car. But then brand new set of tyres and you can feel like a new man.
Yeah, you could do. I mean, Antares' 24-hour racing is nothing new to him. I mean, he's a class winner in SB9 Pro-Am. Again, GT3 racing at the Nürburgring 24. I mean, if you can drive a lap of the Nordschleife in a GT3 car without too much incident, you're doing well. But to win your category in the biggest race of the year there, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it's also a class winner at Spa, the 24-hour race, you know, where sometimes we see nearly 3 figures of cars there. So, you know, so it's he knows long racing, knows this GT3 Porsche very well too.
Yes, when you're entering a race with so many cars, arguably too many cars, it's very easy to get caught up in an incident not of your own making. But Antares Au can decompartmentalise things as a result of that. And that is less of an issue this weekend, I suppose. But nevertheless, the traffic does have a habit of clumping, grouping, regardless of where we may go around the world. And we have had plenty of that. Just ask Patrick Niederhauser when he needed to get through the 3rd, 4th and 5th place fight earlier on in one of his stints in the same car. Meanwhile, 3rd place at the moment is in the hands of Leo Ye, number 87. That's driver ID glitch has been ironed out now. So Ye Hongli, or Leo Ye, as he prefers to be known, is running in 3rd position ahead of the Alex Bukantsov Audi, number 69. Again, a little bit of a surprise package now that we've reached the race and able to lap ahead of all 3 of the AMGs. Climax Racing's Mike Joe in the treble 9 is the best of those, running in 5th position. Rick Breukers still minus the splitter, and they're hoping to fit that to the car, ideally in the next stop. When's that likely to be?
Imminently.
Rick's been at the wheel of the car now for nearly 90 minutes. And is that a single stint?
Yes.
Wow.
So that's your fuel time. So we reckon about an hour and a half, roughly.
That was your suggestion, and it looks like you're very much on point with that, yeah. And John saying that they're out on the apron now, the working area, ready to receive that car. Rick is currently in the 3rd sector, and indeed, he's now in the pit lane. So the leader in 992 about to head in the direction of John Hindhaugh. The leader in 992 AM is still the 216 numbered Modena Motorsports Porsche.
Comes to a stop right on his mark, sliding in. Actually went about maybe 10 centimetres, maybe a little bit more. They've already started to fit that splitter. Now the issue's going to be whether the fixing is going to still be there. That looked good, and they're placing it on. There's a little bit of damage on the bottom right-hand side, but the bolt is going in now. As I said, it's just an interference fit on the front part with the little almost like crocodile teeth that then have to be placed in and a tab. They're like trim screws on the inside of your car, or trim tabs on the inside of the car. That's what they're doing. And then you can't do the 2 outsides first. You have to do one side, tap it in, then get the other side and make sure the interference fit is all there. That's exactly what they're doing now. The rest of the service is completed, and it's just a question of getting it in the right place. Now, everything on a racing car is hot at the best of times, but particularly here, and it will affect more haste, less speed, my mother used to say it, and they're going to strengthen that up with a little bit of tank tape as well. I think that's very sensible, because they've lost 2 of these now, and so at the ends and in the middle is a little bit of shiny tank tape. Do you know what? Almost getting shot there. And you know what? I think that worked pretty well. And that was the replacement front splitter bottom of the front splitter refitted. So we should see lap times beginning to improve on the red Camel Jordan.NL number 909. Now, just before I hand back, I just want to have a quick look. How long was that stint, guys? Because these tyres, the front tyres, which I thought would look absolutely goosed, they look pretty good. Front left I'm looking at now, and yeah, the wear indicators they've still got a bit of meat on those tyres, so he's done a good job
pretty
there.
much 90 minutes, John. So that's hugely impressive. When you're driving an ill car as well, or an ill-handling car without the splitter, for Rick Breukers to bring the car back with those tyres in very good nick indeed is credit to Rick's ability. Not that we were ever in doubt about that, in fairness. And Ivo Breukers suggesting to John that he would be going into that car next up. So the car will be heading towards fuel now, and then back out onto the racetrack, still holding on to the lead in 992, with the 992 AM division led by Francis Tyre for Modena Motorsports. And another car now peeling off from turn 15 and into the pit lane is the win here. Be Quick Absolute Porsche of Henk Kieks. That car from 6th place heading to pit lane. In Pro-Am, it's on course for a podium finish, because remember, it's actually a Pro-Am GT3 car that leads overall in the hands of Robert Renauer, having overtaken the Antares Au GT3, effectively pro car. They're not called pro cars, they're just GT3s. And then we have a suffix for Pro-Am and for AM, and then different layers of AM as well. AM Advantage and AM, used to be called AM Neutral. It may well still be called that for 2026. This is the first race, effectively, of the 2026 season, even though the calendar rather goes against that theory. Here is... so Rick's just got out of the car, as we have established, and can now chat to John.
Yeah, we'll just do this in audio very quickly. Rick, tremendous run there, pretty much a full hour and a half, 90 minutes. With no front splitter on that car, how much was that affecting the way you had to drive that Porsche?
Well, yeah, I think the front splitter is costing around 1 second a lap.
Is that all?
That's all. But the difficult thing is that from the start of the stint, you are using the front tires more and more. So you have to be really careful, use more curb, to rotate the car. But yeah, really happy with the lap times, especially in the end. Still being able to do 2:13 was surprisingly well.
Do you feel it? Where do you feel it? Braking zones turning in?
It's a long, fast corners where you're missing the front, like just before turn 4. You have turn 3, which is quite a long one, and 5 and 6, which are quite terrible.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So you have to adapt your driving style. What are you doing differently in terms of your inputs?
I try to approach the corner a little bit more from a little bit wider, and then try to hug the inside curb to get a little bit more roll in the car and to get more pressure on the outside tires.
Well, I've just seen the Michelin man. I've just seen your left front tyre. I expected that to be destroyed, and I looked at him and sort of gave him a look, and he went, "So you've done a cracking job, mate."
Thank you. Well, I mean, in general, the Michelin tires are doing very well. This is one of the most difficult asphalt surfaces that we have in the calendar, so I'm really happy with the performance.
Go and rehydrate. I've kept you away from it. Cheers. Rick Breukers.
Yeah, Rick's done a splendid job, and the 909, in fact, taken over now by Adrian Flack, who is the other AM driver in that 4-driver lineup for this weekend. Rick joined by his brother Luke and dad Ivo. They are semi-pro and AM, respectively. So Adrian may not have driven that car without the splitter, so he won't know any difference. It's neatly timed for an AM driver getting in, who would want the car as close to how it was designed as possible, I suppose. So virtually brand new now for Adrian Flack, Bruce Jones.
Well, some drivers insist on these levels of presentation, but I think Rick really understated what he was doing there. But again, he's got an enormous amount of experience at Porsche Cup car, and it all helps. He's always been naturally quick. Naturally quick and sympathetic mechanically don't necessarily go hand in hand, but clearly, having done years of this, and actually almost all of his racing has been with teammates, so you do have to think of someone other than yourself. But I really like what he said, or the description of how he was using the curbs to help turn the car in. It's little elements when you're watching racing, even years into, Just little things like that suddenly puts a picture into your mind. You go, okay, and then you can look out for it. But it's easier said than done, because when you're using the curbs, you could easily just ride up a little too high, and then when the curbs flatten out, then suddenly it's at the start of a bit of an uh-oh. And bear in mind, we've heard here that they're watching the exits of turn 4, turn 6, turn 8, turn 11, 12 and 14 for exceeding track limits. And so it'd be very easy to just chalk up another one. And as you build those up, you work your way towards a warning, and then you work your way up to a 10-second penalty. So he's doing a really, really good job there.
It was Peter Mackay who suggested that actually he'd smoothed out his normal, fairly erratic driving style, Rick Breukers. You know, he's throwing the car into the corners. You just can't do that when it's ill handling. So he said it was almost like watching Jim Clark, the smooth nature of his driving style, which... It's being able to drive to the conditions, being able to drive to the state of the car at any point, and all of this endurance racing that he and his brother and his father have done through the years give you that breadth of skill set to apply where necessary.
Yeah, and when you come to Ajit Kumar's fans, doesn't matter how far through the race, they are so enthusiastic. But what it just doesn't matter. You know, you can be an attacking driver, but you do have to, particularly if you're wanting to stretch your stint length. You think there's an advantage of gaining a few more laps. Just keeping those tyre sweets by being smooth, it really pays off. If you're in a sprint race, you don't have to consider things so much. But a lot of sprint races are an hour long. You can destroy your tyres in that time, and sometimes they can be sort of fine. We were talking about this early on, Peter and I, about you get to a plateau, but then right at the end of the plateau, some tyres can fall away. But it's about keeping enough meat on that tyre so you don't get that fall off just before your pit stop. But again, experience.
Well, we've heard a couple of stories of tyres coming in down to the gauze, actually, and I don't remember to this point any cars coming in with punctures in the race. But I've said that now, haven't I? So might well start something. But yeah, that's good. Just a testament to how strongly these tyres have been built, how resilient they are, but also the ability of the drivers to assess what state they are in at any point, particularly towards the end of the stint, as you suggest.
Yeah, a lot of times. I think back to Dubai 24 hours ago, and I don't... Oh, well, let's just go down. I'll tell you what, I'll come by to my thought in a moment. Let's go down and see the Michelin pit stop with John.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realise that was fair enough. So Paul's just got into that car, came a little bit long into the pit box, but that hasn't slowed the Michelin team down. Let's have a quick chat here with one of my big mates. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good. How you doing?
Yeah, very good. If I can just get our cameraman to turn around this way, then we will crack on with this. Right, well, you were in the car 2 stints ago. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was my first time to Sepang this weekend, and to be in the 12 hours is legendary. So massive thanks to Michelin Motorsport for getting the car back out. I did about 37 laps and just hitting a number, just managing the tyre. And then when we got towards the end, the tyre started letting go. So I pitted, and as we pitted, we realised the drive shaft was letting go. So look, we lost some laps in the pits, but you know the guys got the car back out there, and we'll keep fighting to the end.
When you say it like that, oh, I was just hitting my lap times, people will be listening and watching at home and say, well, how hard can that be? But during that, hour and a half, nearly enough, that you're in the car, certainly over an hour, how does that stint progress from the driver's point of view? You've got a lap time, then you've got it on your dash, and your engineer is telling you in your lugs there. But how does that progress, and what do you have to gradually through the stint do differently?
Yeah, well, here they use tyre warmers, so pretty much straight away you can start pushing. But then the temperature already starts quite high, so you've got to manage that. I was in the car for just under an hour and a half. My fastest lap was an 2:11, and by the end I was doing 17s. So just naturally you feel the tyre just start going away, and it's all about focusing on straight drive. So yeah, pretty much I knew I had some grip at the start, so I mayheed when the sun was shining, and towards the end you just hit the same brake marker, turn to the same spot, wait for the throttle, and just look after it as much as you can.
I suppose the danger is that frustration comes in as you see that lap time going out and out and out, and the danger would be you overdrive, which actually makes it worse.
Yeah, and you just got to mentally just lock in, you know, that the tire.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I haven't forgotten how to drive. I know that for sure. So you pretty much just lock in, make sure you're hitting that number, or just making sure you're not too intense on the tire and bring it home for the next driver.
When you're back in?
I'll probably be in. Volters will be in next. I might be in after that. And hopefully with some new tires, so that'll be good grip.
Go on, get yourself sorted out. A little cheer from across the other side of the track. Sounds to me that Ajit Kumar's making an appearance in the pit lane, so let's get down there and have a chat with our superstar.
Thanks very much, John. Just the point I was trying to go towards is, do you remember a handful of years ago, particularly the Lamborghinis in Dubai were picking up punctures? And I think that's what happened, but the inner wall of their tyres going out, because they didn't have much grip, out over the curb and just getting the jagged outer edge of the curb. Here's more of a sort of flow, and I think you're less likely to go out. And also, I don't know, I think this is a sort of track I think it's easier to stay within the limits, but it's just another little factor that needs knitting in.
Yeah, but many drivers have been saying how abrasive it is around here, and the tyre degradation, if you don't get it right in the early part of the stint, can really bite you then when you're 50 minutes, 60 minutes into a stint length. That was Bailey Hall, by the way, talking to John Hindhaugh. He's from the Gold Coast, which is just synonymous for me with street racing in supercars. I've been lucky enough to actually be there and witness on the street tracks there. IndyCar used to go there as well many years ago on a slightly longer version of the circuit, but I suppose if Bailey was taken to sea racing in the early years, that's maybe where the bug began. But as he said, first time racing in Malaysia this weekend. He does race in Europe quite a bit, including in Carrera Cup Italia for a couple of seasons, 2025 and 2024. Two Porsches got very close to one another, one from, well, different categories. So the rejoining Michelin Motorsport car, 921 now with Paul Meyer at the wheel. And I'm not sure whether he was fully aware of how much the 87 car was advancing there with Leo Yeh at the wheel, but Yeh getting pinched, I don't think through any fault of Paul Meyer, because he needed to get through the corners at 7 and 8, the clear curb being the second one of those. That could have been far worse than it ended up, though.
It very much could. We could have had the Origin Porsche going for a rotation, because they had to sort of try and back out, but it's quite hard when already two wheels on the grass. Anyhow, they got away with that one, and the Michelin Motorsport car, exactly, having just heard from Bailey Hall about how he had to nurse the tyres, be really galling if the car then got damaged, you know, moments after Paul Meyer had taken it over. But Paul, having got away with that now, settling down in 16th position overall, so penultimate position, but all that time because of the drive shaft problem. You know, now we'll have to see. We're just past the halfway point in this race. That's gone quite quickly, hasn't it? The first 6 of 12 and settling down. But already the light is beginning to become less intense. We've flirted with will there be rain, will there not be rain? The wind is still blowing from the start of the pit straight all the way down towards the pits to give you a little more speed into turn 1. But I think we may, well, let's just take it an hour at a time, be set fair for the next hour. I mean, there have been flurries of rain on previous days. All the drainage ditches, which are huge, deep around here, have been very high this week. And of course, there was flooding north of here at the start of the week, and north of Malaysia, a lot of Indonesia getting absolutely strafed. But you never know what's coming. But I'd say for the next hour or so, because I'm being cautious for once, Johnny. So it's going to be all right.
There was a news article I found that said that there was a significant thunderstorm either yesterday or the day before that brought a lot of Kuala Lumpur to a standstill during rush hour, which we didn't really see anything of here.
No, but that was during qualifying, towards the end of qualifying, and we heard from Ben Constantouris, who was about 10-15 kilometres away, not just thunderstorms, but they were followed by short, sharp, but very, very heavy rain. It didn't come here.
No.
We had little spots of rain after qualifying was over.
Yeah, I think it was the evening rush hour of yesterday.
Yes, evening rush hour, because qualifying was from 4 through till effectively just after 5, because we had a slight delay, if you remember, in the second of the 3 qualifying sessions.
Yes, a lot of the arterial routes were affected by that, which meant that traffic flow was not particularly efficient in the city, even though this is a part of the world that is well used to those quick bursts of storm. As the Ajit Kumar fan club, it feels like it's gaining members with every minute, actually. That crowd has grown with a significant cheer every time his car goes through, and clearly he had appeared towards the front of the garage as well, just to offer them a wave. We had exactly the same at the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year. And I can only assume that Ajit Kumar's planning to be at the Dubai 24 Hours in the new year as well. So we'll expect many of those fans perhaps to make their way to the Dubai Autodrome.
Cost of living up, humidity up. That's the point I was trying to get to. It was 71% last time I looked at the humidity, 75%. There's the giant Malaysian flag on top of the tower. At the apex, if you will, of the final corner of the lap. Brilliant shot from up high, showing what a broad hairpin it is coming onto the start-finish straight. A lot of hairpins are too tight to really make an attack. Well, you can make an attack, but the likelihood of it succeeding, like La Source at Spa-Francorchamps just springs to mind. But here you can take several lines in. You can be tight in, you can be wide in, tight out, etc., etc. But if the move isn't made there, it can be set up for the run down to turn one. So that's why one of the reasons why this is such a brilliant circuit. And just thinking about the Ajit Kumar fans, if the rain comes, they're under the wonderful canopies of this tall grandstand opposite the pits. Let's go down to Red Ant Racing, and John is with Kobe de Broeke.
Ajit, Red Ant Racing, Kobe de Broeke alongside me, taking some of the adulation as well from your teammate we've just been talking about. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not normal. So many fans for Ajit. The atmosphere is crazy. Every time the car passes, every time they see Ajit, every time we just wave, they shout. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Is it still easy to do? I asked Ajit this on the grid. Is it still easy to do your job? You've got all these people staring at you all the time. Is it more pressure?
No, not really, because the pressure, they're not here for me or for my teammates, they're here for Ajit, so they don't really look at us. But of course, there's a lot of people watching, but no, we don't. Once we get in the car, we don't think about them, and we think about what we should do to maximize the performance. So no real pressure for that.
You've known this team and been a part of this team for a while. The transition to GT3 into the AMG as well started last season. How is the car around here?
At the beginning of the week, we were quite struggling with the brakes and, of course, with the heat because we're not used to this track. It's a really flowy track, so yeah, it was not something that we were used to. It was just a really different kind of habitat where we were thrown in. So at the beginning we were struggling, but for now the car is good. I think the Mercedes are quite a bit of pace of the Porsches. But as long as we drive a clean race, don't pick up penalties, don't pick up contacts, we should be quite okay to the Porsches.
Halfway through the race, are you happy with where you are right now as a team?
As a team, we all worked hard, so there's no one to blame for. But of course, we want always more. So happy, yes, because everybody did the maximum. But I think we can get higher up.
Go well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Kobe de Broeke, and if we turn around, there's another AMG just coming behind us. This is the Viper Nisa racing team, and 7th position for this car in the overall. And a little struggle on the left front tyre, but that looks decent. And waiting for it to restart. Dominic Ang was first in the qualifying last night. I think is that Dominic in the car now? I'll see when he goes out. But that was a reasonable stop. We're not, if you're tuning in, what time is it about in the UK now? Getting on for 9 o'clock in the morning, so nearly 10 minutes before 10 in Europe. If you're tuning in now and thinking, well, these aren't very fast pit stops. They're not meant to be Formula One pit stops. It's about safety. It's about getting the drivers in and out the car and belted up properly. You are not allowed at all to undo your hands, your helmet, or any of your straps before you pull the car to a halt. So you can't even do it when you're coming down the pit lane. And then you're only allowed 2 people with rattle guns as well. So there's time. You can save a little bit of time here, but the main thing is make sure it's done safely and securely. The pickup on these Michelin tyres from the in-lap, the right front in particular, that's quite excessive, actually. And who was it who got out of the car there, guys? Was it Mo?
It was Mo.
Was it Melvin Mo? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Mo.
I wasn't sure myself, to be honest, John.
Yeah.
Melvin Mo, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, yes, I see Melvin now. He's standing at the back of the garage. So another pit stop down, and yet, with those of you getting up and joining us perhaps with a bit of Saturday morning racing with your breakfast. We've still got the better part, Johnny Palmer, of half of the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
Indeed,
still to be
5 hours
completed.
and 41 minutes still to go. So I reckon it's just after 8:15 in the UK, 9:15 in Central Europe. So a prime time to, as you say, be wolfing down a bit of breakfast and taking on board some latter year motor racing, although the beginning of 2026. I was also just trying to work out quite how much Mercedes experience is in that RG Red Ant Racing crew. I don't think any at all, actually, because Kobe de Bruyke has come from a Porsche 992 background. He did in an Audi RS3 car a number of races in 2021 with QSR Racing School, including the Dubai 24 Hours. The Red Ants are from a Porsche background, and Ajit Kumar hasn't driven a Mercedes before either. I think he is the main reason that they're in that type of car, because as an AM driver, you can get into a Mercedes and just have a feel for that type of car straight away. Very forgiving and quite easy on its tyres, although in the current sort of balance of performance that they're running to, perhaps less so, because it's trying to be equalised from an official point of view, from organising the championship point of view. The balance of performance needs to equalise the Mercedes and the Porsche and the Audi and the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. So, that's not always the case for the slightly bigger car, but they do seem to have taken that in their stride. I did sense a little bit of frustration in Kobe de Bruyke's voice, though, because I think, collectively they're doing a good job, but I think him in isolation, he's getting annoyed that he's not faster yet, but they will. His Porsche will go down towards the fueling area. His Porsche will go down towards the fueling area, the 216 car. So we'll wait to find out who takes that car over. Mercedes already in the fueling area. Everybody else is out on the racetrack, including Dominic Ang, who's just taken the Viper-Nizza Racing Mercedes over from Melvin Moe. But here is Francis now with John.
Yeah, he was just rehydrating. I grabbed him before he's even done his debrief. Welcome to Malaysia. Welcome to the 12 Hours. Welcome to Creventic Racing. You've done it before, I know. How was that?
It was hot and tiring. But, I love being in Malaysia. It's our first endurance race in 6-7 years, something like that. So a little bit of rusty, shake off some cobwebs, but here we are.
Normally when I'm talking about you and your driving, you're in Carrera Cup Asia. What's the transition in mindset and possibly even driving style to jumping into #1 endurance and also into the GT3R?
Honestly, for me, the most difficult thing is remembering that I'm not driving a real cup car anymore. It's set up differently. It's different tires, different compounds. So the car is completely different. And I keep on forgetting. So I'm driving it like I'm in a sprint. I'm driving it like I know it from Carrera Cup, but the car is actually different. So a lot of mistakes. It's hard to be consistent.
And how does that manifest itself, Francis? Because I actually, some people have told me it's easier to jump from in between different manufacturers if you're jumping between different classes, because there's a very different look to the inside of the car. The Cup car doesn't look that much different to the car you're driving down. But how does that manifest itself in how you need to drive the car and what you have to keep in your head?
Well, for me, one thing is muscle memory. You do things differently. You need to be a bit more gentle on these tires and things like that. And my muscle memory will be much more aggressive. So this is what I have to temper. The way it manifests itself, that you overdrive and you cook the tires, or at least that's what I think is going on. Honestly, I wish I was a bit quicker. I'm trying to work on my consistency first a little bit, because I'm still trying to put the enduro muscle memory in. And then I want to chip away my lap time.
Are we going to see you some more in Creventic Racing? Are you coming to Abu Dhabi and Dubai?
Abu Dhabi we need to miss, but Dubai will be there. And we'd love to do more Creventic events. So it's the plan, absolutely.
Go and rehydrate and speak to the engineers. Francis Cheer, thanks for talking to us.
Francis Cheer who has a lot of experience, as John was saying, in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia last couple of years, but no stranger to the longer distance stuff as well, doing World Challenge for Modern Motorsport in 2023. As he says, though, some of the skill set in longer distance racing he's kind of forgotten and had to relearn this weekend. A significant penalty now for the race leading Porsche of Robert Renauer, number 91, given a 6th offence on the track limits counter, and that is automatically a 10-second penalty. Doesn't have to do that in an independent pit stop, can be soaked up in the next scheduled visit to pit lane, but nevertheless 10 seconds is 10 seconds.
It is. You just don't want to keep accumulating those. You can probably get away with 1, possibly 2 during the course of a race. But in fact, just while John was talking to Francis Gier, then I was about to say we haven't had any penalties for an hour, and then suddenly we get 2, because unfortunately Asbest Racing with their Cupra, they've also got a 10-second penalty. Theirs isn't for track limit excess, it's for not respecting refueling regulations. That's they're in a class of their own, so it won't matter too much. But it just goes to show there's a set of rules that need to be obeyed. You ought to get as close to them as you can in terms of track limits, but eventually, if you keep exceeding your car, it will all be noted, and then you'll get the warning, and then you'll get the penalty. So our race leading car from Herbert Motorsport, 10 seconds extra when they arrive in the pits next time around. Not next lap around, the next time they make a visit.
Yeah, Marcus Ericsson, meanwhile, is back on pit lane, and what I don't know is whether they called by the team or did they just send him all the way down to fueling. I would be surprised about that. Yeah, so it was a scheduled pit stop. They will have given potentially a new driver new tyres as well. Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini now in the fueling area. Climax Racing's Mercedes is back in the race in the hands of Lili Chow. So treble 9 feeding back in to 6th position and ahead of Andy Dung. And then we have Shige Kazu Wakasaka in the LM Corsa Ferrari running in 8th place in number 60. Race leaders on pit road though as well. So we talked about the penalty needing to be served. That's not the reason why the car's pitted so quickly. It will have needed some fuel as well, and John's watching the stop.
It's the usual, absolutely well-drilled Herbert pit stop, even down to the fact that the mechanic changing the right-hand side tyres kicked away the air hose so nobody could pop over. Robert Renauer is out of the car. We'll grab a hold of him in a second or two. I was going to have a word with Ralph Bond earlier on, but he just got out the car. So let's see, once these guys have had a little chat together, if we can have a word with Ralph. You look better now than the last time I saw you, Ralph. I'll let Robert get himself sorted out. Man, that looked hard, that early stint in the heat of the day.
Well, it's hard for everybody, so let's describe it like this. It's physical, yes, but it's okay.
The race seems to be going in a very Herbert type of way right now at half distance, if I may say that.
Well, we are halfway through, so there's no decision made so far, and other cars are also quite close and quick. Let's wait and see.
Are you still enjoying doing this? I look at you, and you are the absolute epitome of what we would all be doing if we could, and you are racing so competitively. Question for me is, are you still enjoying it?
If I would not enjoy, I would not be here, so that's the reason why I'm here, to enjoy.
Now, I've heard that you've already tried the Evo version of the 992, the only non-works driver that's done that. Is that true?
Well, we did it Spa 12 hours, so yes, this is true.
Big difference?
No, not a big difference. It is a difference, yes, for sure. It's a step forward, but it's most is aerodynamics and some good things to have, but not a big step.
Let's get to Robert. Thank you. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Let's get to Robert Renauer there. Did you serve your time penalty when you came in?
No.
Okay, so that's still, you've got a 10-second time penalty for 6 strikes of track limits. What corner was it, guys, that he had the issue at?
I don't know.
Hang on, I'll wait for the guys to tell me, because turn 11 is what I'm being. 11, yeah.
Okay,
turn 6 was your last one, so it's been a few. However, 10 seconds, you'll soak that up the next time you come through. How was that for you?
Yeah, it is what it is. At the moment, it looks really good for us. We have speed in the car, so fingers crossed we keep the speed for the next half of the race, and yeah, looking forward for the second half.
we used to say in the old days of racing that such and such a track would be a BMW track, such and such a track would be a Porsche track. BOP sort of flattens that out a little bit now, but it does seem that here does suit the 911.
Looks like, yes. Yeah. I didn't expect this, but yeah, definitely looks like this track is good for the Porsche. Yeah, it's a hard fight against the Absolute car. Yeah. So it's going to be really tight. I'm sure it's going to be really tight up to the end of the race. So we have to push a lot to keep the position, and let's see.
3 hours tonight will be run in darkness. Temperature will drop. The temperature will drop in the air and particularly on the track surface. Are you confident that the setup of your car will give you the pace at that time of the night?
Yeah, we had a good setup yesterday in the night practice, so I'm very confident.
Really good to see you again. Robert Renard, thank you very much. Herbert doing Herbert things, as I mentioned, halfway through. Little snafu there, did not serve that 10 seconds on the way in, Bruce, so they'll have to at some stage the next time they're down the pit lane.
Thanks very much, John, and sorry, I read the wrong line. The last two of those time offences, track limit offences for the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, both at turn 6, just sort of halfway through that wonderful flowing sequence of S's that you accelerate into and through when you leave turn 4. But it's 6 strikes and then 10-second penalty, but it'll have to be served next time they come into the pit lane. But now, identical twin Robert hands over to identical twin Alfred. Alfred at the wheel at the moment, but so still that penalty to serve, but Herbert Motorsport's really sitting pretty at the front of the field.
I'm trying to remember what sort of time span you have to serve a penalty. I think it can be as many as 2 hours, but I just wonder whether there was a concern about having a penalty, coming into the pit lane, what was that, about 10 minutes after the penalty had been assessed, then not doing it and going back out again. I wonder whether that you might incur another penalty because of that, but I think the rules give you enough wiggle room to be able to do it at least an hour later when they will next need fuel, unless there's a code 60, and that might be a slightly different story, although most people choosing when they don't need fuel to actually pass up a code 60 now, considering most people can only take 15% of their fuel allocation anyway, and it seems barely worth doing it unless you're in one of the couple of the AM subcategories, and then it can be as many as 40% of your normal fuel allocation. But will still mean that you'll need to come in again to effectively top up the fuel once that code 60 has been withdrawn. Good dicing out on track, well, with cars side by side, but actually not on the same lap, because Leo Ye in the 87 car has just dive-bombed Li Chao in the Climax Racing Mercedes, and that was down the inside of turn 9. So they're now heading through the fast stuff at 12, 13 and into Sunway Lagoon corner to lead them down the Penang straight, the back straight between turns 14 and 15. And this is an opportunity for the Origin Motorsport Porsche to shine at the top of the charts. I did note that Robert Renauer didn't mention the Origin Motorsport Porsche, almost as if they don't see that as a threat. I would be surprised if that is the case, but clearly Herbert focused at the moment on the Absolute Racing car, because that fight between Robert Renauer and Antares Au, not necessarily a fair fight because Antares is one of the AM drivers, but Absolute's consistency, even when Antares is at the wheel of the number 10, is the most impressive when you compare it to the 91.
Yeah, no, 100%, but for now, number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche, ignored or otherwise, but I wouldn't ignore any car with Leo Ye Hongli on board, because he's been super quick in the Asian Series, the GT World Challenge Asia, for a long time. At the moment, he's rattling out 2-minute 8-second laps. His tyres are 30 laps in, so that's impressive. What we saw, really, even for the very, very quickest, if you can start coming out on a fresh set of rubber, a lap in 2-minute 5s, and earlier we're watching Alessandro Giretti in the Be Quick Racing Absolute Porsche, that his times, after not too many laps, dropped by 2 seconds and eventually went down to the 2:08s towards the very end of a stint. So I'd say at the moment, Leo Ye is doing a very good job at the front of the field, leading by 72 seconds, 1 minute and 12 seconds from the Audi of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, with the driver who started the race from pit exit. Everyone else got going before he did. Alexander Bukantsov back on board, just taken over after James Winslow did his run. And in terms of their lap pace, the race leading Origin Porsche is about 2 seconds a lap faster at the moment.
Yeah, early stint pace was down the 205s, then through the 206s, and he's kind of found a way to 207s now, Leo, yeah. But we'll be happy with that, considering this stint now is over an hour in length. 87 car will owe us a pit stop, therefore, in the not-too-distant future. That will be the next car that requires fuel after 30 laps on this stint, a stint that he began, as I say, an hour and 5 minutes ago, so just before 3:30 local time. I'm also impressed, if that's correct, on Alex Bukantsov's fuel mileage in the second-placed Audi, because surely there's been a pit stop in the middle of that, an hour and 18 minutes
Well,
now.
I don't think he's been in that long, because when I took a little break, James Winslow was at the wheel. My break was an hour, but slightly confused on that one. Anyhow, for now, it's listed as in second place. 1 minute and 12 seconds down on the race-leading Origin Motorsport Porsche, but I don't recall Bukantsov having got into the car when I stepped out of here.
Right, and I'm just trying to work out whether my system has missed a pit stop, and I need to do that by seeing whether the lap times have increased considerably for two of them, for 2 laps back-to-back, because that would have been an in-lap and an out-lap. It wasn't necessarily identified by a pit stop. Do you know, I can't see one. So, because Bukantsov's been in the 208s and the 210s and the 211s on occasion, is he in massive fuel save mode? But to get to an hour and nearly 20 minutes, and there hasn't really been there was a short, sharp code 60, and only the second code 60 of the race to date. That really wouldn't have bought him much fuel mileage at all. So that's a bit of a mystery. Or is the Audi just that good on fuel burn when you've got the right driver behind the wheel to elongate the stint? Either way, he can't be that far away from a stop if that is correct information.
Yeah, it sort of feels to me, if he did take over just as I nipped out of the box, which would tally with an hour and 20 or so, that James Winslow did a fairly short stint. He was the fourth driver into that Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car. It was started by Alexander Bukantsov from pit exit. He worked his way through the back markers, moved up the order. Damien Chirsek took it over. Then Vasily Vladykin, who had plenty of fighting as the car got up to about third or fourth position. Then James Winslow was on board. But if it's saying it's been an hour and... he's now come into the pits.
He's come in,
there
yeah. So that, well, again, I think that's a single stint.
Wow.
And an hour and 18 minutes.
That's in a GT3 car, not a Porsche Cup car. So that, well, we'll have to get to the bottom of that one. But
does that tell us a little bit about balance of performance, though, as well, in terms of how the car's been set up and also how much fuel it is allowed in each of the pit stops? There's a maximum fuel allocation, which can only ever get less courtesy of a caution. But as I say, we've only had 2 code 60s in the whole of the race so far, and the second of those was very fast indeed. Let's just tell you, it was to remove the splitter from the 909 Porsche, and it was exactly 2 minutes.
Yeah, and the first one was 7.5 minutes, so 9 minutes and 34 seconds thus far in the first half of the race, and a little bit of small change on top of that for them. So not a lot of time to be added. So we'll have to see. Did we notice a driver change? Did Alexander Bukantsov? He's still listed as the driver at the moment, but he's in refueling. But when he comes out past the pit exit line, the 3-letter windscreen identification will let us know. But if it's an hour and 36, that's a mighty stint in one go. We've had people do double stints, which takes them up past 2 hours, but all in one go, that's impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as good as an hour and 36, but it was an hour and 18.
Hour and 18, sorry, hour and 18.
Yeah, we know what you meant. So that's easily 15 minutes more than I thought any GT3 car was capable of. But Alex Bukantsov driving with the slippers on, it seems, to nurse that car through. And Continental Racing will be very grateful indeed that he's managed to do that without a visit to pit lane. It will be fueled now, assuming it is down to the fumes, for a good 3 minutes, I'm going to guess, before re-emerging in what could be third position. Although Antares Au will probably get ahead of the 69 Audi in his number 10 Absolute Racing car, and we will be back to first, second and third, all being Porsches. And actually, if that does happen, each of the GT3 classes represented in the top 3 positions as well. So a GT3 AM crew leading from a Pro-Am driver combination second, and one of a couple of GT3 lineups, brackets Pro, into third position. Antares Au is in the third sector now, so we'll be heading back across the line very shortly to confirm that. In fact, there he goes in front of our eyes and back up to third position in car number 10, trailing the Herbert Motorsport car by 3/4 of a minute. In the classes, 992 continues to be led by a now fixed Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche, in the sense that they've refitted a new splitter to the front of that car. So Adrian Flack much happier, I'm sure, that the car is nearly new again. Testament to Rick Broikers nursing it through the remainder of its earlier stint. 992 AM is led by Modena Motorsports 216 Porsche Cup car, with John Shen now at the wheel. The GT4 leader has just hit pit road, and that is Damian Hamilton in the Cherney Motorsport BMW. TCE led by Asbest Racing's Cupra and Lutz Obermann. Considerably lighter now, I'm going to guess, with all of that tyre pickup removed from the rear wheel arches of that car. And Lionel Amrouche still running around in the Vortex, had a long, lengthy pit stop to sort out a couple of issues on that 701 car, but we are still having the full complement of the initial starters to this event. So good to see that so far we haven't had any full retirements, even though some cars have been sitting out of the game for a fairly significant time. And Vasily Vladikin does make that a driver change in the Audi number 69, but he only drops back as far as 4th position after a terrific fuel stint from Alexander Bukantsov.
Sometimes when you have a drive like that, it goes under the radar until you think, hold on, they're still going on. Oh, suddenly that is looking a little bit sweeter. And certainly if the pace drops away by even a second a lap in those closing laps, and he nursed an extra lap out of it, or 2 laps out of it, that is very, very good work. But again, it's not spectacular. You think the car is falling away a little bit, but if it elongates a stint by a handful of laps, that suddenly swings the pendulum back in another direction. So Cherney Motorsport BMW, the fact he got to start this race, mechanics still repairing that after contact last night with the barriers until 4:30 this morning. But right now, more than half the race done. Looks so it's just driven out of the showroom. So immaculate it is. For Cherney Motorsport, really a very new team at this level. And it's great to have some new faces coming out to play. But as we heard from some of the drivers of that car, this one is really to get that eye in ahead of the 2 races in the middle, on the Arabian Peninsula, first in Abu Dhabi between the 9th and 10th of January. That's a 6-hour, and then multiply it by 4 for the following weekend, 16th to 18th of January, concluding the series in Dubai. But again, it's about getting a team to work out how to gel, to understand the rules. Now, one thing we talked about beforehand was the fact that you can count if you do all 3 races, you can count your best results from 2 of them, can't you, towards the championship?
Yeah, but it's like grey area for me is that you get 40 points for a win today, you get 40 points for a win in Abu Dhabi, you get 40 points for a win in Dubai. But there's also the halfway marker at Dubai where 20 points are on offer if you're leading after 12 hours. Now, can you drop that score, or are they...
diving into the small print, eh?
Or do you have to drop one of the higher point scorers? Yeah,
I think you have to do it by the round, and I think it's only fair you get extra points midway through the Dubai.
Because everybody would drop the fewest points, which would be at the end of 12 hours in Dubai, surely.
Yeah,
so
with the number of cars starting the race, of course, you're more than likely to be scoring on a sort of smaller basis.
So do they suggest... Yeah, do they suggest you have to drop your highest point score? No, probably that's not fair either. So it'll be the lowest point score, but at the end of each of the races, rather than that halfway pointer, which probably stays on your record regardless. Lots of dust being kicked up through turn 1 by the Be Quick Porsche, number 26, and taking a fair bit of curb on the exit as well. Andy Dung Yi. And the Winhire Be Quick Absolute Porsche has always been very easy to spot. He's all over the curb at turn 7 as well, feeling the heat perhaps from, well, that's the Red Camel Porsche in behind, which is not in the same category. Good actually to compare the 2 setups within the Porsche. Much wider, much more sort of splayed look to the GT3 car because of the extension to the wheel arches. So it's a purebred race car, whereas the narrower look to the Cup car means that that's much more rapid down the tubes, as we would say. So that straight, Penang straight, the back straight, and also the Kuala Lumpur straight, where the GT3 car has a fight on its hands, but it's far better through a corner like this, the Sunway Lagoon corner, turn number 14.
A rare chance for the drivers to relax as long as they haven't screwed it up at turn 14. You've got the long run on the backside, if you will, of the pit, the grandstands that overlook just the back straight and the pit straight. Brilliant view down and a chance to keep in the shade at any time of year. And then the final corner, so tricky. The onboard lap at least showing the drivers treat those curves on the outside with a good degree of caution, because they actually seem to just slide away from the racing line into the what we call the beyond, the bit in which you get into trouble. So turn 15 does seem relatively simple, but it isn't.
I think it's frustratingly slow as well, and probably every time you go through there you go, I feel like I should be faster through here. But if you do try to be faster, you're going to lose the back end, or you're going to overcook it on the entry to the corner. And a number of times so much understeer from cars that are late on in their stint, and that's the most costly thing. You not only lose time, you could very easily lose a position as well if you misjudge your braking point, which on older tyres is probably a couple of metres earlier than you might expect, which slows down turn 15 even more. But you've just got to be patient, and that is the case for in places like turn 14, certainly turns 1 and 2 as well, because turn 1, as it arcs round that right-hander, gets ever more slow. But you can afford to compromise the exit of 1 to be better out of 2, and that slingshot down towards the right-hander at turn 3. I know you call it turns 1, 2 and 3. It depends what track map you're looking at, basically.
Yeah, I think it's often, I'm considering the area between turn 2 and turn 3. Turn 3 is actually quite a bit further round, but, well, in fact, you think of the layout at Sakir at the Bahrain International Circuit.
Yeah.
Turn 1 and 2 very close, and then turn 3 is a little bit tighter on the exit.
Yes.
Same circuit designer, but here, so many moves don't get quite completed at turn 2, and often cars are battling. I think I've got away with it.
No, it's good. I honestly think some track maps previously have listed that first sequence of corners, the complex, as 3 corners in 1, whereas the track map we're using this weekend, it's only 2, and it becomes very confusing. But there are 15 in total. Otherwise, you'd get to 16 or 17, and it's easy to count extra corners. The Nürburgring, Nordschleife, doesn't that have an increase in corners virtually every year? We're up to about 300 around that place now.
Yeah, well, for a long time, the Nordschleife famously had 172 corners. But then again, for example, certain races like the NLS races, we don't go the whole way down to the hairpin at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix circuit. So you've got to...
Yes, true.
But anyhow, more than ample, I think, is the figure. Right, the 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche in the pits. Now, problems for 93 crew, because they changed tyres under 50 minutes and under code 60, so they've got a 20-second penalty. So for Ajit Kumar, Red Ant Racing, that's going to be a setback. Sorry, fans in the grandstands and fans watching around the world. The number 93, great looking Mercedes, is going to be set back a little bit by that one when it comes into its next pit stop, and we'll have to report to the penalty box, serve that time, and then do the walk of shame down the pit lane.
So Article 24.4 and 18.5.3. I'm going to have to look these up now, because I actually didn't realise you couldn't change tyres under a code 60. But that rule the reason why that penalty's been issued rather suggests that you can't. That sort of goes to explain now why certain teams, when they did pit under code 60, were tempted to call at the garage, and probably engineers were screaming on the radio going, no,
circumstances. But I dare say we will have more penalties through the course of this race. It's for a lot of the teams. It's we heard from Cherney Motorsport. It's sort of learning as they go. So using this event to really get a feel for it. It's a bit like when teams do full-length race testing. Rather than just going out doing 40 laps coming in. No, test it at the length of the race you're going to do in endurance racing, and that's when you really find the sort of weaknesses in the cars and the performance, the tyres, whatever it is. So you've got to make it as close to the real race circumstances to really understand the duress, the stress on the car, the driver, etc. So when you do go and do these long-distance races, you're more than a little bit ready.
I mean, that particular rule about the 50 minutes being underneath, that will be about cost, because tyre allocation is otherwise not restricted, i.e. each team can just keep throwing brand new tyres at these cars should they wish to. But it's to prevent any firm advantage under a code 60, because if you've just pitted and there's then a code 60 10 minutes later, there is scope to get a brand new set of tyres bolted onto the car for free. So I do understand that from a regulation point of view. Ben Constanduris is back in the pit lane. You have some thoughts on this potentially?
Lunchtime regarding exactly what you're speaking of, and this new regulation not allowing a change of tyre under code 60. It's a reaction to the Dubai 24-hour last year, where one team put 36 new sets of tyres on during a 24-hour race, because every time there was a code 60, they banged on a new euros. You can do the calculation, and Creventic wanted to limit that. They wanted to drop that cost, and especially a slightly pointless. If they could prevent that sort of a level of spending, then they have found a way to do so. And so it's a very sensible regulation to stop too many changes of tyres. Makes total sense, because, you know, varying teams have different budgets, and I think Creventic always prided themselves on making it open for as many different teams as possible. And I remember the days when little Mini Coopers used to turn up with 3 guys and what looked like a table you would use to put some glue on wallpaper prior to, you know, decorating your bedroom, and that was it. You know, a little toolkit and a table and an easy up, and away you go. And I mean, as this series has gained popularity and gained momentum, particularly with these flyaway races, I suppose, you know, by definition, you're going to lose one or two of those teams with the lower budgets. But if you can include as many as possible of various different teams and backgrounds, more the better.
Yeah, no, I very much agree with that. I always remember a comment that a friend of mine who raced in Formula 3 made 30 plus years ago. He goes, it all went horribly wrong when your team boss didn't drive your car towed behind a Ford Transit with a set of tools in the back to run it. He said, I was overtaken on my way up to Alton Park by 2 transporters for our team, and I noticed the team boss went past in a Lamborghini, albeit it was one he borrowed, but his sentiment was there that he was one of the people trying to hang on to the bottom end of Formula 3, loved competing in it, knew he wouldn't have all the tyres that the top teams could have, but the cost was escalating, and it's continued to do so ever since. But I think in GT racing particularly, if you can control things, you will have really big fields. And what we're getting here, this toe in the water at Sepang, is another group of teams trying out what it is in the 24H series organised by Creventic and really liking what they're finding. But, you know, anything that can keep the cost down a little bit more definitely got to be welcomed.
One of the other things that Creventic have specialised in, particularly at the Dubai 24 hours, is the accessibility of a race that feels a long way away from Western Europe. Just being able to get cars into containers and taking them by boat, by ship, to get them there. But all of that sort of taken out of the hands of the team's logistical people. Get your car to the port at the right time, and we'll look after everything else. And I think that's the ethos of this latest flyaway race as well.
Yeah, no, and it's fantastic, and it's been something that's just been built and growing and growing and growing. Remember, a few years ago we had problems with freight because of certain logistical conflicts at the time. Nothing to do with any of the organisers or the freight companies, but you know, if you can't get your cars through the Suez Canal, it's a longer way round for them. But anyhow, here we are, not so far from Calais, the Kuala Lumpur International Airport at Sepang, a circuit that surfaced in 1999 and to my eye has been one of the jewels in the crown in world motor racing ever since. I'm not over-egging it. I've had many visits here and I've loved every single one of them. There's never been a duff race here. And just then, the fact we could see a plane taking off means we won't get rain for another hour. That's
a good point.
It's not that I want rain, but I sort of do want rain. It'll add to something a little bit different.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the radar at the airport is going to be the most reliable, so I like your way of thinking there, Bruce. Let's get back to Ben in the pits.
And there is plenty of rain on the radars in pit lane. Lots of these teams have got their various different systems up and around. There is rain in Kuala Lumpur. That's about half an hour. As we saw yesterday, you know, pockets of rain copping up all over the place. There is another front or another set of storms arriving on the coastline a bit later on. And I think that's the one that's more likely to hit us. There are wet tyres prepared. But the other thing that's happening in pit lane right now is that teams are starting to prepare their slicks in a different way. There's air coming out of tyres. I feel as though they are now adjusting to what will be a good 5-6 degrees cooler as we progress from now on into the evening. The other thing you'll see drivers doing is they might turn their air conditioning off. A lot of the GT3 drivers have been using air conditioning throughout the hot part of the day, very logically. But if it's cool enough in the evening, they can gain a good couple of tenths by turning that air conditioning off. That will help them. And then, of course, as we know, golden hour, when you've got the rain, when you've got the cooler temperatures, it's nice thick with moisture. That helps the engines run. And so we then also see good lap times coming in sort of at the 6-7 o'clock mark. So if we don't get rain, expect great times because the air conditioning can turn off and because the cars will feel happier. But there's also a great possibility that there will be some, and everyone down the pit lane is aware of all of that.
You may get the transition stint from day to night just as the rain is hitting, I suppose, if it's around 7 o'clock. As you said, it's not a huge difference in terms of visibility, not like it may be at Le Mans or the Spa 24, particularly the Nürburgring 24, where you are very much on your own, plummeting down into the foxhole, for instance, in pitch black. Here, at places like similar to places like the Qatar International Circuit, Bahrain as well, there are floodlights, Abu Dhabi, Yas Marina as well. So the nighttime stints are less invasive, less noticeable. And as you say, the cooler temperatures, that's where the race engines will really like that as well, particularly the non-turbocharged cars, of which we have plenty. The Porsches, the Mercedes, this car, the Lamborghini, and the Audi as well. So the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, with Vasily Vladikin at the wheel, is in fourth position. Here's the Lambo of Alex Bengtsson, one of 4 Swedes sharing this car, which could be quite a bit higher up were they not affected by the rear wing failure in the opening hour when Marcus Ericsson was at the wheel, and they were able to fix that reasonably quickly in a pit stop that was just a little over 7 minutes. But Peter Mackay, they've never really recovered from that situation.
Unfortunately not. It's been that sort of race, hasn't it, where there's been very, very low attrition amongst the GT3 runners. I mean, I thought about it coming into this week and during the week that you know, we're at the beginning of this journey with the 12 hours of Malaysia, and I think it can be a beautiful journey actually, because I think this time of year, this sort of circuit, it's perfect for so many reasons. But you know, of course we've got a relatively compact field, 10 cars in GT3, but it struck me straight away the quality we've got. The depth amongst those cars is really, really strong. The couple of cars that have been brought here from Absolute, Herberth, we've talked about their credentials, Continental Racing by Simpson, they've been a really strong outfit there, and they've improved a lot over the course of the season, and I think it's that quality that's been so impressive, because if we didn't have the quality, there'd be cars failing and cars going off and all sorts, Bruce. So yeah, and I think that's a very important thing to note. No, I think so too. And you know, a lot of teams are very busy all year, and that's the point. You learn by competing. You learn by well, probably making errors.
and try not to do it next time. But yeah, no, the calibre of the teams, and these are teams that aren't sprint teams that really just go and dabble with endurance racing. These are proper endurance racing teams. They're very, very different concepts, but right now I think that's a really good point. But let's think back what we've lost. We've lost the splitter off the Red Ant Racing Porsche, hardly heinous. Rick Breukers did a stunning job to then do his stint with no front splitter. We had the rear wing falling loose on the Lippert Lamborghini. Vortex had a couple of problems, and we had
tyre clag in the Cupra.
Yeah, in the Cupra.
Call that an issue.
And we also had the 921 Milner Motorsport car with that sort of hub drive shaft problem. But it's been super clean and clear. But you know what? Over the years of coming to Sepang, I haven't, you famously don't have, other than maybe the first lap, opening corner on the opening lap, generally too much contact, even with fields in a sprint race. There's something about this circuit that enables drivers to race without too much, as I'll go for a technical term here, argy-bargy. And so far today, we've had a couple of near misses, but not anyone being vindictive and trying to make a mad move up the inside, just possibly a car from one class or just one coming out of the pit, not seeing someone else down into turn one as they're turning in, someone else coming in at far greater speed. But, it's been good, it's been clean, we've got plenty of time left.
We do.
Just under 5 hours to go.
Yeah, and we'll be in darkness in around 2 hours, roughly.
Yeah.
Going into the darkness, and that adds a different element as well. See who comes out on top there in terms of not so much the difference of the darkness and light, because the track's well lit here. It's the temperature difference, not having the UV on the track.
Exactly. I remember I went down to McLaren to do a feature with them once. It was ahead of the first Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, and the thing they were trying to work out with their modelling was how bright are the lights around the circuit. Because obviously if you've never been able to go and even test on the circuit because they're still building it, and computer modelling is 10 times better than it ever was 10 years ago or longer, but it was just, they thought, okay, we've got the model of the track and we can understand how this works, but lighting. But they did also say what you just mentioned, it's not just the falling of the light, it's the falling of the temperature of the track as well that needs consideration.
And I think that could make quite a big difference to today, because it has been pretty cosy out there. Now, Herbert Motorsport do have one more pit stop taken so far in the race, albeit that is because they pitted under the first code 60 for a quick splash and go, whereas Absolute Racing in second, they have pitted 5 times. However, we may see Absolute Racing bring their number 10 Porsche in potentially ahead of when the fuel tank runs out, because Antares Au, their AM driver, in 45 seconds time will have completed his minimum drive time. So, I mean, the car is going to have maybe another maximum 10 laps of fuel left in it anyway. So will they leave Antares in to try and get to the end of the stint and try and minimise that fuel time, or will they just, as soon as his 2 hour time's gone, they bring him in and they get either Patrick Niederhauser or Luke Hartog in? While we ponder that, let's catch up with Ben in the pits.
Oh, you don't need to ponder, PMAC, because you are absolutely spot on. I've just been standing beside the strategist of that car, and literally as the drive time ticked to 0, he pointed at Loic Hartog, who tightened his helmet and wandered out to the apron. He is ready to get back into that car. We'll see that stop any moment now. And they feel like they're in a really good position here because they're pitting just around the hour mark, whereas Herbert Motorsport are pitting on the half-hour mark. So they think they each have the same amount of pit stop to go, with advantage to Absolute Racing.
Thanks, Ben. And another element that needs to be knitted in is Herbert Motorsport will have to serve their time penalty next time they come into the pits, because I don't think the message has been passed through to Robert Renau. Had about 10 minutes to do so before he came in, so he did not serve that stop and wait a bit and go penalty next time around. So coming to a standstill, the number 10 Porsche from Absolute Racing in from second place, but we've got these split strategies at the moment. It's the different timing of the pit stops.
Stagger, yeah. And then interesting, Antares Au had the silver wheels on, so he'd gone from the black to the silver wheels. So we're now back to black wheels again. Maybe it's Antares prefers the look of it with silver wheels on. Who knows? I think it's more just coincidence. But Antares Au doing exactly what he needs to do as part of that lineup do his 2 hours of minimum drive time, do it with a consistent pace, no mistakes, and he's delivered tick, tick, tick on all of those. So Luke Hartog, who did a superb double stint at the beginning of the race, now back in, and he'll be fairly well rested now, because has he been in the car since? I don't think he has. No, so he's had a good rest, because when he would have got out of the car about 12:30, it's now just after 5:05. So yeah, he's had plenty of rest, good chance to get refueled, and I'm sure he'll be ready for another double stint. And Tarasau, I think he's spent his energy, shall we say, after 2 hours at the wheel.
I think he wants to have his cooling down in an element of privacy, but yes, he's done the job. And obviously Patrick Niederhauser, the third driver in that car. Well, he was the second one in the car, but the third one in that group. But like Luke Hartog, he did a lot of the heavy carrying early on. Luke now back in, and a driver, I wonder if he followed your advice. It's something he quite enjoyed. You know, ahead of a race meeting, you talk about getting in the mood by doing, was it Richard Burns rally?
Yeah.
He does the same.
Yeah, we shared a moment over that. I love the Richard Burns rally program on the simulator on the computer at home, and I was really surprised to hear. I know a lot of professional rally drivers that use it to prepare, but I've not really heard of professional circuit racers using it to prepare. So that was really interesting. He said that going on a home simulator for to drive for the GT3R here at Sepang, he said you can get almost too much muscle memory where it nearly matches up, but not quite. So you can actually get yourself into some bad habits. Whereas he said the rally game, the tyre model's so good on that particular simulator that it actually really helped with that kind of reactive, figuring it out on the fly kind of skill, which I thought was fascinating. Now, in terms of strategy for Absolute Racing, I think the feedback he's getting there from Absolute Racing is accurate, because there's 4 hours 50 to go. So if you took a maximum 2.5 hour stint for Luke Hartog, it's absolutely perfect. Actually, it's going to work out. Double stint Luke Hartog, double stint Patrick Niederhauser. Ideal.
Keep it simple. Now, one thing that happened while you were away was there was a moment involving the 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche that ended up sort of going on the grass, and unfortunately they're deemed to be the guilty party. 10-second time penalty for not respecting event rules of conduct has just been issued in the last couple of minutes, and bear in mind that they're still running at the sharp end of the field, but maybe that's why Robert Renaud didn't really count them. Car number 87 is the one I'm talking about, the Origin Motorsport car. And so that will be a setback for them. So the car that's leading, that has a 10-second penalty when it comes in next, has just taken the lead. Alfred Renaud, the Herbeth Motorsport car, didn't serve it last time, will have to next time. Origin Motorsport now just been promoted to second place with the number 10 Porsche from Absolute Racing, the erstwhile leader in the pit still. That's got a 10-second penalty as well. So not only have Absolute Racing sort of timed the timing of their final sector of this race falling with natural stint lengths, they don't have a penalty as yet to serve. So that is an advantage coming that way, and a disadvantage for the number 87 Origin Motorsport crew. They've been noted and they've been penalised.
Pit stop for 610 Racing. Lu Jiewei has just brought that car in the 992 category, in third in 992 overall, second in the AM subclass. New Michelin tyres going on. Absolutely no double stinting going on this weekend, to the surprise of nobody, although it might well be different when we get to the first round of the European season at the very beginning of March in Mugello. That might be where a double stint may well be happening. It was pretty cold and wet last time we were there, but it made for the most exciting race.
No, exactly. But again, this is a chance for them all to work out what works best for them in warmish conditions.
Great preparation as well for the upcoming 6 hours of Abu Dhabi and, of course, the 24 hours of Dubai, one of the flagship events of Michelin 24-hour series racing. And, of course, all those three races, including this one, are part of the Middle East Trophy too. So get the points on the board here. So Luke Hartog in that Absolute Racing Porsche, now back onto circuit, filled up with fuel, 4 hours 47 to go. I think Absolute have back-timed this really, really well. They've planned it out to the moment, and they've got their two quick drivers in now to the end of the race. They could put Antarazao back in, but they don't have to. I suspect they've given every impression that they're here to win. So I think they'll be putting their two quickest guys in to the end of the race.
Well, look, it's not just a case of the teams that generally beat compete across Asia just wanted to come and play. They wanted to show that they can learn the rules and get it right first time out. And for Absolute Racing, the team headed by Ingo Matter, passionate about their racing, but they've got their local reputation to, to consider. And if they can put one over the teams that have been competing this series, far more the teams from Europe, they're definitely going to be going all guns blazing to do that. And the initial stint of the race, we thought, were they right not to come in under that first Code 60? But they made the decision and they've stuck to it, and here we are with 4 3/4 hours remaining, and leading potentially the way. Of course, with that pit stop, they've just fallen down the order a little bit, but when their two rivals come in about 15 laps, we expect the Herbert Motorsport car to be back in. That's leading the way at the moment. Then we'll have the number 10 Porsche for Absolute Racing back into the lead.
The only difference between the Herbert Motorsport Porsche and the Absolute Racing Porsche that have been fighting over this race win all the way through, one is a pro car, if you like, that's the number 10 Absolute Racing, and then the Herbert is a Pro-Am car, so that's each class has a different set of pit stop regulations. So to try and simplify it as best as possible, the Herbert car has a 10% quicker flow at the pump than the Absolute car, so that will give a couple of seconds in hand over that, probably 12 seconds or so, because it's around a 2-minute fill to 10%, so give it a 12% fill, a 12 second benefit, but also it's got 5 litres more fuel capacity, which is a lap maybe a little bit, maybe 2 laps. Well, 5 litres is about a gallon, isn't it? Give or take, roughly.
Yeah, possibly.
And then it's just under 3. No, I think it's maybe 2 laps, actually.
Yeah, actually, I the maths backwards for some reason.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 laps of fuel, which could make all the difference when things are really, really tight. Now, we've got Ben Constanduros down in the pits. We'll come down to him in just a minute. But with those brand new tyres at the moment for Luke Hartog, he's putting in an absolute best in Sector 1 at the moment, 54.250 through that opening sector. That's very, very quick indeed. We're getting kickback testing from something.
Yeah, no, absolutely flying. One thing I just want to point out, PMAC, at this point in the race, we started with 17 cars. We had a few mechanical reliability problems for Vortex. The wing problem for the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, but we still have 17 cars out there running, doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, the attrition rate has been very, very low indeed, which has been very pleasing to see. Very good, very, very good coexistence, shall we say, between the cars out there and the GT3 cars not being too overly aggressive. Who was it who said? Was it Bryce Fullwood who said he's just watching the mirror all the time to watch for those GT3 cars coming through, particularly when they're in a battle with one another as well.
So, what's the state of the light? It's not as light as it might be normally because it's now clouding over, but it remains dry. Remains dry. It's the time here is just gone 5:15 in the afternoon. Another hour and a bit of natural light. We reckon after 7 o'clock it would fall down into darkness, and that will add a different touch. And we were talking about the pace that Luke Hartog has been applying to the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche as the sister car for Be Quick Absolute Racing. Yi Deng comes into the pit lane, and Luke not exactly staying on the circuit there, pressing on really, really hard. Yes, down in 4th place, but when the stagger unwinds, he should be back at the sharp end of the field. But I think the point that you've made is the fact that he could share the remainder of this race with teammate Patrick Niederhauser. Antarizao has done his minimum time in the race and therefore doesn't have to go back in unless he fancies it. But if you combine Luke Hartog and Patrick Niederhauser in a Porsche, give them 4 and a bit hours of racing, you have to be very special to exceed their performance.
Well, I wonder what Herbert will do, because they've got 4 hours of Robert Renauer time that they can use, and they may well be actually quite close to using all of that by now. Robert, has he done 2 single stints so far? Has he done more than that?
Just having a quick think. Down there. He went in to start. He's done 2 stints. Okay. He was the start driver. Then it went to Ralph. Then it went to his brother Alfred, and then Konstantin Dressler. They did single.
So they've got time to do some more Robert Renauer stints if they want. Alfred, he's got no minimum or maximum, so they're free with that. The question is whether they put Konstantin Dressler or Ralph Bowen in again. From my understanding of the rules, being a Pro-Am car, Ralph Bowen and Konstantin Dressler only need to do 2 hours between them. So whether that's them then done, I mean, I think that is their stint time complete, if I've read that correctly. But it wouldn't be the first time we've seen drivers having done their minimum time and carry on and do some more stints. So that could well play into it to see who comes out on top between Herbert and Absolute Racing. I mean, Herbert, they're in the Pro-Am class and they're leading that quite comprehensively at the moment, but I think that they come here to win overall. That's for sure. As Luke Hartog trying to make the most of the early laps in his Michelin tyres at the moment, a 2:05.7, which is considerably faster than the drivers ahead of him. I mean, Alfred Renauer last lap, a 2:08.7. So 3 seconds, more than 3 seconds. But of course, Alfred Renauer is on 23 lap older tyres. So that is where the difference in lap time comes from.
You have to learn these things. You come to a circuit for the first time, you know there's going to be tyre performance drop-off. How much? And how much does it vary according to any extra 1 degree, 2 degrees up or down? And they'll be finding out, because the track, the track won't cool down quickly here, but this cloud has certainly reduced its temperature in the last hour or two. If we'd had full sunshine through the day, but then again, it means probably the drop of temperature as we go into nightfall won't be as marked as if it had been from a hot track to a cooler track. It's just been gradually cooling, but if you walked out in bare feet, you'd still feel it was warm underfoot, trust me.
Gets the rubber, softens the rubber on your shoes.
Yes.
Yeah, which is actually quite good. In fact, I need to get new shoes. Mine are, the grip on them's wearing away. I stepped on a wet part the other day and I nearly had a massive jump.
Nearly did the splits.
Nearly. Very, very nearly. So 4 hours and 39 minutes to go then. Let's try to take a run through your class leaders. Overall, at the moment, it's Herbert Motorsport who leads overall and in the GT3 Pro-Am class. In second, it's our AM GT3 leader. That's Origin Motorsport number 87 with their Porsche. Then second in AM, third overall is Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. Absolute Racing have just taken a pit stop with their number 10 Porsche, driven now by Luke Hartog, who's on a strong pace on those fresher tyres as things stand. Climax Racing, they are in 5th overall, 2nd in Pro-Am, just ahead of the 3rd in Pro-Am car. That is 6th place overall for Ayrton Redont for Ajith Red Ant Racing. Win here, be quick. Absolute Racing, Vincenzo Ricci in 7th. Then it's Dominic Ang for Viper. Nisa Racing in 8th. LM Corsa in 9th. And Leipert Motorsport round out the top 10 with Axel Bengtsson at the wheel. In 992, it's Red Camel Jordans who haven't let a loose splitter get in the way of their progress. They lead the way by around a lap at the moment from John Shen for Modena Motorsport. Spencer Proper in the Czerny Motorsport BMW for GT4 is 13th. Then third in 992 is Yang Ho Chi for the 610 Racing crew. Paul Meyer for Milner Motorsport, unfortunately several laps behind the 992 leaders due to a hub problem a couple of hours ago. Asbest Racing with their Cooper in 16th, and Vortex V8, they round out 17 positions at the moment. I wonder how how the tyre degradation is going to play out over the course of the darkness hours, and if there's going to be as much of a drop-off as the temperature on the track comes down. We promised you Ben Constanduros in the pits, and now it's time to deliver on that promise. Ben, what do you have for us?
Hello. Yes, it wasn't me calling prayer time. I was setting up myself an interview with Elias Seppänen. Remember the Mercedes that was on the pole position? Elias set that time. How's it been going so far? Because we've sort of been focusing on the Porsches at the head of the field, but you've been there and thereabouts.
Yeah, so far everything running smoothly. We're focusing we have the minimum 6 hours for the 2 amateur drivers, so we've been focusing really hard to get their driving time done early as possible. So actually I'm just about to jump in for my first stint of the day. So arriving the track 8 o'clock this morning and still at 6 haven't driven. So, but yeah, everything looking good. Almost done with the amateur drivers, and then I will be more towards the end of the race to bring the car home.
How much have they been leaning on you for advice and helping this team and this setup? Because they're used to driving a Mercedes. They've had a Mercedes all year.
Yeah, exactly. So both Mike and Li Chao, they experienced with the Mercedes. They've run it the last couple of years already. So in terms of the car, there's nothing new. But of course, in Sepang, due to the temperatures, we're experiencing quite a low grip compared to before. And as well, having the low grip with the high engine power we have is actually quite tricky to drive. So, you know, Tanat and myself, we are working also quite hard to help the Mike and Li Chao as well. Because, you know, in the end, it's a team sport. You know, you need all the 4 drivers in the car perform, otherwise the result won't be good in the end. So it's a lot of new stuff, especially for Li Chao, because he never driven the Michelin tire before, but you know, every day he's improving. Now he's doing a good job. So about to finish this last stint as well. So yeah, so far everything going well.
Have you got much experience with this Michelin tire?
With this compound not. This compound very new for pretty much everyone here. We just ran it the first time on Thursday, but luckily it suited our car really well from the beginning. We didn't need to do any huge changes for the setup. So yeah, so far it's been good for us.
And for you, Sepang, Malaysia, first time here, or have you experienced this before? It's a wonderful place to be.
Yeah, it's a nice track. I driven the Asia Le Mans series here last year, and also my first time in the Formula 4 was here back in 2019. So, you know, always some good memories. First time driving a real race car here. So it's interesting track.
Wow, that must give you a nice sense to come back here and sort of feel like where it all began. I know many racing drivers love their karting because that was where it sort of began for you, but yeah. Car racing here.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, coming actually after 2019, when I did the first time here, I didn't come back until last year. So long time passed, but still, you know, always nice to come here.
And my encyclopedic knowledge commentator, Peter Mackay, says you've actually got the lap record here. In that car.
Really? I did not know that, but that's a nice statistic for sure. Hopefully in the nights with this BOP, the cars are quite fast compared to usual because we are running quite a high power, all the car running quite a high power compared to other series, so maybe in the night can give it another shot with the GT3 then.
That's quite fun, isn't it, to be able to open it up because so often you're so restricted.
Yeah, exactly, it's fun. Even the Thursday, you know, I noticed the car suddenly becomes quite loud when you have so much more power in the car. So for sure, it's quite fun.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Elias.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy your stints because you are finally going out and getting some lap times in. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers. Yeah, sorry, guys. Yeah, I didn't hear you properly there. There was some joke about me being a lap record holder, not him. But maybe later you'll be able to get a lap record.
Well, when you were talking about karting, Ben, I thought, here comes the point going, well, I broke the lap record yesterday for Rotax 2-strokes at the Sepang kart track. Just saying. We're just jealous, Ben. We're just jealous.
Is a bit like what happened to us yesterday, Peter, getting from a 4-stroke into a 2-stroke and going, wow, there's so much more power. Clearly, they're enjoying having GT3 cars that are able to sing a bit more than
It's
they used to.
It's a great point, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the GT3 car, you can run it in quite from it being really held back to its absolute maximum, there is a really big gap between them. I mean, was it Jules Gounon that drove a completely unrestricted GT3 AMG at Bathurst, and it was massively quicker? but it had a DRS flap on it, and so it wasn't quite like for like. But
yeah, but if you think about it, I mean, you have to have some performance in excess and extremis that could be pegged back for balance of performance. Just having a quick look back at Elias Seppänen, he was a superstar in junior and senior karting, world and European level, but his first season, he mentioned, in single-seaters was here, Southeast Asia, Formula 4 Series. Not only did he win the championship, he did so by winning 11 races. I can't imagine there were more than, let's say, 21 races in that championship, maybe only 18. So he absolutely hit the ground running and, has moved on since then, but still cars with roofs. He's two-time ADAC GT champion, 2023, 2024, so his credentials clear to see. And the fact he's only just turned 22 at the end of last month, the very end of October, means he's not got that many years on the clock, but clearly very quick. But as he said, the last time he was here before this time was 2019. It's quite a while.
I swear they have a factory in Finland where they just make racing drivers.
Yeah, they do. They actually have one, and it's got two doors. One is to rallying and one is to racing. But I still think they put two through the rallying door, one through the racing door.
Am I right in thinking those ADAC Masters Championships were in Mercedes? Yeah, because he this year in Asia has been in a Ferrari, and that was a very big step and a very big difference to what he was used to. So being here with the Mercedes is much more back to where his sort of familiarity
just to keep things complicated and add variety, he talked to the Asian Le Mans Series. That was 2024 into 2025, and he was racing a Porsche when he was here. There we are. Got to be adaptable.
So he knows the lie of the land. He knows where the strengths and weaknesses are in each car. Yeah, it was with Landgraf Mercedes he won the two ADAC GT Masters titles. So yeah, great addition to that Climax Racing 999 team that took pole sitting car, of course. Don't forget, and they've had to work hard to get their minimum driver times in for the AM-graded drivers as well. All part of the strategy here in the Michelin 24-hour series, as it is in many sports car series like European Le Mans, Asian Le Mans, IMSA GTD, etc., etc. So it's Alfred Renard leading the way at the moment, lapping in the mid-208. So as he's getting towards the end of his tyre stint, he's probably got 15 minutes left of fuel in the car. He's just gone over an hour of his stint. 208.4 the last time by, so about 3 seconds off the car's ultimate pace. But as he reaches the end of the stint, of course, the tyre not giving its performance. One car that's had great performance and is the Red Camel Jordan's number 909, Adrian Flack, hopping out of that car with a very dashing blue, yellow and black helmet. Cool design, that. As I'm going to take a guess that it's Luke Breukers that's just jumped in. The reason why I guess that is maybe a mildly educated guess. He has a kind of sky blue helmet, which is just peeking through the windscreen at the moment. So I'm going to guess it's Luke, but we will confirm that when that Red Camel Jordan's leading 992 car comes out of refueling, which has just begun now.
Yeah, no bets are being taken, but I think you're absolutely spot on. So you can put your pound away.
That's if I brought it out in the first place. I don't want to risk dropping it.
No, it's been in the family for generations, has it?
I've looked after that pound well. In fact, when I got married, the minister gave my wife and I a pound, and he does this every wedding. It's this kind of party piece. And he said, "Look after this," and he said, if you ever get to the point where you're both down to your last pound, always remember this: you've always got each other.
Oh.
And he said, but then he looked at me and he says, "Don't spend it." He says, "You know who I work for." I'll know.
Nice touch. Right, good. The Vortex is still in the race, because in the initial ad of 12, it had two problems and stopped out on the circuit. They knew what it was. It took quite a while to get it repaired. He's 30 laps down on everyone else. But, for me, the sight of that car, when you see all the cars in the pit lane and then you see them on the grid, a lot of people will be drawn to the GT3 cars up the front. They're not used to seeing Vortexes, and first time it would have been here. Then you suddenly see people look at that going, wow, that's something different. It makes one of the best sounds in the race, the fabulous V8 burble. So I'm delighted that's still going. As we pointed out, some way down, Lionel Amrouche down in the fueling area at the moment. But the good thing is we started with 17. We still have 17 going.
Brilliant job by all the teams. For many of them to come to a racetrack for the very first time, everything, they've had to really get on top of the machinery quick, get the cars set up, and we've seen some teams where they've got it set up slightly wrong, it's been weared the tyre a bit more, so they've had to get on top of that. I mean, normally in a Michelin 24-hour series race week, you have a lot of track time before. You have the Creventic track days is what they're called, for open testing, but some teams will make full use of that and some won't for a variety of reasons, whether it's time or budget or whatever. But when you're coming to a circuit for the first time, even that's probably not enough time to get everything absolutely dialed in right. So the teams have done a top job.
Yeah, they have. And for a lot of, this is the opening round effectively in 2026. We know it's still 2025, but this is the first of 3 races in the 24H Middle East series. But for a lot of these crews, you're still melding together people who've never driven these cars, never driven for the team, steps up a category. People, we're looking at the GT4. Cherney Motorsport BMW, still a team that's very new to racing. There's still a lot of fantastic road and racing cars, but they're gaining form. They absolutely admitted this is a meeting in which they're gaining experience to gel together for the second and third rounds of the championship, respectively in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and doing a very good job. And they had the setback last night, the collision with the barriers, damaged the car almost even more. So the crew working through till 4:30 this morning, poor things, to get the car ready. And bear in mind, it wasn't like you go away, you finish at 4:30, go to your hotel, come back from an afternoon start. We started at 10 o'clock this morning, cars on the grid at least half an hour before, so that they will be flagging in between.
Yeah, they had to have the cars on the grid by 9.
By 9. I was going to say, was it half an hour and an hour? It was at 9 o'clock this morning.
A little bit earlier than normal, because the grid was cleared earlier than normal as well, because we had so many fans here to see Ajit Kumar, and that we had to be a little bit quicker, I think, to try and make sure everybody was cleared off so that the race could start on time and start safely. But I think that the grid walk is one of the best racing experiences you can have. And there's a few championships where there's many championships where it's completely the reserve of VIP guests that seem to operate in a different universe to what we do. But here in the Michelin 24-hour series, there's various points through the year where the grid walk is open to fans and they can come and enjoy it. Barcelona is a great example. We have a big grid walk there. And then you look at things like the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, one of the biggest sports car series in the world. Daytona, everybody, in you come. Normal ticket, come and join the grid. Speak to the drivers, get a picture, whatever you want. And frankly, for me, there needs to be a lot more of that. Use it.
Oh, I agree.
It's stuff that costs relatively little or nothing, but why not do it? I say that a lot from in club racing as well. If you've got people who have made the effort to come along and watch, get them on the grid, get them up close to the cars, feel that atmosphere before a race.
100%. I remember as a child where they would allow you into the pits on the morning of a Grand Prix, and you'd be the first at the gate, and if you weren't at the first at the gate, you crush those who were in front of you and carry on and get up there first, because then you get your close-up photographs for anyone else was in the way. All it does is one thing, it just cements your love of the sport all the more. And yeah, to be kept away, it's, I understand it at certain places, certain points, but if you can, why not do it? And certainly it's very much been a feature of Creventic ever since I've been racing. And, people are very, very respectful, but, you want to get up close. But if you suddenly notice cameras are coming through, you need to get out of the way for the journalists to get through. But, I must say, it just adds to the whole feeling of this event. And certainly with the fans for Ajit Kumar, they were down by the 100 on the track.
Fantastic. One of my favourite grid walk stories was at the Sebring 12-hour 2007-2008. And Team Penske were right in the hunt for the win, and there was real nervous energy. But the grid at Sebring is packed with fans. It is incredible. You cannot move. And at the time, Team Penske were running a Porsche prototype, and a very fragile thing, if you imagine. And they had a protective ring of mechanics all the way around the car to make sure that it didn't get damaged during the or anything was ripped off it or whatever during the grid walk. And Roger Penske is very, very, even more involved then than he still is now. And he was trying to make sure that everything was ready for the start of the race. And he wanted to check tyres. He wanted to talk about tyres. And he grabbed one of the mechanics. He said, "You." Yes, Mr. Penske. Where's the Michelin man? And the mechanic panicked because he didn't want to upset the big boss. And he said, and points over in another direction. There he is, he's over there. And Roger Penske turned round. And here's Babentham with his hands in the air.
Oh, no.
And he goes, no, not that Michelin man.
yeah, the man with the tyre pressures.
Yes, the man with the big head and big forehead and clipboard. That's the Michelin man he wanted to speak to.
Yes, obviously another thing, you tend to have fewer grid walks with single-seaters, because if you do trip over and stand on a front wing, you can imagine that wouldn't improve matters. But also it's the very nature of endurance racing tends to lend to a more open approach to things like grid walks. But may they reign and may they increase is all I can say.
Pit stop going on at the moment for Asbest Racing. A little bit of finger trouble here, getting everything all put together. Single lug nut wheel change this is not. Multiple lug nuts having to be tightened up, probably while the clag's being removed at the rear of the car. Incredible amount of tyre pickup here. Around halfway through the race, there was a full dustpan's worth of clag taken out the back of this front wheel drive Cupra.
Yeah, it's a massive factor, and if you spend your time racing in Europe, apart from the races in the height of summer, you won't be accustomed to this at all. But teams, you know, if they don't have the right kit to get away, next time they come racing, they will have the right kit to remove, as you say, the tyre clag, because it certainly doesn't make life fun for the drivers. And eventually, well, we've seen it many times, tyre clag catching fire within the wheel arches, and that's less than amusing.
Yeah, very, very unhelpful indeed. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go then, so we're nearly into the final third of this inaugural 12 hours of Malaysia. Race leader Alfred Renauer will be into the pits in the next 3 laps, I would wager, because he's getting towards the end of that stint length in terms of fuel, and just put in a 207.8 on 32 lap old tyres. That's really impressive there from Alfred Renauer. And while he carries on doing that superb job, let's get an update from Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Our Asbest Racing TCX machine with a used set but a tidied set of tyres going onto that car. You'll be able to see on your data screens exactly how many laps those tyres have done. It's a good question that we haven't got to the bottom of exactly what number that is, because it's sure the rear tyres on that car will have done a lot more than the front. Interestingly, 50 laps. Yeah, but is that 50 on the rear, the front, on average? We're not entirely clear on that. But there was nowhere near as much rubber coming out of that car as John managed to find. I think they obviously did a tidy up from the very start of the race to that point, and that's where so much. 1 car behind, Elias Sepainen getting into the 999 Climax Mercedes. And watch the timing screens light up. Now he is aboard that car. He got given a brand new set of tyres to go and play with, so he is going to be very, very fast indeed. We also had Modena in, and Viper Nisa have made a pit stop as well, but we have yet to see our leaders, waiting on them to come in surely soon, because if we wait too much longer, they are going to be on the hour, and then all those calculations saying that Absolute we're in a good position will be thrown out the window.
Well, Alfred Renauer at the moment, his stint length is 1 hour and 11 minutes. We're usually looking at 1 hour and 15-ish for a stint. Maybe even push it to 1 hour and 20 if you can do a bit of fuel saving, and that might be what he's doing at the moment. I mean, the lap time isn't showing that he's fuel saving, but he could well be. 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. So if he pits now, yeah, he can get at that and trying to divvy all that up. That's going to be tight in terms of how that calculates. And I'm sure actually we're trying to think of every stint. Maybe if you can put a lap onto every stint, that could probably help them. They might even be able to save a stop. Lots of if, buts and maybes.
Yeah, but that's endurance racing, isn't it? How far can you stretch the envelope, the parameters that are defining you? If it's not defined by rule book, and you can define it yourself, then there is something to be said for that. But I've already stood up in the commentary box as the Herbert Motorsport 91 Porsche goes past us. So another lap going on the board. Stint length goes out to, what's it now, 1 hour and 12 and a half minutes. But I'm wanting to see next time he comes in, whether it's the end of this lap or the end of the one after that. I want to see if he stops at the penalty box, because last time the penalty had been issued not too long before, but 10 seconds extra needs to be served in the penalty box. Hasn't been served. And perhaps next time around, or the next time when they're in the pits, they will get round to it. But I just want to make sure I see it, that's all.
The car that Herbert will be watching closely is Luke Hartog in Absolute Racing Porsche at number 10. 2:06.7 last time by. It's right in the middle of his stint at the moment. He's 39 seconds behind the third-placed Audi, Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, which will be coming in within the next 15 minutes or so to the pit lane, which would then put the Absolute car back up onto the podium. Where Origin fit in the mix? Are they as our wonderful American colleague Ryan Marine says, the snake in the grass?
That's very kind.
Quite a lot of snakes in the grass in this part of the world.
Yes, they are. Stay on the
bushes.
track. Stay on the track. Don't go off. That's certainly for sure.
We haven't seen one yet, thankfully. I really hate snakes.
No, they're not my favourite things. And I must say, I was very glad when I completed a track walk, the Irangatu Katai circuit in India once. Someone said, "You are aware there are lots of snakes out the back." Rather. And I did the same in Indonesia as well. I've done a track walk here without seeing one, but I'm quite happy not to see any.
It's something we've had a wonderfully full and fulfilling trip, but I can do without the snakes, definitely.
You like your snake bite in a glass?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even that.
Yeah, no, fair call.
Yeah, it's always wise to stay away from it.
Snake bite, a drink of choice, but it's not my choice. So there you go.
No, because there's different snake bites you can have. Some is lager and.
I thought it was cider and. Is it cider? Never mind.
Never mind.
Never tried.
Don't touch it, kids. Through goes Alfred Renauer again, an hour and 40 minutes into his stint. So has he started to build a little bit of extra margin with some fuel saving? I mean, I think over a whole stint, you could, with a concerted effort, you could save a lap.
I think just a lap. I think to go beyond that. But he's lapping 2-minute 8-second laps now, high at 2-minute 8s, but that's just the fall off of the tyres.
And as we've seen, the 2:08.7 on the very end of the stint is actually a good time. And
yeah,
it's all in context. If you took an initial glance at the screen, you go, oh no, he's 2 seconds lap slower than Hartog. Oh, it's a disaster. But Hartog, of course, his tyres are only 16 lap old. I can't remember a race, even in the heat of the summer, I can't remember a race this year in the Michelin 24-hour series where we've paid so much attention to the drop-off in time. I mean, when we were at Mugello for the 12 hours of Mugello,
we couldn't get heat into the tyres.
Yeah, it was the opposite problem, totally opposite problem.
But then again, I'm actually quite a fan of, if you have a championship, if you can have diversity across the various races, not just in the type of circuit, but the weather too. And so if you're a champion across that extra array of temperature, how to manage your tyres, it's another feather in your hat, another accolade that you can add to winning it. And I do cover a lot of the races on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and quite frequently the first round of the championship, possibly even the last round of the championship in October, you can almost have snow flurries, certainly the ones in spring. And so it may be the same circuit all year, but it's never the same circuit from race to race. Ben, what's happening down in the pits?
Well, just to add to your discussion on tyre drop-off and stint length and things like that, I'm not going to name any names particularly, but I was told a story whilst I was on my break a few hours ago of a race here for the 12 hours of Sepang, the previous iteration of this 12 hours in Malaysia, where there was a tyre selected which had a peak and they were able to do 205s like our best times are here. But once they dropped off to 220s and 225s. Now, if you didn't push your tyre too hard, as some of the gentleman drivers didn't at the start of the race, then you were able to stay in the 2-minute and 10 margin. But if you pushed them hard like the pros did at the start of the race, then they dropped off as Herbert Motorsport comes in. And so what you saw across the stint in the first couple of stints was the pro drivers driving away and the bronze drivers dropping back. But by the end of the stint, the bronze drivers sweeping past the pros because the pros had no tyres left. And the bronze drivers had able to be conservative across the full stint because they weren't pushing that hard. And we were able to get the to the end of the stint. So put that into the mix. We're definitely not the same manufacturer of tyre here. Michelin tyres are a lot better than that. But it is very much about how you treat your tyres in the early part of the stint, how far you can go at the end. And a lot of management going on out there.
So pit stop completed in typical Herbert fashion, absolutely perfectly. I've finally been able to tell the difference between Alfred Renauer and Robert Renauer. They're in a very similar suit. Their helmets are very similar, but Robert has got green flashes on the side of his visor. So at last I've finally been able to tell the difference between them. But they got the driver change done before the tyre change was done, so therefore did not cost themselves any time. So single stint for Alfred Renauer there, switching to his twin brother Robert. So they are playing for keeps here with 4 hours and 11 minutes to go. I think it's going to be a grind for Herbert and for Absolute, and indeed for Origin, to the flag, having to be absolutely perfect, no mistakes. But in this scenario, it's Robert Renauer just taking his helmet off there and walking through to the back of the garage. For his peers, in terms of his driving peers, they go back to the garage, they may do a little bit of debrief, they try and cool off. For him, that's his business. The team, it is a family team, so yes, he's driving, but then he's got to do, it's a totally different mindset, Bruce, surely, because yes, you're going to debrief and you're going to talk about what's going on, but then your brain is surely picking up on so many other things that a driver who's just been brought into a team to drive is going to have. So there's an extra challenge there for guys like Robert and Alfred. And
yeah, do we have enough coffee in the pit garage? Elements like that. No, I jest, but only. Right, just one thing. Because the Herbert Motorsport number 91 Porsche did not serve its time penalty shortly after it was issued, has not served it now, but they have to do so within 2 hours of issuance of said time penalty, and I think it's getting pretty close towards that now. I'll have to go through various screens to get to that, but that's a figure. I'm just double-checking the 2026 regulations, just in case it has changed in that as well. You've always got to keep on top of the sporting regulations, but bear with as I scroll.
That was handed out at 4:18 local time. It's coming up to 10 to 6. So if that rule still stands,
yeah. So I'll just double check.
Then that is that would be a very un-Herbert mistake to incur further penalty, unless they are arguing it. But if it's track limits, I doubt it, because it's fairly absolute, isn't it?
Yeah, because when Robert came in, he didn't seem to, and John was interviewing him, he didn't seem to really bat an eyelid that he hadn't served the penalty, but I thought it had only been issued in the previous 10 minutes, so maybe the message hadn't got through. But
he's always poker faced.
Yeah, no, he is.
He's very good at keeping shrewd in certain scenarios, particularly when it comes to strategy. He's always a wonderful interview to do, because it puts you under the cosh as a journalist to try and figure out what they're up to. And yeah, he's got a pretty good record of being able to swat that away, his Robert, and indeed his brother Alfred. So actually it's Ralph Bowen, not Robert Renauer. So okay, so Ralph Bowen has jumped into the Herbert Motorsport car. I honestly thought that was Robert Renauer who'd jumped back in with so they're all with a very similar helmet design. They're really messing with us. Ralph Bowen leading the way at the moment, having taken that stop. So that's pretty critical as well, that they've pitted and continued to lead the race.
Okay, let's just compare where the Absolute Racing Porsche is. It's in 4th place at the moment. But it's only 18 laps into its stint. So expect, as Ralph Bowen picks up the pace, having gone back out from the lead into 2nd place in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, 18 laps. 19 laps difference between their tyre life, so clearly running to different strategies for various reasons, but we've got to look at the relative pace, and at the moment just under 2 minutes 7 second lap last time round for Luke Hartog, so he's halfway through his stint. They're already falling away. They started in the 2:05, went to the 2:06. He's just at the top end of the 2:06s per lap at the moment, so that performance will be dropping away. However, he, for the moment, doesn't have a time penalty to serve, but certainly the race-leading 87 Porsche for Origin Motorsport, they've got a 10-second penalty to serve. Herbert Motorsport just out of the pits in 2nd. They've still got a 10-second penalty to serve, and having had a very quick scout through the rules, to my eye, it's still saying has to be served within 2 hours. And those penalties, respectively, for the 87 Origin crew, their penalty was served at 5:07. That's about 40 minutes away. Ago, that's fine, but certainly for 91 for Herbert Motorsport, it was served at 4:18. So it's just over half an hour from now. So that's just under half an hour from now.
Because we do sometimes see penalties added on at the end of the race, but only if that penalty is applied within that 2 hours of the final 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, well, that would make sense.
So it would be, I have to say, it would be very, very unlikely for Herbert to make that error. There's got to be a story there. That's definitely one for our pit lane reporting team, Ben Constanduros and John Hindhoff, to follow up on, to see, do Herbert, is there something that we're not aware of? I'm sure there is. I would be amazed if it's out of negligence, because that's just not their style at all. While we consider that, let's get down to Ben for another interview.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah, I'm here in the Origin garage with Leo Ye, who has been fixed to this screen and these chairs all the way through the race. Most of the drivers, I can't find them, Leo, because they're hiding in their driver room, but you have been here. You are following this intently.
No, I was in the back, actually, but now my team is driving and he's doing a great job, so it's pleasant to watch.
Now, you've done one stint so far?
Yeah. I did one in the afternoon, and somehow put us in the front, so it's good.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the absolute guys and Herbert, but you seem to be there and thereabouts, and with a lot of drive time still left for you, are you confident?
No, actually...
it's different with the Michelin.
Well, with the Michelin, you have to take care of the tire more carefully. With the Prairie, because we do mostly sprint race, so you can take most out of the tire, and you can just push like a monster. And with the Michelin, you really need to be friendly to the tires all the way through.
But you must be quite surprised, having also run here the 12 hours over the years in March, that the longevity of the tire, it seems to last.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The Michelin tire seems to be able to last a long way despite this heat.
Yeah. Also, the Prairie was actually last very long. Yeah, and the Michelin, if you do it right, and it's probably, but it's difficult to get into the window.
Is this place a place you like to race? I know you've taken victories here before.
Sorry, I can't.
Is this a place you like to race? You've taken victories in different championships before?
Yeah, many good memories here in Sepang. I mean, I started my career pretty much here, and I even came here the last time before COVID, and also the first time after COVID. And here I won some races, and my parents, my family came here before to watch our victory, and so I really like this place.
So do you do anything in between? Obviously racing next weekend. Do you get a couple of days off, or you're at the track every day studying?
No, I go back to work. Yes.
Leo, thank you very much for your time, and good luck for the end of the race. You're a dark horse.
Wish us good luck. Thank you.
So Origin Motorsport, Leo Yong Lee in a potentially race-winning position. They are in the mix. They're certainly close enough to be considered right now as we approach the final third of the action.
Yeah, you do start looking around at this point going, okay, it's all been pretty smooth running for most teams through, what curveballs are coming. Yes, lots of people, as Ben mentioned earlier, are constantly holding onto a phone, looking at the weather map, what's coming in. There is a big storm off the western edge of Malaysia, very much at our level at the moment, so it could be coming in. But Leo Ye, he's a tip-top racer. But it's quite a while ago he mentioned he started his racing career here. That was in Formula Renault Asia, and Leo's only just moving into his 30s, but that was in 2011 to 2013, so he was a young un then, but experience under his belt. But he's been quick here every time he comes, and that's accolade enough.
Ralph Bowen, one of the most successful drivers in the history of the Michelin 24-hour series, back at the wheel of his beloved Porsche, now in second place overall as things stand. Meanwhile, Luke Breukers for Red Camel Jordan's Racing leading in 992. They've had a fairly strong day, it has to be said. Pace has been good. The only slight hiccup has been a detached splitter after a bit of light contact with the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche, but Rick Breukers managed that well. They got that replaced and seems to be back on form. 2:12 last time by for Luke Breukers after 11 laps of that stint, and they're looking good. Look like they've got about a lap in hand over Modena Motorsports right now, being chased down by Benny Simonson at this moment in time. They lead also in the 992 AM subcategory.
Yeah, Benny's settling in very nicely indeed, and it's always intriguing. We've talked about this many times, PMAC, when you get a GT3 car next to a 992 Cup class car, particularly when you got Porsche with Porsche, and you just look how much wider the GT3 car is, and then the grunt as they go onto the straight, the GT3 car seems to pull away, and then with its sleeker shape, the 992 Cup class car comes down, and down the long straight, it is a good long blast past the pits here down to turn one. You see them closing in, which you think counterculture, how can they close in? Their lap times are slower, but on the straights, the Cup class cars are fantastic.
They do, yeah, they really do slip down the straight as they hit the brakes now, as Yang Ho Chi is doing at the moment in the 666 car. The Porsche Cup car is doing nearly 250 kilometres an hour and have to scrub the speed all the way down to 60 kilometres an hour for the apex at turn 1. We almost must feel like coming to a total stop at that point. I wonder what the Vortex is doing. I can't find an onboard with the Vortex with the speeds on it, but it must be pretty slippery and pretty quick down.
100%. We were talking earlier, when you look at it from the front, you can't even see the rear wing. It's so tapered down towards the rear, and clearly it's a car with grunt, but a car with fantastic downforce from those massive aerodynamic channels through and under the back of the car.
So we're heading towards the final third of the race here in 4 seconds' time. Let's consider who is in contention here for the 12 Hours of Malaysia. Origin Motorsport at the moment shown as your leader, but are due in the pit lane very, very soon, which would then promote the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche up into the lead. That car that's been driven at the moment by Ralph Bowen, who's setting some rapid pace, a 2:06.6 last time by for the German AM driver. Third place at the moment for the number 69 Continental Racing Audi, but again, they are really close to the end of their stint. In fact, an hour and 20 minutes for Vasily Vladikin, really making that Audi's fuel tank stretch as much as possible. Then it's Absolute Racing, number 10. Antar Azar, Luke Hartog and Patrick Niederhauser have been pretty flawless all day. They're in the mix, but do they have the strategy right to take down Herbeth, who are such a reference point in at this championship? On their debut race together, Ajit Red Ant Racing with their AMG are in the top 5 overall right now. It is Ayrton Red Ant driving as we speak, again heading towards the end of his stint. In fact, he has to get out that car within the next 10 minutes to not break the maximum stint time. In 6th place, it's the pole-sitting car, the 999 Climax Racing Mercedes AMG. 7th is Be Quick Absolute Racing. 8th is Douglas Koo, Melvin Moe and Dominic Ang, the local Malaysian team with their Mercedes AMG in 8th. 9th is the sole Ferrari of the number 60 LM Corsa crew. Rounding out the top 10 is the Leiper Lamborghini of Marcus and Hampus Eriksson, Axel Bengtsson and Tom Carlson. Your leader in 992, Red Camels Jordans, such a stalwart team of this championship, so many wins over the years. They lead ahead of Modena Motorsports, who lead the AM subcategory. Cherny Motorsport, in that they're in for the full season in the Middle East Trophy for this race for Dubai and for Abu Dhabi in January. They sit in 13th overall. Then it's the 666 992 class car. The 666 is the 610 Racing crew. 15th is the number 91 Mulner car that was in the fight for the win, but unfortunately an issue on the wheel hub cost them a lot of time. Asbest Racing in 16th and Vortex running along after some early issues in 17th overall. So let's consider then the highlights of this wonderful event so far. starting off with blue skies here at Sepang, which have held pretty strongly, albeit with a little bit of cloud running around. But the main thing, the main talking point all day long has been tyre wear and the degradation of the tyre, managing that big slides from a lot of the Porsche 992 Cup cars, particularly Milner Motorsport. They had a bucking Bronco in their hands at one point. But it's been the story of the race between the Herberth 992 GT3R and the similarly equipped Absolute Racing number 10 crew, fighting away for the win. But many eyes, of course, have been on that red and white number 93 Mercedes. So many fans here to see Ajit Kumar in his step into GT3 racing. 4 hours remain. We sit at around an hour from going into darkness. And will that change the complexion of this Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia? It's looking at the moment like it could be a Porsche on the top, with Herberth in there, with Origin in there, and with Absolute in there as well. But is there still a twist in the tail here at Sepang? The next 4 hours of racing will tell us. Live and free coverage on Preventing Motorsports TV and on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, channel RS1. So as Bruce Jones takes a well-deserved break for an evening meal, it's Peter Mackay and Johnny Palmer rejoining us. And John Hindhaugh, of course. Don't forget John Hindhaugh. How could we forget John Hindhaugh?
I forget myself sometimes, to be honest, Peter, if I'm being brutally honest to you. Just a quick one from the lane. We've got, I think it's is it the Ajit Kumar, yes it is, the Ajit Red Ant Mercedes coming into the pit lane. They're going to soak up the penalty that you guys were talking about earlier on. One of their team is at the pit box and starts the stopwatch now. And, and it's also counting down on the Lumi rank as well. That's really good. So there's a stopwatch and the Lumi rank. At Origin, they're in front of their pit box now. They have got they're starting to prepare for the darkness times. The rumble you will hear is the number 93 Mercedes going through. There it goes. They're preparing for darkness. They have put out their gantry, which of course has pink neon on it. Looks absolutely fantastic. And it's ready to go. And actually, is that one yours? That one yours? Oh, it is the Simpson Motorsport gantry. So I've got one of the Simpson guys here. You're not going to miss the pink on that, although it might confuse the Origin guys in pink.
You say that, but at the Barcelona 24, our driver drove straight past it, so...
I'm sorry?
At the Barcelona 24, our driver drove straight past it.
You can't miss that at all. How's it been going? Sorry, what's your name?
Jamie.
Hello, Jamie. How's it been going so far?
Yeah, not too bad. In that stop, we did a little bit of a longer one, because we had a right rear slow puncture for the last 2 stops. So we just checked there wasn't any damage, but everything's all good. So yeah, everything seems to be going to plan.
Right, this is the business end of the race coming up. What are we? 6:05. Start getting dark shortly. Is the car going to be all right when it gets cooler?
Yeah, we feel like we did the hard work at the early part of the race. We're now in a really good position to just, as long as all we got to do now is just keep going. All right. If we keep going, I think we'll get a result out of it.
Yeah, and what's the result you're looking for?
We're going to win it, obviously.
And you still think you can?
Yeah, I think we're in there. Yeah. There's a couple of minutes between the guy right at the front, but you never know. It's endurance racing.
Yeah, and it's been fast. It's been fast and furious.
Yeah, the top 4 are still very close, considering how long we've been racing. So yeah.
All right. Go well, son. See you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. That's Jamie from... And this... How can any driver miss a florid pink gantry like this? And they've got that outside lights on already. Oh, there's another one here, and there's somebody about to come in. So that we're just getting into a little flurry of pit stops. This is the Origin pit stop. So the 87 car due in. Ajit Kumar has got into the AMG from Ajit Red Ant, much to the delight near what's the word? I'm looking for. They
Delirium.
were very happy anyway. Delirium was the word I was looking for. Very good. Of the supporters who have swelled in ranks again. But it's, you know what, I've got time to walk past Origin because the car's not in the lane. And who else has put up the nighttime bits and pieces? Climax and Herbeth as well. So the planning for the end of the race and the darkness, because again, let's not forget, we're at 7 minutes past 6 here. It would have been pitch black for 2 hours in the UK at this time of night. We'll have a bit more daylight till about 7 o'clock, but then it's like flicking a switch. We don't so much have twilight as basically, oh, it's dark.
As quick as that, and there are certain areas of southern Central Europe that do that towards the latter end of a calendar year. I note that at Portimao as well in the closing round of the European Le Mans series. You think, oh, sun's quite low, and then the next minute it is completely dark, and the whole process seems like it's taken about 5 minutes. And that's just, you know, a few more 100 of kilometres towards the equator. We're pretty much right on we're just north of the middle of the earth here, aren't we? I was, for some reason, before coming to Malaysia, I always thought it was just slightly south of the equator, but I've corrected that in my mind now after much research.
Jerez, you get a very fast sunset as well. Very nice.
For the same reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is somewhere where we need to lobby the team at Creventic to take us, is to have a 12 hours or even better, 24 hours of Jerez.
Jerez, okay.
Because we'll dine well.
That is, there's no denying that whatsoever.
Stop taking a bit long for Origin.
Have we ever had a Creventic race in Spain? Is the next question.
Barcelona.
Oh, of course.
Barcelona.
Yeah, but that's Catalonia. It's not
Oh, steady, JP, steady.
No, I'll
Steady.
start that argument if you won't. Yeah, okay, so the sort of the more where am I going to go with
You've
this,
dug
John?
yourself
I'll tell you
deep
where I'm going to go. I'm going to go to the pit lane and John Hindhaugh.
I've got the United Nations on the line now in case they need to step in there, Palmer. That was a little bit of a longer stop for Origin. Louis getting out, and it was the installation of the new driver that took a little bit longer. Had the driver assistant from the right-hand side helping out, and the outgoing driver helping as well. But it still took a little bit longer, maybe cost them 25-30 seconds. Now that car was in the lead, scored as the lead car as it came into the pit lane.
It's in the mix, that's for sure, for Origin, and leading in the AM category as well. It's going to be tight, and I think it's going to be down to who's got it right in terms of the way that the pit stops are working. I mean, we've had 2 Code 60s, but quite short ones. The second one was very, very short. Just
2 minutes.
Is that what it was? Yeah, not even a green flag lap.
I know, guys, I know this is sounding ridiculous with still so much time to go in the race, but how long are the GT3 cars doing between fuel stops,
15,
typically?
To an hour and 20,
hour and
depending
15.
on the car.
Right, and we've got then just under 4 hours to go. So we're already into just 3 more pit stops to go. For that Origin car, just 3 more pit stops to go.
Maybe even, three pit stops to go. Yeah.
So who out of the top 4 pits last in the sequence and potentially saves a pit stop? Because that's what we're looking at here, aren't we? That could be the difference. Are they all on roughly the same sort of pit visiting strategy? Or is there somebody who's going deeper into the race of those top 4?
Potentially that could be the 91 Herberth. Surprise, surprise, surprise,
Yeah.
surprise.
Surprise.
Which they took. I mean, we've had very, very little Code 60, but when we have had Code 60, that Herberth have taken their opportunity and took a wee splash. Which, has that put them ahead or has that put them behind? That will only really become clear as the next couple of hours unwind. And looking at the lap times of Ralph Bowen in this stint, he's 10 laps into his stint now, and he has been metronomically consistent, lapping in the low 2-minute 7s, which for an AM-graded driver is incredible. And right now, Luke Hartog, yes, he's heading towards the end of this tyre stint, 28 laps on those tyres. He's just done a 2:07.2. So it means then that he's not necessarily dragging a great deal of time out of Ralph Bowen, because he's which he maybe should be as a semi-pro driver, but again, it's Bowen is just being so consistent. Right now, the gap between them is 41 seconds, but the Absolute Racing car will need to pit in the next, probably in about 15 minutes time, whereas the Herbert car will probably pit in 55 minutes time.
If it can go
Guys,
that far. I mean, Herbert on the whole have not been doing longer stints. Alfred Renau did a 1 hour and 17 minutes, but that's by far the longest stint, with the exception of the odd code 60 here and there. The other fuel mileage car that I've been impressed with is that 69 Audi. You were chatting to James from the team, John, not too long ago, not James Winslow, but James as part of the support crew, and he was quietly confident too.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that I've just sort of done a bit of back of an envelope, except in my head, which is always worrying. So it was 10 past 6 when that Origin car came in. So that's 10 past 7 plus 15 minutes, 25 past 7. Then they pit again. Even forget about the length of the pit stops for the moment. And then the next time they come in is 25 past 8 plus 15 minutes, which is 8:40. And that could be their last pit stop. By the time you add it in, from 8:40, 8:45, they could almost get to 10 o'clock, couldn't they, from there? So Origin might be actually looking at their pit stops counting back now. Could be just 2 more pit stops away. No, that can't be right. Yes, it would be right, because it would be an hour and a half, and an hour and maybe 20 minutes, depending on how long the fuel fills are. They're right in the window. And as I say, that is unofficial, and it's me working with far too little caffeine this today. Oh yeah, excellent. I only talk for a living today. But I think this is intriguing now, guys, because without Code 60, what we've seen is the relative pace of these cars and the teams, and what might actually play a part here, gentlemen, and you will have this information, is who's still got amp time to get in the cars that require it, and who hasn't, and who can go full beans all the way at the end. And I am fascinated. This is a proper old-fashioned 21st century endurance race here at the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia.
The more recent stints have been those that have been extended, almost as if with the race end more within sight, i.e. breaking into the second half of the race. It feels like those that are still in the hunt are going, well, let's elongate this stint a little by 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and that might give us a bit more time then to overlap the next one, or link the next one if we can extend that by about the same. And is the end possible by shortcutting one of the stints? So
yes.
Leo Ye has just done 2 stints ago. He did an hour and 17 minutes. Lu Wei, his teammates, done an hour and 20 minutes. They're massively extending the stints. Surely, in terms of lap performance, or as PMAC and I would joke, as far as our Australian friends are concerned, car speed across the piece. Yeah, car speed, mate. You will just dip that a little bit in order to favour a longer stint to try and get to the end. So you're right that it's absolutely fascinating. Sheer speed throughout this race isn't necessarily going to win it for you.
No. And how long are the typically? So let's say an hour and 15, an hour and 20. I'm down at Cherny, by the way, at the BMW's having some front brake work and hub work done. I'll jump in a second with one of the team. How long typically are they spending in the pit lane by the time they're fueled? That's got to be 3.5
minutes for a full fuel fill for most of the cars. So they'll spend 3 minutes and a bit of change in the fuel area.
Wow.
The other bit of the pit stop takes, what, maybe a minute and a half?
So for those guys, Johnny, who are stretching the time between pit out back to pit in again, an hour and 20, that's getting on for an hour and a half, actually, in terms of race time. I'm really interested. What's going on? Listen, I'll have a quick jump in here. Bryce Fullwood, what's going on? And this is what we don't want to see at any time in the race. The brake calipers are off, they're messing on with the hub. What's going on?
Yeah, we've had a wheel bearing failure in the left front.
No.
Yeah, so they were new for the weekend. Alec was driving the car and yeah, he said he could feel it, and the brake pedal was going long, obviously, because the rotor's flopping around, and then obviously with the car having so many smart systems and stuff like that, it's had some issues with I think it's taken out the wheel speed sensor, and that's thrown the car into a limp mode. So they've got to put a new wheel speed sensor and new wheel bearing in it, and then which they're not too far off being done, and then hopefully we'll be back in action.
Is that because that is the side of the car that gets all the work? Front left is getting a pounding round here.
I mean, yeah.
I've never seen this before on one of these GT4 cars.
Yeah, and it was new to start the weekend too, so it's never happened to the race team. They've never seen this problem before. But obviously with so many long loaded right-hand corners here, that left front is copping or hiding. So logically that's not helped anything here, but it's a shame. The team have done a really good job, and anyway, they're just about to get it all back together and we can punch on and finish the race.
Nothing like having to do running repairs during a race, and I love the way you and the rest of the team's gone about this. You might have no competition in terms of other cars in the class, but you are making that competition yourself, and you're competing against the hardest competitor of anything, which is time.
Yeah, and ourselves. You know, the team are working really hard to try and do the best they can for us. I know we're not racing anyone this weekend, but the team are really treating it like we're going to try and win a championship here this weekend, which has been really good to see. They gel really well, they work really hard. You know, they've not taken long at all. It's been probably 15 minutes, and the brake rotor's going back on now. Without racing someone, we probably could have been blasé about this and not had the pressure on, but Alec's ready to go. He's kitted up, and they're going to see how we go and get to the end of the race.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Well, there you go. There's the story there. Left front wheel bearing problem. It's taken out the wheel speed sensor. All kinds of clever sensors in these cars, even the GT4 cars. So that'll be ABS and all kinds of things. And the car has gone, don't want to do that. But anyway, they couldn't have driven it like that. They've got it back, 15 minutes, and they're back out on the track. Excellent work by Cheney. I really like that attitude. We're not racing anyone except time and ourselves, says Bryce Fullwood.
Yeah,
Good
that's
on you,
after
lads.
17 minutes of an Alec Udell stint. But little did they know that it was possibly very second-hand, that part, as Alec left the pit lane. And unfortunately, he was at the wheel when it finally gave up the ghost. But they are keen to get that car fixed as quickly as possible. Bear in mind, they are a crew that were up till 4:30 this morning anyway, fixing the damage done to the BMW at this corner, turn 15, the final corner on the track, which happens to be a left-hand hairpin in the nearly parallel long straights here, the Penang straight, which is the run towards the final corner, and the Kuala Lumpur straight, which starts and begins the next lap. Now we're trying to work out, Peter Mackay, who will be the next car to pit. That's surely going to be the 10 Absolute Racing Porsche in about 10 minutes time, I'd say.
No, they're
John.
early.
Or are they in now? Well, that's interesting,
early.
because that's only an hour and 10 minutes for Loic Hartog.
To me now, shows us second place as he comes in the blue machine with the Rutronic sponsorship and the Scorpion sponsorship as well on this immaculately turned out car. We're into brand new tyres for this team. They got rid of their roaded qualifying. That was incredibly quick. Incredibly quick, that pit stop. Remember, only 2 rattle guns and 4 guys over the wall to do, over the line, if you see what I mean, to do that. I mean, I know the centre lock nuts, but what was that? Was that 25, 30 seconds stationary? It couldn't have been much more than that, lads.
We'll get the full data on the individual segments of the pit stop at the end of the pit stop completely. But yeah, if you're doing 45 seconds or so on pit road before the fueling area, you're doing incredibly well. And they are, I mean, well versed in that situation anyway, but have been probably getting quicker and quicker all day, PMAC.
I think that has made Absolute Racing's fuel strategy a little bit less comfortable, because they should really have had another 5 minutes left of fuel, I would say. They pitted after 1 minute sorry, 1 hour and 9 minutes of Luke Hartog's stint. I would say that is short. But they're maybe doing the calculations that they feel it's fine. We've got 3 hours and 37 minutes to go. So that's pretty. I suppose when you bring into account the pit stops as well, I think Luke Hartog might have to do a little bit of fuel saving, and indeed Patrick Niederhauser as well. The bigger question is Herberth, because as things stand, it looks like they will be pitting with around 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. But they have a 3-minute pit stop, 2 hours, 52 minutes to go, then another hour and 50 minutes in and a 3-minute pit stop. That would bring them out with around an hour and 34 minutes to go. So that would then indicate that Herberth are going to need a little splash at the end.
Yeah.
Absolute may not, depending how their stint length goes out. That slightly shorter stint, though, for Luke Hartog, that may be planned, but I would say that's a little bit shorter than it should be.
Absolute, the Be Quick Absolute car coming in any second. So, in fact, it's in the lane now. I've just been talking to the team. I'll give you the result of that chat in a moment once we've called this pit stop. This will be a slightly longer stop than you've just seen for Luke Hartog, because they are going to change the driver. The headlights flashing, or at least the daytime running lights flashing on the 992. This is the yellow and black car, the Be Quick sponsor. Be Quick effectively like a motor factors, for those of you in the UK, like a quick fit type of thing. And they are massive. They are absolutely massive. 4 new Michelins going on there. Driver's already in. Even given the fact that there was a driver change, there's going to be a windscreen being wiped down as well. That's still quick. Right, let's go back to the number 10 car, Absolute Racing. Just talked to the team manager, who's been feeding me some good information. Chief engineer, I should say, by the way. They were absolutely pouring all over the data early on. I was standing behind them whilst they were watching, and I'm not going to say which one of their drivers was in the car, but the consistency of the drive. No, actually, I will say who it was. It was Antara Zhao. The consistency of his driving. They'd given him a lap time to go to, which was just about 9 seconds. It's 2:09 round here, isn't it? And he was hitting it, and his trace lap after lap was just incredible. It was like they were just replaying it. So they've been fuel saving since lap 1, because it's counted as a pro car. They know that they have got to save a pit stop, and he's just said to me, we're right on the numbers with very little help from Code 60. 2 more pit stops only for that car. 2 more pit stops only for that car.
And so therefore, that means then that they are, if by that calculation, they are slightly ahead then of Herberth in terms of pit stops, because Herberth are going to need 2 and a little bit, unless, and it's the biggest capital lettered unless of the weekend, there is Code 60 within the next 3.5 hours. Code 60 would be the big friend of Herberth. At any point in the next 3.5 hours, if there is Code 60, that is their friend. It is not the friend of Absolute Racing. Absolute Racing must be praying for green flag then by that measure.
John mentioned the speed of the Loic Hartog pit stop, though. Just to emphasise how quick that was, the time not spent in the fueling area when he was in the pit lane is 41 seconds. 41 seconds. I don't think I've seen a figure that low. So the pit stop in total was 4 minutes and 1, of which 3 minutes and 20 were taken up in the fueling area, which is a big beefy number. I mean, that's a full tank. And I just wonder whether the speed that Loic Hartog was doing, could he actually have done much more? He mentioned that in the first stint that he did to you, John, I think it was, I was in massive fuel save mode, and he got to an hour and 20 on that occasion. An hour and 10, he might have been burning through the fuel that readily that he couldn't have done a further lap.
Yeah, true. One more lap.
And I just wonder whether that's the competition. You know, Absolute we're comfortable and they were going, it's fine, you know, we're just punching out our numbers. Now all of a sudden the pressure's on because they realise they're in a fight.
So you said it was 41 seconds in the lane that includes driving down the lane. That's not
Stationary.
41
No,
seconds
it's not.
stationary. That is incredible. I mean, it's not the longest pit lane in the world by no means, but it's not the shortest. I would think. I think the pit lane delta of that 41 seconds, it's got to be more than half of that of 40 kilometres an hour. That's incredible. They've done a 20-second
in this
pit
format,
stop.
I don't think you go back into the normal pit lane as you leave fuel. As you leave fuel, you're back on the racetrack. So there's no segment that you have to worry about where it switches back to normal pit lane and 40 kph, as we do have at other circuits. But yes, from pit lane entry, where the speed limit begins, to fueling, they've managed to do in 41 seconds, as far as I read it.
Yeah.
That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. And do you know what? As they were going through, there was a couple of people that were looking pretty pleased with themselves, but there wasn't a massive whooping and a hollering as if they'd just beaten their own world record. That's just what you expect of that team. I've come to Herbeth. They're running a really interesting strategy in their pit box, in that when the car's not here, the whole of the pit box is completely empty. They've got it nicely boarded out, etc. They've got their nighttime gantry all ready to go. But I am the only person standing in the pit stop. There's not even any visible equipment apart from 4 Michelin rain tyres and a bottle and the jacks, the extra jack extension, and there's a nose piece of a car as well. Everything else, and you can probably hear, is going on in mission control behind here. So I'm going to nip in and I'm going to say to them, right, let's stick me head in here. Gentlemen, now, we're counting back from the back of the race. 2 more pit stops for you guys?
At the moment, 3 more pit stops.
Okay. So 2 and a bit, actually. Is it 3 full stops?
It's 2 full stints and a half stint.
Yeah. That's what we... Okay, fine. Our numbers in our head are working.
Stays green.
Well, yes. How much code 60 do you think you need to lose that extra pit stop? Or should I be asking you that?
This will be not possible.
So there'll be a splash somewhere, even if there's a bit of code 60. All right. Thank you very much. That's the guy sitting in front of the... all of the information there. I hope you heard that, guys, because I was fairly well in the bowels of that, and that was one of the Renaults, but without them having the race suit on, I can't tell them apart. I think that was Alfred that I was talking to, but it might have been Robert. But there you go. You're spot on, Peter. 2 and a bit for them.
Well, and that's interesting that they said even with code 60 it's not possible, but then that splash, if they can get their splash that they need when a code 60 is out, that would certainly save them time.
It's much less of a splash you're allowed in
15%
now, though, isn't it?
So, but that is really
yes,
what
exactly.
that's. And well, they're saying half a stint, so that's 50%. So look, we're gonna watch.
Oh,
so
yes,
that's
good point.
we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it very, very closely.
I'll say again though, if your car's in the fueling area in that transition bit, so green flag to code 60 or code 60 to green flag, I've read the regulation in full now and it makes sense to me. So you can start with your full fuel allocation under green. If it then goes code 60, you're still allowed 15% of your fuel allocation on top of that.
Right, okay.
So it's a combination, as long as you're not breaching the full fuel allocation. So you might get up to like 50% of your fuel fill, and then if it goes code 60, you're still allowed 15% on top of that as well. So that ends up being 65%, for example. The real winner is if you're in fuel as the code 60 clears, because then you can have as much fuel as you like, up to your full allocation. Yeah, indeed.
But the thing is that a lot of that is so out of your control. It's just basically
I agree with that.
It's basically where your car is on track. And with a long lap, here we're over 2 minutes. That obviously
the likelihood of you
that.
being in the braking area for turn 15, which is kind of where you need to be, as something crucial like that happens, is tough.
Yeah,
you have no control over that.
You need to be sort of just coming out of turn 14 or in the braking area for 15. A car goes off spectacularly, or not even, no, that would be too much. Sort of in the gravel gently will require some assistance. in you get, immediately box, in you go, and then code 60 in 20 seconds, and you go in, you do the fastest tyre stop ever, and probably still by the time you get to fuel, the code 60's already come out.
Yeah.
If fueling was at the beginning, though, of pit lane, which is at a lot of Creventic rounds, like Barcelona 24 hour, that totally, then it's a different conversation. Then you could go in and get a lot more fuel, but because the fuel's at the end of pit lane, it negates the chance of that happening.
Yeah, unless you give up your tyre change, or you're not in a position to change tyres, because I hadn't realised about this 50-minute rule either, which is new for 2026, in order to not burn through tyres as readily as certain teams may have done in the past.
When our lotto number comes in, can you imagine how catastrophically bad Palmer Mackay Motorsport would be if we were anywhere near the pit wall? We just sit in hospitality, I think, and let the pros get on with it if that ever happens. Anyway, John, what have you got for us?
Yeah, that's a good point that you're making there. Just, by the way, the rattle guns in the background is the Vortex back in. And I know I shouldn't really say this, but they've had a better run since they got back out earlier on in the race after a pretty horrendous start in the first hour and a half or so. That 50-minute rule is obviously you can't change your tyres, as Johnny says, if the code 60, if you're in the pit lane and your tyres have been on fewer than 50 minutes. That has been, we had that at Barcelona, and prior to that at Paul Ricard, but it's been slightly tweaked because that was per driver before. It is now for the car. So it caught a couple of people out, including Era Motorsport, actually, I seem to remember, at Barcelona, when I was last in the pit lane, when I got let loose in the pit lane. I'm thoroughly enjoying this today. The temperature now is absolutely perfect as the sun's going down behind the grandstand, down towards turn 1. This is absolutely brilliant. And I'm going to say this again, if you've just joined us at, what time is it? Just after 10:30 in the UK, 11:30 Central European Central European time, sorry, as we're off the daylight savings, onto the daylight savings, sorry, back in Europe. We've got a cracking 3.5 hours to go here, where it's not all about speed. It really isn't all about speed, and that's why I said before, guys, it's a good old-fashioned endurance race, because there's all kinds of calculations. I've got down at Herbert there all of the drivers who aren't in the car, all of the techs working it out and working backwards. Exactly the same was going on further down the pit lane as well, down at Absolute. Two of the huge, the biggest, most competitive and most successful teams from their area of the world in Porsche, in Herbert and Absolute, are absolutely going at it hammer and tongue. Origine not out of it either, and the guys at Simpson and Continental, they think they're still in with the shout as well. And you know what? Right now, I'm not counting any of those.
There's only 10 seconds between James Winslow's Audi and Loic Hartog, who's, as I say, 10 seconds up the road from the chasing Audi. Hartog doing better on the lap times currently because he's got, well, part of the reason will be newer tyres, just 5 laps on this set of Michelins, whereas there's 3 times that amount for Jamie Winslow in number 69. Then the 2 Mercedes, who probably are just that bit too far away to be involved in the podium positions, for Elias Seppanen and Ajit Kumar as well. Cue the cheer down at the grandstand opposite us in number 93, Ajit Red Ant Racing's Mercedes. But yes, certainly the guys associated with the 69 Continental racing car reckon it's a 4-horse race, and the distance between the 3rd place car and the 4th place car is enough to be closed upon if the fuel mileage goes the right way. And it's a question about how far you, or how hard you push in the effort to try and get quicker lap times. You might give up your opportunity to get to the end. So it's a fine balance between the two, John.
But here's the thing, JP, and I think you were winding up to this, so apologies if I've just stolen your thunder, but with Herbert needing half a stop or thereabouts, you know what I mean? Whereas Origine, I've just spoken to them, definitely only 2 more pit stops. We heard from Herbert 2 more pit stops. I've come to Simpson, Continental Simpson Motorsport. I'm going to have a word with them. Maybe there has to be a point at Herbert where you've got to say, right, you've got to take them off the bridle, as it were, and let them run, because they need to get up the road. They need to get time rather than fuel save, because they don't think they can fuel save enough to save the full pit stop. And this is where this is absolutely crucial. Remember what the chief engineer told me at Absolute: we've been saving since lap 1 because we expected the race to run like this. Man, that's a whole 12 hours of planning, literally. As the lights went out at 10 o'clock this morning, they've had a game plan and they've been sticking to it. They were anticipating it being a low code 60 race, and they knew, as they were in the pro class with the fuel flow, etc., they knew that they had to do something that would involve not just speed. My goodness me, there's so much going on here. There's so much going on.
I suppose when you plan out with a big old spreadsheet where you might likely get, if it were to stay green throughout the 12 hours and you were hustling on without too much fuel save, even that pattern might have meant a blast of fuel in the final half an hour. So you might think, right, well, we can make up that 30 minutes if you start to fuel save very early on, rendering that final pit stop not necessary. If you can start, but you don't know, or you also don't know the sort of speed that your competitors are going to go at, and if they're also playing the fuel save game, somebody going off strategy might win the race as well. It's not until you're in the event and you know exactly what everyone else is up to that you can fully decide which way you're going to attack it.
Origin are definitely in the hunt for this. They've over the last couple of hours, they've hauled themselves into the conversation. It looked a couple of hours ago that it was Herbert versus Absolute, but definitely Origin are in the mix. Porsche 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Yes, Porsche the most numerate manufacturer in the GT3 class by one car over the 3 Mercedes AMGs, but they've been a very strong package straight out of the gate. And when you look at the form guide of the GT World Challenge Asia races that have been held here every year for the last 4 years, it's been a Porsche that's been the fastest car in category in the race. So it seems that package seems to work around here at Sepang.
Just
who set them up the best, that's the question.
Yeah. Looking at the stint lengths, though, I just wonder whether there's been an internal decision at Origin to extend these stints. I made this point to John, because you compare Bob Yuan's opening stint, which was about an hour, and Leo Hung Chung's stint, which was 65 minutes, and then much more latterly we've seen an hour and 17 from Leo Ye, and Lu Wei did an hour and 20. So they started to think, right, longer stints, lower fuel burn, it's going to be conducive to getting us to the finish nearest to our rivals, with a chance maybe to jump ahead of a couple of them as well, namely Herbert.
Oof, this is what we like. This is why we love endurance racing, and this is why some people say, why would you sit and watch a race for 12 hours? It's like reading one of those really, you get a novel and it's like 500-600 pages. You think, I'm never going to manage this, and then you think, just one more chapter. And as you get closer, the chapter speed increases. And same in an endurance race, it's just chapter after chapter. And Herbert, they had work to do. That whole opening stint was basically recovering from the financial, I'm sure financial also, the technical setback that they had, not being able to qualify because of the issues that they had, electronic issues. They basically needed a grade A Robert Renauer stint to get back kind of on the same as everybody else. So that was chapter 1, getting back in the game where they normally would have been had they qualified.
But it's the attraction of the final few pages that makes you keep reading. You want to know how it's all going to unfold and pan out towards that, in this case, final stint, or the final minutes of the final stint. It just so happens that we've got 3 hours and 18 minutes to endure, and I mean that in the best possible sense, to get us there. But we are being shown little bits here and there as this narrative unfolds. So there's the Milner Motorsport Porsche in the 992 class, by the way. Let's not forget about this secondary class, exclusively for Porsche 992 Cup cars. And Milner Motorsport's car being driven by Valters Zviedris of Latvia. Real shame that this car had the hub problem a good couple of hours ago now. We thought for a brief time that they were doing a brake change, but they were only taking the rear discs off so they could get to something more integral on that rear axle. And sadly, the team from Spa-Francorchamps, or close by, Milner Motorsport, not being able to show all that they've had at their disposal and take the fight to Red Camel Jordans.nl. But Red Camel have had some pressure, nevertheless, from the AM contingent in 992. Modena Motorsports are second of these 992 cars. Cherney Motorsport BMW, by the way, rejoined the race after its, 17-minute stint, after there was a drama and the 445 car had to come in for essential work. And I'm not sure whether we gave you the information as to how long that pit stop ended up being. It was half an hour or so. Yeah, in fact, exactly half an hour. 29 minutes and 59 seconds for the 445 BMW to be repaired, that Bryce Fullwood was explaining to John about that. Here's the 610 Racing treble 6 numbered car in pit road, John.
Yeah, standard pit stop. As usual, it's the driver change that is the determining factor. And indeed, I've just been talking to the guys at Simpson again. I've had to go into the bowels of their pits to get the news from them. They're good on 2 more pit stops. And I said, oh, right, OK. And they said, if you'd asked me 3 hours ago, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But been massive fuel saving from that car. So they've slightly modified their tactics through the race, but from pretty early on. So maybe just a couple or 3 hours into the race, they realised that they had the opportunity. They reckon they can do a 4-tyre stop in 14 seconds if you don't have to change the driver. He said nobody can do that if there's a driver change as well, but without a driver, 15 seconds. So that one that I saw from Absolute, that was right on that kind of number. But so it's at the moment, Herbert have got to do something different. Herbert are the guys who've got to come one more time down the pit lane, and as you said, Johnny, you know, that is somewhere in the region of 30, probably 28-30 seconds, just the delta down the pit lane before they put the half a tank of fuel in, and that's a lot of time to make up in the next just over 3 hours.
So if they're thinking half a tank, half a stint, then that's closer to 90 seconds rather than the full fuel fill, which tends to take 3 minutes and a few extra seconds, actually 3 minutes 10 on some occasions. So even a half fuel fill is not a quick process, which they will have worked into the calculation as well. We're back to 3 Porsches leading the race, first, second, third, and the Audi is the interloper, now 17 seconds adrift of Loic Hartog. So Hartog and Winslow about a second apart, a second and a half that time, as Hartog's trying to make inroads to Bob Yuan's lead in the Origin Motorsport car that's actually second, but Hartog needs to catch that car first and then maybe dream of reeling in the Herbert Motorsport car. But remember, Hartog can stay out for longer now. 25 laps completed for Ralph Bone, which equates to 55.5 minutes on the stint time, whereas Loic Hartog's been at the wheel for longer than that, but he's only 10 laps into this current stint.
Interestingly, the Absolute Racing Porsche of Luke Hartog is just on a lap behind Herbert Motorsport, but Luke Hartog is right behind Ralph Bone on track, and I doubt Ralph will be in a particular mood to jump out the way, and maybe could actually be a little bit obstructive potentially to Hartog's process, because Hartog, he kind of needs to be, yes, he needs to be fuel efficient, but he needs to be on that consistent pace, running fast laps all the way. It was a 2:06.5 last time by, nearly a second quicker than the Origin car of Bob Yuan. So, but he needs to be doing that every lap to try and bring that down. Origin are even potentially moving into the possible favourite for the win here all of a sudden. They've had such a good last few hours of this race.
Stall briefly for the 63 Lamborghini. Thomas Carlson's just brought that in. for its latest pit stop. That'll be 8 pit stops in total for this Lamborghini. One was very long, though, 7 and a bit minutes in order to repair that rear wing a number of hours ago. But yeah, this is going to be fascinating now for Luke Hartog. I mean, strictly speaking, Ralph Bone should step out of the way. No, he shouldn't, actually. He's leading the race. And that's Absolute Racing trying to unlap itself. Were it the other way around and Herbert were catching Absolute, then it would be Lloyd Hartog's job. But, yeah, politically, this is an interesting decision now for Ralph Bone, because he can...
No, he's got to stay ahead. He has got to stay ahead, because if they've got to do that pit stop, that extra pit stop will cost them a lap.
Because Hartog's already got by. So Ralph Bone didn't, if he's intending to hold up the young Dutchman, it didn't last too many corners. You can choose to just slow a car behind you down by just being a little slower through the middle section of the corners and preventing then the chasing car from accelerating too early. But Hartog appeared to be too smart for him. We didn't actually see the overtake. Hopefully we'll get another view of that. Or did Ralph Bone do the diplomatic thing and say, well, I'm not going to hold him up. Let's have a fair fight.
He is certainly he's a proper sportsman. Very competitive, but wouldn't do anything over the edge. 209.5 last time by for Ralph Bone, although 27 lap old tyres. For Luke Hartog, 207.6. So it's a wee bit off the pace we've seen for Hartog, which would indicate that he's had to make a proper overtake, and again a little bit off for Ralph Bone. So yeah, there definitely, I think there has been a genuine overtake there, and now Hartog's getting his head down to try and keep going. I mean, every lap has to be perfect here. They're truly in the fight for this, and of course Patrick Niederhauser, he'll be cracking the knuckles, getting himself loosened off, knowing that he's going to have pretty much his full 2.5 hours max stint to take the car to the end of the race.
Guys, is this the last stint that Ralph Bone has to do?
I think he's already done his minimum time, yeah.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. And I take it the other 3 cars that we're talking about, they've all done their AM driver times. Well, Simpson's a full AM car, isn't it? So, yeah. So, but has everybody else got through their AM drivers?
Yes.
And Tarasso did 2 hours and 28 seconds. Bearing in mind he's got to do a minimum of 2 hours. So talk about running that close, but that's entirely deliberate. I've got to be convinced of that.
Yeah.
Get him out of the car at the earliest possible opportunity. Did he do a double stint in the end? We were questioning that. Right, so he did hours 6 and 7 back to back.
Which is exactly what Hartog told us he was going to do. So that's all on plan. This is, I keep saying how interested I am in this race. It is so unusual, isn't it, gentlemen, to have a race that is unencumbered by any either slow zones, safety cars. Obviously we don't get them in preventing, but you know what I mean. What we're seeing here is pretty much plan A has been stuck to by everybody in the top 4. They're not down to plan P573 or whatever it is. They've all gone out with a fairly good idea of what they wanted to do in an optimum race for them, and the top 4 seem to be the ones who've been able to stick to that because they haven't had any undue pit stops or interruptions.
Nobody really
plan.
has that many undue pit stops, to be honest. And that goes back to, yes, we've got a relatively compact entry. It's the beginning of the journey for Creventic and here at Sepang, but it's the quality that immediately struck me with the entry, and what we've seen on track so far. It is a high quality entry that both the teams and the driver cruise, and that is shown. If it wasn't a high quality entry, we'd have technical issues, we'd have major driver mistakes, cars hitting each other, all sorts. There's been none of that, and the nature of the circuit definitely helps. There are gravel traps to get stuck in, but there's a lot of width to the track, which helps with the multi-class scenarios, so the faster cars can get through. Also, when you look at it, the fact that GT3 make up nearly 2/3 of the field, so that also helps that it's relatively their patch.
Yeah. And you have to be patient behind some of the cars in some of the slower speed corners. But the nice thing is, it's only a couple of corners until you hit a majorly long straight. So there's opportunity to draft a fellow car and then into turn 14 or turn 15. And I think there's also a great deal of understanding in amongst the AM and the AM Plus ranks to not be drawn into a fight with a pro driver and say, do you know what, I'm just going to allow open the steering a little bit to allow the quicker car through. And that's precisely what Ralph Bone did. Because, of course, that didn't put Loic Hartog onto the lead lap. He's still a further lap behind Ralph Bone. So he's gained one of the laps back again, but he was actually 2 laps down compared to the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So you're going to have to do that once more and then catch the lead car again. But bear in mind, the 91 car, we reckon, has to have an additional stop for this half fuel stop, which will be about a lap. Okay,
that's about a lap exactly, and that's why these next couple of stints from Herbert are going to be absolutely crucial. They've got pace in that car quite clearly, and at the moment they've got track position, but with no opportunity now for them to save that half a stop. 9 laps, by the way. I've just had a look at the data from one of their competitors, and they reckon Herbert are 9 laps short. So it's slightly what they're doing at the moment in terms of a stint, 25, 26 laps? Oh, really? All right, so it's a bit less than half a stint then. So they reckon they're about 9 laps short, Herbert, as it stands right now. But again, it's the pit transit time and the standing still. Even if all you're looking for, that's basically you're looking at a quarter of a tank of fuel, aren't you?
Can I throw back into the mix a big question mark about what's happening with this 10-second penalty as well that's hovering above the number 91 Porsche?
Yes, that we needed a follow-up on that one, actually. That's a bit of homework for you there, John, to find out why Herbert haven't served that. And that two-hour time limit is well gone now.
Well, it was assessed at 4:20, and we're now at 10:07, and they've had a couple of pit stops in order to do it. The first pit stop was quite quick after that penalty appeared, and I wondered whether the message hadn't got through to Robert Renauer. I think you might have even asked him the question at the time, John.
Oh, that was the one when I was last on.
That's still not been served. It's track limits, and I just wonder whether they've got a big issue about you know, well, we've got some video evidence to say we didn't breach the track limits.
Well, so that was right at the end of my last stint. I was off for an hour and a half, and I've now been back for 24 minutes. So that was when he got out, not when it was assessed. So they're over 2 hours. Is it still on? It is still on the screen, because what normally happens is when it's being served. Hang on, we've got Herbert in now. We've got Herbert in now, and Ralph's out of the car and gone. So let me see, have they just served that penalty? Right. And so, as far as you're aware, that 10-second track limits from earlier is still...
Well, it still sits in the column under penalty. It still says 10 seconds next to car number 91. It's the only car that still needs to serve a penalty at this point.
Once it goes over the time that they have to serve it, it will come up again as an additional penalty. And it will start then to get multiplied. So if it hasn't done that yet, then that means that they're still within the time. But I'll check that out for you.
I have a memory that there used to be a rule that said any outstanding penalties that had been issued in the main bulk of the race had to be served before the 2 hours to go marker, but I might just be making that up in truth. I thought there was a time limit from the assessment point moving forwards, which could be 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
It is 2 hours.
Yeah. Bruce checked it earlier on. So that would mean that, if you get a penalty within the final 2 hours, you can just add it to your race time at the end.
That's where the 2 hours to go point comes in.
Exactly.
Okay. I thought there was a rule there as well.
Now
right, but that's a different rule.
I was a bit surprised there to see Herbert come in when they did. They're playing some sort of card here, because I would say they were 3 to 4 laps short of an absolute full stint. And at the moment, they need to stretch out stints as much as possible. So that's interesting that they've brought Ralph Bone in ahead of that potential time.
So Ralph has now done Ralph has now done 4 hours, by the way, of driving, 112 laps in total, but that was, as you say, PMAC, just a 64-minute stint. So the car could have done a bit further on fuel, but maybe the real impetus was to get Ralph out and to get some pros back in. Yes, John, you think you've... Well, that's
right,
okay.
so...
Go on, John.
Right, so here is the... and they've just been checking. As I went in, they knew exactly what I was about to ask them, and they are checking the regs, and they've checked it with Preventic. There is a regulation that says, I should have told you which one it was because I looked it over the shoulder while they were doing it. If your penalty is equal or fewer than 10 seconds by the time you get to the end of the race, then you can add it on. But what I'm still, with that many hours still to go, what is it? Does that trump the fact that you've got an X amount of time to serve that penalty? They're invoking the fact that right now they've got an amount of time added which can be added per the rule at the end of the race. So they can have a 10-second penalty added on at the end of the race, so long as they don't get any more penalties. And that was brought up in the driver briefing on Friday morning. But my follow-up to that would be, do you not have a set amount of time to serve the penalty?
Both are true.
But under that theory,
Right.
under Herbert's theory, you could be assessed a track limits penalty, which was 10 seconds in the opening 10 minutes of the race, and it could just sit there
Correct.
on your record all the way through and then just get added to the race time after 12 hours, is the theory. It seems a bit of a bizarre rule, but if they think they've found... It's not even a loophole, it's just how the regulations are written.
Well, it is a little bit, because there is you lose, what, a second or two going into the pit box, the penalty box, and a second or two going out. So that,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small gain, but it's a gain nonetheless. And yeah, like I said, they've checked it with the race organisers, and otherwise they would have served it by now.
Well, the fact that we've now got to and beyond 20 past 6, which is 2 hours after that 10 seconds was assessed, and it hasn't increased, maybe they're onto something there. But they better hope that nobody else is going to breach track limits, because if that increases to just 11 seconds, even if that's possible, but any more than 10 is the suggestion from Herbert themselves, they really would have to serve that in the race. So it's, again, a tightrope to be walking.
Worth the risk, then.
Well, Ralph Bone, as he's just proven, is meticulous for the lines that he takes. He's not the quickest driver in that quartet, but he is very consistent indeed. And by the suggestion of any further penalties, i.e. there have not been any, then that rather suggests he didn't breach track limits during his 64 minutes of a stint. He came in, handed over to Alfred Renauer, and the car's been fueled, and it's back into the race again, but has lost the lead to Bob Yuan, who stayed out in the Origin Motorsport car because number 87 was not due for fuel. In fact, it's only done 47 minutes. And bear in mind that the 87 Origin Motorsport car, in the last 2 of its stints with different drivers, has been able to do, respectively, 1 hour and 17 minutes and 1 hour and almost 20 minutes. So I'd expect maybe even another half an hour yet before Bob Yuan appears on pit road. It is busy elsewhere, though, in the pit lane. 3 cars in at once, including the 992 leader. Luke Breukers bringing the Red Camel Jordans.NL Porsche in, then 909 from the lead of the 992 class. Leading 992 AM is the Modena Motorsports Porsche for Benny Simonsen, and he has a number of laps advantage over Li Lin in the 610 Racing Porsche, the 666 numbered 610 Racing Porsche.
Rulebook's been out, lads. Do you know what? Is there any other form of motor racing, by the way, where I could wander into the garage and the working area, mission control effectively, and sit next to or lean over the shoulder of the engineer, and whilst we both look at the regulations and he's asking for clarification from the organisers and is prepared to talk to me about it, and I'm going, yeah, but what about this? And he's going, yeah, well, what about that? And, oh, yeah, okay. And that's literally what we've just done. Herbert, I love this series for so many different reasons, but that's one of them. So the change on the regulations for 2026, of which this is the first race, was it used to be that it was penalties that were equal to or less than 5 seconds didn't have to be served. It was changed to 10 seconds this time. I think there might be a slight change by the next time we see the regulations, but I'm going to put that to one side at the moment. So what it says in the briefing notes and therefore the regulations is equal to or less than. It also says that the 2-hour time limit has been usurped effectively by that regulation. So that also includes the 10 seconds or fewer. If they get more penalties, then, and there's a code 60, because there's a new thing in about the code 60. So if the code 60 comes in and they get more penalties, any penalties that haven't been served have to be served at the next pit stop. All outstanding penalties. The 2-hour limit has been taken away. And so that's a further complication. But right now, and as per race control, a message that they were quite happy to show me down at Herbert brilliantly, they have been cleared that they do not have to serve that penalty if it stays at 10 seconds between now and the end of the race. It all changes if they get another penalty.
As we've been saying. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And by the way, I've just had a spot of rain on my head. Just one spot. Oh, was it a bird going across? Or somebody spitting from the roof? No, it was sorry, no, it was a spot of rain. But there you go. That's the clarification, literally from the team and from Creventic. What a series this is. So it's still game on,
3
fellas.
minutes past 7, and that time's been stamped in my mind because that is officially the time of sunset today at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. And as we tick by to 3 minutes past 7, the sign on the starting gantry reads lights on. So everybody must now have their headlights on, and tail lights for that matter, because we are now in the dark hours of darkness. And we promised viewers and listeners, Bruce Jones, pretty much 3 hours of nighttime running. I mean, it's not full dark, and even when it is full dark here, we have plenty of artificial light, including down at turns 7 and 8 in actual fact. So but nevertheless, there is a different feel to the race now, and we'll get that over the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I stepped out of having supper about 10-15 minutes ago, and just walking back out from an air-conditioned hospitality suite, you walk out, temperature's not as hot as it was earlier, but you just realise it's still muggy. Wind has dropped considerably from how it was about an hour or so ago, so things are changing all the time, but I think we're set pretty fair here. But the humidity is riding. Of course, as temperature falls, humidity tends to rise. Yeah. Come what may, but there's a certain mugginess. But I am super impressed. I've never seen a race here under the lights. I've only ever been here for daytimes racing. That is powerful lighting out around the circuit.
Yeah, it's and the cameras around on our coverage are particularly good, by the way, of picking cars out far better than the human eye in this level of darkness. But as I say, we're not at full darkness yet. The sun may have set, but there's still plenty of light in the sky above our commentary position. The 63 Lamborghini from Lippert Motorsport back in the hands of Hampus Eriksson. That car has found the rest of the GT3s on the timing screen at least, so that solid bank of 10 GT3 cars now to the sharp end of our timing system. 231 laps though completed, so it's 10 fewer than the race leader Bob Yuan in his Origin Motorsport Porsche.
How prescient you're talking about the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, because they've just gathered the largest penalty so far, 30 seconds for exceeding speed, not on the circuit but in the pit lane. That was issued just 1.5 minutes ago. So they had the setback right in the opening hour of the race when the rear wing on the Lippert Lamborghini hung down on one side.
I know why that
John
happened.
knows how it happened. How did it happen?
And Johnny's going to work this out as well. Do you remember when Hampus got into that car and it stalled, it restarted? I reckon it reset the pit lane speed limiter when it restarted.
Yeah, I'd go with that.
Oh, good call.
And I was trying to work out which bit of the pit lane it's been pinged, but I would imagine before it's got to the fueling area, because actually when you exceed the 20 kph in the fueling area, you get an additional message on the penalty assessment, and that's not included. So exceeding speed limit in pit lane, and it's an automatic 30-second time penalty. That is one that you cannot delay upon, i.e. do it in your next pit stop. Herbert Motorsport reckon they're okay to continue to run for the time being as long as their penalty sits at 10 seconds or less than 10 seconds, but it's exactly 10 at this stage for Alfred Renauer and the Herbert Motorsport crew. But they say, we'll just add that on at the end.
But one thing about going through the rule book, you actually need, if there's a rule you think is slightly contentious, discuss it with someone else. They might read the same words and come out with a different conclusion. And I think this one, for me, is quite marginal. Is 10 seconds above or below 10 seconds? Think about that for a moment.
It does say 10 seconds or less than 10 seconds, or as John prefers to say, equal to or less.
Equal
Yeah,
to
yeah,
or
okay.
fewer, yeah. I think that might change for the next time we see those regulations. I think it will be fewer than, rather than equal to or fewer. But that's not what it says right now. Christian Chia just jumping into the 216 Modena car with the skull and the flames on the side. That's a pretty good stop. It was only a couple of seconds longer than the tyre stop to get Christian installed, and he's quite a tall fella, so that's pretty good. The tyres that have come off are looking good. There was a new set of Cup GT H2 Michelin slicks went onto that, and that car is heading into the fuel stop. And talking about getting dark, Twilight's finished now. That was, how long Twilight did we had? Around about 8 minutes, 6 minutes. 6 minutes of Twilight. That's great. Love it out here.
Well, that's the beauty of being very close to the equator, I suppose. Short, sharp sunset, and now get used to this level of light, which will have decreased in certain areas where there's less artificial lighting. Clearly, the Kuala Lumpur International Airport think it's safe to be sending planes into the sky. So again, a thunderstorm is not just around the corner. Might be getting the odd spot of moisture in pit lane, but unlikely to get worse than that in the next, let's say, 15-20 minutes, as other cars appear on pit road, including the number 93 Ajit Kumar, or Ajit Renault Racing Mercedes, with Mr. Kumar driving it. Benny Simonson's also appearing on pit lane. Being cycled to the front of the 992 pack, I noticed, because Ivo Breukers has recently made a pit stop. There's the cheer right on cue.
I turned the mic on so you could hear that. I'm miles away from it. Listen to this. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Slightly masked by a flat six going down the front straight, but only slightly. Ajit has done a single stint there, guys. I'll try and grab a word with him in a second.
So now I need to work out whether that's his driving done in the 93 car. We wouldn't be too far away. I'm going to suggest he has just completed an hour, as John suggests, and he did at least one other stint earlier on in the race. So a couple of hours for the world-famous film star, come now racing driver, although Bruce was pointing out to me, which I didn't necessarily know, that he had a single-seater career many years ago. So
yeah, brief single-seater career.
Hence why I missed it.
Raced for Mango Racing in British Formula 3.
Brilliant.
Nicely tropical name to go with. But yeah, so he at least has those bones to build on.
Yeah, indeed. But a re-education of the racing mind to work out precisely how to hustle a two-seater sports car around a track as physical as the Sepang International Circuit. Raced at Dubai at the start of the year as well, and has had plenty of other 24H Series events to get his teeth into. There was a couple of, an overtake taking place there, not for position, but Alessandro Giretti clearing the James Winslow-driven Audi into turn 9, the Berjaya Tiaman corner, and that will give the 26 Be Quick Porsche a further lap back again. So Giretti's working lap 240, whereas the Audi is on lap 243. And you can add another lap onto that for Bob Yuan, who is now working lap 244. Let's head back to John. Another cheer, I reckon, is imminent.
There's going to be a big cheer when the next voice is heard on the public address system here at Sepang for the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia. Ajit Kumar, that's you finished, we reckon, there. How do you feel?
Really pleased with my team. I'd like to thank our sponsors for believing in us, supporting us, Campa Energy and Nova Lifespace. I hope we can build on this for the rest of the season, be it Asia or even Europe, and try and be the best team on the grid.
He refused to stay sitting down, gentlemen, to speak to me. He stood up next to me, proper racing driver. He's ready to, I reckon if he needs to do the last hour, he'd get back in and do it. Tell me about the difference then, driving a GT3 car, and particularly this GT3 car, the AMG, from what you've done in the past here in Creventic.
No, obviously a lot of downforce, good braking. You know, you can wait till you can brake late, very stable. The ABS kicks in, and in case you overdo anything, it's kind of a very forgiving car, and yeah, I'm loving this, loving driving the AMG GT3.
And there's a big smile on Ajit Kumar's face. Thank you for being with us, mate. Hope to see you again.
Yeah, I just love to convey my thanks and gratitude to all the fans who've come here to Malaysia and back home, who've been supporting us. Thank you all. Love you all. See you all soon.
Enjoy the rest of the race, and we'll see you later on. And there's the cheer, and you can hear it even more at the moment because the car engines on the front straight here, JP, aren't revving as they should do. And as I emerge from Ajit's garage, the Ajit Radant Racing Garage, the panels are bright purple.
For the third time in the race, and it's not likely to be a long code 60, but everyone is restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, having had the warning that it would happen in 20 seconds, and right on cue. This is all because of debris at turn 3, so the debris's been cleared very quickly. It's not another splitter, is it?
It is a
Porsche.
It is a front splitter by the looks of things, or two halves of a front splitter, picked up by different marshals, tells you a story. And I think, and I'm guessing here, it's off the Mulner Motorsport 921 entry. We had a shot of it running slowly, or that might have been immediately at the start of the Code 60, but very clear message. The message got to the teams, Code 60 in 60 seconds. And as John said, they very kindly turned the engine notes down so Ajit's fan could scream their support at him as he's having that interview. But I do think it looked, well, what does one splitter look like as opposed to another when it's in the gravel?
Guys, it's another, I think it's another Red Camel, because they've got a splitter out there. This will be their third of the race, yeah, nod. So this is the third one. It is their splitter. I mean, it doesn't help them because by the time they get back to the pit lane, Code 60 would have cleared. So they can't even take advantage of their own disadvantage, if you see what I mean, as we go back to green flag racing.
So it is the third Code 60, only the third Code 60 that we have had in the race to this point, the second of which was very quick at exactly 2 minutes, and that one can't be too far away from the same amount of time. The most lengthy was 7.5 minutes, much earlier on in the race, but I'll get you an exact time of that one in a moment or two, but it didn't provide any real opportunity for a car to dive into the pits and get just 15% worth of fuel. Everyone was either not in a position to take advantage or would prefer not to.
Yeah, it was about 2 minutes 15 seconds, and when you're running at Code 60 pace, a sort of benchmark, it's about a 5-minute lap around here, so it really gave them a very small window to come in. But for Red Camel Jordan, well, really bad luck. It's very unusual to lose one splitter in a race, but 3, that's not good at all. But you know, as it's getting dark out there, I keep saying how light it is because the lighting around the track, the last thing you want is a splitter lying in an area that's slightly shadowed on the circuit. That could certainly trip you up a little bit in another car. But as Kobe De Bruyke goes down the start-finish straight in the Ajit Red Ant Racing Mercedes, that looks as though there's light in the sky as we ride on board with him, but of course you get extra illumination by any camera work. It's hard for us to gauge Johnny, because we're in a commentary box that's got very, very tinted windows, but it is certainly getting darker very quickly indeed. John reckoned twilight was 8 minutes. It might have been 8.5, but let's not quibble.
Those cars that would love a little bit of extra fuel mileage, well, pick one of any of the top 4, but the 69 James Winslow driven Audi was due in probably in the next couple of laps and might be able to extend its fuel window by a further 5 minutes. This stint began at 6:05. We're now at 7:15, so it's already done 1 hour and 10. And I'm just going to look up to see how long that car has managed at any point today, car number 69. Actually, we remarked at the time when Alexander Bukantsov was at the wheel that was a particularly long stint, 1 hour and 19 on that occasion. And then Vasily Vladikin got on board and did north of 1 hour and 21 minutes. So could be another 10 minutes yet before we see James Winslow on pit lane from the 4th placed Audi. They're going to have to try something very special to jump ahead of all 3 Porsches, but a podium result is definitely possible, and that's certainly what the team are targeting by the mood of the camp after John went up to one of the team members, who I think coincidentally was also called James, much like their current pilot, and they were like, oh no, we're going for the win here in their Audi, which was less fancied at the start of the race, but they've been there or thereabouts and ready to usurp at least one of the Porsches from the podium.
Yeah, keep clear of the penalty box and things will come your way. But of course, it had to come their way because they started stone last from pit exit. And that didn't help them because the first 2 laps were really quite busy for Alexander Bukantsov, but he was patient as he worked his way forward. But actually, it's once you cycle through all the drivers, you realise that the overall balance of a crew of drivers, and clearly there's nobody who's the weak link in that chain. And James Winslow, who's been racing with Alexander Bukantsov, coaching him for about 5 years now, has clearly done a really good job. But he'll be back in fairly soon. It'd be great when he comes in to try and catch a word with him, because he's a busy guy. A couple of weekends ago, he was racing and winning a championship at Paul Ricard. Last weekend at Dubai Autodrome. Here this weekend, have a few weeks off, and he'll go back to his he lives in Dubai now. He'll go back there to do Abu Dhabi and Dubai and then start all over again for the rest of the season. But that is what a lot of top drivers do now. It used to be a very clear closed season. Now, not so much.
Looking at Kei Nakanishi in the LM Corsa Ferrari now, running 9th for car number 60, 5th placed in Pro-Am. The Pro-Am GT3s are the most numerous in this segment of the quickest car. So Pro-Am was definitely one that was tough to predict at the start of the race. That's the one that Herbert could also win if they win the race as well, but they don't have to finish top of the pile to win Pro-Am. They are significantly ahead of the next car within that subcategory, the Climax Racing Mercedes. Let's get another word with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go with John.
Philippe Bonnell is with me. They've split the gearbox and the rear end of the engine. Philippe, what's the prognosis here? What's happening?
We don't know yet exactly. It's between the clutch and the gearbox. I don't know exactly what's happened.
Well, it's apart now at least. At least you can have a look at it.
What's on it?
Listen, we love this car. We love your enthusiasm and what's happened with this car down through the years and how you've developed it. Let's put the problem aside. How have you enjoyed coming out to Malaysia and being part of this historic Creventic Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia?
Can you repeat, sorry?
Have you enjoyed being part of this historic event?
Yes, of course. As all the other meeting of Creventic, but especially this one because for us it's the first time here. So we think that we can do the race normally.
Well, we wish you well. Let's get this one back out before 10 o'clock and see it take the checkered flag.
Yes, we're working on it. We think that they probably can repair in 1 hour.
Well,
bon chance with that, and keep doing things differently. We like different, we like variety. Philippe Bonnell down here at Vortex, gentlemen.
Real enthusiast, as you have said, and quite rightly, we would dearly like all of the cars that began the race to be able to get to the end. That pit stop, the work within the garage has already taken them nearly 30 minutes. He thinks another hour Well, that will leave plenty still left on the race clock to go. If they can get out, even with 90 minutes to go, that will still mean a significant amount of running that can be done by the Vortex V8. The 17th and final runner today, as Li Lin now third position in category. Yes, in the 992 division, second in AM, heading down the long straight, the Penang straight, and into the braking area at turn 15. With the Audi of James Winslow up ahead. Ooh, a little bit of corrective steering there as the rear stepped out for Li Lin, and he reacted well to it. But it's another lap completed by James Winslow. So the stint that remains in progress is up to an hour and nearly 17 minutes now, bearing in mind that the car is capable of doing an hour and 20, and we've had a couple of laps, or the end of one lap, the start of the next lap, affected by code 60, and a total of, what, 2.5 minutes or so. But that, it's amazing what sort of difference that makes to the fuel mileage of said Audi or the Porsches or the Mercedes. And somebody far cleverer than I is working out the calculation to say, no, James, go on to another lap. You will have enough fuel.
Well, as long as they don't suddenly go, oh, sorry. But what's intriguing, here we've still got, just over 2.5 hours remaining. It's a night race now. It has changed so quickly from evening, twilight, gone, and riding around a lap. Very good opportunity riding with Li Lin in the 610 Racing 992 Cup Porsche, third in class, just to see where the light falls. That's why they have night practice for events like this, because they do lots of daytime running. But I tell you what, as he goes down the gentle decline to turn 9 and starts turning up quite sharply up the hill, it's very, very well lit, this circuit. It's not like there's a pool of light, gap, there's a pool of light. It's really very, very constant. And I can see Sepang becoming more and more popular for this time of year, December, January, races that go into the night, because it's a fantastic circuit, but also it seems very kind in night-time conditions.
Gentleman here from down in the pit lane, our camera operator is off having his evening meal at the moment. If I look down towards turn 1, of course, there's still a bit of vestigial light in the sky as the sun is still reflecting from well below the horizon. But if I look down to turn 15 to my left, it is blackety black on a black day. It is really dark. And actually, what's interesting, and I've seen some of the pictures from around the circuit, I think the front straight, rather unusually, is the least well lit. Normally, you have this big blast of light doing you down the front straight, but actually, it's sort of half light here in the pit lane. Our camera's probably making it look a lot better than it is, and to the point where, depending on what the big screen is showing above my head, I can see that light changing on the far side, the track driver's left. So really interesting. Actually, the reason I turned my mic on, other than to wax lyrical about how gorgeous it is, and I've just tweeted a picture on @RSL_studio from my vantage point in the pit lane, which is where you can get in contact with us as usual. We have a pit stop impending, should I say, for Simpson Motorsport. This would be, I reckon, their penultimate stop, with almost, well, we're coming up to 25 minutes past the hour of 7, and it's 10 o'clock checkered flag, or the first time after 10 o'clock that the leader goes through, at least. So the guys are ready. The pink fluorescent strip is illuminated, and they know what they've got to do here. What am I looking at? I think we're looking at just tyres. So let's see what these guys can do. Driver. All right, okay, driver as well. So I'm going to time the tyres and see if they get anywhere near that 14 seconds. That's all. Leave that with me, and I'll speak to you in a wee
So
sec.
James Winslow, by the sounds of things, is going to be getting out after an hour and 20 minutes or thereabouts. The hour and 20 minutes is the stint length time, of course, as well. Bearing in mind his teammate of Cyprus, Vasily Vladikin, did an hour and 21 minutes at last stint, which was a total of 38 laps. So James has now done 36. That leaves 2 more. And with the potential of maybe squeezing an extra couple out of it, Yeah, he's staying out. Well, that's expected. Going on to a 37th lap in this stint. Might even do one more. And then, as I say, it depends how much further they think he can go because of the code 60 laps. But that was really only half of one lap and then half of the next lap. And they're within, as John makes a point, they're within the window now to, once they come in at the end of this stint, one more stop after that will be sufficient to get them to 10 o'clock tonight, even if they go a little bit beyond the hour of 10 o'clock, because it's determined by where the race leader is in comparison to the control line. The checkered flag will wait for the then race leader, and everybody else has to complete their lap as well. And you can always be in a difficult position whereby you're crossing the line with the leader immediately behind you, forcing you to do another 5.5 kilometres.
Factors you need to know about, and certainly, of course, if you're doing a race in the Nürburgring Langstreckenserie Series where the lap is the mere 25 kilometres. Just wondering, John will be waiting a driver change coming up for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. I presume, unless I've got my facts back to front, that it should be... Have we had enough laps from Damien Siacek? I think he's an AM driver in that car. I think he's probably got another hour's stint to go or thereabouts.
I will check that in just a tick. Are we going to witness the Audi coming in on this lap? No, it stays out. Right, so car 69 on the driver's stints, and Siacek has done an hour and 23. Although, because the problem is on one of my breaks, I allowed my laptop to shut down, and therefore it's not mapped the whole of the race. I know. I mean, I reset the hibernation settings for all my other breaks away from here, but I'm still being killed for that 1 hour or so.
But don't you come out of hibernation in February normally?
I do. Yeah. Very good point, Bruce.
Yeah.
Yes, John.
It's Birkenstock who's going to get into the car, the tall frame of the man with the sort of Brazilian coloured helmet on, bit of sort of a Senna homage. Here we go. I've got the stopwatch ready to go. I've got my thumb on the start and go. Up goes the car. Left rear was a little recalcitrant. We are already up to 9 seconds, 10 seconds. They're onto the other side, onto the front. They're doing this in a different way. Very interesting. Front first one side, back first the other, and done. Right, that was 17 seconds with a little bit of a sticky right rear. That's very, very impressive indeed.
And away it goes down to fuel, which will take about 3 more minutes to put a full fuel load in. And it's quite busy actually in the fueling area. There's space for the Audi, but with the 445 BMW already parked in there for Cherney Motorsport, and at 20 kilometers per hour now, Alex Bukantsov's getting the big wave, the double-handed wave from his representative, his mechanic, to wave them into the furthest pump. Oh, not quite the furthest pump. There is one just ahead of them, actually, in the, underneath those easy ups, and the fuel will go in now. So I'll get you a total time just as soon as the Audi rejoins. But that is now in the vicinity of one more stop, the first car to get into that kind of territory, John.
Just a little pause, sorry. That's my one and only, absolutely, for the race. Just a little postscript on that. I mentioned that they had the gantry out, and the gantry has the air hose on for the jacks, the pneumatic jacks, but they'd also be using air-powered Pauli guns. One of the hoses to that broke earlier on, about an hour ago, and so they've had to go to their backup, which is battery-powered guns rather than the air guns. And they simply aren't as quick. You can tune up your Paulis a little bit as well, and all of the teams do. They take them apart and put them back together again. They are industry standard. But they reckon that loses them 3 seconds per tyre stop. So we're talking fine margins, but that was a 17-second stop with the electrics, not with the air. They reckon they can do it at 14. And I said, well, even with that fumble, you did it in 17. And they went, oh, that must have been a good stop then, because we lost 3 seconds by not having the air. That's the fine margins, gentlemen, that we are talking about here down at Simpson, that is keeping that Audi right in the hunt for the win here at the Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia, and proving that that car and this team running that car is still a force to be reckoned with.
And whilst we were drawn into the pit stop for the number 69 Audi, what I'd partly missed was that Bob Yuan from the race lead came in for Origin Motorsport. He didn't quite do the same number of laps on the stint as the Audi, 35 it was, but that's right in the ballpark for Bob Yuan, who may well have bailed out of the 87 car in the process. It was a stint length of an hour and 16 minutes, and the 87 Porsche is also in the fueling area now, so it becomes a fight in the fuel quadrant, and the Porsche is away first. Feels like it's not quite got up to full momentum, but that's okay, because remember, it's 20 kilometers per hour, then briefly 40 kilometers per hour, and then you unlatch the pit speed limiter entirely to go back up to full speed, and but only briefly, because then you've got to slow down into turns 1 and 2, which are frustratingly slow in that left-hander particularly. Now finally through the gears, Bob Yuan, for it is still Bob Yuan, or that's at least what the timing screen would have us believe, and he's re-emerged in 3rd position. The Audi in the hands of Alexander Bukantsov back to 4th, or staying 4th.
Well, it was a much quicker fuel stop, wasn't it? So anyhow, we'll see. It's different amounts of fuel going in, but obviously what we know is that for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, they want to run their tank as long as they possibly can. So they've worked out how much fuel they need to go through to the end of this race. Whereas we think, do we not, Johnny, that some of the leading teams are probably going to have to rely on a bit of a splash and dash right in the closing laps. We'll see. A lot of people either praying for rain or another code 60 to help them eke out their fuel performance, their fuel economy. But right now, it's dry. And one thing I'd really love to hear is from one of the drivers who's got out in the last handful of minutes, what's it like out there in full darkness? Because, of course, this is still very much a novelty for a lot of almost all the drivers competing here, unless they've been racing in Asian Championships. It's their first time on this circuit. But they'll have done all their running here before in daylight.
Yeah.
Different days.
About the same time spent in the fueling area for each of those cars. It's just that Bob Yuan arrived first and therefore was released first. But 3 minutes 14 seconds for the 87 Porsche in the fueling, just a second shorter than that for the Alexander Bukantsov Audi. The pit stop in total was better for the Porsche, because I think the tyre change was far more seamless. John described the difficulty in getting one of the rear tyres off the Audi, and that cost them, in comparison, about 10 seconds on the Porsche.
Yeah, sorry, I just need to explain why I thought the Origin Motorsport Porsche took less time. I'd forgotten that the Audi went past it and then pulled in the pump in front of it, so it was already at a standstill. I just had this memory of a clean line of exit for the Audi.
Yes.
With the Porsche pulling ahead. So there we are. It was actually, and thank you for proving that with the stats.
They switched around in the fueling area, yeah, which can often play tricks with one's mind. So we now have 2 hours and 25 minutes to go, finishing at 10 o'clock or maybe just after. And back to the lead of the race goes the Herbert Motorsport Porsche on lap 254. In fact, that car sweeps across the control line as I utter that sentence. And as things stand, it's a lap clear of Loic Hartog. I think that is still... No, Hartog's going to cross the line and complete lap 254 now, isn't he? So we'll be on the lead lap and get you a gap in a moment or two, because the Dutchman's in the final sector. He's on older tyres. He is... Now, I've forgotten whether he's further or not as far into his current stint, whereas Alfred Renauer is only 16 laps in, so that it is exactly half a stint, therefore.
And Hartog coming into the pit, so he's not going to go flashing past, but he will be timed as he comes into the pits 43 seconds in arrears. And bear in mind, of course, probably about 5 or 6 of those seconds were just going slowly from the start of pit entry, or the pit lane entry, to the white line where he's had to slow down. So for Absolute Racing, their blue Porsche in the pits at the moment, driver change going on.
And the time of that stint was 1 hour and 11 minutes, so managed to do a minute longer than his previous effort. But surely they're going to take Luke out of that car now, having done a total of 2 hours 20. Remember, you can't do more than 2 hours 30 in one go in that car, say one go, across a double stint. So Loic Hartog heading now, or the new driver heading towards the fueling area, making sure that the belts are done up. It still says HAR on the Lumirank system. That will only be reset once the car exits pit lane.
Well, it looks like Patrick Niederhauser to me, and I think we had the conversation earlier that those two could both do double stints and take it through to the end of the race. Antar Izao had crossed the minimum time he was allowed to have
by 28 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, but he did it.
Yep, well, it's all maths.
That's all that matters. And it was impressive that Antares did those stints back to back as well, because I'm not sure whether that was fully decided as he began the first. And they may well have had a little bit of a radio conversation to say, are you all set for the second hour, which would have been going into hour 7 of the race? And he said, yeah, all good. Let's tick it off in one go, because it's just cleaner that way.
100%. He's conversant with exactly how if you do a double stint, when you go back out for the second part of that stint, you're conversant with exactly how the car was behaving before you brought it in.
Yeah, and the current track conditions. Yeah. Don't have to worry about nightfall, because it was well clear of that. And that's the great thing about how they've assembled that combination. It looks great on paper. I mean, they've gone with the absolute bare minimum in terms of 1 AM, 1 semi-pro, 1 pro. Let's not add a 4th driver into the mix. Keep the driver changes to a minimum, therefore. And the AM segment falls exactly in the middle of the race. Yeah, they've ticked every box to this point. And I hope that I'm not putting the commentator's curse on that, because Loic Hartog's been mightily impressive both in the car and also, he came up and spent some time with us in the media centre yesterday and was mightily impressive out of the car as well. Not least because he brought some pre-Christmas treats, because it was a special day in the Netherlands, Sinterklaas.
Sinterklaas, and the little treat we had was gratefully received, of course, and you don't have to bribe us, but it's quite nice. Little gingerbread biscuits.
Very nice. And very addictive as well. That bag was considerably smaller after he'd handed it over to me. Sorry, Loic. But I hope that I was amongst many other people tucking in. And very grateful indeed of you bringing some snacks up, because that kept us going for the remainder of what was qualifying. Night practice was after that. And night practice hugely valuable, considering this 3 hours now being run in inverted commas darkness. But it was at exactly this point yesterday, and that was by no mistake either, running from 7 to 8:30 or just beyond, because of a red flag after some track repair was necessary at turn 15 after one car left the road, but was able to start today's race. So Alfred Renauer now back to the front. Patrick Niederhauser hasn't yet rejoined, but that's okay, because about 3 minutes or so needing to be spent in the fueling area. And this is giving this car, the pink and white Origin Motorsport Porsche, the chance to gather up a bit more, a few more seconds on the rejoining Patrick Niederhauser car. And you were spot on with that, Bruce. So Patrick back into car number 10, and Bob Yuan doing the chasing in number 87. And a change down in pit road as well after John Hindhoff's hard work. We welcome back Ben Constantiouris for the first nighttime stint that you will have done today. Is it noticeably different in the pit lane?
I love the night. It's such a cool atmosphere. It's actually not quite as bright as, let's say, Le Mans. It's not quite as lit. You haven't got as much lighting in pit lane as you would do at the Le Mans 24 hours or Spa 24 hours. But the circuit is well lit, and it's interesting to note that this is a circuit where you can test all 24 hours of the day. So you can book to come here and do a test session from midnight until 6 in the morning. And in fact, it's something that various teams do, because it's cooler in the night. So they prefer to come testing in the night than in the day. And so the illumination around the circuit is used quite often. It's definitely not as bright as Abu Dhabi, for instance, which is overly spectacular. But it's really cool. Really, really cool. And the pictures, especially as you well know, look awesome. Of the cars going on around the circuit. A couple of things that have been happening in the paddock pit lane whilst you've been chatting. We had a big cavalcade that came in to the circuit about half an hour ago. We welcome the Crown Prince of this region to the circuit. We know the Crown Prince of Johor. Those two brothers do a lot of racing, but the Crown Prince of this area, which is Senggalo, I hope I've said that right, is here to say and have a look at the circuit and the organisation. So a huge welcome to him, who's probably still at the venue somewhere enjoying some VIP hospitality, and he's been meeting some of the drivers up and down pit lane as well. So there's a couple of things from me. Last thing to cover off, you may or may not have done this already, but the Vortex is pretty much out of the race with a gearbox problem.
We heard. Thanks very much, Ben. Selangor is the region we're in, but great to have royal patronage. Yeah, John was speaking. I think it was Philippe Bonnell saying, "Yeah, it'll take an hour, but we hope to get it back out. So we may yet finish with all 17 starters through to the end of the race." And of course, in the name of research, talking about the night testing you could do. Ben found out yesterday you can go on the kart circuit till 1 in the morning. But again, that must be well lit, but also because you don't have headlights on karts. But it's also the fact it's just going to be the coolest time of day, for particularly if you're moving away from December and January, where it is, relatively sensible. But the thought of in summer trying to be out competing during the day, or karting, which is physical, however you cut it, certainly that's a very good idea indeed.
Be quick, absolute Porsche of Alessandro Ghiretti now appearing back on pit lane. Are we in a situation where Ghiretti could finish this race? I don't think so, because he's just done one stint, and in fact the door's open, yes, and another driver going to be offered, in fact. So Ghiretti out of car number 26. Let's just check whether that was the second of a double, or was it just a single? No, it just turned out to be a single for the new Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup champion. He's a double Porsche champion this year as well, taking the Deutschland title as well in 2025, and he's going to hand back to one of his co-drivers. So this will either be Dong Yi or Vincenzo Ricci. Probably not Ricci, because he was in prior to Ghiretti. Henk Kinks is the other driver that potentially got some time to do, but he's already done 2 hours and 14 minutes, which might be enough for the Dutchman. Ghiretti's car going down to the fueling area now, and we will get an answer very shortly, unless Ben Constanduras knows otherwise. And do jump in. Oh, you do? Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Dung Yi, Andy Dung is in the car. They tried to get their bronze time done as quickly as possible. So Henk Kinks and Vincenzo Ricci basically tried to be clear of their drive time as early as possible in prediction of the weather more than anything else. They wanted to make sure that those two bronze drivers did not drive in the rain, and therefore they got them all done early. Henk's been in his shorts and t-shirt for a lot of the second half of the race. In fact, he's now describing the back end of the Absolute Racing pit box to the Crown Prince and the various entourage around. And it's all very, very jovial atmosphere down at Absolute, because there really is not a great opportunity for a victory on the other side of the garage.
Yeah, it's a shame that, because the car has offered at certain points in the race much better than its current position, which it came in from 6th place. But the more crucial thing is that it's 4 laps down from the race leader, Alfred Renauer, in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But a lot of the other Porsches in GT3 are very strong, i.e. they're occupying first and second and third places at this stage. And in this snapshot on the timing screen, the lead car's done 258 laps. The one behind it in second, 257, then 256 for the third place car and 255 for the fourth place car. I don't think were you to complete the laps that they were on, we would necessarily get that pattern. It's just that the time that I've chosen to look at the timing screen. Yeah, so there's less than a lap, for example, between Patrick Niederhauser and Alexander Bukantsov. It's a minute and 46 in reality, but that gap's going to be growing now that the Swiss has taken over the Absolute Racing Porsche, trying to target Bob Yuan. But remember that none of them are on the same strategy either. So the race-leading Porsche of Alfred Renauer has done 21 laps, so will be in first. Bob Yuan will be in something like 16 laps later than that, and a further 2 or 3 laps on will be the turn of the Absolute Racing Porsche. And it really depends where 10 o'clock falls and how long each of them is within the same stint. We have established with Herbert, and John did a good job for them to admit this, that they, and possibly others, but particularly they, will have to find half a stint's worth of fuel somewhere. So it's going to be pitting at about 9:30 for the splash, and then who gets past them in the meantime to potentially win the race.
Tenterhooks, I think, for them, and obviously any period of code 60 will help them, because it means whatever amount of splash will be all the shorter, or if they can actually eliminate that with a longer code 60. Not that you wish problems on anyone, just having a look, what was code 60 thus far? 11 minutes 44 seconds. That's not too bad. We're getting on towards 10 hours of the 12 here for the Malaysia. 12 hours, the clue's in the name, Bruce. But, you know, it's been clean, very clean so far. And you think that 2 of those were simply to remove splitters, front splitters that had fallen off the red Camel Jordan's car.
Yeah, unfortunately, from the same competitor, when we thought it might be the second one, or the second one was from the 921 Milner Motorsport car, but that was not the case. Ivo Breukers describing to John Hindhaugh earlier on quite how differently the car was behaving, and he really hoped that it had been repaired in time for his next stint. But Rick Breukers describing in great detail how he was actually using the curbs to rotate the car, and just having the nous to do that in race was rather striking for us. Now the plank underneath the 93 car, or perhaps more accurately the sort of titanium blocks underneath the kind of the A-pillar. It's that first bit of the car behind the front wheel arches, which is grounding out and generating sparks. So very dramatic from the 93 Kobe de Bruyke driven Agit Renault Racing Mercedes. This is the car that is in 6th. Lane right now after a 34-35 lap stint and about 1 hour and 20 minutes. So again, good fuel mileage for the red and white Mercedes on this occasion, Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, apart from our race leader, Alfred Renauer, almost everybody in the next 3 cars are still in single digits, the number of laps they've done, so they've got plenty more time before they'll come in for that final pit stop. 2 hours and 9 minutes remain, but Viper needs a racing. I think they sort of excelled in the first of the 3 qualifying sessions.
Yeah, Dominic Ang was really
good, because he knows the track so well, and they know this car well, and he did a fantastic job. And I thought, are we going to have a sensational result for a Malaysian team on their home patch? But as a trio of AM drivers, it's a tricky thing. But really, in many ways, I thought it'd be harder for them in qualifying, and then with the extra fuel they get on board as an AM runner, they'd have a chance in the race. But across the longer stints, well, the other teams, I think, more really found their feet. But Viper Nisa, they took the publicity when they could get it, and it's great. Let's go down and find out what Ben's got for us in the pit lane.
Well, watching the Viper Nisa pit stop, and they've got them fitted some tidied up, not new tyres. And I mean tidied up by the fact they've scraped off all of the pickup so that the car won't have any vibrations when it goes back out on circuit. But those are not brand new tyres, and we're so far into this race, I am surprised that we're at this point where they would be fitting tyres from qualifying. So I wonder whether the reason, or one of the reasons as to why they are not as competitive as they were in qualifying, is perhaps they haven't got the amount of new tyres available to them, and therefore budget, in comparison to some of the other teams. It's complete speculation, but those tyres that are going out on the car right now are definitely tyres that have done work before.
Thanks, Ben. Well, you know, that's always another factor to consider. Budget, how much do you want to throw at your cars? I mean, many championships, you're restricted to a maximum number, but it's sort of fairly open here. And we were hearing earlier about how the rules have been changed to stop teams having a new set every time they came in if they so chose. But, you know, that is entirely sensible.
Yeah, a new rule for this next calendar year, in which this race actually sort of fits into 2026, because it's the first of a trio for the Middle East Championship, is that if there's a code 60 and the tyres have been on the car for less than 50 minutes, you're not then allowed to change them in a code 60 pit stop. Fine to change them under green flag conditions, but it's just to close the loophole, which could potentially give you a new set of tyres every 15 minutes, I suppose. I mean, depending on how quickly those code 60s are coming out, you could go, right, I'm going to get in again and get a new set of tyres. And the 24H series sort of saw that as a bit of a cheat, and also a way to burn through your cash as well, and to try and make it a little more level for all. That is a new 15-minute rule, which at least one team has breached today, incurring a penalty. The Asbest Cupra, by the way, has just come in for another pit stop. Melvin Moe, 65 Mercedes, heading down towards the fueling area, as Alfred Renauer continues to lead the first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia, and by a lap and a half or so. Now, not too long ago, there was some contact between the Bob Yuan Origin Motorsport Porsche, number 87, and I've now instantly forgotten the other car that was involved in that incident. Number 26. So Andy Dung was involved as well, and we hear that both cars... Oh, that was it. Yeah, a little tag on the back. Well, this is live pictures. I'm now very confused. That was live.
That was live, so maybe it might have been returned as a compliment, who knows, but that was more of a little kiss at turn 15, the final corner of the lap of the Be Quick car, getting close and having another look almost. Oh, was there a little rub down into turn 1? Keep the cameras on those cars.
Yeah, well, this is more like it. There's been a little bit of, as you put it earlier on, Bruce, argy-bargy for the 87 Porsche. So two Chinese drivers who will have a lot of experience of racing with one another in more sprint-type races. And now Andy Dung is all over the curve, heading down through turn 3 and into the braking area for turn 4. So this is getting a bit lively now. And we're still 2 hours and more away from the race finish. They're not on the same lap, remember. The Win Hire Be Quick Absolute car is how many laps back? Several, actually. 4, maybe 4.5.
Yeah. 3.5, anywhere between 3.5 and 4.5 laps, but the car that's leading the duo is second overall. Does not want to be tipped off, but I tell you what, by running a little wide at turn 3, really kicking up the dust, the next corner, turn 4, is one of the hardest ones on the circuit. Arriving dust on your tyres, as well as all the other pickup, won't have been good. To the tail of the Origin Motorsport car number 87, the Porsche. Not that I can see, but definitely been 1 or 2 moments of light contact, and we were looking for a replay of the first moment, but when we realised we were live, we saw the second moment. Hey, being there when it happened.
I think Seb, our producer, was rather providing us with a bit of context off air, just to say there's already been a little bit of some contact between these two cars, so keep your eyes peeled, because as you say, there may be a revenge attack. And clearly Andy Dung is quick coming out of turn 14, the Lagoon corner. Sunway Lagoon corner, to give it its full name, and down into turn 15. He's not quite as close this time to Bob Yuan, and so a collection then of the various incidents that have happened over the last few laps. Was there a tag at turn 15? Yes, there definitely was.
And a big snap to the right from Bob Yuan. He was halfway round the corner and he wanted to go left. The car did not. Now, what happens once can happen twice. That's turn 3, running wide, and that was so quite a compression there. You definitely want to be on the track, but it rages on, is all I can tell you.
Well, I'm impressed with how readily these Porsches stick to the ground, because, you know, you keep that right foot buried and the downforce of a modern-day GT3 car rather takes over against any other science that I learned as a kid, but somehow the cars stay planted to the track, even though there were a couple of tyres off into the gravel there for Andy Dung. And Bob Yuan was well aware of the unconventional lines being taken by his fellow Chinese, so they were nose to tail as if fighting for second and third, but actually Deng Yi's car is down in 7th position. Nevertheless, he's keen to get one of those laps back to make it 3 that he trails the 87 crew. Origin Motorsport, I'm sure a lot of the mechanical crew and the engineers were taking a deep breath there to make sure the 87 car stayed on the straight and narrow, because they can still win this, but not if they're off in the scenery.
Yeah, and for Andy Deng, you know, Deng, he's early in his stint. He's only completed 4 laps, so he's going well. He's on fresher tyres than the car he's chasing. Origin Motorsports, Bob Yuan has done 7 laps more. But what he wants to do now, Bob Yuan's about maybe a second clear, but he wants a bit more than that, because certainly Andy Dung has been prepared to just attack from anywhere to try and get past. And when you're holding down second place, you've done nigh on 10 hours this 12-hour race. You just don't want to be assaulted.
Yeah. But that is key as well, as you made the point, Bruce. You know, it's on younger tyres. It's very early on in the stint, so heavier with fuel, but keen to make this performance that isn't going to last forever pay. So therefore, that's the impetus to try and get ahead of Bob Yuan's car. But might have just missed out on that window now and tried several different ways of doing it. A little bit of a headbutt into turn 15, then running very rapidly through turns 3 and up towards the potential overtaking point at turn 4, as the front brake discs on Bob Yuan's car are very deep red, kind of akin to how cars appear at the Daytona 24 Hours in the middle of the night going into the back straight bus stop, the Le Mans chicane as it's called these days.
Still enjoying this scrap, but the big difference is Bob Yuan is keeping his car between the white lines, i.e. on the circuit. But if there's any corner that could be cut, the tighter corners, the chasing Be Quick Porsche, oh yes, I'm going to dip my tyres over there, kick up the dirt, carry on. Now, I suppose one element that could change this battle, sort of a false battle, but it's incredibly entertaining. What's up ahead? Are any of the slower, lower class cars going to be up in front and across their nose? Not as far as I can see for a few moments, but for Bob Yuan, he'll be going, just leave me alone.
The other thing is that Herbert Motorsport will be very interested in this fight. They will desperately be wanting Bob Yuan's car to be losing time, as the Asbest Cupra is just a bit further up the road and actually has been cleared by these two Porsches very quickly indeed. So that was an efficient bit of lappery from both Chinese drivers.
Yeah, but I tell you, the driver, clearly in the Cupra, you're going to be travelling considerably more slowly, but Junichi Iwamoto spotted them in his mirrors and he all but stopped. He stayed off the racing line, did exactly what he needed to do, because bear in mind, in that Cupra, you're going to be lapped frequently. Every lap, pretty much, someone is going to be lapping you. And again, it becomes harder when you get to night time. The full glare of those lights coming up behind you, you're just getting accustomed. And he's very early in his stint, I think, Umamoto. No, he isn't. The tyres are 82, is that right? 82 laps on those tyres. So, obviously, cost saving, share it across all your drivers. But it's almost as though the break from Bob Yuan has been just hauled back in. We've crossed the 10-hour mark, and still Bob Yuan in second place is under attack. Leo Ye in there, sort of enjoying it, but lightly concerned that his car could be off the track at any moment. Bob Yuan, though, really experienced driver, but certainly Andy Dung, well, he's just having fun, isn't he?
He is, and as I say, wants to clear this pink and white Porsche as early as possible so he can then show his true potential in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche. But Herbert will be loving this because it is slowing down one of their near rivals, Bob Yuan, needing to be in defensive mode. That is not something he would want to be doing ordinarily. And maybe Origin Motorsport have to have a little bit of a think about this. Compare the amount of time being lost by Bob Yuan yeah, put that alongside letting the Be Quick car go. And could the 87 car be a tad faster because of that, without the headache of Bob Yuan in the door mirrors? 207.8 last time around for Bob Yuan. Actually quicker than Alfred Renauer, but we don't know what sort of traffic the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is caught up in at this stage. The big winner in all of it might actually be Patrick Niederhauser in the 207s. So he was 0.8 of a second quicker than Bob Yuan in the last lap and 1.9 seconds faster than Alfred Renauer. So Patrick Niederhauser not in frame at this point, but the Swiss is pushing like crazy, because the 10 crew from Absolute Racing still think that they can win this race as well. And the other thing is, Peter Mackay, we're mapping everything to the Herbert Motorsport car. We can't forget that that car's likely to have to come into the pits at about 9:30 tonight for that fuel necessary for the final half an hour.
That's right, that's what they believe, that they don't think there's much way around that. Is off track slightly for the 666 number Machine 610 Racing. That's at the double right-hander, turns 7 and 8, getting into it with one of... Was that the Herbert 91 they were getting into a little disagreement with? I think it may well have been. Yes, it was. Yeah, so Alfred Renauer really pushing hard, making no friends on the way through the field. On the flashers, the quite aggressive flashers of the Porsche GT3R through the the 992 Porsche going off on its own. Apologies, Alfred, of course, a gentleman as always.
Yeah, but there we are in the space of a handful of laps. We've had the car in second place being harried by which is the Origin Motorsport Porsche, being harried by one that's down in 7th place, the Be Quick Absolute Racing car. And our race leader, Alfred Renauer, he got close to the 610 Racing Porsche that just left its braking too late, and it's turning over the edge of the circuit at turn 13. The last thing that Alfred Renauer wanted was that to spin in front of it. But I must say, well held there for the 610 Racing driver. That was a tricky moment, but just suddenly this race is coming under cover of darkness. It's coming alive. Maybe incidents just seem magnified in the dark, but so we've been talking about Patrick Niederhauser. Well, we haven't for a while, because he's just out there getting on with his stint for the Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche. He's lapping faster than those ahead. No surprise, because he's on younger tyres, considerably younger tyres than our race leader Alfred Renauer, but he's just keeping out of trouble.
You could maybe argue, is Patrick Niederhauser going quick enough considering the age of his tyres? They're 11 laps old, 207.1 the previous lap before that 207 flat. It's certainly consistent, but do you, at this stage of the tyre life, do you need to be in the 206s, or is that time not in the track? I mean, I just stepped outside and the temperature is just...
Is it glorious?
Oh, it's absolutely.
How about is it soft to touch because it's humid, or is it?
It's like a cuddle, an invisible cuddle. It's great.
In Welsh.
Yes, exactly. It's lovely. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's Goldilocks porridge outside.
I knew you were going to try and knit that phrase in at some point in the race. Well
I do
done.
like porridge this time of year. Maybe not if I was residing in Malaysia, but at home in Scotland, yes, it's great. So for Patrick, so the reason why I bring that up, not just for, I don't know why I would bring it up otherwise, is because surely that should mean that the track will cool. And usually when tracks cool, they get quicker, not slower. But it doesn't appear like there is that absolute ultimate pace in the racetrack at this moment in time.
Yeah, but the thing is, here we are in full proper darkness, but really not so long ago you stepped out to supper, it was still light, then we got to twilight, and John reckoned it lasted 8.5 minutes and then we went to dark. But you know, it's not been that long ago there was daylight here, so it's going to take a while, I think, for the track temperature itself to start dropping.
I wasn't even on to pudding and it was dark. It was... And I could,
wow,
that's normally we're trying to make it through there quickly. Into the pits then, Herbert Motorsport with 1 hour and 54 minutes left on the clock. Stint length, I mean, 1 hour and 15-ish, depending, how hard you push or how much you fuel save, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. So that then means that, yes, they still need to have 2 stops from here to the end of the race. Robert Renauer preparing with an hour and 54. He could stay in the car to the end, and Herbert's crew go to work. Masters at work of efficiency.
Yep, it's a number that doesn't divide very easily, does it? 1 hour and 54 minutes, when your longest stint can normally be about 1:15, 1:20 with a red flag, no, with a code 60. But of course, some of this time is going to be eaten up gaining a full tank of fuel.
Perfection as usual from Herbert Motorsport. Tyre change, well, critically the driver change done before the tyre change was, and that is where you are. That is your base level. Any driver change that takes longer than that tyre change, you're giving away time. Now, there is lots of reasons why sometimes you'll have driver changes that take longer than others. But if you're at that very sharp end to win overall, of course we have classes for various categories, but if you want to win overall, that's how efficient you need to be.
It is, and sometimes you have to go, I'm slightly concerned about something, I'm going to use 2 or 3 seconds just checking it out, because at this point in the race, doubt starts to come in your mind. But I must say, all these top teams, they've been running super smoothly.
I love the fact that whenever Alfred Renauer or Robert Renauer gets out the car, Ralph Bowden is right there, ready for the debrief. Like, tell us.
A sponge for facts. Yeah. Well, that's why Ralph has come on in leaps and bounds, working with a pair of the Renauers.
And the thing I always like to see is as well is that Ralph Bowden, successful businessman, could go and kind of race with whichever team he wanted to. But I love when you see drivers like that show loyalty to the team, and a team looks after them, they look after a team. That I really like those stories where you see a bond between the customer driver and the team themselves, because they've both got big parts to play.
No, absolutely they do. But if you felt you've learnt well with people, you look up and down the pit lane, it's a risk going to someone else. We all, different groups of people gel in different ways, and you might think someone's very quick, but they might just rub you up the wrong way, and that's not going to be productive.
Well, I was speaking to, I won't say who it was, but I was speaking to a very, very big customer race team in America, and they were saying that, they...
Oh, who was that?
They're in the luxurious position where they have to... They've got more drivers than they have seats, but even if they didn't, they said there are certain drivers, if they come in and don't behave, and are the main thing was, they said, if they're rude to our team, we don't take their business, which is a very good long-term strategy. If you've got a good team, look after it. Funny enough, our production manager Leah and I were talking about that at dinner, actually, how important it is to look after good people.
Yeah, definitely. It could be, if you're running a TV setup to run this, you want to be able to trust all your camera crew. They've got to be able to, go through the protocol of what you need to get things right. And all of those of us who've enjoyed good working relationships, you treasure them, because sometimes you get somebody who's brought in without your advice, and the big I am, and that starts to break things down.
I'm sure there's lots of people with their own businesses nodding at the television right now. I hope so.
Yeah. If not, we're lost.
An hour and 50 minutes to go then. Herbert Motorsport into what will be their penultimate stint. Will it be? No, not quite. It will be their one away from penultimate.
Yeah.
Yes. A wee bit of code. Do you know? An hour and 50 minutes. What's that? What's that now? If you add that all together.
What are you going to do? 110 seconds? What are you saying?
So 55 minutes each. Yeah, so they do have one stop.
Yeah, one more stop.
One more stop, yes. Okay, to go. And then if you look at Absolute Racing number 10, they could go for the next 45 minutes, yeah, which then opens up the pit window. Yes, okay, I'm back in the game now.
Back in the saddle.
Back in the saddle, yeah.
Yeah, no further thought of supper. That is done and dusted. For a lot of these drivers, actually, they get out the cars, the last thing they want to do is eat, because they're hot, chock full of adrenaline. It takes a while to subside. You just need to sit quietly, but you're quite right. Yeah, temperature's lovely. Sounds like Mike's open in the pit lane. Have we news?
Yeah, sorry, Bruce, just organising a quick interview and deciding which side of the garage to stand with Henk Kiks of the Be Quick Absolute Racing team. Henk, first of all, thank you for being here, because I know a lot of your racing is in the TSS. The company supports that, supports the car. You must have been very excited when you heard that Creventic were taking over the Malaysia 12.
Yes, I mean, I'm doing 12 hours in Malaysia since 2015 or something like that. But I'm very happy that Creventic came out, because, I mean, being Dutch partly, but also seeing Creventic grow when I was in Asia, and all these circuits and all these races have always been like, oh, I want to do this, I want to join. And I think it's a nice opening like this, also for Asia, to get a bit of a smell. I think for the Middle Eastern side, Asia has also much more to offer, I think, going forward. And then, and because of this, and we're getting a bit of experience, because we have the sneaky plan to join a few races next year in Europe. And so, yeah, the team is excited. I mean, the racing seems to be fantastic, you know, it's a good format, I think.
So you have experience of the previous iterations of the 12 hours here in Malaysia and Sepang. How does this compare?
Yeah, well, I think, but I have to say, I think it's more focused on the amateur drivers, right? So I think it gives AMS a more feeling of being able to contribute on your level to a race result, instead of just being in the way of other things happening. And I mean, both sides are good, but I think really for amateur drivers, and I mean, you need to have something like this that gives opportunity to scale you in where you are, put you there, do your thing, and be rewarded for it. To each for his ability, you know. I really think that works.
And it looks like you guys at Absolute put together a bit of a crack team with Alessio, and we just saw Andy Dung getting his teeth into the back of the Origin car as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit to fight for ourselves, but also for the team car, of course. So whatever we can do to make things happen or put pressure on the right places, I mean, and it's all to fight for still. I think we got 2 hours to go, and so that makes it exciting also, right?
Obviously, your heart is in Thailand, and that's where you're based, but the Thai Super Series races here in Malaysia. What is it about this circuit that makes it, I mean, so special under the lights?
It is. I mean, first of all, the lighting is magnificent, right? I mean, that's one thing. But I do think, I mean, for Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, I mean, this track is just, I think, so state-of-the-art. And it's a nice track to race on. I mean, it's so we have lots of opportunities with TSS. We did Singapore in the support program for the Formula One. But I mean, this is like a kind of home base for everybody in Southeast Asia, I think. So this is also why this is a good opportunity, a good option for Creventic to start here and get everybody in. And I think it will grow. I think this will work out. You know, it's like it can grow a lot.
It's very exciting to hear that you might be coming over to Asia, to the Europe for a bit.
We have a few clashes. We have a few clashes with Thailand Super Series, but we're looking at. I'm looking at Mugello and Spa and Paul Ricard, I think. Yeah.
Nice places to race.
Yeah, should be, especially with you guys.
Absolutely. Well, we welcome you with open arms, Hank. Thank you for talking to us.
Henk Kiks there for Be Quick Absolute Racing. That's wonderful news. Henk's going to come and join us for a few European rounds.
Look, I mean, if it was just another car coming, but look at Henk. Bottle that enthusiasm. That is what it's about. And I think he absolutely hit the nail on the head as his car goes completely off the circuit, all the way out around the outside of the Sony Motorsport BMW, the GT4 runner, all four wheels out beyond, kicking up the dust and carrying on. So it's been really quite a ride so far for Andy Dung. Round the outside. There's not much outside left, over the curbs, out and to beyond, on the grass, beyond the rumble strip, and continuing on his way. But again, the right foot never lifted. Plant the throttle, keep going. So I talk about the enthusiasm from the man that makes it happen, from Henk Kiks, who puts the whole Be Quick package together. He is Mr. Be Quick. But, wow, his drivers are certainly doing him proud. But his point about, just remember these two words, absolute racing. Win here, Be Quick, Absolute Racing Porsche. There's an Absolute Racing Porsche further ahead. That's in third place. And what was the number 26 car, the Be Quick car, doing? Pressure on the car, putting pressure on the car in second place.
I was sitting having my dinner and watching that, and I was thinking exactly what you were thinking. I was thinking, if you've got a sister car that's happy to play ball, make the life difficult for the rivals. Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
But Andy Dung's not long in terms of experience. He's looking a very quick number.
Definitely agree. Yeah, Patrick Niederhauser now is, we mentioned he was maybe a little bit off what the pace he maybe needed, and the pace that he needs is red hot, but that was about 5 laps ago. His tyres are now 16 laps old, but he's gone back down again into the 206. He's got quicker, so the track may be coming back again as whoops, a little bit of a disagreement there with the Modena Motorsports 992 having to just leap out the way of the 87 Origin Porsche of Bob Yuan. And for Modena, I mean, what a day they've had. I mean, they're in a dominant position in the 992 AM class and are keeping the reference team in 992 Pro honest in terms of red Camel Jordans.
It's never over until it's over, and the second time of viewing, the opportunity to see how close Bob Yuan got to the Modena Motorsport Porsche Cup class car. There we are, under cover of darkness. It's like this race has come alive, or maybe the cameras are just picking out the action. It looks even more dramatic at night, but Bob Yuan doesn't want any drama. He wants to run through this stint, have no assaults, whether it's a car he's passing or a car that's trying to rough him up a little bit. He just wants a calm run. But right now, I think he's finally getting some clear track and might be able to concentrate. But certainly the drama isn't ebbing away, it's increasing.
Last lap, Bob Yuan, 209 flat, 206.5 for Niederhauser, and their tyres are not that different. So that is effectively a real gap. So Bob Yuan not quite able to match the red hot pace of Patrick Niederhauser, and the thing is, that's for us, we can cheat a little bit, because if you've got somebody like Patrick Niederhauser, one of these typical plug and play factory drivers, if he's doing a 206.5 on 17 lap old tyres, you know that's probably what the racetrack's going to give at that in those circumstances right now. You know that there isn't much to factor in beyond that.
No, absolutely so. But what you have to play at this point of the game, it's not like the opening stints of the race. As Patrick Niederhauser also being told, if you can, save a bit of fuel. But then again, they might have reappraised the mathematical equation as he's gradually catching Bob Yuan. They're saying, actually, no, I tell you what, just go after him. And he's certainly been taking, a couple of seconds a lap or thereabouts off Bob Yuan. As we've seen, Bob Yuan's been slightly compromised by traffic and the attacks from the Be Quick Racing Porsche. But right now, I think the equation can change by tiny amounts in either direction, and then there's suddenly a different game to play for. So we're going through a transitional phase, but what we are seeing is Patrick Niederhauser, third place, Absolute Racing Porsche, car number 10, lovely blue livery on that, and I think he's been told, right, go for it, get on the pace.
I think he's, what is it, green for hot, or whatever they say in the military, to get full rich to the end, 206.5 last time by, so he's 30.
Down in Vipanisa, because yesterday we were able to talk to them with Dominic Ang being fastest in the first session, to celebrate our Creventic team that are having their home race for the first time. And we haven't spoken to you today, Douglas, so I thought I'd come and catch up and see, what's going on.
Well, the race is still going on. We've got about an hour and a bit left. So far, it's been good. We had a couple of mistakes in a pit lane, but the car's running well, so we're quite happy. Hopefully, we'll finish the race.
I mean, you guys must have so much experience of this Malaysia circuit. It showed in qualifying, but you've seen your rivals from China, from Germany. They're really catching up and getting that experience as well.
Yeah, we thought we'll have home ground advantage, given that we've raced here, I don't know, millions of times. And we were actually expecting the weather to be a bit more wet. But fortunately, it's all been dry. Had it been wet, I think we would have a bit more advantage. And the heat today was not as hot as yesterday.
So you know the Michelin tyre from being in Europe. How different is it being here in the heat of Malaysia?
I think it's been night and day. We raced in Creventic, Europe this year with the same tyres, and we were adjusted to it very well. I think when the tyre comes over here with the weather, the heat, it's good for a couple of laps, and then it just degrades very quickly, but it sort of plateaus out after that. So it's a matter of just adjusting your driving style.
And is it usual that this circuit offers so little grip? Speaking to the pro drivers, say it's very slippery.
We kind of understand why it is as well, because whenever we practice here, there's a lot of grip, but somehow this week there hasn't been any grip. It's been just slippery. So, and on this size, it's a double whammy.
but you must be very proud and very happy that Creventic have brought this championship into their fold. A race that existed for many years in different promoters, but we know that Creventic could do great things with it.
We've been very happy with Creventic. I think the first time we raced with Creventic was the TCR 500 in Spa, and we felt that the organization was really good. That's why we actually made this conscious effort this year to actually race in Europe. And we've been very happy with them, and we were very happy when they said, oh, we know Douglas, we're going to come to Malaysia. Say, sign me up. We'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do it. Because in Asia, we don't have that many endurance races. So, and for my team now, we're actually looking to do more endurance races rather than sprint races. So we more than welcome the Creventic coming to Malaysia. Maybe add another Asian country to that before the Middle East. That would be great.
Well, we've just been speaking to Henk next door, so he's got some plans.
Oh, yes, yeah. And Hank will be joining us next year as well in Europe, so it'll be good.
So your plans to come back to Europe next year?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. So this year, unfortunately, we missed 1 out of 5 races, the Mugello race. Next year, it's full on, 5 races.
Just make sure you bring lots of jackets to Mugello, because it says that it's nice and beautiful and wine country, so it's really cold.
Yes. Especially for the boys, they tend to get a bit cold coming from Malaysia, right? So yes, we will bring jackets.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Douglas Koo, the man behind Viper Nisa Racing. What a joy it is to have them part of the Michelin 24-hour series. And it's a great point there. We see drivers coming from all around the world to race in the Michelin 24-hour series in Europe, but often go to a European-based team and brand the effort as such. Douglas Koo doesn't do that. He brings the whole team over every race from Malaysia, and I that's so commendable. I think that's fantastic, and delighted to hear that they'll be back again next year. We're breaking news at every report here. Ben Constantinos, he's on fire.
Yeah, he gives them all a packet of crisps. They can give him a news story. It's an old trick. It always works. But it's great. But it's also, it's not just Douglas and the gang learning about racing in Europe. It's the mechanics and the engineers learning how cars handle in cold conditions. We talked about Mugello just there, and it certainly was cold and wet this spring. There have been landslides, remember, the weeks before. We took, I think, 3 different routes to get to the circuit one morning with road closures. But it's a learning process that the engineers certainly would go, wow, it's very different setting up a car for conditions like that. So it works all the way around. But also, just to give a cosmopolitan flavour, it's great to have the Asian cars coming to Europe, much as is vice versa coming over here.
I'd forgotten about going around all those back roads in Mugello. I think we must have gone on the old Mugello road circuit a few times.
Yeah, overtaken by Sterling Moss and Jenks in their Mercedes.
So it's Robert Renauer who leads the race by 15 seconds at the moment from Bob Yuan, who will have, I'd say, 11 or 12 laps left on the tyres, which is, I call it 25 minutes, but actually that would put him over his maximum stint time. So actually we need to look at his stint time at the moment, which is 2 hours, 7 minutes and 26 seconds. So call it, he's got to come in within the next 22 minutes, which will bring him in around 1 hour and 13 to go. So with the pits, once they have 3 or 4 minutes of pit stop, that would bring them out around 1 hour and 9, which means they can go full rich pretty much absolutely perfectly one stint there. So Origin strategists, they've totally nailed this.
Strategists as well.
At the moment, 50 seconds between the number 87 Origin Porsche and the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche. And that, I think, is our race for the race. That is for the race win at the moment. I think with Herbert, with the pit stop they have to take, if all things are equal, that's maybe going to drop them down to a kind of net third. Maybe they can always pull out a handful of aces. We've seen them do that before, but that's what it's leaning towards, I would say, at the moment. But what that means, with only 4 laps difference in terms of tyre stint length in the favour of Absolute Racing's Patrick Niederhauser, that does mean that Niederhauser has 50 seconds of on-track time that he needs to find in the next hour and 33 minutes. Not impossible. So what we're talking laps-wise then? Are we talking 40 laps or so? Maybe a little bit longer?
Ish, I'll do the maths in a second.
So
but one thing
the lap he needs.
Yeah, but one thing that was, just coming to my mind is the fact that when we had that first Code 60, remember it was at the end of the opening hour, it went for 7.5 minutes. Everybody of the front runners, with the exception of the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche and the treble 9 Climax Racing Mercedes, came in and took a little bit of a splash of fuel. They did not. They stayed out. We kept saying the longer it went on, why don't they come in? Obviously, you don't want to be caught in the pits taking a Code 60, limited amount of fuel if it's suddenly the green flags are waved and you're back to full speed racing. And we thought, oh, come in fairly soon, but they didn't. And for a while, we started doing the maths, P-Mac, Johnny and I, and John down in the pits, and you draw a conclusion. But then when you know there are another 9, well, probably 10.5 hours at that point left in the race, other things can make it swing back the other way. But it may be the thing that's cost the Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche potential victory in this, because certainly when it's been on track, which is obviously most of the time, it's been very, very quick indeed. But it's how you work the Code 60s. Also, how you don't get driver penalties if you can. Have a quick check on the penalty screen, because one element that was causing great excitement about 3 hours ago now, was why the Herbeth Motorsport car, the Porsche that's leading the race, car number 91, was not coming in to serve its penalty. It had a 10-second penalty to serve. However, by reading through the rule book, if your penalty is 10 seconds or less than that, you don't have to serve it within the 2-hour time frame from issuance of penalty to 2 hours after that. And again, I didn't quite understand that in the rule book. I wasn't quite sure which side it fell on that, but Herbeth Motorsport did what all top teams should do. They checked, they analysed the rule book, they asked opinion, not just John's opinion, other opinion as well, and they've decided the penalty would go at the end of the race, not within the 2 hours. Therefore, they have more control over it.
We'll have to watch really closely to the Origin Motorsports last pit stop, how long that actually takes, and the Absolute Racing last pit stop as well, because that could be a big difference too. Meanwhile, come back to that in a moment, Ajit Red Ant Racing, Kobe de Broekers just brought that machine in, and the gaffer tape going on to the bonnet of that car, trying to lock it in place.
It's actually, they're working on the front splitter by the looks of things, on the front... oh, well, let's find out from Ben. He's down there.
Yeah, Bruce is right. The front splitter has split itself in half. We'll try and stay away from the mechanics. But as that, don't know how tight our cameraman is on the splitter, you can see a black line right in the centre. That should not be there. So the black tape is to hold the splitter from flapping. And actually, it's something we see quite often with these GT3 cars. When you damage the splitter, obviously at high speed, it starts to chatter like your lower lip would quiver. And that is a horrible experience inside the car. Gives you a lot of shaking and upsets the downforce at the front end. So they are hoping that this rather ugly taping situation, it's not really a sentence, is it? Is going to fix it. I think it might hold it for a bit, but it's going to create almost all kinds of weird drag, and it's blocking the left front air duct for the brake. So that's going to cause a bit of overheating on the front left brake, I would imagine. But yeah, I think I've just changed the front end.
Yeah, it could be right.
Faster.
Actually, it does remind me I've got to wrap some Christmas presents. That's how I wrap mine, totally inelegantly. So rumbling away, as long as it does the job, it doesn't matter how it looks, quite frankly.
Oh my, yeah, that might even be worse than my Christmas present wrapping, which is no, it's not. No, it can't be. If it works, like you say, it works. Both Yannick and Ayrton there, their dad Bert, the team owner.
Now, one other little element, just whisper in my ear, I was wondering this as well. It's covering some of that front left headlight. How much of the light is actually reducing, but certainly 2 of the straps of stickiness are right across the headlight.
How is that going to affect the front aerodynamics as well? Because there's a little aero wing flick just on the front left of the car, just above where the splitter is, which is going to disturb the way that the air goes into that. So it might well change just a slight feeling of how the car works. But cooling as well, they've tried to leave it as open as they can. But is that going to affect the cooling of that front left brake a little bit? And
well, you do wonder, just don't tell the driver and see what they report back to at some point.
All the data's great. at looking at zero data. Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, but will it last the remaining 90 minutes of the race? Because again, when things are strapped up, there is a lot of stress going through that point of the car. And if it then starts moving up and down or side to side, as Ben was perhaps suggesting, it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. So down to Ben, what's happening?
Going to try and show you on the spare car that they have here inside the Ajay Kumar Racing Red Ants. Hopefully they're coming down to us. They are now. So just show you exactly what has broken. There is actually two elements to this front splitter, top and bottom. So there should be this line, which, to be fair, it's the first time I've ever noticed that. It is that line which has come unbonded, which has split. And if you just look to the right there is a whole element ready to go, but there's a lot of different bits and pieces that needs to be bolted and strapped, and this late on into the race, they may not want to use that brand new bumper there, or this one here, or this car. So instead, they are hoping the black tape works, and fingers crossed, but still got a good 2 hours to go to make sure that stays in one place, and I'm not sure.
Well, I can bring some good news, Ben. Actually, it's only an hour and a half, just under that now, 1 hour 27 minutes, but I am slightly concerned. Great to see the unadorned front end, the car, Aspire World Tours, easy to see that, but you can't read it on their version, the racing version that's in the pit lane. The fueling stops seem as though they last forever, but for a lot of crews, this is very close to their final pit stop. Anyone who pits in the next few minutes will just have that one pit stop to go. But I think the Ajith Red Ant Racing Mercedes will still need to come in one more time.
So if that splitter's not working, as Ben mentioned, it sort of shudders and quivers like a nervous lip.
Yeah, the front element had dropped, and to secure the tape, one mechanic had to lift it to its true position in the horizontal sense, and then they could start applying the tape. But as that Mercedes comes out, already the tape is flickering around. That's at low speed going to the first corner. But as it goes to faster points on the turn, on the circuit, and as it starts going through the faster turns, that is going to put some degree of pressure through that. And the big question, hour and 25 minutes remaining, will it last the distance through till 10 o'clock?
So I've been scribbling some sums, which is always a dangerous prospect. Origin and Absolute Porsche, they are the two teams who appear to be in the real mix for this win. Patrick Niederhauser has trimmed the gap down to 40 seconds. So just while we've been studying the Red Ant Mercedes, he's trimmed 10 seconds out of that gap to Bob Yuan for Origin Motorsport. 3.4 seconds just on the last lap alone. However, because the Origin Motorsport car is an AM-class car, it has some balance of performance allowances within the pit stop to try and create something basically to equalise the competition, whereas the Absolute Racing car is a pro-class car. Now, done the sums, effectively Origin, they will fill up at 40.5 litres per minute with a capacity of 95 litres. That means they will take 2 minutes 20 seconds to go from absolutely bare empty, which of course they won't be, there'll still be a little bit left in the tank, but for the sake of argument, imagine that. Then Absolute, because they're a pro cars car, they can only fill at 31.5 litres per minute, which is quite a difference. 20% difference. 90 litres they've got in their capacity, so they even have slightly less that they can put in the tank in the first place, which probably indicates why they're maybe going a lap or two less on a stint. What that means, if they were filling up from absolutely empty, they'd be 2 minute 50. So there's after all that, there is, from like for like, there is a 30-second longer empty tank to full tank time in the favour, of course, of that Origin car. So Patrick Niederhauser may need to be finding several seconds a lap to actually run down that disadvantage.
Well, it's a fantastic explanation, P-Mac, and it goes to prove it's not just race engineers who need to keep studying maths through their school careers. Anybody who wants to stumble into a commentary box needs to know it as well, but adds really to the mix. Right, fresh tyres through to the end of the race, obviously for, well, some crews may not have any left or choose not to have any more, but certainly for some others, they've decided that there's still something worth fighting for. But the Red Camel team getting ready with a fresh set of Michelin slicks for theirs.
I wish someone had come up to me at school when I was reading Autosport magazine in my folder and just tapped on my shoulder saying, "Do you like motorsport?" Yeah, great. Well, maybe pay attention in maths class.
Yeah.
Because on physics.
Yes, similar story, same magazine for me.
Driver change going on with the LM Corsa Ferrari, with the Tricolore up the whole middle of the car. That car was brought in by Shigekazu Wakisaka. Driving change getting on. Of course, he's got an RI helmet as well, red RI helmet. I mean, are you Japanese unless you have an RI helmet? Let's get an update from Ben Constanduros down in the pit lane.
So we just waved goodbye to Mulner Motorsport, who had a very sticky front right wheel. We've seen it a few times with these 992s where it just seems to go on forever trying to get the nut off. And it did look like it wasn't going to happen, but eventually it came free. We've seen it before on the 909 that now arrives at my feet with no front splitter again. Ivo Breukers bringing the car in. It'll be Rick who will take it to the flag with a brand new set of Michelin tyres once more. I was wondering whether they were going to do brakes because they have the splitter and some brand new brake pads waiting on the car just in case. Preparation, very, very important, but they've chosen not to. They don't need to. And just a little problem on the left rear. All good now, so just a slight delay, but not too much of a problem. And Rick takes it down to refueling. And that will be their last stop. A little bit earlier than we will see from the GT3 cars, but they should make it to the flag.
So that was that Rick Breukers who jumped in rather than Ivo Breukers, or not? Because it was brought in by Ivo Breukers.
Yeah, it was brought in by Ivo. I saw him standing by the car. And,
yeah, that's definitely Rick in the car now. Yeah. Ready for taking it to the flag. Hour and 20 minutes to go. That shouldn't be any problem at all on fuel, actually. In fact, that's perfectly timed. They can go full push to the end from there. Speaking of, Bob Yuan has to come in that he needs to trip the entry to pit lane in the next 8 minutes. If he doesn't, they'll get a big penalty for that, for breaking the maximum stint time. So Bob Yuan in that Origin Porsche, number 87, the white and pink car, will have to pit within the next 8 minutes. Which would then mean him coming back into the race around an hour, certainly less than an hour and 10 minutes to go, which is full push to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I just start to nervously flick a little bit more to the penalty screen as anybody, because of course you have an accumulation of track limit excess, but actually the last penalties were just over an hour ago, and they weren't for track limits excess. Those were two cars, which was the 445, the Cherney Motorsport BMW in the GT4 class, and 909, which is the Red Camel Jordan's car. 2 second time penalty that was for minimum sector time during code 60, so maybe what we call code 61 or something in terms of speed. But in terms of, you do just have to increasingly towards the end of the race see if the accumulation of track limits excess will lead to a warning, and then even worse than warning could be a penalty, and it could swing things either way. But at the moment, actually, the gap's large enough between the majority of the runners for that not to really count. But in fact, we're now starting to get a couple of cars much closer to each other. Just looking at Tanner Sathian-Tirikul, he's only 10 seconds on the nose ahead of Andy Dung. But they're at different points in their sequence, because Andy's car, the number 26 Be Quick Absolute Porsche, is getting towards the end of its stint. It's got 11 laps more on the boards than Tanner Sathian-Tirikul's car. But how do you split the final 90 minutes?
Well, that's what the best battle, luckily for us, is the lead battle. It's down to 33 seconds, the gap now between Niederhauser and Bob Yuan. So Niederhauser is doing everything he can in that number 10 Absolute Porsche to run this gap down. And our Origin into the pits with an hour and 19 minutes left on the clock. This is earlier than I thought, I have to say. After 31 laps, into the pits they come underneath our feet here on the pit straight at Sepang International Circuit. Is this enough to get to the end without fuel? They may well have to fuel save from here. Into the pits they come, driver change.
Don't forget, you talked through the advantage they have being a lineup that gets a bit more juice a bit more quickly. That will certainly save them a little element, but I think that's very tight indeed. You talked about exceeding the maximum time. They could have done another lap to be safe, and even possibly 2 more laps, but a decision has been made by Origin Motorsport.
And I mean, the thing is, if they could do it and they needed to, they would.
Yeah.
They obviously know something we don't, but well, all we can say at this point, that seems tight based on what we've seen so far today. We did see at the very first stint an hour and 20 minutes for the Absolute Racing Porsche, but that had 7.5 minutes of Code 60.
Well, they should know what's going on, because in their pit garage they had the largest monitor in the entire circuit. The whole one wall is just full of screens, and we heard from some of the other drivers just sitting in there. Leo Ye, he's actually moving away for a second, but you know, they've got no excuse for not looking at the numbers. However, we have to keep splitting them, keep working out how things are changing. But right here, right now, discussion at the back of Origin Motorsport, but I think they're just simply listening to what Bob Wan has to say, because he had a really testing stint there. Bear in mind, for a large number of laps, he was being pushed incredibly hard by a car that was several laps down, the Be Quick Absolute Racing Porsche with Andy Dung. So he'll have a few stories to tell, come what may.
I bet he does, yeah. And of course, isn't this brilliant that we come to Asia as part of the Michelin 24-hour series? We've been all over the world. We've been into America, of course, we go to the Middle East regularly, but coming here to Asia, and we've got 2 of the local teams who are gone up against some, Herberth are pretty much the best you can offer for Michelin 24-hour series. They've won so many races over the years. We talked about it all day, but Origin and Absolute, 2 local teams, 2 proper powerhouses of Asian motorsport going for the win with the same equipment. They will have received the car identically from Porsche Motorsport and Weissach. It's then up to them and their drivers to get the best out of it.
Super impressive. You thought it was too much for Patrick Niederhauser, but he is pressing on. He's lapping still in the 2-minute 6s. I thought he'd have strayed to the 2-minute 7s. We've seen this fall off in the tyres. He's got 31 laps on the board, but he is cutting the corners as tight as he can. He wants the shortest line around the circuit, and the dust kicked up. That's on the inside at turn 15, the final corner coming onto the start-finish straight. But again, just keeping going. That lap would have been maybe slightly compromised, but not at all. 2 minutes 6.6, actually marginally faster than the lap before. So this is a masterclass, not just setting the fastest lap early in your stint, but keeping them coming as you're going towards 30 laps on those tyres. So he's working those super hard.
Yeah, 206.6 with 30 lap old tyres is unprecedented today. Maybe that's now the cool of the night, making a difference, able to make that tyre just last it a little bit longer. I wonder if Patrick Niederhauser, like his teammate Luke Hartog, is a fan of the Richard Burns Rally Simulator, because that was in the pace notes. That would have been hairpin left cut, because there was 2 wheels on the grass kicking the dirt up. That's rally style there from Patrick Niederhauser. Out of the pits come Origin, out of fueling, hour and 15, pretty much on the dot to go. Are they bang on? Do you know, it could depend when the last lap flag comes out. It could depend if we end up going a lap longer or not. It could be that tight. Now, who is taking it out? It's Liu Yehong Li, who is...
he's very quick.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is wonderful. This is why we invest in a whole 12-hour endurance race, is just to enjoy watching it unfold, each chapter going by, adding a new twist to the story. And this has been building since that first Code 60.
It's a slow burn, you could say. They could say it's a bit like a chess match. No, it's not at all. It's far more exciting than that. But, right, for a lot of these drivers, I'll tell you what, I wondered if we could hear from Bob Wan. We certainly can. He's with Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. We couldn't go to the end of this race without talking to Bob Wan, who, in that last stint, Bob, with Deng Yi right up your tail, tapping you a few times, but you kept him honest and you drove away at the end.
But to be honest, I don't want to fight with him, because he's a good friend. So, but during the race, still racing. So we're fighting like 4-5 laps, then I let him go. Yeah, because I think I need to do my thing, and keep my pace special is my double thing. So, to be honest, I lost concentrate during the second stint. Yeah.
So you really struggled with that second stint. I saw you look quite tired when you got out of the car.
Exactly, because today I did the first thing, so it's too much for me. Yeah, I'm a bronze driver. Then I did the first thing, second thing, then double thing. It's too much.
I mean, it really looked like Origin today. They put a lot of faith in your pace, and you really delivered because you're on the hunt for the win.
Exactly. I think all team crews, all the mechanic, engineer, team manager, like all the drivers, we try to achieve some podium. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. My second double stint is like a little bit shit with the pace, but I completely lost the feeling with the leg, with my arm, and even my brain. So yeah.
But we know that Leo is super fast. Your teammate this year in GT World Challenge Asia, your champion alongside you, he's in the car now. Is he able to go full speed, or does he still need to do a bit of fuel saving to the end?
I don't know, to be honest. Maybe ask engineer.
What's map 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Map 4, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, you were honest. Oh, I wasn't going to say. You said it.
It's okay. I mean, everybody hears that, so it's okay.
So we have a genuine chance of victory, Bob.
Let's see. Yeah, looking forward.
Thank you very much for your time.
Apologies for the language there. No doubt Origin are very much in the mix for the win. How close will the gap be when Patrick Niederhauser comes out from his last pit stop? There's an hour and 11 minutes to go. He is 32 laps on his tyre stint, so he will be coming in any minute now.
But you know what that interview with Bob Wan proved to me is just how physical it is to drive these cars in this temperature. You know, he incredibly honest. He said, my hand went to sleep, my leg went to sleep, my brain went to sleep. You know, starting to run out of body parts that could go to sleep. But he kept on. He kept it neat, kept it tidy. It might not have been the ultimate pace, but for a lot of these drivers, they're used to doing sprint races. As he said, he did a double stint early on and then a double stint then. It's very, very physical.
Now fully into the night here, just coming up to 12 minutes to 9 o'clock here in Sepang. Now we started off at 10 o'clock this morning local time, middle of the night in the UK and in Europe, but now it's just after lunchtime, or just actually coming into lunchtime at home in the UK. If you're joining us, a very warm welcome to Cavendish Motorsports TV, and if you're listening on the Radio Show Limited network of channels on RS1, also hope you're enjoying your Saturday, a super Saturday here at Sepang. What a joy it's been, what a privilege for us to be part of this coverage of the inaugural 12 hours of Malaysia. I think the start of a brilliant journey. I mean, how many big smiles have we seen up and down the pit lane in every class, loving the track, loving the racing.
Yeah, well, but just bear in mind a driver who's raced here a lot, Henk Kiks. He said he's done all the 12 hours since 2015. Obviously, the whole element is raised, but he was saying, can we not get another Asian circuit as well as Sepang into the mix for future 24H series races? Well, watch this space. There's always an element of things moving around, and the number 10 Porsche comes in. Patrick Niederhauser, don't expect him to get out. Fantastic shot, the illumination on his face. He comes down the pit lane. The car looks super clean, but he's put in a series of very quick laps, and with 32 laps on those tyres, in for a fresh set. New tyres, please.
And Niederhauser, of course, been with Antarazao for a little while now. They won their class in the Nürburgring 24-hour together. They know what it's like to get a big race win. That's what they're going for. Niederhauser, of course, could have gone all the way to F1, race winner in GP3, quick pit stop done, and off they go. Now, the pit stop time for everything, all the service for Origin Motorsport was 3 minutes and 44. So we'll keep a close watch on what it is for Absolute Racing as the fuel's going in for that. With an hour and 9 minutes to go, do they actually need to completely brim it?
No,
maybe not.
I think the answer is not, and certainly in Absolute Racing they're looking at every single detail. Henk Kiks walks across from the other side of the garage. His car is, of course, also run number 26 Porsche by Absolute Racing.
pat on the back.
Yeah, the mechanics are looking pretty happy.
Yeah, well done, guys.
They don't expect their driver until the end of the race. Thank you very much.
Well, and pat on the back from Antara Sau, who of course the driving force behind this project, and yeah, big pat on the back from the mechanics. They've put together some rapid pit stops. And of course, they've got 2 cars to look after as well. So Niederhauser in fuel at the moment, and we reckoned he was going to be, if he was absolutely empty to full, would be 2 minutes and 50. So, yeah, okay.
Just want to do a little comparison. We talked about how Patrick Niederhauser did this fantastic job not to drop below 2 minutes 7 until the very end of that 32-lap stint. But our race leader, 20 laps on the board, that's Robert Renauer, already into the 2 minute 7s. But then his challenge is different. He's at the front of the race. And they've obviously done some maths, but Patrick Niederhauser, all he could do in the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche is go flat out. That's all he's left to do in this race.
Alessandro Gueretti with his Porsche Works overalls on, ready to go, bright red helmet, ready to jump into the Be Quick Absolute Racing car of Dongyi, which is in 6th position at the moment. So we could see the timing screen light up, because at the moment Liu Yehong Li is flying 2 minute 5.4, as you mentioned. Really, really strong pace. What can Niederhauser do? Cooler track, brand new tyres. He needs to grab every little piece of performance, every corner out of those Michelin tyres. But I think we are going to come down to a grandstand finish here between these two crews.
Yeah, but we're still waiting. Niederhauser's car is still listed as being in the pit, so it's still refueling, one would suggest. And well, we'll see where he comes out, but both of these cars are going to be able to charge, are they, all the way to the finish? Certainly Patrick Niederhauser, but will Liu Yehong Li have to come in one more time for a splash? That is the million-dollar question. You're thinking not.
You almost, well, I think you run it out, and if you'd almost rather run out trying than pit and give it up. I think it's so close. They left with an hour and 15 minutes to go. We've seen that should be, but then if you just the way that the timing falls, if we have to just go another lap, then that's all of a sudden that's an hour and 17 could be, and then all of a sudden that you would need fuel safe to do that. Niederhauser still in fuel with 3 minutes and 30, we'll call it 41, 42, 43. So already the pit stop is longer for Absolute. So Absolute now in the pits are losing time because of that offset with the fuel fill. Still in fueling at the moment, still going, approaching 4 minutes. So it's a really full length pit stop here for Absolute. So and now he goes. So that was 13 seconds longer to do their fuel service now, which wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. We thought it could have been 30 seconds. So that little fuel advantage is, they've still lost a bit, but not as much as they would have done.
Yeah, also in the pits, we haven't talked about them for a while. They're doing supremely well. Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport started the race stone last because they had to start from pit exit from the pit lane. But with the Audi, Alexander Buchenshoff brought it in. I think one of the other drivers will take it through to the finish. But their Audi sitting there in 4th place, still in the refueling, but it's gone well. Rose from 17th, got up to 4th. Now look how close it is as they go down to fueling. The Be Quick Porsche almost pushing the Audi down to refueling, but the Audi now out onto the circuit. Sorry, Patrick Niederhauser now out onto the circuit. The Audi still waiting as the fuel goes in. And likewise, the number 26 Be Quick Racing Porsche listed 6th on our time charts. Well, it's not going to increase its position because, or advance, because it's still being fueled.
Now, we have to imagine pretty hard, because I've certainly not got his level of talent, but imagine right now you're Alessandro Gueretti in that Be Quick Porsche. The win is probably not going to happen, 6th place, but you're in your 2nd ever GT3 race. You've got a lot of it coming up after winning all these Carrera Cups. You've got your new contract for Porsche, and you're looking at saying, what do you think he's looking at right now? I think he's looking at the fastest lap of the race.
100%.
I think he's saying, that guy Hartog, okay, 2:04.8, okay, noted. I think right now he's cracking the knuckles going, let's see. I think we're no doubt we're going to see some sectors lighting up on the timing screen right now. Not no doubt. I think we could.
Well, let's just magnify that as well.
Don't let me down, Alessandro.
Who does Luke Hartog race for? Porsche. Who does Gueretti race for? Porsche. Who do you always want to be? Your closest teammate. Let's just move away from that, down to Ben.
Well, no, I'm not going to move away from it because I had the privilege of hanging out with the Absolute team on one of my breaks, and he's such a character in his very early days of endurance racing, learning the attitude you need for endurance racing, but at the same time saying, but I'm a sprint racing driver, and, you know, the mention of putting air conditioning on to make yourself go faster. Everyone's saying no. People like Niederhauser saying no, but he's saying, but I want to get the fastest lap of the race, and I need to do this, and I need to do that. You can save the tyres, and they'll go an hour and a half if you don't push too hard at the start. Yeah, that's great, but I want to get the fastest lap. So, Peter, you know very well. He's exactly the same attitude as you
I
imagine.
commentated on him in his Carrera Cup Asia season, and yeah, it's, you know, when you'll have seen this way more than I have, Bruce, in your career. You just see a driver and you commentate on them for the first time, and you think, yeah, they're pretty handy. I think they're going places.
Yeah,
you've seen that many times. And Goretti, first time I watched that, I thought, wow, okay.
But it's not just their pace in the car. There's so much more to it, and it's the Michael Schumacher factor. He was the first into the factory, the last to leave, because if he felt there was half a scintilla that he could gain half a scintilla, he'd be there talking to the crew, urging them on. He was part of the crew. But it is so much more. And every now and again, you hear just a comment from a driver and go, right, got it. And also, a lot of them really do work out if you're nice to your crew, it hurts. I'll tell you someone who really impressed me a long time ago, nearly 20 years ago, Philippe Albuquerque. And I thought, you'd be a fantastic sports car driver. He was in single-seaters then. And
you were
got
right.
And I was seemingly not wrong. Because he was personable, but he was really direct. He was interrogating the engineers, his rivals. This was when they were racing single-seaters and A1GP, were enjoying riding elephants. He was focusing on how he could make the car faster.
Yeah, that was probably that has got to be one of your absolute best predictions, because that is exactly what he ended up doing. It could have gone to Formula One properly, and you're right. Look at the career he's made in America. All these races he's won, all these championships.
And teams clamour to have him because he's a team player.
They do. Well, we were talking about who's going to go for fastest lap of the race. We thought, well, maybe it'll be Alessandro Goretti. Nah, Patrick Niederhauser, 2:04.6. Takes 2/10 out of Luke Hartog, his teammate's best, set all the way at the beginning of the race. But that is the pace that Niederhauser needs to find, because with an hour and 2 minutes to go, just a moment ago, he was 48 seconds behind. So that, give or take, it's going to be 30 laps, maybe something like that, give or take. So he needs to find roughly a second and a half every lap.
Challenge accepted.
He did it on the last lap. Leo Yongli 2:06 flat. So he did it on the last lap. So he needs to just keep breaking the fastest lap of the race until the end, and it'll be job done. Easy peasy, no problem.
Well, they just need to explain it in a clear and concise fashion, and the drivers have to deliver, but only the best can do it, because at this stage in the race, well, in fact, ironically, you think, it must get slightly harder at night. Actually, it doesn't. The lighting is so fantastic around the Sepang International Circuit. The track's becoming more, it's a dreadfully benign word, clement. It's become easier for the drivers. They've been complaining all weekend, and it was interesting hearing from Douglas Koo, who said he's raced here, jokingly, about 1 million times. But he said, just no grip this weekend, and he can't really put his finger on it. But also, almost all the teams expected rain at some point in this race. So they might have slightly set up their car for deluge conditions. They might have just thought, well, we'll have to handle it when it comes. But we think there was one drop of rain. I think it landed on our pit reporter's head, and at the time that was John Hindhoff. But it does seem to have stayed away, and here we are with just an hour still to play.
The only drop I've had on my head was from the air conditioning unit this morning. Niederhauser's flying again, absolute best in Sector 1 again, strong Sector 2. So this is going to be another really good lap from the 34-year-old Swiss. Up to the line he goes. What's this lap time going to be? It's another 2:04.9. So he was 1.8 seconds a lap quicker than Leo Yehong-Lee last time by. So at this burn rate, it's possible. He's still 45 seconds off the race lead with 59.5 minutes to go. Can Patrick Niederhauser do it? It's a big ask, a really big ask, but possible.
Well, there's a story that's unfolding, but all along there's another story that's unfolding. Herbeth Motorsport. You heard of them before. Do they win races? Yes. Do they win championships? Yes. Are they leading this one? Yes. Robert Renard at the wheel. 2 minutes 7.5, so that's appreciably slower, but he's very close. Well, in the next 8 laps or thereabouts there'll be time for a pit visit. Or will there be time for a pit visit? It'll have to come in, but will it have him coming in and emerging still in the lead of the race? I think he will, but not by the biggest margin.
Well, I'm not so sure, to be honest. I think
don't forget, when he comes in, he won't be taking a full tank of fuel. That will save him an element.
I doubt he'll be going to take tyres, will he? Will there be time? Well,
I tell you what,
that outcome the tyres onto the pit apron. Will he take tyres? Yeah, it's looking like yes.
Okay, it won't be a full tank of fuel, which takes about 3 minutes, but it could be 2/3 of a tank, which takes 2 minutes, and that suddenly changes the complexion at the front of the race.
Oh, this is tight. This is tight. Herbert Motorsport, are they playing one last strategical masterstroke here with 58 minutes to go as they rumble underneath our feet in the Global Broadcast Centre here at Sepang International Circuit? Hitting the marks, they are going to go for tyres. Down to Ben.
Yeah, the tyres that have barely been used because they didn't do qualifying, but they have been on the car and just roughly scrubbed. That is a wonderful pit stop. It was all pressure on the mechanics to go as fast as possible with absolutely nothing else needed to be done apart from the fuel at the end of pit lane, and they've done, as usual, a wonderful job. Now it's down to flat-out driving until
Ralph
the end of this
Bowen,
race.
he's right there, giving everyone the high fives, pats on the back, big smile. I don't think I've ever seen Ralph smile as wide as that. He knows the boys have done a fantastic job there. Big high fives all around.
But he basically stays in the garage or just immediately behind all race. He doesn't, and any driver in the team comes in, Ralph's there to get the debrief, which is what you need to do. And as night falls, we're getting some fantastic shots now. Sparks coming out of the right rear corner, but it's only from under the car. It's a splitter, of course. This is the, sorry, I just gauged which car. I thought it was the Climax car for a moment, but it wasn't. It's the Ajit Red Ant racing car that had some very crude tape work to repair the front splitter. And that splitter is clearly rubbing. It's great. It's great for the cameras. It's brilliant for the footage because it looks very dramatic under cover of nightfall. But there's a lot of sparking from under the 93 Mercedes.
Photographers will be happy. They love night shots anyway. But yeah, with some sparks and atmospheric tape. Going to crack on for another lap, are they? Or they're just coming actually up to the final corner now for Kobe de Bruyker. And is he going to pit? He's going to have to pit. I think he may well do. If not, might well get a black and orange meatball flag. No, he's cracking on. Yeah, he's cracking on.
No warning flag as yet.
No, not yet. The Robert Renauer still in fuel at this moment. Still going. We saw fueling take a good couple of minutes. He has taken tyres, so they've made that investment in that time. They've calculated that there's enough laps left to make the benefit with the new tyre to do that.
Okay, let's play this little game. Herbert in the pits. Niederhauser's car, the Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche, we know can get to the end of the race. Origin Motorsport, with their Porsche, can they get? Now, remember Bob Yuan said that they're on map 4 in terms of fueling. Ben has sent us a little message saying Herbert, they're on map 2. They can hit it that much harder. But the big question is, where will the Herbert Motorsport Porsche be? Will it come out of the pits after fueling still in the lead of the race? It's going to be tightening up. It's tightening up with every few seconds, but I still think it might squeak out in front, but we'll find out very soon indeed.
Very exciting. Johnny Palmer rejoins us.
Yeah,
Johnny.
I'm just trying to work out where Leo Ye is on the lap, because this is his 293rd lap, or for car 87 it is, and that will then equal the amount of distance that Robert Renauer has done. And therefore, once the next two sectors are completed, Robert Renauer's on the move already. Yeah, so he's going into Sector 1 and has retained the race lead for Herbert Motorsport in comparison to Leo Ye Hongli, who is doing the chasing in the Origin Motorsport Porsche. So that all seems to have gone very nicely to plan for Herbert Motorsport. I'm almost surprised that we thought it would pan out in any different kind of way, in truth.
Yeah, as Robert Renauer goes through turn 3, Leo Ye is only just approaching turn 15, the final corner of the lap. So that is a comfortable cushion, but there remains the question, does the Origin Motorsport Porsche Is it going to need a splash and dash? If it does, that brings certainly Absolute Racing's Patrick Niederhauser into the equation. But at the moment, it's about 41 seconds between second and third, between the 87 Porsche and the number 10 Porsche.
We pondered right towards the beginning of the race, around the hour mark, there was a code 60, and the opportunity presented itself to Harberth. And you know, in the past where you could fill up 50% under code 60, they did it. Then it was reduced to 25%, they did it. And 15% of fuel to be put in under code 60, they did it. And it would appear that even though they've taken a pit stop more than the two cars behind them now, that was the extra pit stop that they took under code 60 that the others didn't, and that appears to have been the difference. So even with it being 15% of fuel you can put under code 60, it still makes sense to come in and do it, it would appear.
Yeah, which is
one example.
It is a new rule for the Middle East Championship, and my understanding when we get to the European segment of the 24-hour series, it'll go back to what did we say it was originally, 25%? It still says 25% in the European regulations, whereas it's 15% for here, and I don't precisely know the reason for that. But the teams don't need to know the reason, they just need to work out how best to treat each code 60, and clearly Herbert have done the maths with this significantly reduced fuel allocation and still made it work for them.
There's still the 10-second penalty, which is going to be added at the end, but at the moment with Robert Renauer sitting way more than 10 seconds clear, that shouldn't be too much of a concern for them. Great to see the Asbest Racing Cupra started in the class of its own, is still in the class of its own, and continues to circulate. So for its drivers, it would have been an experience, certainly as it fell to darkness, was they were going to be lapped, you know, constantly by the GT3 cars. But luckily for them, this track is pretty very, very well lit. So maybe the shock of having the faster cars coming through in the dark hasn't upset them too much. Lutz Obermann at the meal at the moment. Let's go down and find news from the pits in the world of Vortex, perhaps.
Still working. That gearbox stroke clutch issue is still stymieing those guys, but they haven't given up the ghost yet. Just want to weigh in on that situation at the front of the field. I'm going to have to sit down and have a look at the average lap times across stints and things like that next week sometime. But it would appear to me that Herbert have basically won this race as it stands right now. It looks like they're going to win the race. They are winning the race. It looks like they have sacrificed fuel burn for pace. Everybody else started saving. Now, in fairness, the guys at which one was it? The guys at Absolute, they're a pro car, so they were at a disadvantage anyway on fuel flow, etc., etc. So they decided right at the beginning of the race to ease back their pace and save the pit stop. And basically, that equation for them hasn't worked. So saving a 3-minute pit stop, 2.5-minute pit stop, because it wasn't a full pit stop, as we've been talking about for some time, that equation just hasn't worked for them, because Herbert has been able, with their fuel flow allowance, they have been able to run on a richer map in the same car for a massively large portion of the race, and therefore have gained that lap time. So they've basically gained 2 minutes, nearly 3 minutes, haven't they, Johnny, is what you were saying that run down the pit lane would be, but on the rest of the field. They've also been clever in that they split their last 2 stints into 2 one-hour stints, rather than going all the way on a tank of fuel and then stopping, so that they've become the masters of their own destiny, and they didn't give up that track position. We talked about that earlier on.
Them taking the fuel under the code 60, the very first code 60, with an hour, and that was really the only code 60 you could do that in the entire race. I think that's been the difference as well. That's given them a little edge. As they've been off strategy to Absolute all day long, and I think that's something you have to consider as well as the average lap time. Yeah,
it's true. It's true. The Ajith Renard, Red Arm, AMG's just pulling in for its last stop of the race with just under 40 minutes to go. Here's the last pit stop by Climax as well. Basically, what you're talking about there, Peter, is probably no more than 15, 18 litres of fuel, and that's what's made the difference.
Looks that way. Looks that way. So 2 Mercedes AMGs in, but the Red Ant racing car, they may well be in there a little bit longer, because that repair on the splitter may well not have held. More tape coming out.
A lot more. Just thinking back, okay, so the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche did not take the opportunity in that first Code 60 to come in. That was a Code 60 that lasted for 7.5 minutes. So having not decided to come in on the first lap, they still had time next time around to come in. They decided not. But they must have thought there must have been a Code 60 that was going to be longer later in the race. But we've had only 2 more Code 60s, 2 minutes each, and those aren't long enough unless you're incredibly well placed to come in. You need probably the minimum of 5 or 6 minute Code 60 to really be able to grab it with both hands, come in, get that splash of fuel, and go out again.
They would have got one chance to do it, because it was a lap under Code 60 is pretty much bob on 5 minutes. So they would have they had their chance effectively. It's not like they were really awkwardly held in, or they maybe felt it was going to go green and it didn't work out. I mean, we're talking very fine margins, over 12 hours of racing.
But yes, did they have a chance to come in?
No,
had they just
they
gone
had chance.
past?
Yeah, because as Bruce says, 7.5 minutes, and a lap under Code 60 takes 5. So they definitely did have a chance, whatever happened.
Right, here's the Adith Kumar and Red Ant racing car. The tape's going back on again on the left front. We saw this disturbed splitter earlier on. Far be it from me to second guess here. It may have cost them less time and less messing about if they'd changed that nose cone. The other thing they could have done is made a bracket, because it's only the leading edge. Ben described and showed perfectly earlier on how that splitter is put together, and it's made of 2 pieces of carbon fibre. It's the forward-facing piece, the chin, if you will. I just wonder if a metal strip or something like that, either underneath or on top, and a couple of pop rivets. Colin White would have had that sorted with 2 pop rivets, whilst he still had a bacon sandwich in his hand, wouldn't he? If he'd
Just
been here.
noticing, John, they've also covered the headlight entirely. Last time, at least, it had only probably 20% of the headlight covered. Now it's about 90% of the front left headlight, but maybe the drivers memorised the way the circuit goes.
Yeah, but that, from a scrutineering perspective, could be an issue. Some championships are fine with just one headlight working. We had the message on the starting gantry at 3 minutes past 7 tonight to say headlights on. Now that we are in the darkness hours, is that more of a concern? So if we do get a message on the screen regarding that particular Mercedes, we might know the reason why, but probably the team are saying, well, one headlight still works, so from a visibility perspective, and the marshals need to know when cars are coming through, you can still see that it's a car, a race car, and even that it's a Mercedes with the rather instantly recognisable headlights on the AMG.
It's just one let's cover it up.
I tell you what, though, I wouldn't want to do the 24-hour race at the Nürburgring with just one headlight. Imagine going around the Nordschleife, but at least here on the Sepang International Circuit, it's a clearly far shorter circuit, but it's beautifully floodlit. So in terms of driver vision, it ain't too compromised. In terms of the ability for marshals to see, possibly slightly compromised.
Yeah, it's more about cars that are being lapped and knowing that there is a faster car wanting to come through, and if through the mirrors or whatever the other headlight is obscured, then that's the reason for having 2 headlights anyway, isn't it? I mean, yes, you need to be able to see where you're going, but also being able to see the car as another road user is very important. So it'll be interesting to see what the race director thinks about that. There is still a little bit of the headlight that is visible when you look at the car straight on. Meanwhile, Dominic Ang has brought the 65 Viper Racing Mercedes into pit lane, and he's got out. Dominic Schwager in the Ferrari and Corsa car is also in for a final pit stop in the race.
Yeah, Schwager's taking that car back out. There's something that is dragging on the left front, the right front of that, something sparking on the right front, and he's pulled that car up short of the pumps. I just saw some sparks behind the right front Michelin tyre, and there's a couple of mechanics have gone steaming off to the fuel pump area. This is a car that qualified really well, and in fact at the end of the first part of qualifying was provisionally pole position. Now I can't go any further past the cones here because that zone is the fueling zone. In fact, one of their mechanics has run down there, and I don't think he's got his fireproofs on either, but they've stopped short. That car I think is being refueled. So there was something dragging behind the front wheel and sparking on the ground quite significantly, and it's caught the attention of not just me, but the team and the officials here. So keep a wary eye on that. What do we think it is?
Look like some fire under the exhaust, I think. We're not sure what is it, but it's fire under the exhaust.
I thought it was something scraping the ground, but you think it might be something that's caught alight?
I think maybe rubber, the tire.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, we were talking about this earlier on, weren't we, with the Cupra, where they were clearing out the balls of rubber that had been thrown off the cars, and maybe there's a little bit of build-up there, but there was certainly some orange flame. Meantime, at the LM Corsa Ferrari, that car in the pit lane, and the engine, not the engine cover, the front end is off. Where you put your luggage cover, there we are. And two men are looking down into it. Let me see what they're playing with in there. Let's make sure there's no fuel involved. First of all, no. And, oh dear, whatever it is, it's a long way down. I think this is a steering rack. I think this is a steering rack issue. They've got a connector down there that they're not happy about. Now they've clicked it back in. Is that steering rack? Maybe. They're having a really good look in there to see what it is, and they were looking at some fluid as well. Actually, it might have been brake or steering fluid on that. No, actually, this surely must have an electronic rack. It's stationary at the moment, and that's bad news for these guys. They're losing time. Meantime, that Viper needs the car has left, so keep an eye on the right front, just behind the Michelin tyre on that wheel.
It might be that the speed that it's going now has put out any residual flame, if indeed it was alight in the short journey from the garage to the fueling area. The thing I've noticed about all of these AMGs is that they run very close to the ground, and therefore when it's going through turn 5, for instance, the high-speed left-hander, the segment immediately behind the wheel arch, which has some sort of titanium square pad on it, I think, or whatever it's made of, some metalwork, and that hitting the ground generates a lot of sparks. It's made worse when the 93 car, of course, has got the loose splitter, so that's far more dramatic. I can't see any flames, though, thankfully, John, on the 65 car now.
I'm just going to have a look at the spare car from the Agi racing team, and because I want to work something. I think I know what it was. It was the jack hadn't retracted fully, because I'm looking now just behind the front wheel where the dollies are on this car, the spare AMG. There's also exhaust pipes under there, so yes, it could have been a build-up of rubber, but I think it might have been the jack that hadn't quite retracted properly and was just taking some time to go back into its place whilst the pressure was releasing. Now that I've seen where that dolly jack is, I think that's a possible suspect for that situation, because it was very bright yellow and almost looked like it was sparking rather than a proper flame that we've seen in the past from the build-up of tyre rubber that comes in behind the front wheel and right behind the grille that's there and the carbon that's there is one bank of the exhausts down the side of the car and the exit of the exhaust under the wheel. We've seen that happen on the SLS and on this car, slightly redesigned on this car with more carbon fibre behind the wheel and more place for the bits and pieces of rubber to get flung out. So my money is on the Jack.
Okay, well, a chance for us to describe precisely which bit of the car was glowing red hot as it left the scene, and it almost looks like exhaust type flame leaking out of the exhaust well ahead of where it should be. I'm not sure it's necessarily tyre pickup that has briefly caught fire, but it seemed to spark almost as if the car, before the car left the scene, it was moving, but not at any great speed, Bruce.
I'd love to see a replay of where the car was when it was parked at refueling, because I noticed when I saw it the first time, the only time so far, there was a long, thin black line just behind the middle of the right rear wheel. So there could have been some fluid coming out as it went down there. So I think this is far from a known, as we'd call it. But I tell you one thing that is intriguing me is the gap between Patrick Niederhauser and Leo Yates is not coming down anymore. It got to about 38 seconds and it stayed there. Leo in the car that's in second place overall, matching and occasionally just chipping away and stretching the advantage again. But there is still, PMAC, a question mark whether the Origin Motorsport Porsche car number 87 needs to come in for a splash before the end of the race. We think it's going to be incredibly close. You've given them advice saying just go for it, don't bother coming in, but will that be right?
Well, now it's a different scenario now, because Herbert have just played the blinder, haven't they? They're in a way better position than we thought they were. And yeah, they've played poker and they've played the best hand.
They've got it done.
Yeah,
but really the battle is who's going to be second.
Exactly, and because of that, Niederhauser's pace now, yes, he's quicker every single lap, but not anywhere near to the level he was at the beginning of the stint. So there's 38 seconds that Leo Young-Lee has in hand. So you could then, if you are close, go on a big fuel save, and you've got time to give away. So you could then definitely make, add a lap or two, and that would make the difference of making it home or not. And a second place finish. And of course, in the AM category, they could probably have a bit of a splash and dash and they'd be okay to be ahead of the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. But yeah, second overall. Wow, what a story that would be.
Yeah, but the passing of time, it can accelerate in the final hour. It seems a long one if you're nursing a car to the finish, and obviously we've just seen the LM Corsa Ferrari reporting to the pit garage and not coming out. We've only got 36 minutes remaining in this race. It's really flown the last 2 hours since darkness fell just after 7 o'clock. It's about 7:20. It was fully dark, and here we are at 2 hours later, 9:20.
So what do we reckon, guys? About 15 laps then, if you're talking about how much time can you give away in that battle for second?
Yep.
Around about 15 laps. So you're talking about being able to give away 2 seconds a lap if you need to, and still have an 8-second gap when you get to the line. So they're under pressure. It's got to be managed, because we know how hard they've been fuel saving, and Ben was telling us all the different maps that people were on, and they're on a much less aggressive fuel map than those around them. So Niederhauser can push. The car ahead is saving. I still think they've got enough in hand if it's managed properly. And of course, as Paul Truswell, if he was here, we know he's on holiday in Vietnam at the moment. I will guarantee that he will have tuned in and may even be tuned in now. Mr. Truswell would always say, yes, John, that only applies if everything remains the same, which it seldom does in endurance racing, even with just under 40 minutes to go.
Well, Leo Yates done 38, nearly 39 minutes on this stint. He's trying to eke this fuel out to give him another 36 minutes and a bit more potentially if the race runs beyond 10 o'clock, which it most likely will by a few seconds, maybe even by a few minutes. And the question is, how much of a risk do Origin want to take, where Absolute Racing should be fine to the finish? But we're talking about 18 seconds that separate Leo from Patrick Niederhauser, chasing in the number 10 car. So yes, so you can afford to lose a handful of seconds per lap, actually, 1 or 2 seconds per lap, and still be in a comfortable position. And there is precedent for the number 87 Porsche to do a stint length of about 1 hour and 20. And when you add 40 minutes to about another 40 minutes, that's okay. But it comes with risk. but without risk, you rarely get the reward, I suppose. So Orangine Motorsport may be fully invested to just keep things ticking on and go with the Peter Mackay theory.
Yeah, well, we have many theories, and they evolve through the course of the race. Sometimes you might even get them right, but it's always an intellectual challenge. And as you sort of, here we are, 11 and a half hours into a commentary, the intellectual facility or faculty does seem to fall away. Just thought we ought to talk about what's happening in the 992 Cup class. There are 4 of them, and it's Red Camel Jordans leading the way, so that their rivals will in turn take their front splitters off for the following races, because clearly it's a performance tweak. Not at all. It's been a really hard run for all the drivers in that team since they started having those splitter problems, because trying to nurse a car around without the full accoutrement of elements that keep it handling very nicely and kindly. Certainly tyre wear would have been more of an issue, wouldn't it, P-Mac? As Rick Broikers was explaining, he was having to go out over the curbing and get the curbs to get the car around the corners sometimes.
Rick Broikers as well, when that splitter went, he
twin exhausts, one either side in the rear valance. The second place battle might actually come down to whether when Herbert starts their last lap, and whether they are just coming up to the line as the time expires at 10 o'clock, or whether they've gone by with 10 seconds to go and have to do another 5 odd kilometres. Cheney Motorsport in. Been a tough day for them, only car in the GT4 category, but fair play to them. They have raced as if they had 20 cars breathing down their neck. They had the front left bearing failure that cost them a bit of time, but they did that at racing pace. We're going to see these guys in the rest of the Middle East Cup at Abu Dhabi the second week of January, and the third week of January we go to Dubai. Those 2 races swap round for 2026. Huge entry to Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi's over 50 cars, I was hearing from Creventic earlier on, and probably over 60 cars for the Dubai Michelin 24 Hours. So 2 races at the early part of next year, which will decide the trophy, the Middle East trophy. And then we get a little bit of a break from Creventic racing until we're back racing in Europe in April. Of course, here on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels, we've got the Daytona 24 Hours and Bathurst 12 Hours to come in January and early February. So plenty to keep you interested for endurance fans. This is our final event of the 2025 year, and as we keep seeing, it's effectively the start of the 2026 season as far as Creventic is concerned. This is a bit of a worry because the Cupra is getting some work on the front end. Looks like they're slackening off the calipers, I think. Looks like they're going to need a brake change right at the end. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Can you believe it? All that hard work, and we get inside pretty much the last half an hour, and they're having to do a brake change. But you know what? I love this car. I love these teams that come out and say, we might not be the fastest thing out there, but we will, by hook or by crook, we're going to get this car to the end of the race. And some remedial work then going on at the front end. They're going to do a brake pad change right at the end there to make sure this car gets to the finish.
Good practice for the 24 Hours of Dubai. Asbest telling us they've got 4 cars entered for that, which is superb. So, yeah, good preparation for that, to do it in the heat of the race. And, yeah, you can never get too much match fit practice for that kind of thing. The gap between Origin Motorsport number 87 and Absolute Racing number 10 Porsche is pretty stagnant now.
Yeah.
It's sort of hovering around 37, 38 seconds or so. It's not coming down at all. So it means then that if there is any worry on fuel, Origin have that gap behind, they have that little cushion where they can fuel save and make sure that they get to the end. I have to say, guys, given all the pace that we've seen and qualifying and everything like that, I am almost surprised to see that number 10 Absolute Racing haven't actually come away with, or likely not to come away with the win, because all the ingredients have been there. Luke Hartog, great stint. Patrick Niederhauser, likewise. Antar is out. I mean, as good as any other AM driver in the field. He was just so consistent and did no more than the 2 hours required. So you would think that everything's all gone to plan, but Herbert have just cracked the conundrum.
Yeah, they have, but I'll just go back again to what I was saying about the fact when we had that 7.5 minute code 60 towards the end of the opening hour, which cars didn't come in from the front? The number 10 Porsche, of which we speak, from Absolute Racing, and the 999 Climax Racing Mercedes. They're not at the sharp end. They've done nothing wrong on track. Their pace, as you said, been really good, potentially race-winning pace, but come the end, be interesting to see what the margin is back to Herbert Motorsport. Herbert Motorsport still have 10 seconds to add to their finish time, because of course there was this question mark about them. Well, they got a time penalty of 10 seconds, but the ruling this year said you don't have to serve it if it's 10 seconds or below, a smaller penalty. If it was any bigger than that, if it was a 20-minute penalty, that'd be a disaster. 20-second penalty, 15-second penalty, you have to serve it with 2 hours. They argued their way through the rule book and appear to be correct, so they've continued towards the end of the race, and 10 seconds won't hurt them too much.
I just wonder, just before John comes back in, whether the way that the Herbert car has done its stints, generally singles, so there's a bit of time lost when Ralph Bowen gets in, with the greatest respect, but then that's made up because Alfred Renauer gets in the next stint and he opens up the gap again. Then they put Dressler in, so it loses a bit of time, but it gains it when Robert Renauer gets back on board. Whereas, as quick as Absolute Racing have been, the Antares Au stints came right in the middle of the stint and they were back to back. And has that ultimately cost them? Whereas if they'd split the Antares Au stints, might they be in a better position? I'm just throwing that out there as another theory. Here's John.
Right, yeah, I think you're making a very, very good point. The only issue that the Cooper has had all weekend, I'm going to be careful here because this is hot. If I just do a little bit of footwork on there and split those pads. Here's the problem. I've got a bit of a light here. That should have friction material. That brake pad should have friction material all the way across it. It's completely disintegrated and left about a third of it on. All the other 3 pads are fine. If I pull another one up with the mechanic's gloves here, one of the ones from the other side, and you can see, well, at least I'll tell you, that they look fine. They've got plenty of meat left on them. It's getting down, but that would have got them to the end of the race. The problem was the one that we looked at first, where 2/3 of the friction material has completely broken off. That was the right front caliper that was the problem. And my goodness me, they've dodged a bullet there, because that could have been a brake failure and a very badly damaged car. And as I've just been taught the team, better to be safe than sorry. They do not need a rebuild of this car before Abu Dhabi, where they will have 4 cars in the TCX class.
Yeah, so all of a sudden a huge amount more work, but there is a team that is fully capable of that. It feels like they've encountered a whole load of different issues on this car. It's still going, though, and this will educate them moving forward into the real meat then of the Middle East Championship season, with back-to-back rounds to look forward to in the new year. The 2nd and 3rd weekends of January with a 6 hours and then a 24-hour race.
Talking about the way the stints went through, we didn't actually mention in the Herbert Motorsport crew the form and pace of Konstantin Dressler. He really impressed me. I mean, Ralph Boner's race with the Renauer twins for years. Konstantin Dresser, sort of new to the party, if you will. He's a driver who's had a two-part racing career, had a gap of, I don't know, a mere 13 years or so after 2008. But he's come in, got on, and I was looking at his lap pace, really consistent as well, which is absolutely the key. So I think they've found a very, very good addition to their team there for the longer races.
They definitely have. And Proton Huber Competition, who had, of course, had a great year in the European Michelin 24-hour series, they're probably thinking, wait a minute, he was our guy. You mentioned him. Oh, are we going to get him back?
Yeah, well, as we were discussing earlier on, he actually showed up in two different cars, and very different cars, i.e. a Porsche and a Ferrari at the 12 Hours of Spa last April. Then came back for the following round at Misano. Just referring to the calendar dates for 2025 for the European season, we don't even have to wait until April. It's actually what will that be, third weekend of March for the opener, which will be a split race across 2 days, the 12 Hours of Mugello, but there's a weekend earlier than I'm used to. So the 20th, 21st and 22nd of March to kickstart a 5-race season, 4 of which are 12-hour races, and then the 24-hour race at the end of the season, the now traditional Barcelona 24 hours. 23 minutes to go. Renaud ticks off another lap. He's comfortably ahead then of this fighting pair of Origin Motorsport and Absolute Racing. 36.8 seconds now, so it's come down a little bit. The key thing about that gap is, yes, you can fuel save, but what you can't do is come in to take fuel and keep that position. So that's the one thing that they're desperately trying to avoid, is a very late splash and dash, because no matter how quick you are on pit road, you wouldn't be able to turn it round and stay ahead of that 36 seconds. It's probably going to take you 45 as a minimum, particularly with the pit lane entry road as well being fast on its approach, but nevertheless it departs from turn 15 and takes a little while to straighten up. So it's a long process, and therefore the fuel saving mechanism that we're discussing for Leo Ye seems the more likely scenario.
Certainly does. You were talking just a moment ago, Johnny, about the opening round of the European 24H series in Mugello. It's a 12-hour race like this race, but it's not like this race because it is in 2 parts.
Yeah.
So if you're new to the 24H series, looking at this one, do they all go the whole way through in one run? No, they don't, and it's another mix, because certainly if you were trying to run in March, it would only just be getting light pretty much in that part of Italy and that part of Europe, and you'd spend quite a while in darkness. But here we are, the clock continues to tick. We're counting our way down towards the end of the race. 21, nearly 22 minutes in this race, figure coming down. All eyes on what's going to happen with Patrick Niederhauser trying to catch up with Leo Ye Hong Lee. Therefore, Absolute Racing Porsche chasing down the Chinese entry of Origin Motorsport, but we don't think he's able to do quite enough. Still pressing on, but the clock that falls in number is the overall time left in the race, and I don't think it's going to be the friend of Absolute Racing.
It looks like we're going to have a third of the GT3 field finish on the lead lap, which I wonder when the last time that happened. Normally in a 12-hour endurance race, it fans out, and you might have 2 cars on the lead lap, but to have a third of the field, albeit it's a compact field, sure, but the top 3 all looking like they're going to finish on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, we started with 10 GT3 class cars, and at the moment it's sort of 9 effectively still in the running, because the LM Corsa Ferrari in the pits at the moment with the problem that John was explaining, and unfortunately still in the pit, so that may not get out before this race is over. But if you're a fan of Porsches, well, they're running first, second, third. Porsches have been looking so strong all weekend in qualifying form. The Mercedes seem to be in the mix, but just looking at the way the Porsches go around this circuit, they just seem sort of tailor-made for the twistier elements, and maybe, of course, with the high track temperatures and therefore high tyre wear, being nimble is key.
Hey Bruce, I think you might be right, by the way, about that March date for the opening round of the European Series. I've just checked, so you clicked something in my mind there, and we don't spring forward on the clocks onto daylight saving time onto summertime until the following weekend after that race. So that's going to be very, very interesting how that double 6-hour race works in Italy on that weekend of the 21st and 22nd. So as I say, clocks in Europe do not go forward 1 hour until the following weekend. I think they already have done in the States, because it normally happens that we have Sebring 1 hour closer to Europe than we not do normally, so 4 hour to the UK rather than 5. But definitely, I've just checked it up. Daylight savings time Europe doesn't start till the weekend after that
Catches
European
people
opener.
out year in, year out, and much the same at the end of the season when it falls back in fall or autumn, as we call it. So, Origin Motorsport making a really, really big impression. Of course, we expect Herbert Motorsport to be at the front or very close, but for the team from China to be in here looking to be heading the moment to second place. The clock counts down. We're under 20 minutes to go, under 19 minutes to go. It's been an impressive debut for them. And Liu Ye, well, he's super fast, Liu Ye Hongli, and doing the job required of him. However, there is still the question, does he have to back it off at all? But he continues to lap in 2 minutes, 6 second laps, matching the pace of the chasing Patrick Niederhauser. And
the whole thing glowing bright orange with the heat that goes through, and then see the little flames spitting through. So if you're a photographer out around the circuit, you're having a ball right now shooting those cars, trying to catch that, get that atmospheric photograph.
The other thing regarding the time left in the race that I've just realised is that we must have started about 30 seconds early, so i.e. 9:59 and 30 seconds this morning. So there is scope for this race to finish just before 10 o'clock tonight, and that again might be a saving grace for Origin Motorsport, who are looking for any little positive thing that they can possibly find. Clearly, they're going to finish 45, 46 seconds behind the ultimate race winner if we put that at Herbert Motorsport's door. So there will be a little bit of a wait, and then it's a question as to how much after 10 o'clock Herbert actually crossed the line to take the checkered flag. But with Liu Ye having been in fuel-save mode for some time now, they will have worked out precisely when they're likely to cross the line. And they could even just back it off coming out of turn 15, I suppose, to compromise that 37-second advantage that they have over Patrick Niederhauser, just to make sure that they go across the line. Do they then need to make it back to the pit lane under their own steam? Because there are certain championships that are absolutely essential about that. You know, you can lose a race win if you've not got enough fuel to do the slowing down lap, and provide a sample to the scrutineer as well to make sure that your fuel is legal. I think it's less restricted or less serious than that in the 24H series. As we go back to John Hindhaugh at Herbert.
Not talking to anybody here, I'm not saying anything, but it is the usual. This could be the first lap of the race as much as it is going into the closing stages. It is the absolute picture of professionalism, of calm, and of study on what's going on. All of the monitors, the drivers who aren't in the car are there. Ralph Bourne, as ever, always enthusiastic, always encouraging when his teammates get out the car. Nothing that those guys can do now. It is a question of ticking off the time and the laps and keeping that 37, 38 second lead intact. And that's what they are looking at now. And my goodness, what a return.
John, I've got massive news for you. Just
Herbert.
checking late race penalties. Car number 91 not fulfilling minimum driving timing by AM Spirit driver. No. 4 laps deducted from race results.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think Ralph Bone knows, because he's still smiling in the pit garage.
I don't think they've seen it yet, guys.
Oh, they're now going to check.
The team manager, head engineer, I think has just got that note.
So the AM Spirit driver's got to be Konstantin Dresler, surely, because we've had about 4 hours worth of Ralph Bone in the car. And Dresler, I don't know the time that he needed to do, but as the AM Spirit driver...
He's not an AM Spirit driver, it's AM Spirit and/or AM driver and/or AM Plus driver.
Okay.
So he's an AM or AM Plus. So so they both got to do 2 hours then.
Is this not the... OK, this isn't the 6-hour rule, then, that we've talked about previously in the weekend. No,
4
no,
and
sorry.
6, no.
No, there were some AM combinations. We were worried about the Ajit Kumar car at the time because we hadn't realised that Ayrton Redont was also part of the AM lineup, and we were concerned that Ajit Kumar had to do 6 hours of the 12. That's not the 4 in 6 hour rule, but just that the AM contingent in some cars have to do 6 hours.
Right, this is causing some consternation, as you might imagine. I've been talking to you all day, and I'm sorry, I haven't asked your name. What's your name?
What do you mean?
What's your name, sir?
Maximilian.
Maximilian. Max, right, so we've seen what you've seen. AM Spirit driver hasn't fulfilled driving regulations. 4-lap penalty. You look as perplexed and confused as we are. What do you know?
I will walk there now. I will have a look with you.
So this is going to be taken to the organisers. Max has done everything he can do. There's no need for him to be sitting there now watching the data. His job now is to go and find out what this is. Ralph Bourne seems completely unconcerned about it and is still smiling and laughing. But this is a huge story of drama in the last 15 minutes of the race.
Said driving time requirements, sum totals per driver category. Now, I would read that to say all of the drivers in that category. Now, it could be, now is Konstantin Dressler a AM or an AM plus? He's not an AM Spirit, that's for sure, I know that.
I think he's AM.
Yeah, so they're both the same then. So then you could say is that the sum total of their AM drivers need to do 1/6 of the race duration, which is 2 hours. That's what I had in my notes, 2 hours between them, which of course they've done absolutely no problem. But is it that the interpretation is that they've got to do 2 hours each? At which point, again, Ralph Bourne has done that, but Konstantin Dressler didn't. He was only in the car once. So,
gosh, it's one way of race testing a regulation, isn't it?
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the one to try and decipher that one, but that's how it reads. But the thing is, you could get someone to look at that and say, the sum total, is that all the AM drivers that have to do 2 hours between them? Sum total, that's what I would say, and that's clearly what Herbert think as well.
Well, you'd wonder that, but if they have 4 laps applied to them at the end of this race, that will drop them down possibly to 5th place. Elias Seppelin has been doing a fantastic job for Climax Racing in gaining ground. Back down to John, sorry.
Right, I've just spoken to Konstantin Dressler. He's done just over an hour, and Ralph Bourne's just certainly done 3 hours. So they've done 4. The old regulations, as you say, would have made it slightly different. It would have been 6 hours, but that has been changed. So we think it's down to 2 hours. That's what they've been working on. But even if it's 2 hours, they've done more than that. They think they've done 4 hours of those drivers in that category. They believe that they're both in the same category. As you saw, Maximilian has left his place on the stand. He's gone to the stewards, to race direction, to try and sort this out. Everything's always provisional, guys, but if we just have a look at what's going on here, this is not annoyance. It's maybe confusion. Certainly consternation a little bit, but they don't look too worried right now. They think by the letter of the law they've got 10 seconds to get added on. They are putting on their race suits for a presentation right now. So that's how it stands, guys.
As you were mentioning, but the thing is, the rule is it's 1/6 of the race duration. So in a 12-hour race, 2 hours. In a 24-hour race, 4 hours. So the argument is all down to the fact, is it that the sum total means your AM drivers need to do amongst them 1/6 of the race, or does each now, I would say a sum total means both of them need to do it together, which they've done, no problem at all.
Sum is, when you say sum, Peter, you're reading the regulations.
Yeah, a sum, a mathematical sum, yeah.
Correct. And that's what they have been working to. What's interesting to me is the time that has come out. Those penalties are normally posted at the point where the total driving time cannot then be achieved by the people concerned. When was that time then, Bruce? Because that gives you a clue as to what the organisers think they are short.
Hold on, John. I'm going through other screens. I'm going to have to flip back for you. Bear with me. Another 5 seconds and I'll be there. Let's see. It was only a handful of minutes ago, and that was at 21:39.
Right.
So leaving only 21 minutes of the race.
So that would indicate then that Constantine, that would be the gap between Constantine Dressler getting from his stint time to 2 hours. So there
you go. So that's what they're working on. They're saying each. They're counting it as each. And Maximilian and the rest of Herbert, they're saying, look, no, it's
sum total. It's not even just the word sum, it's the word total. Sum total of all of your drivers. I mean, that is... that's a tricky...
Can I just ask one question, Peter? Because obviously I can't see the regs. It isn't that each class of driver has to do a sixth if they are not
interestingly. So this is the thing. So for a GT3 Pro-Am car, which Herbert is, with a pro driver, which they have, the AM Spirit and AM drivers must do a minimum 1/6 of the race duration. And it says driving time requirements, sum totals per driver category. So they're both in the same category, so you would say that they then need to do... But hold on, the AM plus drivers, which I think that's pretty crystal clear to be... I hate to go against race control, but if I was a team manager, I'd be arguing that.
But that suggests to me then that somewhere they feel that Constantine isn't in the same class.
The entry list says they're both AMs, so
yeah, that's the thing that needs checking. I'm just double checking the rules as well. If he's AM Spirit, then that has to do 1/3 of race distance.
No,
on this bar chart.
No, but they've got a pro driver. They don't. He's definitely not AM Spirit because that's below AM. It is. You're right, John. It is.
It's an odd one,
yeah,
gentlemen.
It is.
But I think the key thing there is that the time that it was issued, as Bruce gave us that time, that was the difference between Constantine Dressler getting to his 2 hours. So at some point somewhere, an algorithm or whatever it is set up with the timing has said, red light, alert, 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 this driver can't do his full 2 hours because we are now within the time where he can't do it. As soon as that minute ticks over, then he can't do that time. And so that's clicked off the alert.
I'm just double-checking the final revised entry list, and it says Ralph Bone, AM, Constantine Dressler, AM. So by the letter of the rules, they need to do 2 hours between them. Yeah. So as you can't, for me, I couldn't read the rules any different. Meanwhile, to distract us slightly while we let that one play out, with 4 minutes and 53 seconds to the checkered flag. Goodness me, the splitter is trying to work its way loose from all that. All of that gaffer tape on the AG thread and Mercedes AMG. More and more sparks flying, getting worse actually, I would say. It's looking particularly messy.
And I tell you what, he may well just be able to hang on to position because Melvin Moe is catching him by 5 seconds a lap. The gap between them only 12 minutes, but I think it's effectively, well, it's a question of when the Herbert Motorsport car takes the checkered flag to finish the race, or will the officials say, hold on, we've got four laps to take away from you, we're going to take it off the car behind, but still sparking away to the light of the photographers. But for Yannick Redhunt, that front split is playing a merry tune as it bounces up and down on the track. The gaffer tape is coming undone. He's going to be counting down the minutes to the end of this race. 7th place for now, maybe falling to 8th, but he's just got one task to do. Will that gaffer tape hold? Johnny is still checking the rules, but
I started to work at it from the other direction because there is a maximum for a pro driver as well, and I was concerned that Robert Renauer might have breached that somehow, and that then impacted on how many hours the AMs could do, but I can't see an issue in that direction either. If they do get a penalty, which does seem a bit unfair, all of a sudden we've got a 30-second gap between the first and second place cars, and that's come down to 34 seconds now. Patrick Niederhauser given even more of a shot in the arm to go, you know, up the pace, pressurise Liu Ye into a mistake, or just to use a bit more fuel than the Origin Motorsport crew are willing to do.
Yeah, as long as they've got enough juice. Liu Ye's done a fantastic job, because every time a tenth of a second is taken from him, he gains half of it back the next lap around. So he has been very staunch. Origin Motorsport should be super proud of what they've done. Running in second place, they may be gifted victory. We can't second guess, but all I can say, I'm going to go back to the penalty screen just to check nothing's been rescinded, and it hasn't as yet. It's only been issued. Ralph Bone, well, he's dressed in full race suit. Konstantin Dressler looking very smart, but still explanations going on. In fact, they're from our own man, John Hindhoff, in there trying to explain, or trying to get them to explain to him how the thing is falling. But Ralph Bone, smiling all races, now finally looking a little bit reserved. Nothing he can do, though.
The worst thing they could possibly do is tell Robert Renner right now. Yeah, I'm sure he could handle it. Of course, he's a total pro, but I think actually there's nothing he can do about it either way. He just drive it to the end, and if it's 4 laps, it doesn't really matter. So he's just got to get it to the end. John, what else do you have?
I'm not going to put a microphone underneath their noses at the moment. It's not fair, right? Maxi's just come back and he's imparting the news, and we've just looked at the regulations that you were quoting, and what Konstantin was asking me was what we had been able to find out, and I couldn't give him anything except at what time the penalty came out. That would have been a complete computer program from timing, and so it was the difference between him and his 2 hours. That's what we've worked out. But that is effectively a computer alarm that's come up when he could complete that time. But they are looking at the same grid that you have quoted, and they have come to the same conclusion, Peter, of you. Even if he's an AM Spirit, it says the sum total.
Yeah, exactly.
Of those drivers.
If he was an AM Plus, it wouldn't even be a discussion at all, which of course Konstantin is much more of the. So we should explain. An AM Spirit, AM, and AM Plus, as I've read them out. So AM Spirit would be the lower grade, AM being the middle, and AM Plus being just slightly above AM, if that makes sense. It's designed because there are many different grades of AM driver. So that is, for example, your Drysdale, who was the car owner at Proton Hoover competition, he is an AM Spirit driver due to his experience level and level of life experience, whereas AM Plus could be a bit younger as well, but not a full professional. Hopefully that makes sense. So we're on to the last lap of the race, Bruce, all of a sudden, just like that.
That the penalty has been applied already, I think, because the cars that have been asked to the pit lane, no, sorry, forget that, they put them in number order. Don't forget that. I've put 2 and 2 together and got 5. What I'm going to do, guys, is unusually, I am not going to say anything to these guys until we have something. We might not get the winners' interviews
so
here.
So 25 seconds till we click over the time. We're on to the last lap. The checkered flag waves. Then Herworth Motorsport take the checkered flag. Will they stand on the top step of the podium? That is the question. So Robert Renauer takes the flag, the first car, but round the corner then will come the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche crew. Have they pinched it at the last moment with a controversial penalty for Herworth Motorsport? We wait to hear from that, but Ye Holong Lee has done a superb job in that final stint under a lot of pressure coming through turn 15 now.
Yeah, so as things stand with 4 laps to be added to the 91 crew, you could say that this crew, the Origin Motorsport Chinese entry for Porsche, take the win. And there is a big question mark at the moment as this result remains very provisional, but some reaction down from Origin Motorsport in their garage as well. They look as perplexed as we are, frankly, with Patrick Niederhauser about to cross the line in either second or third position, depending on which way the decision goes for the 91 crew. But we're going to have to wait another, 35 seconds or so before we complete our provisional podium, with their Patrick Niederhauser crossing the line to make it a Porsche potentially 1, 2, 3. But if not, that'll actually sneak the Audi onto the podium as well, because 4 laps added to the Porsche will put it behind the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, which is still yet to take the flag, but Vasily Vladikin in the 69 car is about to do that shortly as well.
So, have Herbert Motorsport, have they won this race? They took the checkered flag first. As John said, that penalty had been applied, but it can be cancelled. We've seen penalties be rescinded in this very race, so there is a precedent for a penalty to be brought back. On our timing screen right now, it is still showing number 91, Herbert Porsche, as your race winner. So that, interestingly, that penalty has not come into effect yet on the timing screen. So we wait to see it.
It has now.
It has now, just as I say that.
And they haven't yet incorporated the 10 seconds, or they may have done now that that was all shuffled around. But the provisional result, therefore, puts the 91 Porsche of Robert Renauer et al. Down into 5th position and shakes up the podium, putting Origin Motorsport as the winners, as we were suggesting, with Liu Ye bringing the car home, along with Liu Hongcheng and Bob Yuan and Lu Wei as the 4th Chinese driver in that outfit, promoting Absolute Racing's Porsche to 2nd position, with Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel in the closing stages, sharing that with Loic Hartog and Antares Au. And therefore a podium result for the number 69 Audi from Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the car of Vasily Vladikin, who was at the wheel at the close of play there, Alexander Bukantsov, Damien Shosek and James Winslow. But this, I'm sure you know, is all very provisional at this stage.
Yeah, more so than ever, I think. But what we can tell you, 992, what a win for Red Camel Jordans. 909, always a crew that are up there fighting for wins in the 992 class. And that's exactly what they've done today by 2 laps from Francis Chia and Modena Motorsports, who win the 992 AM category and 2nd of all the 992s. Fantastic stuff from that crew. A real team with a lot of experience in Porsche 992 racing, and they're right up there on the podium.
They really are. And we got 15 of the 17 crews home. Only in the last half hour or so we lost the LM Corsa Ferrari into its pit garage, and it remained there through to the end. And unfortunately, Vortex V8 could not get their bolide back out onto the circuit with gearbox problems amongst others during the course of the race. But for everyone else, mechanical reliability very good indeed. However, the rule book, has it won or has it not won? We'll find out. But certainly it was a Porsche 123. It's become a Porsche 12 with the Origin Motorsport car being promoted to the top position. But for now, Herbert Motorsport, Robert Renauer took the checkered flag, but then that 4-lap penalty was applied. That's dropped him to 5th place. But I do say hats off to Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Started the race from pit lane, and they've ended up heading to the podium there with their Audi. So really, really good job for the crew there. Consistent charge. Alexander Bukantsov, James Winslow certainly making that car go very, very nicely indeed.
Well, Robert Renauer very calmly but firmly trotting towards the Herbert pits as everyone else heads towards the podium area. Robert Renauer heading back to the garage, greeted by his twin brother Alfred, and going to debrief on that one. Yeah, it's a pity. That is really a pity. We'll wait to see what happens. But for Origin, I mean, whatever happens, what a day it's been for them. And it looked like as we approached midpoint of the race, they're maybe a little bit out of the conversation. They were right in there for class win, of course, but weren't maybe in that absolute front running. And then through the mid part of the race, they really strengthened their position. They front loaded their AM driver time, and that really seemed to work well.
Yeah, and I mean... OK, penalties aside, but a really good run from Origin, because in your first performance, first outing in 24H Series race, it's easier to fall foul of the rules. They haven't, but the car that was first to finish has.
I'm just looking at another line within the chart that we've been referring to on many occasions. This is a GT3 Pro-Am car,
yes.
That's correct, we agree on that, right? With a pro driver, as we've said.
Yes.
And then there are then two segments next to with pro driver. The first of which says minimum of half race duration, and the next bit says minimum of 1/6 if you've got an AM Plus driver, but they don't have an AM Plus driver in there. So is it that they had to have done half the race, i.e. 6 hours, rather than 1/6 and
But they
2
don't
hours.
have an AM Plus to use.
But there is no AM Plus in the combination, therefore you refer to the
exactly.
line above.
Yes. Mhm.
Here's Ben Constanduras anyway with reaction to this changed result, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to dive in with our winners of the first 12 hours of Malaysia. And Bob keeps walking away from me. Congratulations, Bob. I hope you've managed to breathe in and absorb what has just happened. A victory here in Malaysia once again.
Yeah, it's very lucky, to be honest, but we finished second, but some issue, yeah, but still happy for the team. They put a lot of effort for this race, and we trying hard. All the staff, as I mentioned before, is really, really working hard. So thanks quite a lot to these guys. Yeah.
These two normally fight each other in SRO sprint races. Together, they're teammates. Wei-Lu, so much work to do to learn the Michelin tyre and to learn the championship for this 12-hour race.
Well, my teammates they did a really good job, I have to say. Bob drove 4 stints. I drove only 2. So big thanks to Bob. He beats me in the GTWC World Challenge. So I guess that's a payback. He got to drive more. And we didn't tell Leo that we won the race today. So he didn't know until he hit the finish line.
I'm trying to get Leo's attention because he's just behind us. Come in, Leo, because you had to do the hard work at the end. The pit stop, you had to do a bit of fuel saving to get to the end of the race, I think, or you were just flat out the whole way?
I'm trying as hard as I can. Yeah.
Because, I mean, there was a deficit to make up if you wanted to win it on the road, and then that penalty came in, and here it is.
I thought we were P2. So I didn't save the fuel, but I turned on the aircon. And in the end, I was surprised. I mean, when I crossed the line, I saw P1.
Yeah, so explain that aircon thing. You turn the aircon off, you get more power, you turn it on, you cool down. How much on and how much off on the last stint?
Well, I don't think, maybe it's not that much different. Just give me some heat, just to motivate myself.
Very good, congratulations. The 4th member of the team was Han Chen Lui. Where is he? Han Chen, come in. I want to say congratulations because a new group of teammates and a victory.
Thank you.
没事啊，用中文说就行。
要说什么？
How was the atmosphere? Fun?
I can translate for him.
Go on then.
Yeah, he's just really happy. Like he's a new member of the team, and he bought this car a few months ago, and this is the second endurance race we have. They have won in this car. Second win, 2 first place in this car. And this car only been to 2 endurance race so far, and it won them all. So I think he's happy.
Well done, sir. Congratulations, all 4 of you. Enjoy the podium.
Yeah, surprise, but we're now starting to piece this together. It starts to make sense in our minds. So unfortunately, despite the Renault twin brothers' protests, and they were having a discussion more or less at our feet, actually, at ground level, as Robert Renault was getting out. But their 5th place position, I'm not sure that's going to get changed. Certainly not before the podium. But here is Ben with Absolute Racing, who finished 2nd.
Absolutely. Here are the 3 gentlemen that you can see who did the finishing stints. Patrick, a double to finish. Big push. Ultimately, Leo had great pace ahead of you, but it was a really great effort from the whole team.
Yeah, it was a good effort from all of us. I think we were all a bit disappointed to not catch the win. Obviously, that's what we came for. But yeah, Origin and the guys made an amazing job. So this deserved winner, of course. I had a bit of a gap at the end. I tried to push maximum. I could close it at the beginning a little bit, but then, yeah, Leo stabilized, and from that moment it was quite hard to catch him.
Let's have a quick word with Antares, because when you came in after your last stint, Antares, you were frustrated, but I thought you did a great job out there.
I think the team did a great job. My co-drivers did a great job. And being the bronze in the lineup, you're naturally the slowest. And the only good thing I can do is to not lose them as much time.
You've had an amazing year. You've done all these endurance races. You've still got more to come next week as well. And to get another podium must feel great.
No, with Creventic, with the first Malaysia 12 hours, I think it really means something. I think I was the first one to be on the podium for Abu Dhabi 6. And now I'm part of the podium from Malaysia 12. I think it's a privilege.
We love having you here. Thank you very much for joining us. Here's Loic. One last quick word from our second position driver, who, again, so much work in the early stages and in the middle of the race. It's been an amazing event, and it's always Porsche at the front.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I felt this tired. I really gave it all this race. It was pretty tough, but I mean, we all nursed it very well, and yeah, to finish second with an all-effort race was just the maximum we could do.
Absolutely, congratulations, and enjoy. Hopefully the champagne's cold, because it'll be nice to have a bath. And so 2 Chinese teams and one of our Creventic European teams in third position. I don't know if we've got time, but I'm going to have a quick wander over and talk to the third position team, because they started from the pit lane, let's not forget. And I'm not sure how much of a chance we had to really talk to these guys. But let's talk to James, who has 2 sets of overalls, because you're a different colour in the middle of the race, James. You got yourself to the podium.
I know, yeah, we can't believe it. We're all in different suits. It's like we've just met today. We were just discussing this. Yeah, we just basically rocked up on Wednesday, did a few practice laps, trying to put together a full program for the full Middle East Creventic Championship, finishing in Dubai 24-hour, and ecstatic to be on the overall podium.
It must be great to be back with Creventic yourself.
Yeah, we've done races in the past, Dubai at the start of this year, and I think 5 Dubai 24 hours. Yeah, we always have fun in Creventic. It's always great racing and very competitive, so it's always good to be in Sepang as well. Sepang's a good circuit.
I was about to ask your teammates questions and they've run off, so you can answer for them. First 12-hour Malaysia race by Creventic. It's a success, right?
Big success, yeah. We're going to do all 3 rounds of the championship, as I said, like finishing with a 24-hour. Second in the class, so we've scored a big haul of points. There was a nice field here, but there's going to be a huge field in Abu Dhabi and an even bigger field in the Dubai 24-hour, and it's a 24-hour race, so it's nice to have a big haul of points early on, which we can take forward into the rest of the championship.
Right, enjoy the podium. Thank you very much. And guys, back up to you. We've got a little bit of a bridge, and we'll get the podiums running in just a few moments' time.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, we'll podium's just a moment away as well, but I know we're trying to cover as many of the category victories as possible. The priority is definitely from a driving perspective to get to the podium as quickly as possible. And as you were doing such a good job in making sure we got to the top 3 positions in the overall, the 992 drivers have scooted off to the podium and to the champagne. So a chance to have a look at still some results that remain provisional, but that is really always the case until everything has been checked by race control and the stewards to give us a final classification. But the order somewhat shuffled late in the piece, and I noticed now that the 91 car is 4th rather than 5th, so that's already been double checked. However, the 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche take the race win with Leo Hang Chang, Lu Wei, Bob Yuan and Leo Ye, who drove brilliantly well in the closing stages in car number 87. From the number 10 crew of Antares Au, who we've just heard from, Loic Hartog likewise, and Patrick Niederhauser in the number 10 Absolute Racing Porsche. And completing the podium, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi for Vasily Vladikin, Alexander Bukantsov, Damien Shosek and James Winslow, who Ben has just had a quick word with. Then the demoted Herbert Motorsport Porsche, after those 4 extra laps were taken from the winner on the road, the Herbert Motorsport crew, number 91 for Ralph Bone, Konstantin Dresler and Alfred and Robert Renauer, finishing ahead of the Climax Racing Mercedes number 999. Then the 26 Porsche of Win Here, Be Quick Absolute Racing, Ajit Red Ant Racing's Mercedes finishing in 7th place ahead of Viper Nizza Racing's Mercedes for the Malaysian team. In 9th place, the sole Lamborghini Huracan in the entry for Leipert Motorsport. And then we're into the class winners, because in 10th place overall, the 992 victors, Red Camel Jordans.nl, who do it again. And just like with Herbert's great success, although it looks like not today, Red Camel Jordans.nl have won quite a lot of the 992 competitions over the last few years. And it looks like they've done it again. finishing ahead of the 2 AM cars in 992. Modena Motorsport making the overall 992 podium, therefore, for car 216. And the 610 Racing, although the treble 6 entry, another Porsche and another 992 AM car. Wedged in the middle is the Ferrari LM Corsa entry, number 60. Winning GT4, Cherney Motorsport with the 445 BMW. The win in TCE/TCX goes to Asbest Racing with the Cupra, and the GTX runner tried so hard to get to the finish, but finishing up in pit lane, the 701 Vortex V8 with Victor Matinho last to drive that, but it ended up being in the pits for a good 3 hours. They were hoping to make the checkered flag. So it's been quite a day here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. A first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia began a little over 12 hours ago in daylight, of course, 10 o'clock this morning. And a huge grid of cars, particularly in the GT3 field, getting going for the inaugural event, which has generated huge interest for a potential running of this event in 12 months' time as well. Porsches very often side by side in the early stages. The weird failure on the back of the 63 Liebherr Lamborghini, which saw the rear wing held up by only one of its struts, and that took a bit of time to repair. The 992 categories provided a lot of entertainment with wayward cars, including heading through turn 14, although one of the GT3 cars having an early spin as well. And then lots of the GT3s got away from the more traditional strategy quite early on, so we had cars well out of sync, and that rather did test the old grey cells in the commentary box to work out who was in the best position at any point. Great dicing with Robert Renauer and the number 10 Absolute Racing cars, who were foes throughout, but Origin Motorsport, you had to keep a watchful eye on the 87 car indeed as well. And there are gravel tracks around this place, but it was mainly the turf and the dirt just beyond the curb that was kicked up many an occasion. I know Loic Hartog was often an interloper in that respect, but he seemed to find the quick lap times. Really good battle between two Chinese drivers as we hit the hours of darkness, almost taking chunks out of one another. That was splendid to watch, considering the two cars were way apart in terms of laps completed at that point. And also the sparks in the pit lane coming from the Viper Nizza racing car, and many front brakes, because this plays heavy on tyres and heavy on braking ability for tired race cars. We went on to the last lap with the 91 Porsche leading on the road, but that was a few moments after we'd got the information that they would be compromised by 4 laps because of not putting the AM drivers in for long enough, and therefore Origin Motorsport were there to capitalise on that error, that honest error perhaps from Herbert Motorsport, and take the win in the first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia. So congratulations to the Chinese team. It's effectively a Chinese 1-2, although Absolute Racing are Hong Kong flagged because of Antares O being in the driving lineup. And the Continental Racing crew, well, they said they felt they were on course for a very good result. They make the podium representing the United Arab Emirates with their 69 Audi. And we're moments away then from the podium ceremony itself, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, and that penalty, the 4-lap penalty for the Herbert Motorsport car, dropped it down to 5th place. We saw in the results that's become 4th place, and that is because the Climax Racing Mercedes car 999 was one of 4 cars that didn't fulfill the requirement to drive on all 3 sets of tyres that were used in qualifying. They got a 40-second penalty. So did the number 60 LM Corsa Ferrari that actually ended up in the pit garage. 20-second penalty, therefore presumably they used 2 of their 3 sets of tyres. Penalties for car 65 and 102, which is Viper Nizza Racing and the Asbest Racing Cupra. So the podium ceremony almost upon us. But penalties, you do have to keep an eye on the penalty board, but you really have to field for Herbert Motorsport. They thought they'd ticked all the boxes. Well, I'm sure we'll discuss that later on, but clearly a misunderstanding somewhere along the line about minimum driving time for the AM drivers in their lineup.
a huge chart of the various combinations of driver lineups, and incredibly important, therefore, to be reading along the right line. It must have taken us a good half an hour to get to the bottom of precisely what the stewards had spotted. So the crowd is gathering down beneath the podium, and still a strong contingent of the Ajit Kumar fan club is on site. That car eventually finishing in 7th position, so won't feature in this particular ceremony. It's a Pro-Am car, so therefore just falls off the podium within that subcategory as well. The win still going to Herbert Motorsport and the crew that thought they'd won the race overall. They still get the Pro-Am victory, in the end put behind 2 Am cars and the GT3, the basic GT3 lineup, which is, in any other words, Pro, but it's a GT3 Am combination that have done enough to win the race overall. So, much anticipation ahead of this podium, and we can hand to John Hindhoff, our Master of Ceremonies, to talk you through it.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Jonathan Palmer, JP, and Peter Mackay, and also Bruce Jones. Ben Constantiouris, I feel, for a podium ceremony, should be involved here somewhere with his family DNA. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us and enjoying our first ever Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Please stay and honour our winners in classes for their hard work, dedication and competitive spirit. We'll start with the overall winners, and indeed the top 3. In 3rd position, representing Audi, the number 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, Vasily Vladikin, Alexandra Bukatsov, Damian Klosek, James Winslow. In 2nd place for Porsche, for Absolute Racing, please welcome to the podium Patrick Niederhauser, Luc Hartog and Antares Au. And making history in our very first Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia, your winners overall for the number 87 Origin Motorsport Porsche team, please welcome Liu Hongcheng, Lu Wei, Yuan Bo and Ye Hong Lee. Our podiums this evening, thank you very much. Hello. Let's get the podium, let's get the trophies out, please, in just a moment's time. Just one moment time. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please remove any head coverings, and if you aren't already, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the winning team. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Julian Pedizzi from Michelin, can you please bring out our lovely trophies? Thank you very much indeed. 3rd place to Continental, 2nd place to Absolute. Some of our Creventic, hard-working Creventic staff. Have a big round of applause, please, for our Creventic staff members who have put this event together with everyone here at the Petronas Sepang International. A particular thank you to our TV partners 02221, along with Channel TV service, with their facilities as well this weekend, all working together as a team. And the big trophies, the big gold trophies for our winners. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have some formalities to do with photographs here. Once the trophies are out. New for the 2026 season, I know it's only 2025, our timekeeping, or timepiece partner, should I say, is the Swiss motorsport watch manufacturers Bomberg, part of their Apex collection for the winners. Now we're going to give the winners these and take some photographs, but then we will take the watches back. We're not taking them back forever. We just don't want them to get covered in champagne for obvious reasons. So don't think we're stealing the watches back. Let's get the official photographs done with the watches, and then we'll take the watches to a place of safety. You'll get those back in a moment or two, ladies and gentlemen. Now, everybody get together in the middle there as we do a couple of photos. Then I'm going to ask you to look at the photographers that are lined up on the flag stand right in front of you. Thank you. And now to the photographers on the stand. Get those trophies up, please, ladies and gentlemen. Your top 3 in the GT overall category. And now celebrate with the champagne. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have one more big round of applause for our top 3. Congratulations to all for a hard-fought race. Porsche, and Audi. Origin winning it from Absolute in Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Well done. Well done all. We will reset the podium. Now you've seen what happens, you know how it's going to work. Coming up next will be the Pro-Am category for GT cars. And in third position for Win Here, Be Quick, Absolute Racing, Henk Kiks, Denyi, Alessandro Giretti and Vincenzo Ricci. In second place, Climax Racing for Mercedes, the 999 team. Tanat Sathin, the Kuterel, Li Chao, Elias Seppanen, and Joby Wang. Two penalties late on, deciding that our winners in the GT3 Pro-Am class aren't coming up to the podium, but I will still ask you to honour Herbeth Motorsport, Ralph Bourne, Constantine Dressler, Alfred and Robert Renard for the number 91 Herbeth team, our winners in GT3 Pro-Am. Now the trophies, starting off with third, again Julian and representative sample of the Creventic staff here who've been working so hard all week. So this is the Pro-Am category, of course. Two Porsche and a Mercedes. And again, thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for staying on at the late hour. Rest assured, we will get the watches and the trophies to Herbeth. So let's get the photographs taken of those that are on the podium, and they can snuggle up together. One more GT3 category to come. Look happy. Come on, guys. Get those trophies up. And now to the photographers on the flag stands. Trophies up. Ladies and gentlemen, your GT3 Pro-Am category. Be Quick Absolute in third, Climax in second, and Herbeth Motorsport win the category. And now, let's pop those corks and get each other wet. And ladies and gentlemen, your Pro-Am GT3 category. Thank you. And once again, we'll reset for the final of our GT3 category podiums. This for the full GT3 Am category. Well done, gents. Thank you. And in GT3 Am, in third position, representing Mercedes AMG, and the number 65 Viper Nizza Racing, Douglas Koo, Melvin Moore and Dominic Ang. And welcome back to the podium. Second place overall, also second place in GT3 Am. The Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, sorry, third overall, but second in Am. Vasily, Alexander, Damien and James. Come on back up front, guys, please. Yes, please. Yes, you again. Hope you've got extra luggage space on the way home. Overall winners and winners in the Am category. A fantastic run for Origin Motorsport. Welcome back. Liao Hong Cheng, Lu Wei, Yuan Bo, and Ye Hong Lee. Let's have the VIPs. Third with the bronze trophies, the silvers go to seconds. Here come the silver trophies. And finally, for our winners, double winners overall and in GT3 Am, Origin Motorsport for Porsche, number 87, the gold trophies. Let's get the photographs with the trophies, please, for the official. Let's grab everybody in. Squeeze together. Thank you. If he leans back any further, he's ending up in the pit lane. Fantastic. Trophies up, gentlemen, please. And now to the photographers on the far side of the pit lane. Big smiles, ladies and gentlemen. Your GT3 Am podium, Viper Nizza Racing, Continental Racing by Simpson, and Origin Motorsport. Time once again to celebrate. Not looking where you're spraying it is cheating. You've got to keep your eyes open, I reckon, if you're going to spray it. Thank you, gentlemen. We now move to the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. There's a lot of very damp drivers coming past me and not from their driving. Always a popular category here in Creventic Racing. So first we'll start with the overall for 992 GT3 Cup. New GT3 car, new Cup car coming next year. And we'll continue with the current version for a little while. In third position, representing 610 Racing, please welcome Sao Chi Kwan. Where are we? I've just lost my place. Thank you. Lu Jiewei and Yang Haoxie. In second place, the number 216 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car for Modena Motorsport, Francis Chia, John Shen, Christian Chia and Benny Simonson. And after a dramatic race for the 909 and several front splitters, 3 or 4? 3, yeah. Please welcome our winners, Ivo, Luke and Rick Broikers and Adrian Flack. Well done, guys. Well done, Adrian. Straight out with the trophies there. Third place then for the 610 Racing team, and I apologise, I think I missed Lee Lin's name out of that as well up there. Apologies to Lee Lin. Now the gold trophies for the guys from redcameljordan.nl. And once again for the overall winners in class, Bomberg, yeah, let's get the timepieces out again from our new timepiece sponsor. Again, we'll put these out for the photographs, but we don't want the presentation boxes or the watches themselves to get sprayed, so we'll take them back, I promise you. Ivo, Luke, Rick and Adrian, you will get them back. Let's get those photographs done, and then we'll grab those watches back, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. Now huddle together to get the trophies up for the photos that will be on the website later this evening. They're getting busy with the fizzy already before I've even said it, aren't they? I can tell that. Did we get the photographs? Yes, we did. Let's go. So let's quickly reset, gentlemen. Don't disappear. We need Modena and 610 to hang about, please. Thank you. So our next podium is also for 992, but for the AM category. Will you welcome back the 666 team from 610 Racing? And I'll see Leland's name first of all here. Cao Chi Quan in that car as well, alongside Lu Jiwei and Yang Haojie. And our winners for Modena Motorsport in the AM category: Francis Chair, John Shen, Christian Chair, Benny Simonson. And we have the trophies again. Thank you, Julian and team. Second and the first. (992) AM category. And the big gold ones as well. And we also have, for the winners in this category, the rather lovely chronograph timepieces from Bomberg. Yeah, very good. Check them out on the web. These are part of the Apex collection of motorsport watches. These are automatic chronographs for class winners. Once again, please, let's have the photographs and then we'll take the watches out of harm's way. Would hate to damage those lovely presentation boxes or indeed the watches themselves. Photographs, please, with the watches. And then the official photographs without the watches. Let's go. Whew. Thank you for the 992 AM podium. We're going to combine three winners for you next. So this is not third, second and first. This is first, and first. So please welcome our winners in GTX, representing Vortex in the 701 Vortex 2.0 V8, Lionel Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Victor Motino. Always working really hard. Also welcome to the podium, first in GT4, BMW G82 GT4. They raced as if they had 20 cars in their class. Fabulous stuff from Cheney Motorsport, the 445 team. Alec Udell, John Hamilton, Spencer Proper, and of course, Bryce Fullwoods. And our third winners here for special touring cars, silhouettes, in classes TCX and TC. Fantastic again to see Sebastian Sherman, Junichi Imamoto, Lutz Obermann and Pia Olsen for Asbest Racing and the Cupra TCR DSG. A brilliant result for those guys and ladies to get that car to the end of the race. Late brake problems, but they refused to not get that car to the line. Magnificent stuff. So they are all getting first trophies. And they'll all get watches as well. Brilliant stuff. You may say, look, they were in a class of their own, but they came, they competed, and they competed as champions in their own categories. The true spirit of endurance got the cars to the end, no matter what it took. So well done to our winners in GTX, in GT4 and TCX. As best, Tenny Motorsport and Vortex. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the watches to them and get the photographs taken. And then we'll make sure we get the watches back as well. I think we've done the pictures with the watches, guys. Yeah. Lovely. Super duper. I think, yeah, we're getting individual pictures here because they're all winners, which is fair dues. So well done. Yeah, everybody's got the watches. And thanks to Bomberg for this new partnership with Creventic. Everybody's got them? No? One more? Thank you. Damn it, I thought that one was mine. Left hand, right wrist. Yes, absolutely. Trophies up, please, ladies and gentlemen. And now look at the photographers, drivers, please. Make sure we get those watches back. In a second, do we have the watches back? Do we have the watches back? Yes, come on, let's step in and get the watches back. Excellent. We'll save them for you round here. There may be one in my haversack. Stand by. Let's get ready with the champagne. Well done, you three. Thank you. Oh, the bush. Well done, Sebastian. Keep that watch nice and dry. Oh, fizzy fight on the podium. No, you do not come anywhere near me. I'll never speak to you again in that pit lane. I'm hot and sweaty and smelly enough as it is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we complete our podium celebrations with our three champions in their individual classes, thank you all for being with us here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for the first Michelin 12 Hours of Malaysia here at the end of 2025, starting our 2026 season in the Middle East Cup. We'll be back in the second week of January for the Abu Dhabi 6 Hours, and then the week after that, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, all live, all free on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube. On behalf of the whole team, all of the competitors and everyone here at Petronas Sepang International Circuit, my name's John Hindhaugh. Thanks for being with us. Have a great Christmas and New Year. Drive safely and bye-bye for now. Good night, God bless.
Don't you come back no more.